Chapter 1. Yangzhou, Kanglan City. Lin Clan Council Hall. Numerous esteemed elders and clan leaders of the Lin family were gathered here, the atmosphere tinged with a palpable heaviness. At the head of the assembly sat an elderly man clad in dark robes, gripping a sheet of paper tightly in his hand, his fingertips tinged with a faint hue of blue, and his countenance exceedingly grim. This elder was none other than Lin Che, the patriarch of the Lin family. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lin Che perused the contents of the document. He abruptly raised the thin sheet, his voice cutting through the silence with a chilling inquiry. "Lin Che, do you know what this is that I hold?" In an instant, the gazes of all the elders in the hall converged upon the young man standing below. Upon witnessing this, the youth shook his head slightly. "I do not know. Please enlighten me, family head." "Ha ha, you are unaware? Allow me to inform you. This is the marriage annulment letter from the Morong family." The words marriage annulment letter reverberated through the hall, igniting an uproar. What? The Morong family dares to break off the engagement? How outrageous! My Lin family has stood firm in Kanglan City for a century by doing this. The Morong family is openly slapping our face. Someone exclaimed with righteous indignation. Yet amidst the uproar, another voice interjected, "Outrageous? Not necessarily. Let us not forget, the Morong family is the foremost clan in Kanglan City, while my Lin family is merely a second-rate power initially. The Morong family entered this engagement due to Lin Che's exceptional talent, however. Now that Lin Che has become a Feirun with a shattered dantian, is it any surprise the Morong family wishes to annul the marriage? Feirun?" The utterance of this term caused the elders of the Lin family to once again cast their eyes upon the youth, shaking their heads in silent disapproval. Indeed, this young man was once hailed as the greatest talent in Kanglan City, with unparalleled gifts otherwise. How could the Morong family have taken notice of him, seeking to recruit him as their son-in-law? Yet, since a year ago, he seemed to have fallen victim to a strange affliction, his cultivation regressing rather than advancing, even suffering the loss of his most vital dantian. Ultimately, from a dazzling prodigy who left the world in awe, he had devolved into a complete fun. Now, with the Morong family ruthlessly annulling the engagement, it was only a matter of time before this young man would become the greatest laughingstock in Kanglan City. This humiliation would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the Lin family. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Che fixed his gaze upon the young man. "Lin Che, I am most curious to know what thoughts occupy your mind at this moment." In response, Lin Che's expression remained as tranquil as a clear spring. Showing little sign of turmoil, he spoke softly. "This marriage contract was never of my desire if the Morong family wishes to annul it. So be it." "So be it?" One attitude. Lin Xinghai's anger flared. "Do you not realize that by allying with the Morong family, my Lin family could have advanced further in Kanglan City? Now, due to your lack of ambition, the Lin family has lost a golden opportunity. You are nothing less than a sinner to my Lin family." As Lin Xinghai's words fell, the grand elder seated nearby immediately chimed in with a scornful expression. "Indeed, I have long seen this child as a worthless piece of mud that cannot be molded. To think such a Fein could hold the position of Lin family's young master is simply laughable." Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly. "Grand elder, if I recall correctly, it was you esteemed elders who implored me to take on the position of young master, was it not?" Implored. Upon hearing this term, the grand elder momentarily faltered, desiring to retort. Yet Lin Che spoke the truth. The competition for mining resources among the various clans in Kanglan City was exceptionally fierce, however. The clan elders would refrain from intervening directly, for such actions would escalate into clan wars, resulting in bloodshed and mutual destruction. Concerning the mines, there was an unwritten rule that only the younger generation would be dispatched to compete. Given this premise, the more exceptional the younger generation, the greater their chances of securing mining resources in external conflicts. Since Lin Che had fought on behalf of the Lin family 3 years ago, he had garnered countless resources and honors, and with these martial resources, the Lin family's power had gradually flourished. These contributions, even if the Grand Elder looked down upon Lin Che, could not be publicly denied. In the battle at Yindang Mountain, I fought fiercely for the Lin family, sustaining grievous injuries in 13 places in the conflict of Fengbolin. I fought valiantly, receiving an arrow to the chest, narrowly escaping death over the past 3 years. I have secured the mining rights to over a dozen mines for the Lin family. I trust the Grand Elder is well aware of these sacrifices. Just because I am no longer able to contribute to the Lin family does not mean my previous efforts can be dismissed. Is that your sentiment, Grand Elder? You. The Grand Elder's lips twitched, presumptuous. Even at this juncture, you dare to defy me? Do you think you are still the Lin Che? Do not forget, you were merely a wild seed that my Lin family took in without us. You would have long perished in the jaws of beasts. Wild seed. Upon hearing these words, Lin Che's fists clenched tightly, a flicker of turmoil igniting in his eyes. The Grand Elder snorted coldly, turning to Lin Xianghai and clasping his hands. Family head. Lin Che is now devoid of talent, with the Murong family rescinding the engagement. He has rendered my Lin family a laughingstock in Kanglin City. I implore the family head to prioritize the greater good and strip Lin Che of his position as young master. Do not show him undue mercy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianghai nodded slightly. The Grand Elder speaks wisely. He then declared in a booming voice, Lin Che, your lack of ambition has brought shame upon my Lin family. By my decree as family head, I hereby abolish your status as young master henceforth. The Grand Elder's son, Lin Yu, shall assume the position of young master of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face lit up with joy. Thank you, family head. For your grace I shall ensure my son diligently cultivates to bring glory to the Lin family. At this moment, Lin Che's expression dimmed slightly. Family head, is this truly your decision? What do you think? Lin Xianghai retorted with a cold smile. I understand. Lin Che nodded silently. Uttering no further words, he raised his hand and cast aside the token that symbolized his identity as young master. With that, he turned and departed. After Lin Che's exit, an elder of the Lin family shook his head. Family head, Lin Che has indeed rendered great service to our Lin family. Is it truly appropriate to treat him so harshly? The Grand Elder interjected. What is inappropriate about this? Lin Che was indeed gifted, surpassing the younger generation of Kanglin City, yet since a year ago, his talents have inexplicably vanished, with his martial realm regressing. Proving he was never suited for cultivation, it is only now that his true nature has been revealed. Now that the Murong family has annulled the engagement, I ask, what use is Lin Che to us? To allow him to continue as young master would only invite ridicule from other families, suggesting my Lin family has no capable heirs. Lin Xianghai nodded. The Grand Elder speaks. Correctly, my Lin family does not harbor useless individuals. This matter has been resolved by the family head and requires no further discussion. Seeing that the family head had made his decision, few dared to voice their regrets, while the majority praised the family head's wisdom, believing that compassion towards Lin Che was unwarranted, as it was a matter of the greater good. Upon leaving the council hall, Lin Che walked through the Lin family estate. Once, as the young master of the Lin family, he had been treated with utmost respect and flattery by all. But now, in the absence of his former status, those who once fawned upon him now avoided him, their faces betraying a schadenfreude as they whispered behind his back. The world was cold, and human sentiments were fleeting. Lin Che deeply felt the weight of these words. Especially today, did the Lin family truly care about their loss of face in Kanglin City following the Murong family's annulment? Certainly not. What the Lin family truly cared about was the shattering of their hopes to ascend to the top among Kanglin City's foremost families. This also signified the complete dissolution of Lin Che's final value within the Lin family. Once, Lin Xianghai had regarded Lin Che as his own son now. However, he cast him aside as if he were refused. This is reality. Lin Che let out a bitter laugh. Yet after this fleeting moment of despair, his gaze grew resolute. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Che repressed all emotions, and after a brief moment, he retrieved an ancient jade pendant from his bosom. This pendant, a brilliant crimson, resembled a flickering flame, yet was marred by cracks, with the characters Dong Huang inscribed upon its surface. This ancient jade was a keepsake left to him by his biological mother, yet In Lin Che's mind, he could not conjure the visage of this woman, no matter how hard he tried. It was said that after leaving Lin Che at the Lin family while he was still an infant, his mother had hurried away, never to return or communicate again. Later, Lin Che learned that this was a jade of inheritance. Such jade, known as a jade of inheritance, was found only among the most powerful supreme families, serving as a vessel for the transmission of bloodlines or divine arts. However, such artifacts could not possibly originate from Kanglin's city or even from the entirety of Yangzhou. This implied that Lin Che's true lineage might very well stem from a supreme family. Lin Che had often pondered whether the characters inscribed Dong Huang represented his true surname yet. If his true lineage possessed such formidable power, how could his parents have callously abandoned him in this remote and desolate place known as Kanglin City? Gazing upon the ancient jade, Lin Che felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Indeed, the tale of the ancestral jade was not something imparted to him by the members of the Lin family otherwise. Given Lin Xinghai's character, had he grasped the true value of this treasure, he would never have allowed it to remain in Lin Che's possession until now. Reigning in these thoughts, Lin Che assumed a solemn demeanor, sitting cross-legged while clutching the ancestral jade, and slowly closed his eyes. Not long after entering a meditative state, a realm of void suddenly unfolded before Lin Che's eyes. In that moment, Lin Che felt as though he was immersed in the Milky Way. Before him lay an infinitely vast expanse of starry sky, with myriad silvery lights cascading down, dazzling in their brilliance. Amidst that celestial panorama, a grand hall floated majestically in the air, exuding a sense of monumental grandeur. Lin Che, no longer wide-eyed with astonishment as he had been during his initial visit to this place, now felt an unmistakable sense of familiarity. Gently pushing open the doors of the hall, Lin Che stepped inside. "Have you arrived?" At that moment, a melodious female voice echoed. Within the hall, a woman of unparalleled beauty stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Lin Che with a gentle smile. She was radiant and ethereal, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, her bare feet seemingly suspended in the void, her skin as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkling like stars. Even though Lin Che had encountered this woman before, he still felt a momentary pause in his thoughts. However, he quickly steadied himself and inquired, "Senior Tian Nu, when will I be able to cultivate the supreme divine skill you mentioned? It is not so easily attained." The woman in purple replied with a cool smile, "Mortal beings possess a narrow vision. Basing their martial foundations upon the dantian, little do they know in the later stages of martial arts. The dantian becomes the greatest constraint for a cultivator. The method I teach you is to forsake the dantian, condense the qi si, and establish a true supreme foundation at the onset of your martial journey." At this juncture, the woman suddenly shifted her tone. "What? Do you doubt the method of this heavenly maiden?" Lin Che hastily shook his head, having trained alongside her for a year. He was acutely aware that while her beauty was transcendent, her temper was rather fierce, especially when others questioned her insights on cultivation. "I understand." The heavenly maiden scrutinized Lin Che for a moment. "Your innate talent, though as insignificant as dust in my eyes, can barely be considered genius in this impoverished little world. A year ago, when you trained with me, your dantian shattered, and your realm regressed. I dare say you have experienced the vicissitudes of human emotions this past year. Do you now harbor regrets?" "Regrets?" Lin Che chuckled lightly. "The decline of my realm may not necessarily be a misfortune. At the very least, during this year, I have gained clarity about certain people and matters, and I have grown considerably." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the heavenly maiden's eyes. Although you are somewhat weaker now, your state of mind remains commendable." At that moment, the woman in the purple gown gracefully lifted her hand, and a shadowy tower soared forth, positioning itself within the hall. Beneath the tower, a tempest of sword chi coalesced, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending the fabric of space. The woman then pointed towards it and instructed, "Step inside." Lin Che nodded earnestly, inhaled deeply, and then, with resolute determination, approached the shadowy tower. As he entered the tempest of sword chi, Lin Che's expression contorted in agony, letting out a pained scream. The woman in purple had made it abundantly clear that her method was to reconstruct his foundation. To reshape, one must first obliterate that I in that moment. As Lin Che stepped into the realm of the ethereal tower, countless sword energies surged forth, piercing through him at the location of his dantian. Pain, each strike penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. This was the sword of rules. Each blade not only ravaged his dantian, but also established a new order within his body. The complete destruction of the dantian signified the emergence of a new foundation. And now was the critical moment. He must not yield easily that I understand. Lin Che bellowed, gritting his teeth in determination that in truth, there was no need for the celestial maiden's reminder, for this torment was something Lin Che had endured almost daily for an entire year. A year prior, when Lin Che's spirit first unlocked the divine jade space, he was awestruck by the celestial maiden, who spoke to him of these matters. Her exact words were that the cultivation methods of his world were woefully outdated, and she possessed a method that could accelerate his cultivation at an astonishing pace. However, this method required him to forsake his dantian and rebuild his foundation, during which his cultivation would regress. Would he be willing? Upon hearing this, Lin Che exhibited no hesitation, decisively choosing this path. Thus, a year ago, Lin Che's cultivation had plummeted and his dantian shattered, not due to some bizarre ailment, but rather by his own choice. In Lin Che's eyes, a year of dormancy was trivial. Once all these trials had passed, it would be the moment for him to emerge from the depths like a true dragon, revealing his brilliance. 2 hours later, the fractures within Lin Che's dantian deepened, and the already meager remnants of his cultivation grew even more tenuous. Yet, Lin Che felt no despair. He understood that this condition brought him one step closer to his goal. However, this method was excruciating, and it exacted a tremendous toll on his spirit. Moderation was key. Upon reaching the limits of his endurance, he decisively halted his training for the day and withdrew his consciousness from the divine jade space. Creak. Shortly thereafter, the door to Lin Che's room was gently pushed open. Entering was a youthful and radiant maiden, carrying a food box. "Young master, it is time to eat." Upon seeing her, Lin Che shook his head and replied, "Xiao Yao, I am no longer the young master of the Lin family. You need not serve me any longer to this." Xiao Yao vigorously shook her head, placing the food on the table as she said, "I have served young master since childhood, that I remember the times when you returned from the outside world, burdened with heavy injuries, and it was always I who helped you with your medicines. Therefore, I know well how much you have sacrificed for the Lin family. Among all in the Lin family, you are the one I admire the most. Regardless of your current circumstances, I am willing to serve you forever." Seeing the resolute expression on the young maiden's face, Lin Che could only shake his head in resignation. Yet, a warmth surged within him. Since a year ago, he had felt the chill of the world around him. And it was only this young maiden who had provided him with a semblance of warmth. As she arranged the dishes on the table, Xiao Yao retrieved an item from the food box and presented it to Lin Che with a gentle smile. "Young master, this is for you." Lin Che looked down to find it was a spirit fruit, purple spirit fruit. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, "Where did you get this?" The value of a purple spirit fruit was 30 gold coins. While Xiao Yao's monthly allowance was merely 10 gold coins that I saved up to buy it, she replied. Lin Che immediately insisted, "Take it back. It's of no use to me." "That won't do. I heard from the clan's physician that the purple spirit fruit has nourishing properties for the dantian. Since your dantian is damaged, this may be of some help." Seeing the earnest look on her face, Lin Che chuckled and shook his head, yet could not bear to disappoint her. "Very well, I shall accept it. But do not purchase anything like this again." "Okay." Xiao Yao nodded, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her eyes, though her thoughts remained unknown. After sharing a meal with Lin Che, Xiao Yao departed from his quarters. Shortly thereafter, she arrived at a certain place, the Cloud Embroidery Workshop. This was a place where garments were tailored, serving the noble families within Kanglan City. Only those with exceptional skills could qualify as embroiderers here. A month prior, Xiao Yao had passed the assessment and had begun working there with ease. Not long after, a middle-aged woman entered. "We have an order from the city lord's mansion. We need 10 sets of garments completed within a month. With a payment of 10 gold coins, is there anyone willing to take it?" At the mention of the city lord's mansion, the room fell silent. The mansion held immense power in Kanglan City. Although the payment was generous, their standards were exceedingly high. Any defect in the garments would result in rejection. Thus, everyone present hesitated. Yet at that moment, a youthful voice declared firmly, "I will take it." The middle-aged woman turned to the girl named Xiao Yao and nodded slightly. "Though you have only been at the Cloud Embroidery Workshop for a month, your skills are exceptional and error-free. I entrust this order to you." She then addressed the others. "Is there anyone else who wishes to take it?" At this juncture, Xiao Yao stood and added, "May I take the entire order?" "Yeah." The middle-aged woman scrutinized Xiao Yao intently. "Are you certain? If you cannot complete 10 sets within a month, the city lord's mansion, rest assured, even if I must forego food and sleep, I will ensure this order is completed on time." Xiao Yao assured with unwavering resolve. Hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged woman finally nodded. "Very well, the entire order is yours." Meanwhile, the onlookers, a group of women, began to murmur among themselves. "That girl must be mad. Completing 10 sets in a month. Does she not fear exhausting herself? I heard this girl was once the personal maid of the Lin family's young master. While she may not have lived in luxury, her life was certainly more comfortable than that of ordinary young ladies. But now, with the young master stripped of his title, she has fallen to such depths. It is quite pitiful. Alas, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken." Xiao Yao, however, seemed oblivious to their gossip. Completing this order would yield 10 gold coins, equating to her monthly allowance from the Lin family. Additionally, working 2 hours daily at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would allow her to ensure that Lin Che received a purple spirit fruit each month. In a corner, Xiao Yao counted with her fingers, her face lighting up with a hopeful smile. Over the course of the next month, her petite figure became engulfed in busyness. Nevertheless, every mealtime, she would still deliver food to Lin Che. During this period, Lin Che noticed that each time Xiao Yao appeared, her complexion appeared increasingly haggard. Yet whenever he inquired about it, she would merely smile and shake her head. Lin Che chose not to dwell on it, as he felt his own cultivation was also approaching a critical juncture. That on one particular day, Lin Che entered the ethereal tower. At that moment, the myriad sword energies erupted violently. Whoosh! The ferocious sword energies surged through him. Lin Che's eyes widened, the intense pain distorting his face and causing his body to convulse. Yet he understood that he must persevere at this crucial moment. Otherwise, the efforts of the past year would be in vain. Rumble! Finally, 2 hours later, a resounding explosion emanated from within Lin Che. His dantian was completely obliterated, and with its destruction came rebirth. That I have succeeded. Is this the Sea of Qi? Lin Che gazed inwardly and saw that his dantian had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of Qi as the Qi Sea circulated. An endless stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged toward him. If the spiritual energy supplied by the dantian previously resembled a small creek, now it was akin to a roaring river, vastly different. Overwhelmed by this realization, Lin Che's face broke into a joyous expression. After more than a year of effort, he had finally achieved his rebirth and taken this momentous step forward. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. After an entire night, Lin Che finally consumed all the spiritual essence, and within him, an astonishing transformation occurred. He had ascended to the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm. Lin Che suddenly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of his newfound power, and a wave of exhilaration surged within him. The ranks of martial artists are classified into the Qi gathering realm, the spirit martial realm, the profound martial realm, the Tao martial realm, and the heavenly martial realm. A year ago, at the pinnacle of his strength, Lin Che had reached the 8th level of the Qi gathering realm. However, due to the shattering of his dantian this past year, he had fallen to the 1st level of the Qi gathering realm. Yet now, with the emergence of his internal Qi Sea, his cultivation had remarkably restored to the 5th level of the Qi gathering realm. How could he not feel exhilarated? Such a lack of ambition. The woman in the purple dress cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, "This is merely the beginning. Although your cultivation regressed over the past year, it was due to the destruction of your dantian. Now that your foundation has been rebuilt, It is only natural for your realm to return somewhat. However, to advance further, you must rely on the chi si that has just been born within you. The chi si, Lin Che's face displayed a hint of confusion. Devour and seek out all things that can be consumed, including spiritual herbs, spiritual veins, and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures that I in due time. You will come to understand the formidable nature of the chi si. For now, I am weary. Let us conclude our discussion here. The woman in purple revealed a hint of fatigue, lightly shaking her head. Very well. Although Lin Che's heart was still brimming with countless questions, he could only withdraw his consciousness from the divine jade space, seeing that she was unwilling to elaborate further. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's spiritual item exchange venue, Xiao Yao arrived and respectfully bowed to the elder behind the counter. "Good day, grandfather." The elder behind the counter glanced at her. "Ah, little girl, back again to exchange for the purple spirit fruit." Indeed, Xiao Yao smiled, placing 30 gold coins upon the counter. Alas, Lin Che's dantian is shattered, and the physicians in the city have already declared that he will never again tread the path of martial arts. Why must you, dear child, engage in such futile endeavors? That is not true. I firmly believe the young master's talent will surely return, Xiao Yao retorted resolutely. Very well, the elder sighed, recognizing the girl's stubbornness, and without further ado, retrieved a purple spirit fruit and handed it to her. "Thank you, grandfather." Gratefully, Xiao Yao carefully cradled the fruit in her hands before stepping away. Exiting the exchange hall, she cheerfully made her way toward Lin Che's residence. However, halfway there, several figures suddenly appeared before her. Manager Zhao. Upon seeing the middle-aged man at the forefront, a flicker of apprehension crossed Xiao Yao's eyes. This man was Zhao Hu, a chief steward of the Lin family. Zhao Hu cast a sidelong glance at the purple spirit fruit in Xiao Yao's hands. "Whose is this?" "It is for the young master," Xiao Yao replied in a hushed tone. Lin Che, Xiao Yao dared not conceal the truth and nodded. Smash! As soon as her words fell, Zhao Hu raised his hand and forcefully struck the purple spirit fruit to the ground, then lifted his foot to stomp down upon it. Juice splattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yao trembled all over. This single purple spirit fruit was the result of her month-long dedication, and now it lay trampled in the dirt. Despite her anguish, Xiao Yao refrained from a hysterical outburst. She merely stood by, her lips pursed and on the verge of tears, yet she held back her sorrow. She understood that Zhao Hu's status in the Lin family was far too elevated for her to provoke. Lin Che has already become a waste. How can he still squander the resources of the Lin family? Even if fed to dogs, it would be better than giving it to him. Hearing this, Xiao Yao, who had remained silent despite the destruction of the purple spirit fruit, felt as though her tail had been stepped on. "The young master is not a waste," she suddenly exclaimed. Zhao, whose expression darkened, a malicious grin spreading across his face. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." Xiao Yao lifted her head, meeting his gaze. "The young master is not." Smack. This time, Zhao did not allow her to finish. Delivering a heavy slap across her face, her previously fair complexion instantly bore 5 vivid red marks. With a shattered dantian and stripped of his position as the young master, such a waste remaining in the Lin family is simply a drain on our resources. Coincidentally, I was just on my way to find him, but he turned to his subordinates. "Take her with you. Today, I shall let this wretched girl see just how useless that waste truly is." With that, Zhao Hu led his entourage, brimming with menace, toward Lin Che's residence. Bang! Upon reaching Lin Che's room, Zhao Hu kicked the door open. That moment, Lin Che was in the midst of consolidating his cultivation. The sudden commotion caused him to open his eyes and look over. Seeing Lin Che, Zhao Hu wore a mocking expression. "Oh, young Master Lin, the sun is already high in the sky, yet you still hide away in your room? Do you truly believe yourself to be the young master of the Lin family, living in luxury?" Lin Che frowned. "Zhao Hu, what is the meaning of barging into my room with so many people?" Zhao Hu grinned maliciously. "Your room? Ha! From this moment forth, this place is no longer yours. By order of young Master Lin Yu, you, Lin Che, are to vacate the Lin clan and be sent to the execution mountain." Lin Yu, the name flashed in Lin Che's mind, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Lin Yu was the son of the Lin family's elder, possessing talent second only to Lin Che, yet he had always been overshadowed by Lin Che's brilliance. When Lin Che had still been the young master, Lin Yu had shown him the utmost respect, almost servile in his demeanor. Yet now, having just risen to power, he was so openly hostile, truly despicable and venomous. Once in power, their true colors are laid bare. As for Zhao Hu's mention of the execution mountain, it was a desolate and barren wilderness, where the living conditions were extremely harsh, akin to surviving on mere scraps and sleeping in the open. Only those who committed grave offenses within the family were exiled there to toil and suffer. A chill coursed through Lin Che's heart. He had once fought valiantly for the Lin family. Yet now they sought to send him to the execution mountain. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze fell upon the frail figure being escorted behind Zhao, who, seeing the 5 crimson marks on Xiao Yao's face. Lin Che's expression turned icy as he locked eyes with Zhao, who, "Did you strike her?" "Indeed," Zhao Hu replied nonchalantly. In an instant, Lin Che, who had been sitting cross-legged, sprang to his feet. In the next moment, he lunged towards Zhao Hu with the ferocity of a tiger. Raging Wave's fist, Zhao Hu shouted, unleashing a punch that surged forth like a formidable tide, brimming with power. Yet Lin Che did not flinch or evade. With a twist of his body, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the air, shocking everyone present. After this fierce clash, Zhao Hu let out a piercing scream, his 5 fingers snapping like twigs. "Huh? You're not." The chief steward's mind reeled, his expression one of utter disbelief as he staggered back. "Xiao Yao is under my protection. How dare you lay a hand on her?" Lin Che declared, stepping forward and delivering a forceful kick between Zhao Hu's legs. Zhao Hu's eyes bulged as his body contorted in agony, flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Vicious. When Lin Che once represented the Lin family in battles across various mines, he had instilled fear in the hearts of many younglings in Kanglin City, known for his ruthless and decisive strikes. Witnessing this scene, all of Zhao Hu's subordinates fell silent, their bodies trembling uncontrollably in fear. That moment, Lin Che's gaze swept over them, seemingly dismissive of these lowly servants. And he spoke in a low, commanding tone. "Go back and tell Lin Yu that once he was beneath my heel. Now he can only grovel before me, that if he seeks to rise again, it will have to wait until his next life. Get out of my sight." Yes. The subordinates, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly assisted the limp Zhao Hu, who resembled a beaten dog, and retreated in panic from Lin Che's room. "Young master, your cultivation has returned." Xiao Yao stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld the recent spectacle. This moment, her small mouth gaped open, and her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Lin Che nodded, regaining a measure of composure. "Indeed, this is truly splendid." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao erupted in jubilant cheers, clearly overjoyed at the prospect of Lin Che's cultivation being restored. However, she soon became aware of a pressing concern. "Young master, but now Lin Yu has become the heir of the Lin family, and that chief steward Zhao came here at his behest. You have dealt such a blow to Zhao. He certainly will not let this go lightly." Lin Che chuckled lightly, remarking, "When have I ever feared him?" Xiao Yao was momentarily taken aback, then nodded emphatically. Indeed, the young master had once been the greatest talent of Kanglin City, with his innate gifts returning. He could surely reclaim his position as the heir of the Lin family. Any junior from the Lin family would not dare to threaten him. It seemed this young girl harbored a near-blind admiration and confidence in Lin Che. Reclaiming the position of heir, yet, Lin Che shook his head. "In this past year, I have seen through the Lin family entirely. Is there truly anything left in this family worth longing for?" With that, he solemnly inquired, "Xiao Yao, would you be willing to leave the Lin family with me?" To leave the Lin family. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yao did not hesitate for a moment. Wherever the young master went, she would gladly follow. Very well. Seeing Xiao Yao's agreement, Lin Che proceeded to sit at the desk, retrieving ink and brush, and began to write several lines of text. After completing this task, he suddenly turned to Xiao Yao. "Since we are to depart, you should leave some words as well." Xiao Yao obediently nodded, took the brush, hesitated for a moment, and then began to write. Lin Che's violent confrontation with Chief Steward Zhao was undoubtedly explosive news for the Lin family. Within half an hour, the news spread rapidly to in the master's residence. As a guard recounted the events, the family head, Lin Che, wore an unprecedentedly grave expression that, "Is what you say true? Every word is true." Chief Steward Zhao went to provoke Lin Che, only to have his right hand shattered by a single punch, rendering him powerless to resist. Powerless to resist? Lin Che pondered for a moment, then asked again. What was the reason? It is said that it was Lin Yu, the heir, who commanded Lin Che to be sent to Xingshan, which incited the conflict, the guard replied. Truly audacious. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's expression darkened suddenly. Yet, no one could discern whether his ire was directed at Lin Yu or Lin Che. After a moment of silence, Lin Che seemed to make a decision, instructing the guard, "Go summon Lin Che to see me." After uttering this, he added abruptly, "Remember, be courteous." Yes, the guard respectfully acknowledged and withdrew. Afterward, Lin Che stood up and began to pace slowly within the room. Could it be that Lin Che's talents had never truly waned? Had he been deliberately concealing his abilities this entire year? Impossible. When Lin Che's cultivation faltered, Lin Che had personally investigated and confirmed that Lin Che's dantian had been shattered, with no possibility of restoration in this lifetime. How then could he so effortlessly overpower Zhao Hu now? A myriad of thoughts flashed through Lin Che's mind. Ultimately, he concluded that Lin Che's cultivation must indeed have been restored, though to what extent remained uncertain. Thus, he sought to summon Lin Che to ascertain the truth. Moments later, the guard returned, and upon seeing that he was alone, Lin Che's brow furrowed deeply. Where is he? Returning to the family head, Lin Che is not within the residence. I found this letter in his room. What? Lin Che took the letter, opened it, and found the ink still fresh, containing only a few brief lines. From this day forth, I, Lin Che, formally withdraw from the Lin family, henceforth severing all ties with it. May the heavens witness this vow, and the earth bear witness to it. Additionally, at the bottom of the letter, there was an elegantly penned line. Family head, the young master has sacrificed so much for the family, yet you have treated him so harshly. Since Xiao Yao is leaving with the young master, and there are no parting blessings to offer, I wish you eternal rest. Bang! Upon reading the contents of the letter, Lin Che's fury erupted, shattering the table before him into splinters. Outrageous! Utterly outrageous! At this moment, Lin Che clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. He had never anticipated that Lin Che would dare to openly rebel against the family. If your talent has truly returned, I had intended to offer you another chance. But now, since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for disregarding our past relations. Family head, just then, a voice called from outside. Enter. Lin Che quickly masked his tumultuous expression, save a young man of imposing stature stepped inside. It was Lin Yu. Ah, so it is you. Lin Che revealed a benevolent smile. Family head, I seem to have made a mistake. I sent Lin Che to Xingshan intending for him to oversee matters, but unexpectedly, Zhao Hu misinterpreted my intent and provoked Lin Che. I have since severely punished Zhao Hu and come to explain the situation to you. I hope for your leniency. Lin Yu wore an apologetic expression. Lin Che regarded him for a moment, then chuckled. You are now the heir of the Lin family. I ask there really a need for you to explain a trivial command to me? Oh. Lin Yu's eyes darted, probing further. I have heard that Lin Che's cultivation seems to have been restored. I am unsure if it is true. If it is true, then it is truly a blessing for our Lin family. Though Lin Yu spoke these words, his heart was filled with unease. For if Lin Che's cultivation had indeed returned, given his standing in the Lin family, it would not be long before Lin Yu would have to relinquish his position as heir once more. Moreover, with Lin Che's temperament, would he easily let Lin Yu off the hook after this display of aggression? Thus, Lin Yu rushed here to gauge Lin Che's stance. Lin Che's cultivation has indeed recovered somewhat, but his character remains unmanageable and rebellious. I have lost all hope in him and have expelled him from the family. He shall have no further ties with the Lin family. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart surged with joy, though he feigned shock. Lin Che, ever shrewd, discerned Lin Yu's motives for coming. He placed a hand on Lin Yu's shoulder and spoke meaningfully. You were, regardless of the circumstances, the blood flowing through Lin Che is not of our Lin family. Whereas you are of true lineage. Our Lin family has endured for hundreds of years. Would we truly allow an outsider to inherit the position of family head? From the beginning, Lin Che has merely been a pawn of our family. You are one of us, and I have always harbored great expectations for you in a month's time. The sex selection battle will commence, and the foremost power of Yangzhou, the Dao Song Academy, will descend upon Kinglan City to recruit disciples. If you can join Dao Song Academy, it will bring boundless glory to the Lin family, elevating us to unprecedented heights. Thus, all hope for the Lin family rests upon you. I will also decree that during this time, all resources and martial arts libraries of the Lin family will be fully open to you. You must exert yourself diligently to bring honor to our Lin family. Really? Thank you. Family head, I will not disappoint you, nor the Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Xianghai's promises, Lin Yu's heart surged with excitement. Very well. If there's nothing else, you may return to your training. Yes, I take my leave. As Lin Yu departed, Lin Xianghai once again retrieved the letter left by Lin Che, his hand moving with a swift motion to reduce it to mere powder. After a prolonged silence, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. The Shunfeng mountain range, located hundreds of miles from Kanglan City, boasts towering mountains and ancient trees, presenting a scene of primal beauty. It could be said that this mountain range serves as a paradise for demonic beasts, while simultaneously being a land of adventure for numerous explorers, abundant with diverse opportunities. At this moment, a youth bearing a longsword appeared in this very place. This individual was none other than Lin Che. A few days prior, after leaving the Lin family, Lin Che had arranged for Xiao Yao to stay in a nearby small town, while he ventured here alone. The mysterious woman from the ancient jade space had once instructed Lin Che to seek out heavenly materials and earthly treasures for consumption after he had rebuilt the foundation within him. Thus he immediately thought of this location. This is a third-grade spirit herb, the Tianlong fruit. After delving dozens of miles into the Shunfeng mountain range, Lin Che made a delightful discovery. Ahead of him, on a vine resembling a coiled dragon, glimmered a fruit the size of a dragon's eye. This fruit, entirely snow-white, radiated a rich aura of spiritual energy that could be sensed even from a distance. Am I truly this fortunate? Just moments after entering the Shunfeng mountain range, I encounter such a treasure. The Tianlong fruit, seemingly just ripened, a broad smile spread across Lin Che's face as he approached the Tianlong fruit. However, at that instant, Lin Che suddenly felt a wave of dangerous energy locking onto him. Vigilantly, he gazed forward and saw a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes in the nearby thicket, exuding a bloodthirsty glow as they fixated upon him. The Crimson Moon Demon Wolf. Lin Che furrowed his brow, silently reflecting. It nearly slipped my mind. In such a wild land, any heavenly material or earthly treasure is often guarded by fierce beasts. An adult Crimson Moon Demon Wolf possesses the strength to rival a human warrior at the 5th level of the Gathering Chi realm, due to the innate might of demonic beasts. They are typically even stronger than human warriors of the same rank. Before Lin Che stood a Crimson Moon Demon Wolf, standing nearly 10 feet tall, its fangs sharp and its muscular form exuding explosive power. Clearly having reached adulthood. Roar! The Crimson Moon Demon Wolf and Lin Che stood in a standoff, the tension palpable. After an indeterminate amount of time, the wolf finally lost patience, letting out a roar before launching itself at Lin Che with ferocity. Its massive body transformed into a streak of light, one claw poised to strike down violently upon Lin Che's head. Yet upon witnessing this scene, Lin Che appeared remarkably calm, having fought countless life-and-death battles over the years while vying for the Lin family's mining resources. He had experienced many ups and downs, but this instinct for combat and experience would never fade. Swish! A sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted as Lin Che drew his sword and slashed. The long sword carved an unusual arc through the air, while simultaneously, Lin Che's internal energy surged, condensing at the sword's tip. This strike was as swift as lightning and as fierce as thunder. Clang! The Crimson Moon Demon Wolf's attack was quick, but Lin Che's sword was evidently swifter. Before the wolf could land its blow, The sword's tip had already sliced through its throat. The line of blood erupted forth. With a thundering crash, the massive form of the Crimson Moon Demon Wolf crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The kill was executed with precision, without a hint of hesitation. Lin Che felt a profound satisfaction at the outcome. I never expected that after a year of relative inactivity, I would still be this valiant and fierce, he murmured to himself, a hint of nostalgia for the thrill of battle washing over him, thick-skinned as a city wall, utterly shameless. As Lin Che's words fell, a voice filled with disdain from the mysterious woman echoed within his mind. Lin Che's lips twitched slightly, but over the past year he had grown accustomed to her mental communications. After collecting the Tianlong fruit, Lin Che inquired, "Senior Tian, you mentioned I should seek out heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and then what? Consume it," the mysterious woman replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. The Tianling fruit is a spirit herb, and a high-grade one at that. Such heavenly materials and earthly treasures typically require hundreds of years of growth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The energy contained within is exceedingly volatile. To consume it directly would spell disaster for a warrior's fragile dantian, leading to certain death. Thus, there are generally two methods for dealing with such martial resources. One is to enlist the aid of a distinguished alchemist to refine it into a consumable pill, and the other is to spend vast amounts of time gradually refining it over the years. Senior Tian, if I were to consume it directly, my dantian may not withstand it. Lin Che voiced his concerns. "Do you even have a dantian?" the mysterious woman countered. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his dantian had been completely shattered and was now replaced by his qi. This celestial maiden had mentioned long ago that the dantian serves as a shackle for warriors. Only in this lower world would one employ such primitive methods for cultivation. "Trust me, consume it directly. It's very sweet." The mysterious woman's voice was beguiling, reminiscent of a wicked sister tempting a naive boy. "Very well." Lin Che gritted his teeth, hesitating for a moment before swallowing the Tianling fruit whole. Boom! As the spirit fruit entered his abdomen, a surge of violent energy exploded within Lin Che. In that instant, his qi began to boil, akin to parched earth welcoming much-needed rain, swiftly devouring every last trace of that energy. Simultaneously, Lin Che's aura surged from the initial stage of the 5th level of gathering qi to its pinnacle, seemingly just a step away from breaking through to the 6th level. That moment, Lin Che was left dumbfounded. He could hardly fathom that such a tyrannical method of cultivation existed in this world. Now, Lin Che finally comprehended the superiority of the warrior's qi over the dantian. It was time. The time for cultivation. While other warriors might spend months refining the Tianling fruit, he merely needed an instant. Moreover, even the most adept alchemists could only retain part of the essence when refining spiritual herbs into pills. Yet, Lin Che could sense that his qi absorbed the entirety of this spiritual herb without the slightest waste. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the world. If what others possess is but a small pond, then what lies before me is an ocean, brimming with endless possibilities. Lin Che murmured in a daze. "Yes, your future is boundless," the mysterious woman remarked. "But first, let us set a small goal. Like, for instance, to exit this world." The mysterious woman's words jolted Lin Che back to reality. Indeed, he was merely a youth who had yet to step beyond Kanglin City. Even with such a miraculous method of cultivation, he had only just begun. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with numerous challenges and dangers. "Let us continue," Lin Che resolved, steadying his emotions as he decided to delve deeper into the Shunfeng mountain range. However, in comparison to before, he was now brimming with confidence. With such a formidable method of cultivation, recovering his former strength within a month no longer seemed insurmountable. In the heart of the Shunfeng mountain range, within an unnamed vast canyon, a sudden ripple of energy coursed through the air, and a beam of light streaked across the sky. This light soon landed atop a piece of azure stone on the mountain peak, revealing the silhouette of a person walking through the air. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be struck with awe. For an individual to traverse the skies without external aid, one must at least be a warrior of the Xuanwu realm. The Xuanwu realm, A mere thought could plunge Kanglan City, a mere borderland, into utter ruin. Even in the fierce competition of Yangzhou, such a presence could shake the ground with the stamp of a foot. Before them stood a woman, her brows elegantly arched, her nose refined, and her bright eyes complemented by pearly teeth. Clad in a black garment that accentuated her exquisite figure, her skin appeared as pure as snow, embodying unparalleled beauty. And no sooner had the black-clad beauty arrived than several figures clad in silver cloaks, their faces obscured by silver masks, rushed toward her, bowing in respect. "Your Excellency, the palace master." The woman clad in black cast a fleeting glance at them, her thin lips parting as she inquired, "Have you found him?" In response, the subordinate addressed the lord of the hall, stating, "Regrettably, we are inept." Once the 9 dragons Taoist escaped to this location, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, the woman in black nodded slightly, then replied indifferently, "It matters not. This mountain range has been sealed. We shall inevitably locate him. It is merely a matter of time. Continue your search." After a moment of silence, she added, "Yes, my lord." To her command, the 3 silver-robed warriors promptly took their leave, scattering in different directions. The woman in black prepared to depart as well. However, just as she took a step forward, she seemed to sense something and abruptly halted, turning her gaze towards a void within the canyon. A cold smile graced her lips as she remarked, "The most perilous places are often the safest." 9 dragons Taoist, you are quite clever. You have been hiding here all along, nearly evading even my keen eyesight. Yet hiding beneath my very nose must be a source of great anxiety for you. If that is the case, why not reveal yourself? At that moment, the void she was observing began to ripple after a brief silence. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a golden robe materialized from thin air. His eyes were filled with a sense of unwillingness as he coldly stated, "I, the 9 dragons Taoist, am renowned for my mastery of the art of concealment within the void that I never expected to be relentlessly pursued and left with nowhere to hide. Your perceptive abilities, Lord Luo, are indeed extraordinary." The woman in black shook her head with a smile. 9 dragons Taoist, you should have been known as the Void Phantom Thief. 10 years ago, you infiltrated our Dao Song Academy, ultimately stealing the prized Jilan martial scripture from the scripture pavilion. Am I mistaken? Indeed. Yet there's one thing I cannot comprehend. 10 years ago, during the upheaval at Dao Song Academy, you suffered such unjust treatment that you must have been disheartened and chosen to retreat from worldly affairs. Why then, do you still strive so hard for Dao Song Academy today? In reply, the woman in black stated, "I have indeed ceased to involve myself in power struggles. However, I grew up in Dao Song Academy. Receiving teachings from my master, I cannot forget that debt of gratitude. The Jilan martial scripture is one of the 3 supreme scriptures of Dao Song Academy. For Martial Arts Academy, it is akin to a forbidden treasure. Your theft of this scripture undermines the very foundation of Dao Song Academy. If I do not retrieve it, how can I justify my master's investment in my training?" "Enough, enough." The 9 dragons Taoist shook his head in resignation. "If that is the case, I shall surrender. Lord Luo, if I hand over the Jilan martial scripture, will you spare my life?" The woman in black pondered for a moment before replying. "Surrendering the scripture is akin to severing an arm. I may spare you from death, but otherwise, you shall find no place to rest." "Very well." After a lengthy moment of hesitation, the 9 dragons Taoist appeared to make a decision. He waved his hand, and an ancient volume flew forth from his sleeve. The woman in black raised her delicate hand to catch it, lowering her gaze to inspect it. Indeed, it was the Jilan martial scripture. However, before the smile could fully form on her lips, she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching. The 9 dragons Taoist, without warning, took a step forward in midair, rapidly closing the distance. "Ha! Luo Ro, you were once celebrated as one of the twin prodigies of Dao Song Academy, alongside Feng Feiyang. Yet, I have traversed the world for decades. Today, I shall see how this junior of yours intends to defeat me." Boom! Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the 9 dragons Taoist unleashed a punch. A force so immense it seemed to seal off the very space surrounding the woman in black. It turned out that the nine dragons Taoist-s feigned return of the scripture was merely a ruse to catch the woman named Luo Ro off guard and strike with a thunderous blow. Seemingly unfazed by the impending assault, Luo Ro furrowed her brow slightly, yet her expression remained calm. With a graceful motion, she raised her hand, unleashing a vast palm force that swept forward like a galaxy of stars. Boom! Under the astonished gaze of the nine dragons Taoist, this palm force enveloped him instantaneously. This is impossible. The nine dragons Taoist let out a roar of disbelief. After a strike, he finally comprehended the chasm of disparity between them. A gap so profound it was insurmountable. He realized he had no chance to even make a single move against her. In the next instant, the nine dragons Taoist body, along with the space surrounding him, shattered into fragments, vanishing without a trace. Luo Ro's strike had reduced the nine dragons Taoist remains to mere dust, indistinguishable to the naked eye, leaving not a single trace behind. That it must be said. Her words about not leaving a place to rest for those who resisted were indeed reflected in her actions. After vanquishing the nine dragons Taoist, the woman in black did not depart, but instead sent a message and awaited the return of the scattered silver shadow guards. Meanwhile, not far from the vast canyon, Lin Che had just slain a giant serpent beast and acquired a third-grade spiritual herb. This marked the 10th beast he had slain since entering the divine Wind Mountain range, resulting in a total of 15 spiritual herbs harvested. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che plucked the herb and swallowed a whole. Boom! The pure energy erupted within his body, causing Lin Che's aura to surge dramatically. In mere moments, the violent spiritual energy contained within the herb was completely refined by him. 7th level of Qi gathering. Lin Che felt a surge of joy as he sensed his current realm. He had only entered the divine Wind Mountain range for 10 days, and in that short span, he had advanced from the 5th to the 7th level of Qi gathering. If this news were to spread, it would surely leave many in a W.A.T. this pace. I should soon possess the ability to leave Kanglan City. Even a year ago, when Lin Che was hailed as the foremost genius of the younger generation in Kanglan City, he had never harbored such confidence that moment. The celestial maiden shook her head in exasperation. Is your sole ambition merely to exit Kanglan City? Could you not set a more grandiose goal? Pondering her words, Lin Che replied, Then I shall aim to leave Yangzhou. Even grander. Then I shall strive to make a name for myself in Tsangfeng. Indeed, I must become the strongest in Tsangfeng. Lin Che clenched his fists, resolutely declaring. The celestial maiden felt defeated, exclaiming in frustration, With me as your mentor, you aspire to be the strongest in a small nation. You wish to infuriate me with such petty ambitions. Speak grandly. Emboldened by her words, Lin Che felt a surge of fervor and declared, I, Lin Che, vow here and now to become the sovereign of the universe, to tread upon the 8 desolations and the 6 harmonies, to vanquish all demons, gods, and immortals across the realms, compelling all to kneel before me. Those who chant my true name shall achieve eternal life. Amidst Lin Che's passionate oath, the celestial maiden fell silent. Lin Che furrowed his brow and asked, Senior celestial maiden, was my ambition not grand enough? Enough. To be honest, I find your ambition quite appealing. Just do not aim too high, the celestial maiden murmured softly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Che could no longer restrain his curiosity. Senior celestial maiden, I have noticed that during our year of interaction, you often enjoy mocking me. There's some grudge between us? I harbor no grudge against you, but perhaps against your parents, she replied. Lin Che was taken aback. Why is that? I am bound within this space, accompanying you as you grow. Who else besides your parents would do so? The celestial maiden bit her delicate lip, speaking with a hint of resentment. This mysterious woman had been suppressed by his own parents within this ancestral divine jade. How could that be possible? Although Lin Che was unaware of her true cultivation level, he sensed her strength was beyond this realm. Could it be that his biological parents were powerful enough to achieve such a feat? Have you encountered my parents, Senior Celestial Maiden? Could you tell me where they are now and why they abandoned me in Kanglan City? Lin Che inquired once more that I am unsure why memories appear to have been forcibly erased. By the time I awakened, I was already within this ancient jade, she replied with a cold snort, sending a shiver down Lin Che's spine, given that she likely harbored a grudge against his parents. Was following her in training akin to courting death? Rest assured, I will not harm you. Your life is intricately linked to the space within this ancestral jade. Should you perish, I too shall cease to exist. And I wish to leave, but only you can unlock the restrictions within this jade. Sensing Lin Che's concern, the enigmatic woman offered an explanation. Can I release the celestial maiden? Not yet. You must grow stronger. Only then will it be possible to last. Lin Che grasped the reason behind mysterious woman's desire to mentor him, and a sense of relief washed over him. To the very least, he felt assured that she would not turn against him before the celestial maiden exited the divine jade space. Just as Lin Che pondered this, a sudden tremor reverberated through the area he occupied. Curiosity piqued, he glanced ahead and spotted a group of burly men riding fierce beasts galloping past, the Black Dragon Gang. Recognizing their attire, Lin Che identified their origins. This gang was notorious for their rampant thievery in the vicinity of Kanglan City, with rumors of their ruthless deeds instilling fear in the hearts of its citizens. What are these ruffians doing here? Lin Che furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene, but driven by curiosity, he concealed his presence and stealthily followed them. Third Master, did you truly see a beauty in this region? Or are you merely deceiving the leader of our gang? One scar-faced man inquired as they advanced. I assure you, leader, my words are true. Just moments ago, I indeed spotted a woman near this gorge, and her beauty is unparalleled. Most importantly, it appears she is all alone. Ha! If what you say is true, I shall reward you handsomely. The Black Dragon Gang leader's eyes glimmered with greed at the mention of the exquisite beauty, prompting him to order the group to hasten their pace. Before long, the martial artists of the Black Dragon Gang arrived at the base of a cliff. Leader, look, the beauty is right there. Following their gaze, they indeed spotted a woman clad in a flowing black gown, standing by the abyss. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her ethereal presence suggested she might ascend to the skies at any moment. Resembling a celestial being, beautiful, exceedingly beautiful. At that moment, the members of the Black Dragon Gang were utterly captivated, unable to tear their gazes away. The leader, his eyes gleaming with lust, leered at the woman. Hey, gorgeous, come back to our gang stronghold, and let us have some fun. As he appraised her alluring figure, a sleazy grin spread across his face. Lo, observing the brutish men surrounding her, furrowed her brows in distaste. What a nuisance. No matter where one goes, there are always some foolhardy ruffians. Slightly shaking her head, she prepared to deal with these lecherous fools. However, before she could act, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop. As the voice echoed, a tall and youthful figure approached, a long sword resting on his shoulder. It was none other than Lin Che. He halted before the black-clad woman, surveying the members of the Black Dragon Gang with righteous indignation. In broad daylight, how dare you humiliate a virtuous woman? This is utterly intolerable. Turning to the black-clad woman, he offered a warm smile, thumping his chest as he declared, Fear not, my lady. As long as I am here, they shall not harm you unless they tread over my corpse. The black-clad woman regarded this unexpected youth with a flicker of intrigue in her eyes, even her composed demeanor faltering slightly. Meanwhile, within the divine jade space, the celestial maiden finally comprehended Lin Che's intention behind his earlier remark about garnering favor with the strong. What audacity! How can there be such shameless individuals in this world? She thought, silently deriding him. How pretentious! You are Lin Che. The Black Dragon Gang leader's expression shifted upon recognizing the youth before him. As the name echoed, the other gang members instinctively took a step back, a hint of trepidation flickering in their eyes. The reasoning was simple. The Black Dragon Gang had frequently clashed with the influential families of Kanglan City over resources. But among those they least wished to confront, aside from the esteemed Murong clan, was the Lin family. Although the Lin family's power was not formidable, the presence of Lin Che, their young master, made them a force to be reckoned with. Historically, Lin Che's decisive and ruthless approach in conflict had earned him a fearsome reputation. Well, I see you all recognize me. In that case, which of you wishes to meet your end? Step forward. Lin Che's voice was cold and commanding. At his words, the Black Dragon gang members hesitated, caught in a moment of uncertainty. However, the gang leader, now furious, barked, "What are you all afraid of? This brat's dantian was shattered a year ago. He is no longer the Lin Che of old. He is but a waste now. Charge forth and eliminate him." With a single command, the gang members steeled themselves. "Right, this kid was crippled a year ago. What is there to fear?" With renewed vigor, the gang members surged towards Lin Che, eager to be the first to strike him down and earn the leader's favor. Yet, they gravely underestimated Lin Che's current abilities. Seeking death, he faced the oncoming tide of attackers, his expression unwavering, and charged forward to meet them. With a swift draw of his sword, Lin Che plunged into the fray, his momentum akin to a raging torrent. The martial artists of the Black Dragon gang, though numerous, were predominantly at the third or fourth level of energy convergence. Against Lin Che, who had reached the seventh level, they posed no significant threat. What ensued was a one-sided massacre. No, this is impossible. The members of the Black Dragon gang, realizing their error, began to panic. This boy does not resemble a crippled waste at all. We have been deceived. Retreat. Observing Lin Che's ferocity, the gang members finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their formation disintegrating. Yet Lin Che had no intention of letting them escape. He moved swiftly among them, each step accompanied by splashes of blood. In his hand, the long sword transformed into a harbinger of death, effortlessly reaping lives. In a matter of moments, the once formidable group of Black Dragon gang ruffians lay vanquished, their lifeless bodies strewn about, each fallen foe marked by a fatal blow. Upon witnessing this scene, the leader of the Black Dragon gang was utterly taken aback, gathering chi to the seventh level. Were you not rendered incapable? How is it that you can still exhibit the prowess of the seventh level? Hearing the leader's inquiry, Lin Che merely scoffed, suggesting he consult the king of hell. The audacious Black Dragon leader had not anticipated such arrogance from his opponent, and his expression darkened with fury. "Even if you have recovered to the seventh level, what of it? I am a formidable warrior at the eighth level. How dare you slaughter my subordinates? Lin Che, today I shall ensure that you meet a fate worse than death." With a thunderous roar, the Black Dragon leader charged at Lin Che. Suddenly, a spatial ring on his palm flickered with light, and a heavy wolf fang club materialized in his once empty hand. "Die!" he bellowed, swinging the club with all his might, which descended like a towering mountain, causing a dull moan to resonate through the air. Yet, just as the Black Dragon leader believed his titanic strike would force Lin Che to retreat, Lin Che chose instead to meet the blow head-on with his sword. Clang. The iron sword collided violently with the wolf fang club, sending sparks flying, but the outcome was unexpected. With each step, Lin Che remained steadfast, while the Black Dragon leader, despite his imposing stature, was forced to stumble back 6 or 7 paces. What is happening? The Black Dragon leader felt a painful numbness in his palms, and his expression darkened. How could he, a warrior of a higher realm, find himself at a disadvantage in a mere clash of strength? Only Lin Che understood that after his dantian was replaced by a chi-si, not only did his physique become extraordinarily powerful, but the quality of his true chi also surpassed that of his peers, enabling him to fight beyond his rank. The Black Dragon leader sensed that this youth before him was no ordinary opponent and dared not underestimate him further. With this thought in mind, he activated a battle technique. This technique significantly enhances a warrior's control over their internal true chi and is classified into various tiers: human, spirit, profound, earth, and heaven, each divided into lower, middle, and upper grades. This spirit tier technique was a treasure the Black Dragon leader had discovered in an ancient cave, which he had diligently cultivated in secret. Only upon sensing a threat from Lin Che did he decide to unleash it. "Forcing me to use this technique means you are doomed, boy." With a fierce shout, the Black Dragon leader took 9 steps on the ground, each step amplifying his imposing aura. 9 steps of chaos. With the 9th step, his momentum peaked, and the wolf fang club came crashing down. Boom! Lin Che could feel that the power behind the Black Dragon leader's swing was now several times greater than before. Even with his formidable physique, he dared not engage head-on again. Realizing this, Lin Che swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. Rumble! The ground where he had stood shattered, creating a chasm several meters wide. Witnessing this, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. The spirit tier technique is indeed powerful. It was easy to imagine that had he chosen to withstand that blow, he would have suffered grievous injuries. However, after his initial astonishment, Lin Che's lips curled into a subtle smile. Only to lament, it seems you have yet to fully comprehend this spirit tier technique. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, the Black Dragon leader's expression darkened. His words rang true, due to limitations in his talent. He had only grasped around 50% of the technique since acquiring it. But so what? Today, I can still kill you. The Black Dragon leader gritted his teeth and prepared to gather his energy for another strike. Is that so? Yet at that moment, Lin Che let out a cold laugh. Lin Che discerned that while the battle technique wielded by the Black Dragon leader was indeed formidable, each strike required a buildup of power. Had he fully mastered the technique, he would not face this limitation, but it was precisely due to his insufficient understanding that the buildup became his most fatal vulnerability. Swish, as the Black Dragon leader's aura began to coalesce. Lin Che's figure surged forward, the fierce radiance of his sword flashing forth in a single stroke. Swift as the wind and as quick as lightning, puffed, the sword light descended, severing the Black Dragon leader's head. Blood gushing forth. Only after a moment did his body crash to the ground with a heavy thud. The Black Dragon gang, a scourge upon Kanglan City for many years, was thus completely obliterated by Lin Che. After resolving the situation, Lin Che promptly began to scour the battlefield, stripping the fallen warriors of their valuables. He then approached the woman in black. My lady, while I assisted you, it was but a trifling effort. No need for thanks. And no need for thanks? Luo Ro remained silent, simply gazing at the youth before her. Lin Che felt somewhat awkward, aware that she was a formidable figure. Under her unwavering stare, he felt a bit uneasy. Shall I share some of the spoils with you? No. Keep it for yourself. The woman finally spoke, her tone cooled. In that case, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. With that, Lin Che turned without hesitation and departed. Previously, he understood that she was a powerful individual, yet he chose to lend a hand, not for any other reason than to forge a bond of goodwill. However, he also knew that given his current strength, further entanglements were unlikely. Leaving a trace of goodwill in her heart was sufficient. As he walked away, Luo Ro, who had maintained a stoic expression, felt a gentle smile grace her features, finding this youth to be quite intriguing. Master, it seems this young man is merely overestimating his own abilities. As soon as she spoke, a ripple in the air signaled the appearance of a man clad in silver robes, with a master's power. Eliminating these foes would take but a flick of the finger. There was no need for this young man to intervene. In response, Luo Ro stated, the key is that he was unaware of my capacity for self-defense. His willingness to act nobly is a testament to his excellent character. Could it be that the master has taken a liking to this talent? Hearing this, Luo Ro shook her head. I have long ceased to concern myself with worldly matters and have no interest in nurturing young talents. However, I also dislike being indebted to others. Accompany him and find an opportunity to repay his kindness. Understood. The silver-robed man bowed, then vanished once more like a tea. That moment, Lin Che had already left the precipice. Strolling along a mountain path, the Black Dragon gang has terrorized the vicinity of Kanglan City for years. Having eradicated this malevolent force today, do you think I shall be rewarded for my virtuous deed? Esteemed goddess, perhaps, came the cool response of the mysterious woman within Lin Che's mind. Sigh, why do I feel that every time I converse with you, you carry such an icy demeanor, like a frozen mountain? Although my parents may have grievances with you, I am innocent. Surely you wouldn't vent all that resentment on me. In response to this, the goddess chose silence. Observing this, Lin Che made a helpless expression. Yet soon after, he added somewhat shamelessly, to be honest, that woman in black was truly stunning. Were it not for my exceptional self-control cultivated over the years, I might have succumbed to unwelcome thoughts. This remark finally piqued the goddess's curiosity. Your self-control, you say? Though the woman in black is indeed breathtaking, she pales in comparison to your otherworldly beauty. Having accompanied you in training, I have naturally developed formidable self-discipline. By the way, since I saved her today, do you think she might be impressed by my valiant demeanor and secretly harbor feelings for me. I find that the voice of the somewhat shameless, mysterious woman carries a hint of disdain this time. Naturally, no woman, especially a beauty, would object to compliments about her appearance. Although the celestial maiden's tone is tinged with scorn, within the concealed realm of divine jade, an elusive smile graces her snow-white visage. A smile that could captivate the world. Whether or not you touched her heart at that moment, I cannot say, but I am aware that your actions have indeed invited some trouble upon yourself. She suddenly remarked after a brief pause. Lin Che was taken aback. What trouble? The celestial maiden did not respond directly. Instead, she said, in the coming days, continue your search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. But refrain from exhibiting your cultivation methods by devouring them through your energy sea. Why? Lin Che felt increasingly perplexed. Because someone is following you, the celestial maiden casually stated. What? Lin Che was startled, becoming cautious. He swiftly extended his spiritual perception. Yet after a moment, he could not detect any trace. This person surpasses you by too much in cultivation. You cannot sense them. However, they bear no ill will, so there is no need for concern. In any case, just heed my words. All right. Although Lin Che felt puzzled by the celestial maiden's words, he refrained from asking further questions that in the following days. Lin Che continued to scour the divine Wind Mountain range for various spiritual herbs, inevitably engaging in fierce battles with numerous ferocious beasts. It must be said that for a martial artist, rapid progress can only be achieved amidst life and death struggles. While his cultivation remained at the 7th level of Qi gathering, Lin Che's instincts, techniques, and experience in combat were advancing at a visibly rapid pace. Celestial Maiden, when will I be able to refine these precious herbs? Finally, after 10 days, Lin Che could no longer suppress his curiosity. In fact, during this 10-day period, he had located no fewer than 30 spiritual herbs, and if he could refine them using his energy sea, it would propel his cultivation to new heights. Yet, during this time, the Celestial Maiden had remained silent about his training, leaving Lin Che with a feeling akin to guarding a treasure mountain without the ability to enter the oolong for a breakthrough. Indeed, there are less than 7 days until the sex selection battle in Kanglan City, Lin Che said, clenching his fist slightly. Lin Che had severed ties with the Lin family, and with Lin Xianghai's ruthless character. He knew that once he learned of Lin Che's restored strength, he would not allow this potential threat to remain. Thus, Lin Che speculated that there were likely traps laid by Lin Xianghai in the outside world, awaiting his appearance. With Lin Che's current strength, attempting to contend against the entire Lin family would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. He might not even be able to escape the confines of Kanglan City. He could only knowingly tread into danger, for the sex selection battle might be his only opportunity. If he could secure victory in the selection battle, he would have a chance to enter the Dao Tsang Academy. By then, even if Lin Xianghai desired to kill him, he would no longer have any opportunity to do so. Then you may enter that cave and begin refining these spiritual herbs, the Celestial Maiden said after a moment of silence. Lin Che glanced around and indeed discovered a naturally formed cave in the nearby rock face. Hearing the Celestial Maiden's words, Lin Che felt elated and promptly ascended the stone wall, entering the cave. The lights suddenly dimmed, and Lin Che sat cross-legged in a relatively dry area of the cave, retrieving a spatial ring. This was the spoils of war Lin Che had obtained after defeating the Black Dragon Stronghold's leader. One should not underestimate this ring. It was a luxurious item typically possessed only by the heads and elders of prominent families in Kanglan City. Even when Lin Che was the young master of the Lin family, he had no right to possess one. Over the past few days, he had already mastered the usage of this spatial ring. With a thought, the 30 spiritual herbs he had gathered in these days appeared before him. Subsequently, Lin Che activated his energy sea and began to absorb the spiritual energy contained within these herbs. Unbeknownst to Lin Che, shortly after he entered the cave, a man in silver robes appeared out of thin air, his gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. Strange, does this kid possess something that shields his mind? How is it that after he entered the cave, I can no longer sense his aura? However, the previous order from Lord Luo was merely to find an opportunity to repay a favor. Thus, although the silver-robed man found it strange, He had no interest in probing further. In the end, he vanished once more a day later. Within the stone cave, all 30 spiritual herbs in front of Lin Che had been refined. It must be said that the method of cultivating through the energy sea was exceedingly domineering. At this moment, Lin Che could distinctly feel the rich spiritual energy from the herbs surging and intertwining within his body. Such a violent energy would have undoubtedly caused an ordinary spiritual martial artist to explode into oblivion several times over. Yet, under the guidance of the energy sea, this terrifying energy was continuously tempering Lin Che's physique. With every inch of his muscles, blood, and meridians being ruthlessly honed. Boom! At last, the martial barriers within Lin Che's body were shattered once more, and his cultivation smoothly ascended to the 8th level of Qi gathering. The 8th level of Qi gathering. A deep excitement radiated from Lin Che's face that a year ago, when my cultivation had not yet fallen, I was at the 8th level of Qi gathering. Now, I have rebuilt my foundation and returned to my peak. Furthermore, it took only a mere month to rise from the 1st level of Qi gathering back to the 8th. Lin Che could clearly sense that after his dantian was replaced by the energy sea, although there was no difference in cultivation level compared to a year ago, his true combat power was on an entirely different plane. Now, with a mere movement, a sound of explosive energy resonated from within him, a manifestation of strength he had never before reached. Celestial Maiden, this speed of cultivation is truly astonishing. Will there be any after effects? While Lin Che was thrilled with his progress, he became somewhat concerned after calming down. This was due to the martial principles he had studied since childhood, which emphasized that one should not rush in their cultivation. The foundation must be solid, or it would lead to the risk of falling into madness. This what you call fast. The Celestial Maiden shook her head slightly. You young one, what do you understand? You have yet to see the horrors beyond the starry realms, where beings exist who can devour an entire planet to cultivate. If there were truly any risks, those ruthless individuals in the starry realms would have long since perished 1,000 times over that, of course. The Celestial Maiden's murmured words were rather obscure, and Lin Che could not hear them. She explained, you need only focus on your cultivation. As for whether this technique has flaws, that is the concern of the one who created it, not something you should be involved with. Very well. Lin Che nodded in agreement. However, he quickly became animated again. Celestial Maiden, given the heights you have reached, you must possess many powerful combat techniques. How about imparting a couple to your junior? To this, the Celestial Maiden replied. Have you heard of children wielding 10,000 gene hammers as weapons? You are far too weak now, and the combat techniques I know are not suitable for you. Once you reach the heavenly martial realm, perhaps I can teach you a technique or two, but for now, do not expect anything from me regarding combat techniques. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Che's eyes, yet he understood that what the Celestial Maiden said was true. Although he still did not know the Celestial Maiden's exact origins, he realized that this mysterious woman was undoubtedly not someone of ordinary stature. The combat techniques she possessed were certainly beyond his current reach. Of course, Lin Che's eagerness for combat techniques stemmed from his years as the young master of the Lin family, during which Lin Xianghai had never imparted a single decent technique to him. The blood flowing through me is not of the Lin family's direct lineage. This indicated that Lin Xianghai had always been wary of him. Fortunately, the past year of decline had allowed him to see through the true colors of the entire Lin family. With this thought, Lin Che took out the spatial ring once more. As the light flickered, a weathered ancient tome appeared before him. The 9 movements of rebellion. This must be the low-grade spiritual technique that the Black Dragon Stronghold's leader had employed previously. In Kanglan City, the most treasured possession of the esteemed Murong family was merely a scroll of low-grade spiritual technique. It must be said that the luck of the Black Dragon's leader is truly remarkable to have encountered such a fortuitous event, acquiring a martial technique of this caliber. No, it should be stated that my luck is indeed exceptional. Holding this ancient tome, Lin Che thought with a sense of pride, a flicker of relief coursing through his heart. At the very least, the grade of this martial technique would not be inferior to the ancestral techniques treasured by the prominent families of Kanglan City. Subsequently, in the following days, Lin Che commenced his training in this martial art. The technique was profoundly intricate. Even the Black Dragon's leader had only grasped about 50% of it. However, one must not forget that Lin Che's innate talent far surpassed that of the Black Dragon's leader. Thus, merely 3 days later, Lin Che had completely mastered it. 3 days later, Lin Che emerged from the cave. Accustomed to the dimness within, the now somewhat blinding light caused him to squint slightly, stretching comfortably. He inhaled the fresh air from outside the cave, feeling as though he had been reborn a year prior. His realm had plummeted, and the Lin family, which had once given him a sense of belonging, was utterly overturned in a single night, exposing him to the harsh realities of the world, an experience that those who have not lived through it could never comprehend. This also led Lin Che to a profound understanding. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Only with power can one possess dignity. With just 3 days remaining before the sex selection battle was set to commence, it was high time for him to return to Kanglan City. Lin family, await my return. I shall bring you a surprise. Having made this decision, Lin Che began his journey back towards Kanglan City. A day later, his figure appeared at the outskirts of the Divine Wind mountain range. However, just as he prepared to exit this mountainous region, an ominous premonition suddenly engulfed him. Lin Che's expression darkened, and he decisively halted his steps. Who goes there? No need to hide. Come forth. I did not expect you to detect me. I must have been careless. Lin Che, it seems your cultivation has indeed recovered. As the words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows. He was a middle-aged man, gaunt of face, his eyes glinting with a hint of frost as they fixed upon Lin Che. Fifth Elder. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. This individual was none other than the fifth elder of the Lin family. I never imagined that the Lin family would go so far as to send an elder to eliminate me. It appears Lin Xianghai truly considers me a significant threat. This is merely caution, the fifth elder scoffed. For a family to endure for a century, much like a sturdy vessel, the helmsman must navigate with utmost care, preemptively avoiding every storm. Lin Che, with your talent and the restoration of your dantian, should you ever become an adversary of my Lin family, it would pose a considerable dilemma. Thus, it is best to eradicate this potential nuisance in its infancy. Lin Che shook his head with a cold smile, taken aback for the first time by someone who could so eloquently justify heartlessness. Unfortunately, with foolish stewards like you, the Lin family is destined to capsize sooner or later. At that moment, the fifth elder narrowed his eyes. Lin Che, even if you were to regain the peak of your strength from a year ago, you would still not be a match for me. In truth, I need not personally intervene to eliminate you, yet here I am. Understand this. Resistance is utterly futile, so you might as well resign yourself to death, as the fifth elder's chilling words echoed. He moved, whoosh. His speed was ghostly, swiftly closing in on Lin Che. Die. The fifth elder bellowed, his fist coalescing into a dark aura, a powerful strike aimed squarely at Lin Che's heart. The pressure emanating from the fifth elder indicated that he had not been exaggerating. Even if Lin Che were to restore his cultivation to a year prior, facing a peak chi gathering expert like the fifth elder would still present a significant disparity in realms. Nevertheless, in the face of the overwhelming might of the fifth elder, Lin Che's expression remained remarkably calm. Whoosh, as the elder approached within striking distance, Lin Che finally made his move. Boom, with a single step. A force equal to that of the fifth elder erupted from Lin Che's body. Unquestionably, it was the reverse Chaos 9 stances, a spiritual-grade martial technique that allowed him to unleash such formidable power. Unlike the Black Dragon's leader, who required 9 steps to harness this energy, Lin Che needed only to take one. What is a genius? It is one who can bring any technique or cultivation method to its utmost limit. At this moment, Lin Che unequivocally validated this notion. In the next instant, Lin Che unsheathed his sword and struck forward. The explosive sword force collided violently with the fifth elder's fist, creating a powerful wave of spiritual energy that surged outward in all directions. After the clash, the fifth elder was forced back a dozen steps by the overwhelming force. You. The fifth elder's face was a mask of shock, yet before he could utter a second word, a long sword was already poised at his throat. Lin Che stood tall, the sword in his hand humming ominously. His gaze was filled with icy resolve as he addressed the fifth elder. For years, I have fought for the resources of the Lin family, most of which have flowed into the Elder's Pavilion. A distinguished elder of the Lin family. How have you allowed yourself to become so weak? You cannot even withstand a single strike. You are utterly worthless. This was an affront, a blatant humiliation. The fifth elder's face stiffened, and just as he opened his mouth to respond, Lin Che thrust the sword forward. Swoosh! The fifth elder's throat was instantly pierced, blood gushing forth. His eyes bulged in shock, letting out a gurgling sound, and ultimately he succumbed to fear, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Perhaps until his dying breath, he could not fathom how Lin Che, whose dantian had shattered merely a month prior, could have grown to such a terrifying extent in just 30 days. After dispatching the fifth elder, Lin Che naturally did not overlook the resources on his person. To his fortune, the fifth elder possessed a spatial ring. Upon probing within, Lin Che discovered a staggering 70 spirit herbs. 70 spirit herbs should suffice to facilitate my breakthrough to the next realm, Lin Che thought, a surge of excitement coursing through him. However, he refrained from refining these herbs immediately. After stowing them away, he cast a glance at the corpse amidst the pool of blood before striding away. Not long after Lin Che's departure, in the shadows, the figure of a man clad in silver robes reappeared. When did this lad break through to the 8th level of Qi gathering right under my nose? The silver-robed man recalled vividly that Lin Che had only been at the 7th level during his battle with the Black Dragon's leader. Yet now, merely a few days later, his realm had ascended to the 8th level. Moreover, he had been entirely oblivious to this breakthrough. Could it be that this child is a practitioner of the heavenly path? Legend spoke of unparalleled prodigies who could transcend their realms through combat, continuously breaking through via their defiance of heaven. They were known as practitioners of the heavenly path. At this moment, Lin Che's performance prompted the silver-robed figure to entertain this absurd notion. Naturally, such thoughts flitted through his mind like a fleeting shadow. Gazing down at the lifeless body, the silver-robed man shook his head helplessly. The master's command was to assist you in resolving a trouble. This was meant to be an opportunity. Yet now, it seems this task must persist. How vexing. After leaving the divine Wind Mountain range, Lin Che hastened to a nearby small town. Prior to his trials, fearing the dangers within the mountains, he had allowed Xiao Yao to stay here. After encountering the ambush from the fifth elder, Lin Che's concern for the young girl's safety had intensified. Fortunately, when he located Xiao Yao, the spirited girl was unharmed and full of vitality. "Young master, you have finally returned," Xiao Yao exclaimed with tears of joy upon seeing Lin Che, for in her eyes, he was her sole pillar of support. Lin Che comfortingly ruffled her hair. "I am sorry to have worried you during this time." He then inquired, "Have any members of the Lin family come to this town recently?" "Yes," Xiao Yao replied, her expression grave. "I have seen numerous Lin family warriors lurking nearby these past few days. They seem to be searching for you. However, I have always hidden myself and managed to remain undetected." Upon hearing these words, Lin Che furrowed his brows. It appeared that he had indeed underestimated the Lin family's determination to eliminate him. With this thought in mind, he turned to Xiao Yao and said, "This place is not suitable for lingering. We must depart. Young master, where shall we go?" She inquired at Kanglin City. Lin Che replied decisively exclaimed Xiao Yao, her face a portrait of astonishment at that moment. Lin Che continued, "I intend to return and reclaim all that I have lost." Kanglin City on this day. The city was teeming with people, with nearly every street overflowing with citizens. It could be said that Kanglin City had not witnessed such a bustling scene in over a decade. The reason for this fervor was simple. It was rumored that the Daotsong Academy would be sending a mentor to select disciples within the city. The Daotsong Academy was the foremost power in Yangzhou. Each year, it sought out exceptionally talented young martial artists from the major cities of Yangzhou to recruit them for training within its esteemed halls. Yangzhou is vast, boasting over 1,000 cities of varying sizes. However, the academy only accepts 100 disciples annually. This means that only the top 100 cities in terms of overall strength are eligible to catch the academy's eye. Remarkably, Kanglin City had entered the ranks of the top 100 for the first time in a decade, Both the prominent families and the common folk had long anticipated this momentous event. It was said that only one disciple would be selected from each major city. Thus, only the most gifted youth in Kanglan City had the potential to become a disciple of the Daotsong Academy. Who, then, would emerge as this fortunate individual from which family's genius? The significance of this election battle was not lost on the various families within the city. Should a younger member of their clan become a disciple of the Daotsong Academy, their future would be bright, and their family would soar to new heights. The streets of Kanglan City were alive with bustling crowds, and the primary topic of discussion was undoubtedly this event. Is there any doubt? The Morong family had long been regarded as the foremost family in Kanglan City. Their head's daughter, Miss Morong Yen, was universally acknowledged as the city's top talent, that I believe she is destined to win this election battle. That may not be so. Someone retorted that in preparation for this year's election battle, each family has fully opened their resources to the younger generation, and to preserve their strength, the younger members have refrained from combat records over the past year. No one can predict how much they have grown. Morong Yen is indeed formidable, but in my view, the genius of the Shinta family, Shinta Yuan, is equally impressive. This year, he may not be easily defeated. Morong Yen and Shinta Yuan were, without a doubt, the two most talked about talents in Kanglan City today. Thus, the focus of the discussions naturally gravitated towards them. However, at that moment, someone lamented, these two are indeed the strongest contenders for the championship. But to claim one of them as Kanglan City's supreme genius is somewhat exaggerated. After all, in previous years, these two talents have been consistently overshadowed by another individual. This year, their heightened visibility is solely due to the absence of that person from the selection battle. Upon hearing this, a youthful figure involuntarily surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Lin Che. If there was anyone who could be deemed the recognized top talent of Kanglan City over the years, it was undoubtedly him. When he had not yet lost his gifts, no other young member of the city could compare to him. Lin Che had indeed been a marvel, but since the onset of an inexplicable illness a year ago, leading to the shattering of his dantian, he had plummeted from the heights of glory. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident, the Lin family would have surely enjoyed unprecedented accolades, and the most grievous loss from this event would likely be suffered by them. Heard that Lin Che's engagement to Miss Morong Yen has been unilaterally annulled. Moreover, he was recently stripped of his position as the young master of the Lin family and expelled from the clan. Becoming the laughingstock of Kanglan City, he is likely begging in some corner now. What is there to discuss? Someone remarked with disdain. While some felt pity for Lin Che, others expressed their schadenfreude, and a variety of emotions flickered briefly in the hearts of the onlookers. In the world of martial arts, however, people tended to remember only the strong. Regardless of past honors, once one falls from grace, they are gradually forgotten by society. In the bustling central street of Kanglan City, amidst a grand arena, representatives from the various powerful families had taken their places. Lin Xianghai, the head of the Lin family, looked toward Lin Yu. How have your recent endeavors progressed? Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Yu promptly replied with respect, Uncle, rest assured. Since the family resources were fully open to me, 3 days ago, I successfully advanced to the 8th level of Qi gathering. The 8th level of Qi gathering? Observing the pride on Lin Yu's face, Lin Xianghai felt a deepening sense of concern. The 8th level was a stage that Lin Che had already achieved a year prior. In comparison, Lin Yu's talent paled significantly against that of the one who had forsaken the family. This realization filled Lin Xianghai with regret. Had it not been for the unfortunate event a year ago, perhaps the Lin family could have truly aspired to the Daotsong Academy. However, dwelling on the past would serve no purpose, and the Lin family could only pin their final hopes on Lin Yu. Despite Lin Xianghai's personal reservations about him, as for Lin Che, it was believed that with the intervention of the 5th elder, he had likely met his demise in some desolate wilderness. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Xianghai maintained a stoic facade, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Do not burden yourself. Strive with all your might. I will give my all to bring glory to the Lin family, Lin Yu declared, overwhelmed by the unexpected favor he was receiving from Lin Xianghai after years of being overshadowed by Lin Che's brilliance. Here comes the city lord. Just then, amidst the bustling discussions of the crowd, the heavy sound of hooves echoed through the central street. A troop of armored soldiers galloped forth, escorting a middle-aged man with a countenance as refined as jade directly towards the grand circular platform. Upon witnessing this display of authority, representatives from the various families rose in respect. This was the power of the city lord's residence, and the middle-aged man was none other than the city lord of Kanglan. Xiaofeng. Though Kanglan City was home to numerous families, even the foremost family dared not openly oppose the city lord's residence, not only due to its formidable martial strength, but also because this power represented the government. Upon ascending the circular platform, Xiaofeng waved his hand and declared, "Please invite Mentor Ji to the stage." Immediately, an ornate palanquin appeared before the crowd. As the curtain was lifted, an elderly man with a radiant complexion emerged. This man was none other than Mentor Ji, a representative of the Daotsong Academy. Seeing this elder, who had the power to determine the fates of the various families in Kanglan City, the members of each family could not help but display sycophantic gazes. However, Mentor Ji ignored these glances, his expression stern as he ascended the high platform. Mentor Ji, representing the Daotsong Academy, has come to Kanglan City for the first time. That if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope for your understanding, Xiaofeng said with a smile. City Lord Xiao is too kind. I am here to serve the Daotsong Academy, and I hope for a smooth proceeding, Mentor Ji replied. Hearing that Mentor Ji's time in the city was limited, Xiaofeng quickly added, "In that case, let us not delay. We shall commence at once." Agreed. With that, Mentor Ji stepped into the center of the circular platform and declared in a booming voice, "I am Ji Zong, serving as a mentor at the Daotsong Academy and responsible for this assessment in Kanglan City, and I believe you all understand the purpose of my visit, so I shall not elaborate further. Let me clearly state the rules of this assessment. All young individuals under the age of 20 are eligible to participate. The assessment will consist of 2 rounds. The first round will be a preliminary test. And as for the method to pass this initial test, as Mentor Ji spoke, he suddenly waved his sleeve. Whoosh! 3 wooden figures appeared on the platform. Mentor Ji continued, "All participants must ascend the platform and endure the onslaught of these 3 wooden figures for the duration of an incense stick. If you can remain standing without falling, you will pass the first round of the assessment. Stepping onto the arena, those who can withstand a single incense stick's duration shall pass the first round of assessment." Simple, one might say, as the elder in the splendid robe casually remarked. Yet at this moment, every onlooker could not help but display a grave expression upon witnessing the 3 wooden figures wielding wooden swords. For they distinctly sensed that, at the very instant these 3 figures emerged, the space trembled subtly, and a formidable aura of pressure enveloped them. This was a testament to the extraordinary combat prowess of the wooden figures. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Eventually, after what seemed an eternity, someone finally ascended the stage. It was the eldest son of the Song family, Song Lei. Upon seeing the young man stride towards the platform, many recognized him. Song Lei, at the 6th stage of Qi gathering, though not the pinnacle of talents in Kanglan City, was nonetheless of considerable strength. His audacity to be the first to step forward earned him a round of applause from the crowd. No one else dared to be the first. Then I shall seize this moment for myself, thought Song Lei, as he confidently ascended the arena, pondering how difficult the first assessment could truly be. However, as his foot landed on the final step, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him. One of the wooden figures moved. With a swift motion, the wooden figure raised its wooden sword, unleashing a fierce gale that surged towards Song Lei with unrelenting might. In an instant, he was sent flying off the stage. Thud! Song Lei's disheveled form crashed heavily into the dust, and for a heartbeat, the entire central square fell into a hushed silence. The 6th stage of Qi gathering. He was defeated in a single strike. If prior to this, the crowd had not fully grasped the might of the 3 wooden figures, now all were left gasping in astonishment. This was utterly terrifying. At this rate, how many could possibly pass the first round? Many young aspirants from Kanglan City, who had previously brimmed with ambition, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Master Ji, is this not excessively harsh? Inquired City Lord Xiao from the observation platform. This is merely the first round of assessment. Should the initial elimination rate be so staggering, it would indeed reflect poorly on Kanglan City, Ji Zong replied with a smile. However, If no one from Kanglan City can pass the first round, then I shall return empty-handed." Hearing this, Xiao Feng fell silent. He understood the truth in Ji Zong's words. This was the Dao Tsang Academy. The dominant power of Yangzhou to gain entry was a lifelong honor for any young talent in Yangzhou. Conversely, to become part of this esteemed institution, one could only rely on their own abilities. Yet, in stark contrast to the previous fervor, the younger generation of Kanglan City now appeared rather despondent. Song Lei's strength was considered above average in Kanglan City. With his elimination, many who deemed themselves inferior to him quietly conceded defeat. The next to step forward would undoubtedly be the Starry de la Starry of the younger generation, top-tier geniuses in Kanglan City. Yet despite this, not a single individual had passed the assessment thus far. Could it be that the talents of Kanglan City cannot even surpass the threshold of the preliminary test? How disheartening. Who among us can restore Kanglan City's honor and emerge victorious? As time passed, the crowd grew increasingly silent. Just then, the appearance of a figure reignited the waning spirits of the onlookers, elevating their hopes once more. That it was a woman, with features akin to a painting and a graceful figure. She exuded an air of calm confidence that hinted at her inner pride. The innate self-assurance radiating from her made it evident at first glance that she was a prodigy amongst her peers. Murong Yin, an extraordinarily dazzling presence in Kanglan City, not only for her striking appearance and formidable strength, but also due to her affiliation with the Murong family, the foremost clan in Kanglan City. One could say she was naturally the center of attention. Had it not been for the overshadowing presence of another in previous years, she would have been deemed flawless. Yet, even so, after that person's fall, Murong Yin seamlessly ascended to become the acknowledged number one among the youth of Kanglan City. Miss Murong has finally taken the stage. Indeed, the greatest talent of Kanglan City. If she cannot pass, then our city is surely doomed. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Murong Yin poised herself on the arena. In an instant, all three wooden figures sprang into action. Given their previous performance, the coordination of these figures was impeccable, both in offense and defense, forming a seamless web of attacks. Each strike they launched was executed with a precision that sought to completely ensnare the challenger's position. However, unlike the preceding contestants who had faltered, Murong Yan's performance throughout was nothing short of effortless. With each assault, she evaded the onslaught with remarkable agility, her flowing garments trailing behind her, her elegant form seemingly possessing a unique charm that captivated all who beheld her. As the incense stick burned down, the three wooden figures ceased their attacks, and only then did the spectators realize that not a single strand of Murong Yan's hair had been disturbed. Is this truly the end? When Murong Yin gracefully descended from the arena, the long silent central square erupted into thunderous applause, anticipating the opponent's moves. Although Murong Yin had not engaged directly, what incredible confidence in her agility and perception allowed her to achieve this. Finally, someone has succeeded. Observing this scene, Xiao Feng clenched his fist in secret. Should Kanglan City truly face total annihilation, he, as the city lord, would find it impossible to remain here with dignity. Not to mention, next year's Dao Tsang Academy assessment would undoubtedly disregard Kanglan City, turning it into a laughingstock throughout Yangzhou. Following Murong Yin, the assessment continued, yet the number of participants dwindled significantly. However, what transpired next brought a surprise to Xiao Feng. As the assessment neared its conclusion, two more individuals successfully passed. The first, without a doubt, was Shun Tu Yuan, who possessed comparable prowess to Murong Yin. The second was none other than Lin Yu, the newly appointed heir of the Lin family. To think Lin Yu also passed the assessment. It seems that the Lin family, following Lin Che's downfall, has not entirely fallen into decline. Upon witnessing Lin Yu become the third individual to successfully navigate the wooden figure trial, a wave of discussion erupted among the crowd. While his achievement did not come as easily as Murong Yin or Shun Tu Yuan's, amidst the near obliteration of the younger generation in Kanglan City, it was still a remarkable feat after passing the wooden figure trial. Lin Yu held his head high as he made his way back to the Lin family section, basking in the admiring gazes directed at him, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. After so many years at this moment, he felt as though he had finally escaped the shadow of Lin Che. It was time for others to recognize that the Lin family had more to offer than just Lin Che. There was also Lin Yu. Excellent, truly my son, the Lin family's elder exclaimed, slapping his thigh in sheer excitement. The family head, Lin Xianghai, also nodded in approval. Passing the first round indicated that the resources allocated to Lin Yu during this period had not been in vain. The Lin family still held a glimmer of hope in this trial. On the observation platform, Jizong subtly shook his head. So far, only 3 had succeeded. Kanglin City was making its debut in the 100 cities ranking, and this was the first time it had entered the Dao Song Academy's sights. Yet, judging by the elimination rate in the first round, their foundation was still rather thin. Initially, he had expected some surprises from this venture, but now it seemed somewhat disappointing. Thankfully, the girl named Murong Yin possessed astonishing talent, which somewhat alleviated this trip's shortcomings. This thought crossed his mind. Jizong prepared to rise and announce the results of the first round. However, just then, a sudden commotion erupted. Look, someone else is stepping up for the assessment. With the sound of this shout, all eyes were once again drawn together on the lengthy stone steps. A youthful figure was seen ascending the high platform step by step. This individual bore a long sword on their back, wore a conical hat, and was clad in a black robe that fluttered in the wind, exuding an aura of calm strength with each step. Yet, within the hearts of the onlookers, a tumultuous unease began to stir. Who was this person? In Kanglin City, apart from the 3 known individuals, could there truly be someone else confident enough to pass the assessment? Countless spectators found themselves in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, that distinguished figure had already reached the final stone step. Standing on the battle stage, in an instant, a wooden puppet lunged at them, wielding a wooden knife in a downward slash. The blade's gleam flashed forth, its momentum akin to a torrent. The assault was indeed fierce. Upon sensing the strike, Lin Che's gaze shifted slightly beneath the brim of his hat. In the next moment, Lin Che drew his sword from its sheath, meeting the attack head-on. Clang. The wooden knife wielded by the puppet was deflected by his sword, producing a piercing sound. Not only that, but the wooden puppet's body was unexpectedly forced back a step. Just then, Lin Che's second sword strike had already arrived. This blow was silent, devoid of any wind-splitting sound, as if it had melded seamlessly with the breeze. The sword's light flashed and left a mark upon the wooden puppet. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Feng, seated in the spectator area, suddenly sprang to his feet. Such a swift sword, such a cunning angle. Xiao Feng's eyes flickered with intense emotion as he realized that the sword mark had struck precisely at the puppet's eyes. It could be said that had this wooden puppet been a living being, it would have lost all combat capability at this moment. That it was akin to facing 3 formidable foes, effortlessly eliminating one with a single encounter. Such a ferocious display was enough to astonish anyone. Xiao Feng could hardly fathom that Lin Che, under the guidance of a mysterious woman in the Shenkong Mountains, had honed his skills in deadly strikes against demonic beasts. Mastering the art of delivering a fatal blow with the utmost simplicity. Of course, the wooden puppet was not a living creature and would not succumb to Lin Che's sword strike. Moreover, there were very few in this place, like Xiao Feng, who could discern the subtleties at play. Therefore, the battle continued. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 wooden puppets simultaneously launched their attacks, their coordination flawless, casting a terrifying shadow of blade light over the entire battle stage. However, Lin Che did not choose to evade their onslaught. Instead, he propelled himself forward, his body like an arrow, charging directly at the 3 wooden puppets. Evade? Lin Che had no intention of dodging. His method was to counterattack with aggression, to confront strength with strength. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Che's long sword continuously clashed against the wooden knives, sending ripples of energy cascading outward. This fellow is indeed fierce. Below the battle stage, the onlookers gazed in wide-eyed amazement at the dazzling display of blades and swords above. While the scene was strikingly intense, it also appeared exceedingly perilous. One could say that should the challenger's vital energy wane or reveal even the slightest flaw, the outcome would undoubtedly be disastrous. Yet, just as the crowd pondered how long this mysterious swordsman could withstand the onslaught, the 3 wooden puppets suddenly ceased their movements in unison, that a stick of incense's worth of time had elapsed. He had passed. Upon witnessing Lin Che's formidable stance as he overcame the assessment, the spectators erupted into a cacophony of excited chatter. Some even exhaled a sigh of relief, although he did not appear as relaxed and at ease as Murong Yan. It was undeniable that this manner of combat was indeed exhilarating, stirring the emotions of those around him to a fever pitch. Simultaneously, countless individuals grew increasingly curious about the identity of the young figure standing on the battle stage. When had Kanglin City birthed such a young powerhouse? The heart, throat, eyes, and brow were all vital points, and not a single strike had gone amiss as the wooden puppets halted their assault. Lin Che sheathed his sword, a satisfied expression gracing his face. It was evident that the 3 wooden puppets bore a total of 19 sword marks, each one striking at a critical location. Yet, what material were these wooden puppets crafted from? They were remarkably resilient. Lin Che had infused each of his strikes with robust vital energy, confident that even a piece of blue steel would have been shattered by his sword's aura. Yet at this moment, the wooden puppets bore only faint scratches. Those were defensive inscriptions. These 3 wooden puppets were born of a formation that a voice from the depths of his mind echoed, that of the mysterious woman. The intricacies of the formation are indeed profound. I cannot breach its defenses. Without a time constraint, I would have likely lost. Lin Che realized with clarity, it is simply your weakness. With sufficient strength, no formation is beyond breach with a single strike. The mysterious woman countered. Lin Che, you're foolish. The wooden puppets, being mere inanimate objects, felt no pain and were fearless in death, brazenly engaging in such a savage manner. It was the very definition of a brute. I am certain that without a time constraint, under the severe drain of vital energy, this person would inevitably perish. From the Lin family side, Lin Yu gazed at the figure on the stage, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall why, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Lin Xianghai shared this sentiment. However, moments later, Lin Xianghai's eyes shifted as if he recalled something, and he sprang from his seat. Unfilial son, so it is you, this ungrateful child. Lin Che, you are Lin Che. You actually survived and dare to participate in the trial. Lin Che, upon hearing Lin Xianghai's sudden outburst, it struck like a boulder dropping into a still pond, instantly stirring 1,000 waves. This person is Lin Che. How could this be? Rumor had it that a month ago he had already been expelled from Kanglin City by the Lin family. Indeed, Lin Che's dantian was shattered, and his cultivation level plummeted. If he is truly Lin Che, how could he have passed the preliminary test? Feeling the multitude of gazes directed at him, the figure on the battle stage remained as tranquil as a still pond. Moments later, he removed his conical hat, revealing a clean and handsome young face. In an instant, all breath was caught in the throats of the onlookers below the stage. It was truly Lin Che. The name Lin Che had previously shone too brightly in Kanglin City. One could say that no young person from Kanglin City would forget this name, like a mountain that had loomed over all young talents. A year ago, everyone believed that the presence that had overshadowed the younger generation of Kanglin City had completely fallen. Yet, who could have imagined he would return to the public eye in such a manner? You ungrateful child, how dare you return? Lin Xianghai was filled with countless questions. He speculated that after Lin Che's dantian had been restored, he had sent the 5th elder to secretly ambush him. How could Lin Che possibly appear here now? Could it be that the 5th elder had failed? Certainly not. With the 5th elder's peak gathering energy cultivation, how could he fail? Perhaps he simply missed this boy. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Xianghai directly rushed to the spectator area, clasping his fists, and said, Instructor Ji, City Lord Xiao, this Lin Che is a traitor of my Lin family. A month ago, I personally expelled him from the family. He is unqualified to participate in this assessment. I implore both of you to revoke his qualification to prevent this ungrateful child from disrupting the normal order of the sex selection competition. Old dog. Hearing Lin Xianghai's words, Lin Che's eyes turned icy as he suddenly shouted, You repeatedly label me as the Lin family's traitor. I ask you, what wrongs have I committed against the Lin family? You, Lin Xianghai's tone faltered, and after a moment he suddenly sneered. You are not of the Lin bloodline. Yet for over a decade, The Lin family has raised you. Now you dare to openly betray the Lin family. Is this not the very definition of a traitor? Ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Che suddenly burst into wild laughter. What a fine upbringing, Lin Xianghai! What you valued in me was merely my talent and the hope I could bring to the Lin family. In truth, I was nothing more than a tool in your eyes. Over the years, I fought for the Lin family, surviving countless perilous encounters, securing countless resources for the family with my life. What I earned with my life ultimately served to elevate you bloodsuckers who sit comfortably in the shadows. Even so, I, Lin Che, have never borne any grievances regarding the kindness of my upbringing. But a year ago, when my dantian shattered, how did you treat me? You stripped me of my position as the young master and even sent me to the execution mountain, allowing even the smallest servant to bully me. That moment, I had already discerned the true nature of the Lin family, a mere assembly of heartless, cold-blooded creatures. I, Lin Che, have never owed the Lin family anything, and I have long since severed ties with them. As for you, Lin Xianghai, how dare you admonish me as if you were my elder? The words of Lin Che were like pearls of wisdom, resonating deeply with all present. Indeed, Lin Che had once brought countless glories to the Lin family. If his claims were true, then the Lin family could truly be deemed as devoid of compassion and loyalty. Upon hearing these murmurs, Lin Xianghai's expression darkened considerably. Regardless, the emergence of Lin Che was an unforeseen variable, one that neither he nor the Lin family wished to confront. You little beast, spewing slander, merely for tarnishing the Lin family's reputation. I have every right to cleanse our ranks. Today, I shall personally strike you down for your unfilial treachery. That a vicious expression flickered across Lin Xianghai's face, his entire being radiating an aura of murderous intent. Hold on. Suddenly, Xiao Feng interjected, halting the proceedings. Lin Xianghai was taken aback. Lord Xiao, I am merely rectifying my own family's matters. This is entirely reasonable and should not concern others, correct? Lin Che has severed his ties with the Lin family and is now merely a participant in the selection trials. Would you truly allow him to be slain before the eyes of Dao Tsang Academy? Indeed, as Xiao Feng's inquiry resonated, the cold gaze of Ji Zong fell upon Lin Xianghai. Although this look bore no oppressive force, it made Lin Xianghai tremble involuntarily. He realized that he had acted rashly. Despite his murderous intent towards Lin Che, he understood that attempting to kill him was no longer feasible, at least not until the trials concluded. With this realization, Lin Xianghai, albeit begrudgingly, returned to his seat on the combat platform. Lin Che glanced at Xiao Feng, unsure of why the Lord of Kanglan City chose to assist him. Yet he bestowed a grateful look upon him before preparing to descend from the stage. However, at that moment, Ji Zong's aged voice suddenly resounded. Wait a moment. Lin Che halted in his tracks, looking quizzically at the elder Ji Zong, his face devoid of emotion, stated, the first round of assessments has concluded, and 4 individuals have advanced. I hereby announce the commencement of the second round, which will consist of arena battles. You shall be the first to compete. As for your opponent. As he spoke, Ji Zong's gaze swept over Murong Yin and Yuan before finally resting upon Lin Yu. A clash of former allies turned adversaries. This should prove interesting. You two shall engage in battle. With the conclusion of his words, the central square erupted into a flurry of commotion. In arena battle, Lin Che versus Lin Yu. In truth, upon hearing the rules for the second round, Lin Yu's countenance darkened. In an arena battle, he lacked the courage to face the 2 celebrated prodigies, Murong Yin and Yuan. This was a realization he could not deny. However, upon learning that his opponent was Lin Che, his expression unexpectedly brightened with delight. Compared to the other 2, Lin Che had indeed squandered a year, although he was unaware of how his dantian had regained its vitality. It was certain that he would not measure up to his former self. Thus, in Lin Yu's eyes, among the 4 who had advanced, Lin Che was undoubtedly the weakest. Facing Lin Che means that Murong Yin and Yuan will inevitably clash in the next round. Both of them possess the strength to fight. Should they engage with full force, they might end up mutually assured destruction. Therefore, if I can defeat Lin Che, I shall have a genuine opportunity to vie for victory in the next match. In that moment, Lin Yu seemed to glimpse a ray of hope amidst the darkness, feeling a sudden surge of joy. Do you have confidence? Inquired the Lin family's elder. Father, rest assured. Lin Che has squandered a year. Though he has regained some strength, you saw how he fared in the wooden dummy trial. That I suspect that after such intense depletion, his internal energy is nearly exhausted. Now, if I were to face him, there would be no suspense, would there? Hearing Lin Yu's confident assertion, Lin Xianghai and the elder nodded in agreement. It is indeed reasonable. Should the opportunity arise, do not let him live. Lin Xianghai's gaze turned icy as he spoke softly. I understand. With a cold smile, Lin Yu strode towards the arena. Moments later, two figures confronted each other atop the battle stage. A sinister smile crept across Lin Yu's lips as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Che. Lin Che, did you ever imagine that your opponent in this round would be me? How many years has it been? I, Lin Yu, have long lived in your shadow, enduring humiliation. The world knows only of you. Lin Che, yet is unaware of my existence. Now, I finally have the chance to prove to everyone that I, Lin Yu, am not inferior to you. You truly think highly of yourself, Lin Che replied coolly. At his words, Lin Yu's eyes burned with resentment. Lin Che, you should not even be present in Kanglan City. Yet now that you are here, it is even better. Today, you shall serve as my stepping stone. And this battle will mark the dawn of my rise. You drone on too much, Lin Che said, growing impatient. Seeking death. Lin Yu, having stored a well of resentment, found Lin Che's nonchalant demeanor infuriating, as if he were striking a fist against cotton, futile and exasperating. In the next moment, he ceased his words, cracked the stone hand. With a roar of fury, Lin Yu surged towards Lin Che like an arrow released from its bow, with a formidable aura that commanded attention. Lin Yu's hand, akin to an iron claw, descended upon Lin Che's shoulder with ferocity. This was a mid-tier human-grade combat technique, possessing remarkable power. Should it connect, it would surely rend flesh and shatter bones. In that instant, as the strike approached, Lin Che stepped forward. He then unleashed a powerful punch. This blow struck true against Lin Yu's palm. Swift, precise, and ruthless. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Yu's figure was sent reeling backward at a speed even greater than when he charged. Thud! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed as Lin Yu nearly toppled out of the arena, barely managing to stabilize himself at the edge. He was utterly disheveled. Lin Che regarded him with a mocking shake of his head. I've squandered so much time, granting you an entire year to grow, yet you remain so weak? Ah, Lin Che, I shall kill you. Upon witnessing Lin Che's disdainful expression, Lin Yu's face contorted into a mask of fury. I refuse to believe that after a year of idleness, you can still turn the tide. With a steely resolve, Lin Yu charged once more. This time, he held nothing back, channeling all his internal energy as he unleashed a flurry of punches. As Lin Yu's fists flew, a roar akin to a lion echoed forth, with turbulent waves of energy surging violently towards Lin Che. Heavenly Lion's Fist, a superior human-grade technique, also a family heirloom of the Lin clan. Even during his prime, Lin Che had not been deemed worthy of this skill. Yet today, it was wielded by Lin Yu. It must be said that Lin Xianghai had truly invested heavily to ensure Lin Yu achieved an impressive result in this sex selection. However, while the superior human-grade technique was formidable, its effectiveness depended on the wielder and the opponent faced. In the face of Lin Yu's intensified assault, Lin Che's expression remained unfazed. Get lost, just as Lin Yu's figure drew near. Lin Che suddenly thrust his sword forward. Boom! The strike, launched with precision, unleashed a torrent of power that felt as though a mountain had crashed down. In an instant, Lin Yu's body was sent flying from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. Puffed! He spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face painted with disbelief. However, it was not long before realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. You shattered my dantian. Indeed, Lin Che's strike had not only cast him from the arena, but had also struck at his very core. His dantian lay in ruins. No, it is inconceivable. How could I possibly be defeated by you? I can feel my internal cultivation rapidly dissipating. Lin Yu's eyes blaze with crimson fury, resembling a madman. With an unwilling roar of defiance, Lin Yu spews forth a mouthful of blood. Ultimately, he seems unable to accept this harsh reality, and he collapses into unconsciousness. Good heavens! Lin Yu has actually been defeated. How is that possible? Meanwhile, the multitude of spectators below erupts in astonishment. Not merely a defeat, but an overwhelming annihilation that a year ago, the physicians in the city had proclaimed that Lin Che's dantian was utterly ruined, leaving him hopeless in martial arts for life. Yet a year later, his cultivation has miraculously recovered, and after a year of neglect, he possesses such formidable combat prowess. Who could believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Gazing at the figure on the stage, countless hearts are shaken with disbelief. Could it be that even after a year of stagnation, the pinnacle that once inspired awe among all the youth of Kanglin City still stands tall? Unlike the surrounding crowd's astonishment, Murong Yin, with her cascading black hair and eyes shining like stars, seems poised to captivate hearts at any moment. However, at this moment, a faint smile graces her lips, attaining the 8th level of Qi gathering. There's been little progress compared to a year ago. Lin Che, you have somewhat disappointed me. Whispering a soft remark, Murong Yin closes her eyes once more, seemingly impervious to the surrounding clamor, enveloped in her own tranquility. My son, at the same time, in the direction of the Lin family, the eldest elder, witnessing the scene before him, is consumed with fury that he rushes towards Lin Yu, and with a slight assessment, he comprehends Lin Yu's current state. His son is utterly ruined. You wretched child, how dare you be so malicious? I will kill you. The elder's white hair stands on end, his face contorted with rage, resembling a furious lion about to pounce onto the stage. However, before he can take a step, he suddenly feels a piercing aura enveloping him. The city lord, Xiao Feng, rises from his seat. Enough! This city lord has declared that during the selection battle, no elder martial artist is permitted to intervene. Lin family's elder, have you heard my words? At this question, the elder trembles, his fists clenched tightly. Yet in the face of the city lord's authority, he must calm himself. I apologize, city lord. In the end, he can only cast a fierce glare at Lin Che before retreating with Lin Yu's injured body back to the Lin family's domain. Ruined. Upon assessing Lin Yu's condition, Lin Xianghai's face turns ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Yu gradually regains consciousness, gazing at Lin Xianghai with a pale countenance, weakly uttering, Uncle, I have disappointed you, and let down the Lin family. Hearing this, Lin Xianghai squints his eyes, and within his wide sleeves, his hand clenches tightly. After a cold snort, he glances at the injured Lin Yu and sweeps away in anger, observing the family head's departure. The many members of the Lin family stand in place for a moment before hastily following suit. With Lin Yu's defeat, what significance remains for the Lin family in this place? Left behind, only Lin Yu and his father remain. Compared to the surrounding throngs, this area suddenly appears exceedingly desolate. The Lin family's elder stands in shock. His son suffered severe injuries for the sake of the Lin family. Even without merit, he paid a painful price. Yet now he faces such cold indifference. Beside him, Lin Yu's expression is equally grim. You carry the bloodline of the Lin family. Unlike that Lin Che, all the family's hopes rest upon you. Bear no burdens and strive with all your might. The gentle words of Lin Xianghai echo in his ears. Yet at this moment, Lin Yu feels as though he is plunged into an icy abyss. In this instant, he even comprehends the feelings Lin Che must have endured within the Lin family over the past year. However, with regard to the emotions of his father and son, few in the arena care to ponder. Should any family in Kanglin City obstruct the trial competition further, they shall not blame this city lord for being ungracious. This is my final warning. After the Lin family departs, Xiao Feng speaks once more from the observation platform. The Lin family's earlier actions have indeed irked him. Although the Ji family has remained taciturn, this marks the first time Dao Tsang Academy has come to Kanglin City for selection, should there be continued interference with the assessment's normal order. It not only undermines the dignity of the city lord, but also tarnishes the reputation of Kanglin City as a whole. With Xiao Feng's admonition, the various families in Kanglin City settle down considerably. As Lin Che departs the stage, it signifies the imminent commencement of the next battle in the upcoming match, Murong Yin will face off against Shun Tu Yuan in past Kanglan City history, apart from the extraordinary Lin Che. These two have stood as the most radiant figures of the younger generation. However, unlike Lin Che, who experienced a fall from grace, these two have consistently remained at the pinnacle. Now that Lin Che has returned, none know the extent of his regained strength. Nonetheless, it is a fact that Lin Che's martial arts have languished for a year. Thus, many believe the duel between Murong Yin and Shun Tu Yuan may serve as a prelude to the champion of this trial. Let the battle begin. With a command from Ji Zong, a towering figure rises from the Shun Tu family. This man possesses fiery red hair, a robust brow, and a physique that appears as powerful as a bull. Exuding tremendous explosive force, with a heavy stomp, Shun Tu Yuan leaps onto the stage, his piercing gaze fixed below. Murong Yin, I have awaited a year for this opportunity to duel with you. Come forth. Upon hearing this, Murong Yin opens her eyes, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. She rises gracefully, step by step making her way to the stage. The flowing hem of her dress dances in the breeze, her exquisite features and slender form capturing the hearts of onlookers with each step. In the central square, numerous men gaze intently, mesmerized by such a woman, whose beauty is not only stunning but also possesses unparalleled talent. To describe her, the term flawless may well be insufficient. That if one could marry her, they would die without regrets. Some secretly lament. Simultaneously, many recall the engagement between Lin Che and Murong Yin from years past. Lin Che's talent once seemed worthy of such a duel. Yet alas, he ultimately missed his chance. That engagement was personally dismantled by the Murong clan. In my view, the current Lin Che is no longer worthy of such an extraordinary beauty, should Murong Yin truly enter Dao Song Academy. The gap between them, which began a year ago, shall never be bridged. Numerous voices of discussion rise around them. However, Murong Yin's expression remains unfazed throughout. For this celestial beauty, excessive praise has long since become commonplace. Is there even a need to compare? Last year you lost to me. This year, our disparity will only widen. Ultimately, Murong Yin stands before Shun Tu Yuan, an air of unshakable confidence gracing her countenance. We shall only know once we engage in battle. Shun Tu Yuan, a natural martial enthusiast, had previously lost to Murong Yin in their last encounter, but since then he has devoted himself to relentless training. Now, facing Murong Yin once more, his eyes blaze with fervor. Boom! With no further ado, after exchanging those simple words, Shun Tu Yuan suddenly unleashes a powerful punch, sending forth a terrifying force that surges like a tidal wave. Giant Shark Divine Fist. A tremendous thunderous roar reverberates as Shun Tu Yuan's formidable punch rapidly envelopes the arena, completely shrouding Murong Yin's figure. Shun Tu Yuan's ferocious strike seems utterly devoid of consideration for the delicate Murong Yin. Witnessing her slender form amidst Shun Tu Yuan's ruthless onslaught, many feel a pang of sympathy, while simultaneously harboring indignation towards Shun Tu Yuan's brutish behavior. Compassion for the delicate, for the younger generation of men in Kanglan City. Perhaps Murong Yin is the goddess of their dreams. However, there are two notable exceptions. Point one is Lin Che, whose previous encounters reveal a fierce and unyielding nature, never once yielding to his nominal fiancée, E. The other is Shun Tu Yuan, a natural-born martial enthusiast. His eyes see no women. Boom! Shun Tu Yuan's assault is extraordinarily swift. At the moment he strikes, the overwhelming pressure causes the entire combat stage to tremble slightly. Yet in the face of such a terrifying onslaught, Murong Yin's expression remains remarkably calm, even exuding a hint of disdain at that moment. One of her arms suddenly rises, in the next instant, a palm imprint, forged from true energy, surges forth like a mountain being thrust forward. During the Wooden Man trial, Murong Yin had refrained from striking. Thus, this marks her first direct engagement, causing every onlooker, including Shun Tu Yuan, to feel a profound tremor in their hearts. True energy manifesting, the spirit martial realm. What? In just a year, Miss Murong has astonishingly broken through to the spirit martial realm. Boom, boom, boom. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of countless spectators, the palm imprint of true energy unleashed by Murong Yin rushes forward. Waves of ferocious palm power engulf Shen Tuyuan completely. Thunderous applause. Ultimately, as the palm power dissipates, the crowd realizes that Shen Tuyuan has been decisively subdued. Lying motionless on the ground, his arms drenched in blood. Wow! This astonishing scene ignites a tidal wave of gasps throughout the central plaza. This the end. Everyone had anticipated a fiercely matched battle between the two. Yet, who could have imagined that from the moment they stepped onto the stage until Shen Tuyuan's defeat, Murong Yen had only struck once. First level of spirit martial. Shen Tuyuan's eyes blaze with a crimson hue. Finally comprehending the source of Murong Yan's confidence, she has indeed stepped into the spirit martial realm. Though she has only reached the first level of spirit martial, the gap between the gathering energy realm and the spirit martial realm is immeasurable. I have lost. Shen Tuyuan's gaze dims suddenly. As a born martial fanatic, it is nearly impossible for someone like him to admit defeat. In the past, even in defeat, he would only train more furiously, never conceding. However, this time, upon sensing Murong Yan's breakthrough to the spirit martial realm, he feels as if he has instantaneously lost the will to pursue. When one realizes that before them stand a summit they can never hope to reach, anyone would lose the conviction to climb. Heavenly chosen woman. With Shen Tuyuan's collapse, Murong Yan's brilliance shines even more radiantly in the eyes of all in Kanglan City. If Lin Che had not fallen from grace a year ago, would he have also entered the spirit martial realm by now? This question arises in the hearts of many. Of course, there will be no answer to this query. But at this moment, Murong Yan, having entered the spirit martial realm at the tender age of 17, is undeniably Kanglan City's foremost prodigy, even surpassing Lin Che of previous years. Only one final battle remains, but it seems devoid of suspense. After this battle concludes, only the final contest for the championship will remain. However, unlike previous years, after witnessing such terrifying prowess from Murong Yan, the scales in everyone's hearts have undoubtedly tipped. Mr. G, shall we continue? On the observation platform, City Lord Xiao Feng gazes at Ji Zong. This moment, Ji Zong looks at the sky. Dusk is approaching, the sun setting behind the mountains, casting a dim light. Thus he rises, stretching lazily, and states, "Only one match remains. There's no hurry. I'm somewhat fatigued today. Let us battle again tomorrow." After speaking, he gracefully departs. Witnessing the elder's seemingly languid demeanor, Xiao Feng is momentarily taken aback. Yet, he understands that this man is the envoy from the Dao Tsang Institute, and since he has chosen to leave, the match can only be postponed. Therefore, Xiao Feng directly announces this decision. Tomorrow's battle? Isn't this a waste of anticipation? I was stirred for nothing. For the eager spectators, a chorus of boos inevitably erupts. Naturally, after the boos, everyone must comply with the wishes of the Dao Tsang Institute's envoy, which cannot be altered. Moments later, an increasing number of people shake their heads and leave, and the vast central plaza gradually appears desolate. In an open area, Lin Che's expression is similarly peculiar. However, after this, he turns and departs. Lin Che finds Xiao Yao and leads her down a street to locate an inn, securing 2 rooms. Along the way, he does not conceal his presence. Lin Che understands that evading the gaze of the Murong clan and the Lin family in Kanglan City is utterly unrealistic. Of course, he does not fear retaliation from the Lin family or the Murong clan's preemptive strike against him as a competitor. During the trial, neither of these two families would act so foolishly. However, after checking into the inn, an unexpected visitor arrives. With a gentle knock on the door, Lin Che opens it. Standing outside is a graceful figure in a blue attire, her demeanor reminiscent of an elegant orchid. Capturing his attention, Lin Che is momentarily taken aback, but quickly furrows his brow and asks, "Is there something you need? Shall we take a stroll?" Murong Yen smiles faintly, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this, a hint of confusion flickers across Lin Che's face. But after a moment's hesitation, he nods in agreement. As evening descends, the lights of Kanglan City begin to illuminate. The tea houses, taverns, pawn shops, and workshops lining the streets are no longer filled with the day's clamor. Centered around the towering city walls, the houses of red brick and green tiles stretch out, reaching towards the tranquil outskirts. The city moat glimmers with water ripples, as if bathed in a silvery glow by the moonlight. Such a beautiful streetscape. It seems as though it has been ages since he last strolled through Kanglan City like this. Under the night sky, Murong Yan's cascading black hair dances in the wind, adorned with a golden hairpin that sways gently with her steps. Her shoulders are delicately sculpted, her waist slender, exuding an irresistible beauty. Yet, it is regrettable that once she departs for the Dao Tsang Institute, she may not see the night scenes of Kanglan City for several years. Hearing this sigh, Lin Che glances at Murong Yan, but her exquisitely refined profile reveals no emotion. You seek me out. It cannot merely be for the scenery, can it? Speak your mind. Murong Yan halts, gazing at Lin Che, and says, Lin Che, if you possess any self-awareness, you should understand that tomorrow you cannot possibly win. You seem quite confident. Lin Che casually responds. Murong Yan smiles faintly. In truth, our engagement was never my desire. It was merely my family that valued your talent. Yet even without you, I can still lead the Murong clan to glory. My vision has long surpassed the confines of this small Kanglan city, extending to the Dao Tsang Institute, Yangzhou, and even the entirety of the Tsangfeng Kingdom. And you, merely the heir of a second-rate family in Kanglan City. Oh, I almost forgot. You have been expelled from the Lin family, so you should be regarded as a homeless rogue cultivator. It is evident that as Murong Yan articulates these words, she exudes an air of tranquility. Possessing an ethereal grace to T. O. Lin Che, she appears like a superior passing judgment on a weaker counterpart. Lin Che furrows his brow. What exactly do you wish to convey? In response, Murong Yan looks at him. Lin Che, if you are willing, you can become my martial servant. Martial servant. This denotes a bond of blood covenant with a powerful being, pledging lifelong allegiance. Lin Che, the Dao Tsang Institute accepts only one disciple from the entire Kanglan City. If I enter the Institute, you will inevitably be eliminated. Without the backing of the Dao Tsang Institute, Lin Xiong can easily take your life. Given your talent, it would be a pity to perish so soon. Become my martial servant, and the Murong clan can serve as your support. Perhaps you could even enter the Dao Tsang Institute under my patronage. While you may not become an official disciple, you could still be a servant disciple, which would benefit you greatly. Murong Yan's tone was sincere, seemingly genuinely concerned for Lin Che. Meanwhile, Lin Che's expression was rather somber. As he gazed at Murong Yan, a singular thought consumed his mind. This woman. From where does her sense of superiority arise? How can she be so certain that she will triumph over me tomorrow? Murong Yan shook her head. Lin Che, you are too naive. I have stated that you will undoubtedly lose tomorrow. What if I win? Upon hearing this, Murong Yan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of anger flickering across her face, before she coldly replied, Lin Che, do you know what I find most contemptible about you? It is precisely your current facade of righteousness, your self-righteousness. This moment, Lin Che chuckled. Thus so, refusing to bow before you is considered hypocrisy and arrogance. How ironic, for I also harbor disdain for a woman whose heart is entirely consumed by ambition. Farewell, we shall not collaborate if our paths diverge. With that proclamation, Lin Che turned and departed. As he watched Lin Che's silhouette vanish into the night, Murong Yan's indifferent gaze flickered momentarily. Her visit to Lin Che was not solely to dissuade him from participating in the battle tomorrow. She truly lamented his untapped talent. However, the outcome of their conversation seemed rather unsatisfactory. This little girl is far too arrogant. On the journey back to the inn, Lin Che had yet to express any sentiments. Yet a mysterious woman's voice echoed in his mind. T-17, in the spirit martial realm, she possessed ample grounds for her arrogance. Lin Che remained noncommittal. Humph, the mysterious woman remarked. At my age, I had already reached the Dao martial realm. Yet I remained exceedingly low-key. Lin Che, 17, Dao martial realm. In the entirety of Kanglan City, those who could advance to the spirit martial realm were already considered formidable as for the Xuanwu realm. It was a force capable of shaking the very foundations of Yangzhou. Yet, the Dao martial realm, even if Lin Che had never ventured into such domains, he could well imagine that in the Tsangfeng Kingdom, it would be a daunting task to find even a few such terrifying beings. Even if they existed, they would undoubtedly be ancient monsters who had cultivated for countless years, unknown to the common folk. Yet the mysterious woman claimed that she had stepped into the Tao martial realm at 17. Senior, why do you feel the need to reveal such low-key achievements? I sense a profound malice. A flicker of resentment crossed Lin Che's mind. He felt somewhat disheartened. The mysterious woman stated, I did it intentionally. Lin Che. On the return to the inn, Lin Che's mood was somewhat grave, although he did not feel threatened by Murong Yan's words. He sensed that there was an unspoken implication in her confidence that eluded him. Her self-assurance instilled in Lin Che a sense of impending danger, yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. It appears I must exercise greater caution. With this thought, Lin Che returned to the inn and promptly retrieved a spatial ring. A flash of light revealed 70 spirit herbs before him. These were the spoils acquired after vanquishing the 5th elder of the Lin family. It was estimated that they would be sufficient for him to advance his cultivation further. However, with the sex selection battle imminent at that time, he had no opportunity to refine them at a one-day delay before the competition is indeed fortuitous. Now, it is time to refine these martial resources. Devour. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Che moved his hands, causing the chi within his body to surge, making his meridians tremble in unison. Simultaneously, the pile of spirit herbs before him transformed into a torrent of surging spiritual energy. Flooding into his body, the naked eye, Lin Che appeared as though enveloped in a divine radiance. Whoosh! As time passed, it became evident that Lin Che's aura was rapidly ascending. After a night, as the first light of dawn crept through the window, a resounding boom erupted from within Lin Che. Boom! At that moment, Lin Che opened his eyes, 9th layer of chi gathering. Sensing the expansion of his chi si, Lin Che gently clenched his fist, his face illuminated with joy. To break through a realm in a single night, such a pace of cultivation is simply exhilarating. After calming his excitement, Lin Che rose to stretch his limbs, feeling his body gradually acclimate to the newfound power. In the next instant, he pushed open the door and exited the inn, heading towards the central street of Kanglan City, Central Square. Compared to yesterday, the throngs of people showed no signs of diminishing. Today marked not only the revelation of the trial competition's champion, but also determined the final allocation of disciples for the Dao Tsang Academy. To become a member of this dominant force in Yangzhou could alter the course of one's destiny. Although this battle bore little relevance to most, it did not diminish their enthusiasm, admiration, curiosity, and longing for the grand event. He has arrived. Lin Che has finally come. Moments later, as Lin Che's figure appeared, a stir rippled through the crowd. They were astonished that Lin Che, having witnessed Miss Murong step into the spirit martial realm yesterday, dared to confront her. Of course, having come this far, I doubt anyone would easily concede. After all, it is the Dao Tsang Academy. Gaining entry could alter the trajectory of one's life. Hearing these discussions, Lin Che furrowed his brow slightly before directing his gaze towards the distance. There stood Murong Yan on the battle platform, hands clasped behind her back, her beautiful eyes radiating unwavering confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Che strode towards the arena. I thought you wouldn't show up. It seems my warning yesterday went unheeded. Murong Yan observed Lin Che ascending the platform step by step, shaking her head slightly. What do you think? Lin Che retorted. With those words, he reached the final stone step, his foot striking the ground with a thud, propelling his body like an arrow loosed from a bow towards Murong Yan. This spectacle astonished everyone. They had not anticipated Lin Che's decisive attack. As Lin Che closed in on Murong Yan, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force of his blow formidable enough to seem as though it would engulf her entirely. You think to intimidate someone in the spirit martial realm with such a trivial display? Murong Yan smiled coldly. Then with a flick of her sleeve, her true chi surged forth like a tempest, forming a torrent of energy that bore down upon Lin Che. Bang! The sheer dominance and potency of the spirit martial realm's true chi were evident, as the collision of their forces utterly obliterated Lin Che's punch. Not only that, the residual force remained relentless and unyielding. Lin Che's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated, drawing his long sword from behind him and executing a powerful slash. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire battle platform trembled violently. What a fierce sword technique! A strike from the spirit martial realm, and yet it was met with such resilience. After their lightning-fast exchange, gasps echoed from the crowd below. It was clear that Murong Yan's initial attack bore a striking resemblance to her earlier crushing blow against Shun Tuyuan. However, unlike Shun Tuyuan, who had been utterly overwhelmed, Lin Che stood firm, absorbing the impact head-on. One must understand that the disparity between the spirit martial realm and the Qi gathering realm is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Even at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, it would be a formidable challenge to withstand a casual strike from a spirit martial realm expert. Yet how had Lin Che accomplished this? The ninth layer of Qi gathering. Lin Che, did you conceal your true cultivation yesterday? Murong Yan's brows knitted together. She had clearly sensed Lin Che's realm as the eighth layer of Qi gathering during the Wooden Man trial yesterday. Yet now she could perceive his cultivation firmly at the ninth layer. Naturally, she could not believe that he had achieved a breakthrough in a single night. Thus, she speculated that Lin Che had intentionally concealed his cultivation. Does it matter? Lin Che inquired. Indeed, it does not matter. Murong Yan smiled faintly. As long as you remain in the Qi gathering realm, whether you are the first layer or the pinnacle, it holds no distinction in my eyes. Sometimes excessive confidence is not advantageous, especially when it crosses the line into arrogance. Losing could be quite embarrassing, Lin Che taunted. Murong Yin felt her composure waver. She realized that no matter how calm her demeanor, Lin Che had an uncanny ability to ignite her inner fury with just a few words. Then watch closely as I demonstrate how I shall defeat you. As the words of utmost confidence fell from her lips, Murong Yan's figure stirred. Swish! Her form was graceful, yet her speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she had appeared before Lin Che, and immediately a cold glimmer burst forth from her hand. It was a dagger, appearing strangely in Murong Yan's grasp, which she thrust at an exceptionally acute angle, the tip of the dagger emanating the aura of the spirit martial realm. Lin Che's gaze sharpened, and he swung his sword. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated throughout the arena, sparks flying. After the initial strike missed, a subtle frown appeared on Murong Yan's brow. Yet with her reflexes, she hesitated not for a moment. The dagger twirled in her hand, transforming her thrust into a slash, attacking Lin Che once more. However, at that instant, Murong Yin suddenly sensed a hint of danger. It turned out that at the moment she struck, Lin Che's bizarre sword had simultaneously aimed at her eyes. Clearly, the dagger was significantly shorter than the long sword. Thus, Murong Yan's face paled slightly as she swiftly withdrew the dagger to block. Buzz! Yet at that moment, Lin Che's sword changed direction, sweeping towards Murong Yan's delicate neck. This time, a rare flicker of panic crossed Murong Yan's beautiful eyes. With a swift step, she floated back several meters, narrowly evading the blade. Once steady, her eyes reflected astonishment. What kind of sword technique is this? If I were to say it was random flailing, would you believe me? Lin Che chuckled lightly. Though Murong Yan's agility was formidable and her attacks cunning, they still posed no threat to Lin Che. Within the Shinfeng Mountains, he had encountered numerous beasts skilled in stealth, ambushes, and assassination, honing a combat instinct that surpassed ordinary martial artists. Most importantly, under the guidance of the mysterious woman, Lin Che had learned that facing beasts of the same realm, he must strike with a single, lethal blow. This realization did not escape Murong Yan. She discerned that Lin Che resembled an assassin more than a swordsman. For someone of that ilk, engaging in close combat was evidently unwise. As this thought emerged, a faint smile graced Murong Yan's lips. It seemed she had indeed underestimated him. However, that would be the limit. The smile at her lips faded, her hair billowed as she moved. And suddenly, a profound, thunderous sigil materialized before her. This was a low-grade spirit-level martial technique. The Thousand Shadows Purple Thunder. Could it be? Miss Murong has actually comprehended this martial technique and intends to use it against Lin Che. Observing the aura emanating from Murong Yin, all present in the arena were struck with immense shock. The Thousand Shadows Purple Thunder was indeed the ancestral martial technique of the Murong clan. And besides the enigmatic City Lord's mansion, it was the only spirit-level technique in the entirety of Kanglan City. With crackling sounds as the thunder sigil formed at Murong Yan's fingertips, arcs of purplish red lightning flickered across the arena, as though a tempest of thunder was brewing. Lin Che, before this, I never anticipated you could force me to this extent, but I must inform you, though the process was somewhat unexpected, the outcome will remain unchanged. Today, you are destined to lose. Murong Yan issued a fierce command, then hurled the thunder sigil forward. The sigil approached Lin Che at an exceedingly terrifying speed, and it was evident to all how ferocious the power contained within was. A low-grade spirit-level technique, you say? Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Lin Che's expression bore no trace of panic. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. He then took a step forward, his robes billowing as his true energy surged. Rustling in the wind. Simultaneously, an overwhelming momentum radiated outward from him, expanding in every direction. The 9 reversal momentum. As Lin Che's aura reached its zenith, the next moment, he drew his sword and struck. Boom! With this immensely powerful sword momentum surging forth. The surrounding thunderstorm was completely obliterated. In the realm between heaven and earth, it seemed only that bold figure advancing and the elegance of that single strike remained. Crack, 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 amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. The thunder sigil Murong Yan had a mass shattered explosively, consumed by the overwhelming sword momentum. When the dazzling light faded, Lin Che's long sword was poised at the center of Murong Yan's brow, mere inches from delivering a fatal blow. The victor was clear. Heavens, what am I witnessing? This is Lin Che's victory. How could this be? Murong Yan is in the spirit martial realm. How could she possibly be defeated by Lin Che in the Qi gathering realm? Below the arena, no one could maintain their composure upon witnessing this result. They had initially believed this battle to be without suspense, yet the overturning of expectations left everyone utterly dumbfounded. All gazes were drawn to the youthful figure standing tall upon the arena, feeling a profound shock emanating from within. Meanwhile, upon the arena, Lin Che turned to the woman before him, calmly stating, Murong Yan, you have lost. You have lost. In that moment, Lin Che's tranquil words struck Murong Yan's heart like heavy hammers with each syllable. The clamor from the crowd below faded into oblivion for her. In her eyes, there was only the youth before her and the chilling aura emanating from the sword tip at her brow. I do not understand. Murong Yan's expression was dazed. She could not fathom how, given Lin Che's background, he could possibly possess a spirit-level martial technique. Even if he did possess such a technique, how could he, with his Qi gathering cultivation, surpass her in the spirit martial realm? Lin Che did not respond to Murong Yan's inquiries. The next moment, he sheathed his long sword and stood beside her. Undoubtedly, this battle had concluded, and the final result was clear. All eyes were now directed towards the observation platform. Instructor Ji, do you think it's time to announce the results? Xiao Feng inquired softly. This is rather unexpected. Ji Zong rubbed the wrinkles on his forehead, then rose from his seat. At this moment, a green wooden token had appeared in his hand. Undoubtedly, this token symbolized the identity of a disciple of the Dao Song Academy. Whoosh! With a flick of Ji Zong's sleeve, the green wooden token soared through the air, ultimately landing at Murong Yan's feet. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, countless spectators were left bewildered. Had not Lin Che won the duel? Yet this green wooden token was bestowed upon Murong Yan. Was it a mistake? What did it mean? Simultaneously, upon witnessing this, Lin Che's eyes narrowed. A chilling aura began to permeate the I in response. Ji Zong offered a nonchalant smile, his aged voice resonating. This time, I have come down the mountain to take with me one person. Murong Yan. Wow. With these words, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the central square. Even Xiao Feng's gaze was filled with astonishment. It was not a mistake. The sole disciple quota of the Dao Song Academy had indeed been granted to the defeated individual. At that moment, Lin Che's expression grew colder as he suddenly recalled Murong Yan's confidently spoken words from the previous night. You are Tuna Ve. No matter what, you cannot Ji Zong connected to the Murong clan. Lin Che turned to the side and asked Murong Yan in a low voice. Hearing this, Murong Yin shook her head. Then I understand. The price the Murong clan must have paid to bribe a mentor from the Daotsong Academy must be staggering, correct? Murong Yin nodded. All the wealth of the entire Murong clan. All for a single quota. In truth, I never imagined losing, yet the family still made this move. To be precise, it was for insurance, as long as I can gain entry into the Daotsong Academy. What the Murong clan has lost will inevitably return. Murong Yin remarked with a gaze that bore an unusual intensity. Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Che felt a surge of blood rising within him. As though a colossal stone had settled heavily upon his heart, he had indeed underestimated the cruelty of this world. Sometimes, it is not merely one's own strength that determines destiny, but also power, wealth, and influence that, in comparison to the vast wealth of the Murong clan, his current abilities were clearly insufficient for any meaningful resistance. Lin Che stood in silence for a moment, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then, without uttering a word, he turned on his heel and walked down from the arena. Was he filled with hatred? Yes, to the utmost degree. This old man, due to his own greed, had made a casual decision that not only stripped him of what was rightfully his, but also plunged him into an abyss from which he could never return. At this moment, the Lin family, upon hearing this news, would undoubtedly seek to hunt him down at any cost. In Kanglan City, a bloody battle awaited him, with life and death hanging precariously in the balance. Yet, Lin Che understood more clearly than ever that he could not allow his anger to dictate his actions or confront Jizong. He lacked the capital and strength to do so. To act impulsively, driven by youthful bravado, would not be an act of righteous vengeance. It would be sheer folly, in the presence of a figure capable of extinguishing his life with a mere flick of a finger. Anger, passion, and resentment were nothing more than jokes. This grudge must be repaid, but survival was the only way to secure a chance for retribution in the future. Lin Che descended the stone steps. His grip on the sword trembled slightly, and his eyes burned with a fierce crimson hue, a testament to the suppressed hatred within him. That moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the divine jade space. Do not leave. Confront him. Lin Che was taken aback, but he thought, I cannot defeat him. I might even die. The mysterious woman replied, with me here, what do you have to fear? Her words caused Lin Che to halt in his tracks. Initially, he had planned to leave quietly. Although he would still face relentless pursuit from the Lin family, he at least believed he would have a chance to fight back. However, to offend such a significant figure from the Daotsong Academy could mean instant annihilation. Thus, Lin Che had chosen to endure, waiting until he had grown stronger to seek revenge. Yet upon hearing the mysterious woman's words, Lin Che suddenly realized his folly. Why should he cower? He had someone backing him. At 17, he had stepped into the terrifying realm of martial arts. With such support, he could at least claim that within Yangzhou, no one could threaten him. With this thought in mind, Lin Che abruptly turned around. Fixing his gaze upon the high-ranking elder on the observation platform, Jizong, as an envoy of the Daotsong Academy, you have acted with favoritism and embezzlement. What qualifications do you possess to stand there? Get down. The sudden roar reverberated through the air, creating waves of astonishment in the current setting. It was as if a massive stone had plunged into a tranquil pond. Murong Yan's entry into the Daotsong Academy had already surprised many. And although they could somewhat guess the underlying motives, they had not anticipated that Lin Che would dare to challenge the envoy of the Daotsong Academy directly. Countless onlookers gaped in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard on the observation platform. Jizong's expression darkened. Initially, after announcing the results, he had thought Lin Che's silence indicated wisdom, but now he was taken aback. Did this brat truly seek death? Are you questioning my decision? Jizong's demeanor shifted, revealing his incredulity. Not merely questioning. I am utterly unconvinced. In the arena, I triumphed. While she faltered, yet you chose to favor a defeated opponent. Pray tell, what significance does this assessment hold? You owe me an explanation for your decision. Lin Che pointed at Jizong, his voice icy. Jizong responded with a cold laugh. When have I ever stated that the outcome of the arena battles serves as the sole criterion for selection by the Daotsong Academy? If you seek an explanation, I shall provide one. I regard the realm of cultivation, and your realm is inferior to Murong Yan's. Is that sufficient? Your reasoning is patently superficial, Lin Che retorted. Jizong, driven by your selfish desires. You brazenly undermine the reputation of the Dao Song Academy. Are you not afraid that I will report you to the higher authorities of the academy and pursue your crimes? Upon hearing this, Jizong laughed outright. His expression bizarre. He regarded Lin Che as one might a rustic villager foolishly declaring intent to petition the emperor. You are naive beyond measure. It surpasses my expectations. Today, you shall learn that since I represent the Dao Song Academy, I'm the law here. You, a mere insignificant insect, have offended my dignity, which is more than enough grounds for me to obliterate you. Such a declaration was undeniably tyrannical. Even Xiaofeng, upon hearing it, could not help but furrow his brow. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he refrained from speaking out, for Jizong's words indeed held a kernel of truth. Faced with this domineering figure from the Dao Song Academy, he, as a mere city lord of Kanglin, held no authority. Kill me, Lin Che echoed, laughter spilling forth. He had been worried that Jizong would refrain from acting due to his anger. Thus, he fueled the flames further. You want to kill me? I stand right here. Come and try. Madness in the central square. Countless gazes converged upon Lin Che, and an identical thought emerged in each mind. It seemed Lin Che could not withstand the provocation. He had truly lost his mind. Are you truly seeking death? Jizong's eyes turned frigid. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us cut to the chase. Jizong, I curse your ancestors, if you have the guts. Kill me. Boom. With Lin Che's declaration, Jizong sprang from his seat, the chair behind him disintegrating into dust. Not only that, but it was evident that the elder's face had turned ashen, his eyes filled with a fierce glare. Swish! In the next instant, Jizong charged at Lin Che, without uttering a word. To Lin Che, it felt as though an immense mountain was bearing down upon him, an indescribable sense of oppression weighing heavily in the air. Predecessor, you may act now, Lin Che thought to himself. However, there was no response. Heavenly maiden, he is coming. Yet within the divine jade space, silence reigned. Predecessor, as the terrifying figure drew closer, Lin Che began to lose his composure. Had he not promised to attract hatred while she handled the fighting? Lin Che felt he might have been deceived, realizing too late. Jizong's figure was now within 30 meters, a massive hand descending from the heavens. In an instant, the enormous arena cracked under the terrifying pressure, seeming on the verge of collapse. And at the center of this tempest of energy, Lin Che sensed an even more terrifying force, as if his very being would shatter at any moment. Before such an overwhelming disparity in power, even the thought of resistance seemed futile. Yet despite this, Lin Che tightened his grip around his sword. With no one else to rely on, he could only depend on himself. Even if death was inevitable, he would choose to fall in battle. Just then, before that enormous hand could land, an even greater force suddenly manifested on the scene. A torrent of true energy surged from the heavens, ultimately forming a formidable barrier in front of Lin Che. Boom! Jizong's palm struck the barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar. In the aftermath, Jizong's frail body was violently propelled back several dozen meters by the overwhelming recoil. Uft! A mouthful of blood spewed forth, leaving Jizong's aged face a shade paler. Lin Che, on the other hand, felt somewhat dazed. He could clearly sense that this mysterious force did not originate from the divine jade space. Ha ha ha! Just then, a towering figure descended beside Lin Che. Clad in a flowing silver robe and wearing a silver mask, a golden emblem adorned his chest, inscribed with the character Wu. Although Lin Che could not see the man's face, he sensed a flicker of vague resentment in his gaze. The silver-robed figure then patted Lin Che's shoulder and remarked, "Kid, you've finally drawn trouble you cannot handle after following you for a month." Lin Che. Lin Che wore a bewildered expression. Yet more than that, he was astonished from the depths of his being. As far as he could recall, he had never encountered the man in the silver robe. Thus it was implausible for them to have any prior connection. What, then, could the silver-robed man's words signify? Do you know me? I do not. Then, Emo, when interjected, my assistance comes from a benevolent fate, of course. The fact that this old rascal has tarnished the reputation of the Dao Song Academy is also a contributing factor. The silver-robed man waved his hand dismissively, appearing reluctant to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Lin Che became even more perplexed. Simultaneously, Jizong, gazing at the suddenly materialized silver-robed man, turned as pale as a ghost, his body trembling slightly. The golden emblem's silver attire. The martial hall. Jizong's mind buzzed, feeling as though his consciousness was in a state of blankness. The martial hall was an exceedingly taboo entity within the Dao Song Academy, a name that even the higher-ups within the academy spoke of with trepidation. He could hardly fathom how, while tasked with evaluations in the remote Kanglan city, he would encounter such a taboo. What is your name? What position do you hold within the Dao Song Academy? The silver-robed man pointed at Jizong in midair and suddenly demanded, I am but an old man named Jizong, serving as a mentor in the outer academy of Dao Song. Upon realizing the identity of the silver-robed man, Jizong dared not meet his gaze and lowered his head, speaking with trepidation. You need not continue your duties as a mentor from now on. You shall sweep the floors in the outer academy. What? Jizong trembled at these words, his face a portrait of shock. You dare dissent. The silver-robed man scoffed coldly. The Dao Song Academy entrusted you with the responsibility of evaluations. Yet you lined your own pockets, engaged in nepotism. How dare a mere mentor speak of the Academy's rules? What do you even amount to? The silver-robed powerhouse stepped forward, an invisible pressure enveloping Jizong entirely. In the next moment, without any visible movement, a massive hand of true energy struck Jizong's aged face. Bang! Jizong was sent flying by the force of the slap. Witnessing this scene, not just Lin Che, but everyone present stood in stunned silence. This was a mentor of the Dao Song Academy, publicly humiliated, and most shockingly, Jizong had shown no signs of resistance. What then was the true realm of this silver-robed man? What did you say your name was? After sending Jizong flying with a single slap, the silver-robed man frowned and asked again that I am called Jizong. That be why the time Jizong rose from the ground. Half of his face was swollen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly disheveled. The rules of the Dao Song Academy state that anyone descending the mountain for evaluations must wear plain robes, eschew arrogance and extravagance, and uphold a stance of impartiality and transparency. Are you aware of this? I am aware. Jizong dared not argue. Aware? Then you are guilty of knowing the rules, yet violating them. Which compounds your offense. As he spoke, the silver-robed powerhouse unleashed another slap. Bang! This time, the other half of Jizong's face swelled as well, several teeth knocked out. His body crashed heavily to the ground. Jizong's disheveled appearance and bloodied mouth evoking a sense of pity in anyone who witnessed it. Yet for Jizong, fear dominated his heart. Old man has violated the Academy's rules, a sin that cannot be forgiven. Upon returning to the Academy, I shall accept my punishment and willingly resign from my position as mentor, surrendering all personal assets to the Academy. Please, no more. Jizong had completely surrendered. Should he resist any further? He feared his old bones might meet their end here. Very well. The silver-robed powerhouse finally withdrew his overwhelming pressure. He regarded Jizong and inquired, by the way, what was your name again? I am Jizong. Jizong was on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, everyone in the square was left agape. After being asked 3 times for his name, no one would assume the silver-robed powerhouse simply had a poor memory. The only plausible explanation was that the identity of an outer academy mentor held no significance before this silver-robed powerhouse, perhaps not even warranting his attention, that I have noted it, upon returning to the academy. I will verify this matter to AS for the remaining evaluation duties. You need not concern yourself with them. Return to the academy. The silver-robed powerhouse concluded, why yes. Jizong felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. No longer daring to linger, he hurriedly departed, resembling a frightened dog, a mentor of the Dao Song Academy. In the eyes of those present in Kanglan City, was undoubtedly a figure beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Yet, before this silver-robed powerhouse, he was reduced to a submissive chick. What then was the true identity of this silver-robed powerhouse? At that moment, the entire central square fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Countless gazes were fixed upon Lin Che, some even harboring doubts about whether Lin Che had previously confronted Jizong due to such a formidable backing, emboldening him to act without fear. After resolving the matter with Jizong, the silver-robed powerhouse extended his fingers, summoning the green wooden token beneath Murong Yan's feet into the air. His gaze never once fell upon Murong Yan, and he casually tossed the green token to Lin Che. "Kid, what is your name?" Lin Che replied, Senior, I mentioned it earlier. Did you remember?" Upon hearing this, the silver-robed powerhouse waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. "Kid, you are qualified to enter the Dao Song Academy. In 2 days, a cloud ship from the Dao Song Academy will come to fetch you. Just wait." Having said this, before Lin Che could respond, the silver-robed powerhouse's figure shifted, as if merging into the void, disappearing from everyone's sight. He came without a trace and left without a sound. Lin Che stood there, still in a state of shock. Even now, he remained oblivious to the origins of this silver-robed powerhouse. It appeared that he was a high-ranking figure within the Dao Song Academy, as evidenced by Jizong's fear of him. However, how could a high-ranking member of the Dao Song Academy appear in a remote place like Kanglan City? And what did he mean by saying, after a month, you finally got yourself into trouble? Lin Che shook his head, clearly unable to comprehend these questions. Yet at this moment, he felt a stirring within himself. When might I possess such power, elusive as a dragon, appearing only at the end of a tale? The martial world is merciless. In fact, even without martial prowess, this world does not guarantee absolute fairness. However, the existence of martial power lays bare the stark reality, when a single thought can shift mountains and seas, leaving a trail of countless corpses who would calmly sit down and reason with a mere mortal. Lin Che contemplated the need to continuously ascend, to uphold his convictions, and to master the power capable of altering the very rules. At the very least, he did not wish to be oppressed as he had been today, with no means to resist. The selection battle of the sect had finally drawn to a close. Yet the ensuing turmoil had yet to settle, and one could have anticipated the myriad of twists and turns that would arise from a mere sect selection battle. The entire central thoroughfare was abuzz with discussion. A year ago, when everyone believed Lin Che had fallen, fading into obscurity, who could have foreseen that this young man would return in such a manner, demonstrating to the world that among the younger generation of Kanglan City, he remained an invincible presence? Lin Che's ascension to the status of a disciple of the Dao Song Academy. Although the Lin family had not come to witness the battle, upon hearing this news, they must be feeling utterly devastated. Not only devastated, they must be regretting it to an extreme, for such an extraordinary talent could have uplifted the Lin family, yet they had driven him away. An operation more foolish than that of a pig. At this moment, many recalled the Lin family. Had the Lin family not been so harsh on Lin Che a year ago, perhaps now they would be the greatest beneficiaries within Kanglan City. However, Lin Che had severed all ties with the Lin family. On the contrary, after becoming a disciple of the Dao Song Academy, he had, in effect, delivered a resounding slap to the Lin family's face. Of course, those who found this outcome hard to accept were not limited to the Lin family. In the vicinity of the Murong clan, everyone wore expressions of despair, for the young lady who had been the sole hope of their family had actually lost. The middle-aged man at the forefront sank heavily into his chair, as if all his strength had been drained. This man was none other than the head of the Murong family. To secure a position within the Dao Song Academy, he had exhausted all the wealth of the family to bribe Jizong. However, how should this outcome be explained to the entire family? On the stage of battle, Murong Yan's expression appeared somewhat dazed, her exquisite face devoid of any color. She turned back to gaze at her father, who seemed to have aged a decade in an instant, biting his lip fiercely, completely lost in despair. Defeated, everything before her clearly conveyed the message that she had utterly lost. Although the Dao Song Academy recruits disciples annually, it was the first time Kanglan City had entered the academy site, and whether there would be an opportunity to join the ranks of the 100 cities next year remained uncertain. To take a step back, even if Kanglan City was still one of the examination sites next year, the stain of the Murong clan bribing the examiners would forever banish them from the Dao Song Academy. This meant that regardless of Murong Yan's talent, she would never gain entry into the academy. Her fate had been sealed, a mundane growth, quietly inheriting the family in the future, perhaps marrying, raising children, and eventually fading away, unable to escape the confines of Kanglan City. For her, Kanglan City felt like a prison. Confronted with this result, all her previous confidence, pride, and ambition were shattered in an instant, ground to dust beneath the weight of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Che glanced at Morong Yin, shook his head slightly, and turned to descend from the stage. Throughout, he neither mocked nor ridiculed her. He simply brushed past her in serene silence. After leaving the bustling central street, the clamor behind him gradually faded. Lin Che remained silent as he returned to the eye, and that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Was today thrilling? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Che's composure shattered. Nearly shouting, "Senior, you deceived me. Wasn't it agreed that I would draw the ire while you shielded me? I nearly got crushed, but he didn't die, did you?" The heavenly maiden responded, her tone implying that he was overreacting. "Wait, Senior, did you already know that the powerful figure was lurking in the shadows? Was that why you had me deliberately provoke Jizong, to force him into action?" Lin Che speculated. "What do you think?" The heavenly maiden countered, "If I didn't intervene to resolve your trouble, I wouldn't leave. Having this tale following you is quite bothersome. But what if the silver-robed strongman hadn't appeared? Would you have acted?" Lin Che inquired with curiosity. "Are you out of your mind? I remember telling you that I cannot leave the divine jade space, which means I would be doomed to so. I ask you, was it thrilling?" The heavenly maiden let out a charming, no, infuriating laugh. Lin Che, he was utterly speechless, thinking to himself that she was gambling with his life. How could it not be thrilling? However, he hoped that next time it wouldn't be so harrowing, fearing his heart might not withstand it. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lin Che's expression turned somewhat bitter, a sudden knock echoed at the door. He composed himself and rose to open it. A middle-aged man with a refined demeanor and an extraordinary presence stood outside, wearing a warm smile. This man was none other than the city lord of Kanglan, Xiaofeng. City Lord Xiao? Lin Che was taken aback. "Ha, young Master Lin need not be surprised. Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to advance to the Daotsong Academy. I have come specifically to offer my congratulations." Xiaofeng was exceedingly genial. "Well then, won't you invite me in for a chat?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che gestured for him to enter. Xiaofeng was unreserved, stepping inside and taking a seat before saying, "I have long heard that young Master Lin is the foremost genius of the younger generation in Kanglan City. Yet this is our first time conversing face to face. It is indeed a pity that we have not made acquaintance sooner with such a promising talent." Lin Che smiled. As a junior, there was no need for City Lord Xiao to seek him out intentionally. Sensing the undertone in Lin Che's words, Xiaofeng's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I am the Lord of Kanglan City, representing the government. The Zongfeng dynasty has regulations that prohibit government forces from entangling with local families, which is quite unfortunate." This statement was indeed true. Even the first family, the Murong clan, had never been able to interact with the city lord's mansion. Although Lin Che was somewhat surprised by Xiaofeng's visit, he now understood the man's purpose. Ultimately, it was about forming connections. Being able to become a disciple of the Daotsong Academy held immense potential. In the past, despite Lin Che's remarkable talent, he was still merely viewed as a gifted junior by the city lord. However, once he became a disciple of the academy, it signified boundless growth potential, enough for Xiaofeng to consider him an equal, even someone to look up to in the future. Of course, while Xiaofeng's overtures were pragmatic, Lin Che did not find them off. Putting that to the very least, this city lord had never made an enemy of him. Furthermore, today's events made Lin Che realize that a warrior cannot rely solely on oneself. Sometimes one must also depend on the strength of certain factions. Young Master Lin, regarding today's matter, although Jizong was overbearing, I had my own constraints, which is why I remained silent, that I hope you can understand. Xiaofeng directly addressed the incident of the day, offering no excuses that I can understand. Lin Che replied casually. Although Xiaofeng represented the government, as a city lord he had numerous concerns when facing the hegemony of the Daotsong Academy. Thus, Lin Che had no resentment toward him for not intervening at that moment. Observing Lin Che's demeanor, Xiao Feng revealed a relieved smile that a young man with such composure proved he had not misjudged him. Naturally, Xiao Feng understood that his visit now, compared to his assistance during the trial, would hold a fundamentally different significance in the young man's heart. However, since this was about forming connections, Xiao Feng was keenly aware that he did not expect anything in return from this young man once he truly grew. That would be overly presumptuous. It was merely to create a good rapport, nothing more. Xiao Feng did not linger for long. Shortly after, he departed from Lin Che's residence, leaving behind a sword that in this world. There exists a highly revered profession known as weapon forging. This craft can create various divine weapons. For warriors, possessing a divine weapon can significantly enhance their strength, akin to adding wings to a tiger. The weapons forged by a weapon master correspond to different martial realms, classified as mundane, spiritual, mysterious, Tao, and celestial weapons. The sword left by Xiao Feng was a high-quality spiritual weapon, the Linghan sword. Swish! Lin Che drew the sword from its sheath. And in an instant, the room felt as if it were enveloped in a layer of frost. What a splendid sword! Truly worthy of being a high-quality spiritual weapon. With this sword, my strength can at least increase by 30%. After caressing the blade and sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within, Lin Che felt a surge of excitement. A high-quality spiritual weapon is worth at least 300,000 gold coins. I never expected the city lord to be so generous. Lin Che marveled. 300,000 gold coins. Even if the Lin family abstained from food and drink, it would take them a year to gather such a considerable sum. This further highlighted the significant value of a spiritual weapon, that it's just a spiritual weapon. Look at your ignorant expression. The heavenly maiden's disdainful voice suddenly echoed. Once you truly grow, you'll discover that the outside world is filled with temptations. Beautiful women, divine weapons, wealth, and power. Even if you don't desire them, they will constantly come your way. Hearing this, Lin Che curiously asked, "Senior heavenly maiden, you were so formidable in the past. Surely many powerful factions feared or sought to curry favor with you. Did they ever send you handsome men?" Handsome men. The heavenly maiden's voice seemed to freeze the AIR. Oh, you want to know how to write the word death? Lin Che felt a chill run down his spine. Recalling the terrifying scenes from the past year spent training with this enigmatic woman, and he immediately lost his curiosity. No, I don't want to. I'm sorry. Over the past 2 days, upon hearing that Lin Che had triumphed in the sex election battle and become a disciple of the Dao Song Academy, Xiao Yao had been genuinely delighted for 2 whole days. This simple-minded girl, Lin Che, was akin to her entire world. His dazzling achievements naturally filled her with heartfelt joy. However, during this period, Lin Che also noticed that the young girl seemed to be writing a letter. Thus, on one occasion, Lin Che couldn't help but ask, "Who are you writing to?" "Regarding my brother." Xiao Yao has never concealed anything about Lin Che. Brother? Upon hearing this, Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, this young girl had always grown up in the Lin family, and he had never heard of her having any relatives. "You have a brother?" "Yes, and my brother is at Dao Song Academy. Now that the young master has become a disciple there, I believe we shall meet soon." "Your brother is a disciple of Dao Song Academy?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao nodded. That moment, Lin Che wore an expression of astonishment. Disciples of Dao Song Academy were regarded as geniuses within Yangzhou, and to think that Xiao Yao's brother was one of them raised questions as to why he would allow his sister to enter the Lin family as a maid. Sensing Lin Che's expression, Xiao Yao hurriedly said, "Young master, please do not misunderstand. Although my brother is a disciple of Dao Song Academy, he spent a full 10 years as a servant disciple before gradually rising through the ranks. Even within Dao Song Academy, he exists at the very bottom, in stark contrast to a genius like you, who entered based on innate talent and strength that I see." Upon hearing this, Lin Che began to understand. Even the most elite talents require servant disciples. If a servant disciple possesses some aptitude, enduring a decade of service to be promoted to a formal disciple is not an unusual feat. However, even those who are promoted face limited prospects for advancement and remain at the lowest tier. Thus, it is understandable that Xiao Yao has such a brother and continues to serve as a maid in the Lin family. Nevertheless, Lin Che still felt perplexed. It seems this is the first time I'm hearing about your brother to this. Xiao Yao smiled and replied, Dao Song Academy is quite distant from here. I in the past. I can only see my brother once a year during the new year. Moreover, young master, during your time as the heir of the Lin family, you were mostly preoccupied with external conflicts and had little time to pay attention to someone like me. Hearing this, Lin Che fell into a brief silence. After dedicating so many years to the Lin family, all he felt was the coldness of human nature. Throughout it all, only this young girl had remained steadfast by his side. With this thought in mind, Lin Che earnestly said, Xiao Yao, I shall treat you better in the future. That a hint of panic flashed across Xiao Yao's face. Young master, what are you saying? I am merely a servant. You have already treated me very well. Then I shall treat you even better. In Kanglan City, although the selection battle of the sect had concluded, its repercussions had yet to subside. Overnight, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the city. The Lin family's numerous assets in Kanglan City, including shops, restaurants, and pawn shops, were all sealed by the authorities. For the entirety of Kanglan City, the Lord's Manor had maintained a stance of detached observation, as long as there was no uprising. This power maintained an air of mystery, rarely revealing itself to the world. Yet, no one dared to underestimate its terrifying influence. The prominent families in Kanglan City were all founded on martial prowess, and their industries often bore a degree of grayness. Whenever the authorities chose to investigate, no industry could escape unscathed. The Lord's Manor's swift and overt actions were evident to all, signaling its intent to ally with Lin Che. Have you heard? The family's elder has become utterly disillusioned due to his only son's fate and has now taken his son to sever ties with the Lin family. Not only that, anyone can see that the Lord's Manor is targeting the Lin family, causing widespread panic among the Lin family members, with many choosing to defect. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, a family facing calamity. Yet its members choose to flee en masse, reveals the absurdity of its cohesion. The Lin family is likely to become the greatest joke in Kanglan City. In Kanglan City, discussions buzzed incessantly, and within a single night, the Lin family became the talk of the town. In the Lin family ancestral hall, Lin Xianghai stood before the portraits of his ancestors, his expression grave, his once dark hair now seemingly aged by decades overnight. In stark contrast to the usual flourishing scene, the entire Lin family appeared desolate. After tremblingly offering incense to his ancestors, Lin Xianghai knelt down, crying out in despair. Xianghai has betrayed the ancestors at this moment. Lin Xianghai had lost all his former dignity and ambition, resembling more a frail old man, his face etched with regret and guilt. Had he not made that fateful decision, the Lin family's current plight would be entirely different. Lin Che, the prodigy who could have changed the family's future, had been driven away by the very hands of his patriarch. Now, in the face of calamity, with the family members fleeing, Lin Xianghai recognized his failure as the head of the family. A family that had never provided a sense of belonging could hardly expect its members to unite in times of crisis. I was wrong. I was truly wrong, Lin Xianghai lamented, his face filled with despondency. But what could be done? There were no remedies for regret in this world. Everything foretold that the Lin family of Kanglan City had already stepped into the abyss of no return. With no hope of resurgence in the future point, 2 days later, at noon, a cloud ship descended from the heavens, arriving in Kanglan City. This spectacle made the townsfolk stop and stare, their faces awash with astonishment. A flying ship? Could this be the cloud ship used by Dao Song Academy to transport disciples? It is truly magnificent. This cloud ship was several dozen zhang in size, making those standing nearby appear as insignificant as ants. The ship's body was crafted from an unknown material, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Such a means of aerial transportation must at least be a treasure of the Xian grade. Even Lin Che was taken aback by the sight before him. The foundation of Dao Song Academy was astonishing, truly deserving of its reputation as the dominant force in Yangzhou. Young master, that moment, a melodious voice called from behind Lin Che. He turned to see Xiao Yao approaching, struggling under the weight of a large package nearly half her height, making her already slender figure appear even more delicate. Why are you carrying so much? These are daily necessities, some food, and a change of clothes for you. Young master, Xiao Yao casually responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Che furrowed his brow and retrieved a spatial ring, offering it to her. It was the very ring he had obtained from defeating the fifth elder of the Lin family. Take this ring, store those items inside, and don't let anyone see them. They might think I am bullying you. Seeing this, Xiao Yao quickly shook her head. Young master, this is too precious. Before she could finish, Lin Che interrupted. If you refuse, I will have you warm my bed tonight. Taken aback by his words, Xiao Yao inhaled deeply and replied, Yes, not the bed, the ship. Moments later, the two boarded the cloud ship. On board, they found there were over 100 guest rooms, and being within the vastness of the ship only heightened its grandeur. Those who have just boarded come forward to register, before Lin Che and Xiao Yao could further appreciate the magnificent vessel. An elderly voice suddenly called out. Lin Che glanced over to see a frail old man reclining in a wicker chair in the passageway, a long table before him with paper and pen, clearly responsible for registrations. However, to Lin Che's astonishment, the old man's age was strikingly advanced. His face and hand were lined with deep wrinkles, and his once full head of white hair had nearly all fallen out, leaving only a few strands fluttering in the breeze. What is your name? One who has come from Kanglan City. The old man inquired. I am Lin Che. Although the old man appeared weak and feeble, Lin Che did not dare to show any disrespect and replied. Lin Lu. The old man nodded. Then his trembling hand reached for the paper to write. Lin Che was taken aback and quickly clarified. No, not Lin Lu. My name is Lin Che, as in clear. Speak up. My old ears are failing me. The elder waved his hand and I said, My name is Lin Che. Lin Che declared loudly. Linda, a good name indeed. Embodying virtue and integrity. The elderly man nodded once more, inscribing the character for Lin, and then began to write the character for Da, but ceased midway, seemingly uncertain of how to proceed. Instead, he hastily crossed it out and drew a circle. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che was engulfed in bewilderment. It seemed apparent that this elder was not only hard of hearing and visually impaired, but also lacked literacy skills. Yet he was entrusted with the responsibility of registration aboard this cloud vessel. This elder, could he possibly be a connection within the Tao Tsang Institute? Moreover, a connection of considerable influence at that. Drawing a circle was trivial enough, but as Lin Che observed the elder, he found himself at a loss for words. Simultaneously, the elder's murky gaze shifted toward Xiao Yao, mumbling, Did that fellow not say that the disciples recruited by Kanglan City were all youths? Why is there a young girl here? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao promptly picked up a pen and inscribed the words maidservant. S.O. She was a maidservant. Evidently, the elder could still recognize these two characters. He then tossed 2 wooden plaques to Lin Che, inscribed with room numbers, cautioning him not to confuse them. This vessel was filled with prodigies from various cities, each more arrogant than the last. Should misunderstandings lead to conflict, the old man felt too frail to intervene. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder, Lin Che said, clasping his fists in respect before departing with Xiao Yao. His deference stemmed from a suspicion that the elder had significant connections within the Tao Tsang Institute, and the reference to that fellow likely alluded to the formidable, silver-robed figure. The elder's audacity in such a designation hinted at deeper implications. Thus, Lin Che would not underestimate this elder based merely on appearances. After Lin Che and Xiao Yao had left, the elder chuckled to himself. It has indeed been a long time since I encountered such a courteous young person. With that, he closed his eyes once more, basking in the sun's warmth. Lin Che and Xiao Yao found their quarters but chose not to rest. Instead, they ascended to the deck. That moment, the cloud vessel had taken to the skies. Gliding through the celestial expanse, gazing at the magnificent, swirling sea of clouds, one could not help but feel an immense sense of liberation. How beautiful! Xiao Yao exclaimed, arms spread wide, as if to embrace the sky. Her azure dress fluttered in the breeze, and a gentle smile graced her exquisite features, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. This tableau caused Lin Che to momentarily pause. He could not deny that this young girl, who had followed him since childhood, possessed striking beauty. Although still young, she was undoubtedly a beauty in the making. How lovely it is! I wonder when I might soar through the skies with my own power. Surveying this vast landscape from above, coming to his senses, Lin Che sighed inwardly, traverse the skies and roam freely among the heavens. This was surely the initial dream of every martial artist. Just as Lin Che was lost in reverie, a deep voice abruptly pulled him back to reality. Turning to look, he beheld a towering young man before him. The youth stood over 2 meters tall, his muscles rippling like those of a coiled dragon, casting a substantial shadow that obscured the sunlight. Noticing the hint of disdain in the youth's gaze, Lin Che frowned. Before he could speak, the young man continued. I am Tsang Ming, naturally awakened with an indestructible battle body. You, it seems, are merely a wandering cultivator. For martial artists, garments often bore the insignia of their respective clans, and upon observing Lin Che's attire, Tsang Ming's contempt grew more pronounced. What do you intend to say? Lin Che replied coldly. Tsang Ming broke into a broad grin, turning his attention to Xiao Yao. And she is? I am the young master's maidservant. Xiao Yao interjected, sensing the greed in his eyes and speaking with evident distaste. Excellent, I reside in room 16. So have her come to attend to me tonight, Tsang Ming stated, his tone leaving no room for dispute. In an instant, as Tsang Ming's words fell, Lin Che had already drawn his sword. The sword's intent surged forth. Without reservation, Lin Che unleashed the full might of the spirit-level combat skill, Reversal of Chaos. In that fleeting moment, strands of sword energy erupted into existence, slicing through the air as if to rend the very fabric of reality. Suddenly sensing the onslaught of sword energy, Tsang Ming's expression shifted dramatically. Indestructible battle body, he bellowed, swiftly crossing his fist before his chest, enveloped in a layer of earthy light that formed a protective barrier in front of him. Boom! The force of Lin Che's strike crashed against the barrier, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating outward. The two forces clashed, but after merely a moment of stalemate, the barrier shattered. Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneously, Tsang Ming's massive frame staggered back 3 steps on the deck, the sound of his retreat echoing heavily. His form appearing somewhat disheveled. You are a sword cultivator. After regaining his footing, Tsang Ming regarded Lin Che with palpable wariness. What do you think? Lin Che retorted with a cold laugh. I've misjudged you. Tsang Ming murmured, astonishment flickering in his eyes before he turned and left without hesitation. This was not a retreat born of cowardice. Initially, he perceived Lin Che as weak and sought to intimidate him. However, upon witnessing Lin Che's prowess, he deemed further confrontation unnecessary. Lin Che made no effort to stop him, merely watching his retreating figure with a slight furrow of his brow. Spirit Martial Second Realm? Lin Che sensed that this young man was at the second realm of Spirit Martial. The previous strike had indeed been his full force, and he had struck first, yet he had only managed to push Tsang Ming back 3 steps. It was undeniable that the talents aboard this cloud vessel were formidable. This was a truth universally acknowledged. Those admitted to the Dao Tsang Institute were the finest prodigies from the major cities of Yangzhou, each possessing remarkable abilities. Tsang Ming, in particular, had not only reached the second realm of Spirit Martial, but had also awakened a unique physique that, of course, this was also due to the fact that Lin Che wielded an ordinary sword. Had it been the Linghan sword, Tsang Ming would likely have paid a steep price. This individual from Kanglin City was indeed quite powerful. Naturally, sword cultivators tended to pose a greater challenge compared to other martial artists. Meanwhile, numerous young talents on the deck, who had been admiring the scenery, began to regard Lin Che with newfound respect after witnessing the recent altercation. In the competition among the 100 cities, Kanglin City had only recently entered the limelight, and those emerging from it were initially seen as weak by the prodigies from other major cities. Coupled with Lin Che's status as a wandering cultivator, devoid of any familial backing, one could only imagine the scarcity of resources available for his training. When Tsang Ming had sought trouble earlier, the onlookers had viewed it as mere jest, but now their gazes towards Lin Che bore a mixture of seriousness and even reverence. Such is the nature of this world. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength can one command respect. My young master has caused you trouble, Xiao Yao said apologetically, standing beside Lin Che after Tsang Ming's departure. The conflict had arisen because of her, and the young man appeared formidable. Not at all a bother. Lin Che shook his head. Since they all perceive us as easy prey, even without this fellow, Others would eventually come to test us. After this encounter, at the very least, those weaker than him will think twice about attempting to bully us. In fact, it has spared us considerable hassle. Lin Che's gaze swept over the many young talents on the deck, establishing dominance. This was one of the reasons Lin Che had acted so decisively. After lingering on the deck for a while, the two returned to their room. At this point, Xiao Yao had prepared Lin Che's bedding and tidied the room with great care, though accustomed to her attentiveness. Lin Che felt a stirring in his heart. Having someone to attend to him was indeed a delightful experience, but at least he no longer had to worry about mundane chores. However, after the initial excitement wore off, life aboard the cloud vessel proved somewhat dull and monotonous. Yangzhou was vast, and even with the speed of the aerial vessel, this journey felt rather lengthy. One night, Lin Che stood alone on the deck, gazing at the vast tapestry of stars above, lost in thought. Heavenly maiden, when will I be able to wield my sword across the heavens and survey this expanse with my own strength? Lin Che extended his hand, as if to touch the celestial bodies, his face reflecting a yearning for the limitless. After reaching the Xuanwu realm, it shall be possible, the heavenly maiden replied casually. Xuanwu realm. The warriors of the Xuanwu realm possess an exquisite mastery over true energy, enabling them to traverse the skies with ease. However, Lin Che, reflecting on his current state, realized that he had yet to even step into the spirit martial realm, indicating that he still had a long journey ahead. Nevertheless, Lin Che was not disheartened by this disparity. Instead, his gaze sparkled with unwavering determination. For the dream of soaring through the skies, he vowed to one day tread the path of the Xuanwu realm. "Do you have a fondness for the sword path?" the celestial maiden suddenly inquired. "Indeed," Lin Che replied without hesitation that in truth, the Lin family to which he belonged was not a lineage of sword practitioners. Very few had taken up the sword or pursued its mastery. During the year he spent cultivating under the celestial maiden and consolidating his qi, the enigmatic woman had never imparted any sword techniques to him. Yet, Lin Che had devoted himself to practicing and exploring swordsmanship from a young age. If it were not for his genuine passion, he would have found it challenging to persist until now. For reasons unknown, he yearned for the lifestyle of wielding a sword, breaking through myriad laws with a single strike. However, it seemed that those who practiced the sword path were exceedingly rare. Could it be that there was something amiss with the sword path? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Che asked, somewhat perplexed. He had heard that there were very few sword practitioners in Kanglan City. Some claimed that the sword path was merely a diversion, and that a true warrior should possess a broad knowledge and not be confined to a single discipline. Which fool uttered such nonsense? A scoff echoed from within the divine space, belonging to the celestial maiden. The scarcity of sword practitioners does not stem from any flaw in the path itself, but rather from its inherent difficulty. No, it should be said that the beginning is arduous, while the latter stages become manageable. However, few can persevere to reach the latter, beginning with difficulty, then easing. Lin Che was bewildered, clearly not comprehending her words. Yet at that moment, the celestial maiden continued. The journey of martial arts is, by nature, a rebellion against the heavens. The aspire to excel in every aspect and ultimately break free from shackles is not wisdom. It is folly. Thus, there are prodigies who focus solely on one path, such as the sword path, yet can shatter the vastness with a single point. They're the ones capable of piercing through illusions and being the first to escape. Piercing through illusions, shattering the vastness with a single point. The celestial maiden's succinct words felt as if they had unlocked the grand door of a sacred martial hall for Lin Che, stirring his heart and further solidifying his resolve towards the sword path. After a brief moment, Lin Che calmed himself and curiously asked, "Senior celestial maiden, do you wield the sword?" "I do not," came her cool response, followed by an addition. "I am proficient in all." Lin Che felt a wave of confusion wash over him. But before he could articulate his thoughts, the celestial maiden interrupted. "Do not question without reason. If there is one, it is simply because I am formidable." Lin Che felt a sense of defeat wash over him each time he conversed with this mysterious woman. Of course, he understood that in the presence of a peerless prodigy who had reached the martial path at the tender age of 17, he could hardly claim any position of pride. "Senior celestial maiden, You mentioned that the sword path begins with difficulty. What is the reason for that? Lin Che pressed on, eager for knowledge in that moment. He felt like a sponge, desperately seeking to absorb the myriad insights of martial arts from the Celestial Maiden. However, this time, the Celestial Maiden remained silent. Senior, he began, but she interjected, "Hush, look at that star. Does it not resemble a sword?" After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke again. Lin Che was taken aback and looked up. Just then, a star hanging in the sky abruptly fell. The great star plummeted, trailing a long tail of light, leaving behind a magnificent arc in the night sky. Its momentum was relentless. Witnessing the spectacle, Lin Che's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had entered a trance. In his eyes, the star had indeed transformed into a sword, a divine blade piercing the heavens. Subsequently, Lin Che closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, a hint of sharpness glimmered within. I understand now. Lin Che finally grasped why the sword path began with difficulty. It required enlightenment, in comparison to the realms of martial arts. The sword path must also possess its own hierarchies. Yet, unlike martial cultivation, the sword path demanded a profound level of comprehension. The rising sun and setting moon, mountains and rivers, the illumination of myriad homes, all could serve as sources of enlightenment for the sword. It was as though he had unlocked a completely new realm. With this newfound understanding, Lin Che stepped forward on the deck. A formless momentum enveloped him, causing his dark hair to dance and his garments to flutter. At that moment, Lin Che formed a sword gesture with his two fingers and thrust forward. Boom! The cloud before him was instantly dispersed. Not only that, but the force also created intense ripples within a 10-jong radius. Sword momentum. Lin Che had yet to break through to the spirit martial realm. Thus, this was not a manifestation of true energy. What he had achieved was purely the power emanating from his sword momentum. Remarkably, Lin Che did not rely on any spiritual techniques or even wield a sword. This meant that he was capable of unleashing the purest sword momentum without the aid of any external tools. Comprehending sword momentum, consolidating sword intent, forming a realm of swords, and transforming into laws. Now he had truly embarked on the first step of the sword path, barely qualifying as a sword practitioner, as the Celestial Maiden's voice echoed in his mind. Senior Celestial Maiden, what you just described, is that the true realm of the sword path? Lin Che inquired, his expression filled with excitement. If I wish to progress further, what should I do, given your current state? Being able to comprehend the sword momentum realm is already commendable. Do not always strive for unattainable heights. However, it would be wise to solidify your current insights. Lin Che promptly asked, how do I solidify them? Engage in combat, the Celestial Maiden replied succinctly, and then fell silent. Combat. Lin Che stood rooted for a moment, taken aback. Suddenly, he turned and strode toward a chamber aboard the cloud ship. Room 16, the Ace section. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the cloud ship, abruptly shattering the tranquility of the night. The violent sound jolted everyone from their slumber, causing a flurry of curious individuals to emerge from their quarters and gaze in the direction of the noise. What just happened? I don't know. Could have been an earthquake. Are you foolish? The cloud ship is soaring through the skies. Where would an earthquake come from? Who cares? Let's go take a look at in a matter of moments. More and more people converged toward the source of the commotion. Among them, the most bewildered was undoubtedly the young lord of Giant Elephant City. Room 16, the Ace section. Song Ming had been deep in slumber, entwined with a beautiful woman. Just as he was about to reveal his true feelings and share a kiss, the door to his room was suddenly flung open, startling him awake. Song Ming, come out and fight. Lin Che declared from the threshold, his eyes glinting in the darkness like a ghost. ITSU. Song Ming finally recognized the shadow before him, but a surge of murderous intent quickly consumed his thoughts. You bastard! I'll kill you! Fuming with rage, Song Ming's eyes turned crimson as he leaped from his bed and charged out of the room. By this time, Lin Che had already reached the deck of the cloud ship. A fight was about to break out. The assembled onlookers, curious about the unfolding drama, could no longer feign ignorance at the tension between the two. Astonishment was evident on their faces. You little brat. I made it clear last time that you should stay away. Yet you dare come to my doorstep. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Song Ming bellowed in fury. Hearing this, Lin Che's ring flickered with light, and a common iron sword appeared in his grip, pointed directly at Song Ming. Enough with the nonsense. Let us fight. Song Ming was nearly driven to madness. Throughout his life, he had only ever bullied others. When had he been confronted like this? Although he had retreated during their last encounter, it was only because he sought to avoid mutual destruction. That did not imply he feared his adversary. In fact, if they were to engage in a full-scale battle, Song Ming believed his strength to be far superior. It seems I showed you mercy last time. You're seeking death now, since you wish for it. I shall oblige. The intense anger fueled Song Ming's resolve. He swore to make Lin Che suffer like a beaten dog on the ground to quench his burning resentment. Indomitable battle body. As this thought crossed his mind, Song Ming let out a ferocious roar. Awakening his unique physique, the layer of earthy yellow light swiftly enveloped him, forming a suit of armor around his body. Subsequently, he unleashed a mighty punch. His true energy surged forth, coalescing into a formidable punch aura atop his iron fist, creating a force so powerful that it caused the very air to tremble. Indeed, Song Ming was formidable, with the sheer strength of this punch. He ranked among the elite on this vessel brimming with talented individuals. Witnessing Song Ming's prowess at the second level of spirit martial arts and the might of the indestructible battle body, all present were taken aback. However, at that moment, Lin Che made his move. With a resounding songlong, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed, devoid of any embellishment. Lin Che simply executed a single slash. This seemingly uncomplicated strike was perceived clearly by everyone, yet it bore an inexplicable elegance. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Lin Che's seemingly mundane sword met Song Ming's grand punch aura with a tremendous clash, yielding results beyond everyone's expectations. Whoosh! After the collision, Song Ming's imposing form was sent flying 10 meters away. I could see this moment. Song Ming's mind was reeling, and no matter how confident he was, he could feel that this youth was significantly stronger than during their last encounter. Yet, before Song Ming could articulate his thoughts, Lin Che leaped forward, his figure slicing through the air like a tempest. The second sword strike followed suit. Song Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned all his strength, blocking with both fists, while his true energy formed a thick layer of armor before him. Bang! Yet, under this sword strike, the true energy armor shattered instantaneously, propelling Song Ming's body back another 10 meters. Not only that, but blood also oozed from the corner of Song Ming's mouth, a clear indication of internal injury from the violent shockwave. Lin Che's two strikes were almost identical. They could hardly be considered techniques, nor were they enhanced by any battle skills. They were merely simple sword swings. However, should the opponent fail to withstand them, they became the most formidable offensive maneuvers. Using momentum to overpower, this was the essence of force. Sword intent. The numerous talented onlookers gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle. How a youth so young had indeed grasped the concept of sword intent. How could one even begin to rationalize such a phenomenon? The indestructible battle body, notorious for its formidable defensive capabilities, found itself in such disarray against this young man's sword intent. The sword cultivator's ability to breach defenses was truly not to be underestimated. Whispers of discussion arose, leading the talented warriors from various cities to feel a sense of alarm. A seemingly unremarkable youth was, in fact, a sword cultivator who had comprehended sword intent. This vessel was truly a den of hidden talents. It seemed prudent to maintain a low profile henceforth to avoid making enemies. I could see this moment. Lin Che could distinctly sense that with each strike he executed, his mastery of sword intent grew increasingly refined. The celestial maiden had not deceived him. Practical combat was indeed the wellspring of progress. Song Ming felt a surge of despair. Sensing the might of Lin Che's sword intent, he was utterly astonished. How could this youth pose such a significant threat in just 2 short days? He had long abandoned the notion of confronting Lin Che head-on and chose instead to evade his sharp edge. As he darted about in a panic, he conceded, "Little brother, wait. Let's discuss this like adults. The previous conflict was truly a misunderstanding. I should not have harbored ill intentions toward your maid. I now formally apologize. Shall we bury the hatchet? Weren't you the one who said you would kill me? Lin Che inquired. I was merely joking, Songming stammered. Crash. Just as Songming began to speak, Lin Che swung his sword once more, unleashing a terrifying aura that swept forward. With a resounding roar, Songming was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily against the distant hull of the vessel, blood spewing from his mouth at this moment. As Lin Che felt his grasp on sword intent deepen, he sheathed his sword with satisfaction, casting a cold glance at Songming. I am typically a low-key individual, yet you have relentlessly sought to oppress me. It was only out of necessity that I resorted to action against you. That I hope you will learn from this lesson and refrain from being so arrogant in the future. Shaking his head, Lin Che adopted a demeanor that suggested he had no desire to engage, but was forced into action, leaving those words behind as he turned to depart. The onlookers instinctively parted to create a pathway. If they had previously regarded Lin Che with interest, they now viewed him with a measure of respect. They understood that this seemingly harmless youth was not to be trifled with. Lin Che's figure receded. Songming's heart let out a wail. Arrogant. I sought to oppress you. I was simply trying to have a good night's sleep. Who is truly oppressing whom here? Songming felt overwhelmed with grievance, his heart raging in frustration. The news of a genius who comprehended sword intent aboard the vessel spread rapidly. There was little that could be done, as they all resided on the same ship, and any minor incident would be known by all the following day. In the days that followed, the gazes of those around Lin Che were imbued with a sense of reverence, and he became one of the few individuals deemed untouchable. Songming, hailing from the great elephant city, would immediately avoid Lin Che upon sight, as if fleeing from a plague. All of this left Lin Che feeling quite helpless. Such days were exceedingly tedious. Lying on his bed, he wore a forlorn expression. I am merely at the pinnacle of Qi gathering, my rank the lowest aboard this vessel. Why is no one attempting to oppress me? This thought did not stem from any masochistic tendencies, but rather from the itch that arises when one comprehends a new skill yet cannot apply it. It was akin to Lin Che's urge to find someone to spar with after grasping sword intent. Regrettably, he swaggered around the vessel for 2 whole days, sword in hand, yet ultimately failed to fulfill his desire. Instead, he deterred many who typically enjoyed the scenic views on the deck. Fortunately, this exasperating period did not last long. One day, the vessel sailed over a particular region. Dao Song Academy. Is this Dao Song Academy? We have finally arrived. The gaze of all aboard the vessel turned toward the horizon. Through the clouds, nestled among the mountains below, stood an ancient academy. Within the academy, colossal structures seemed to number in the countless thousands. The grandeur of the scenery evoked an immediate sense of yearning in those who beheld it. I have never seen such magnificent architecture in my life. It is simply breathtaking. Many young individuals from various cities could not help but exclaim in awe, akin to rural villagers encountering a colossal steel city for the first time, as the crowd marveled. A white crane soared into the sky. The crane approached the vessel at great speed, and only then did the onlookers discern that a figure stood atop it, a middle-aged man of remarkable presence. Upon boarding the vessel, the middle-aged man first bowed to the elderly gentleman seated in a wicker chair, then spoke, Outer Academy Mentor Song Long, greetings, Elder Bai. The elderly man, somewhat hard of hearing and visually impaired, known as Elder Bai, seemed oblivious to the middle-aged man's words, casually gesturing toward a roster on the table. This moment, Mentor Song Long bowed once more, then picked up the roster, declaring, I shall verify the names of the recruits. Those whose names are called, step forward. After uttering this, the middle-aged man announced the first name, Chong Ping. After a moment of silence, no one responded. Furrowing his brow, Song Long inquired, Is there anyone named Chong Ping from Great Elephant City? At that instant, a robust figure in the crowd quickly stood up. Mentor, I am from Great Elephant City, but my name is Songming, not Chong Ping. Song Long was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing further. Continuing with the names, Qianlong City, Tu Niao. Reporting to the mentor, My name is Du Peng, came a voice laden with emotion. Witnessing this scene, Lin Che was left dumbfounded. He glanced at the elderly gentleman lounging in the wicker chair, basking in the sun, and thought to himself, It seems I'm not the only one whose name has been mismanaged by this old man. After a brief pause, The middle-aged mentor's voice resonated once more. Kanglin City, Lin. What was the name of this individual from Kanglin City? Lin Wan, Lin Yuan, or Lin Dan? Unbeknownst to me, Old Bai suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming, "His name is Linda, the virtue of virtue. I am Lin Che, as clear as the crystal waters." Lin Che nearly shouted in his fervor. And thus, time passed, though I could not say how long, until this agonizing roll call finally came to a close. At that moment, the infamous Old Bai, who had generated countless grievances, rose from his reclining chair and lazily stretched. "These little rascals are all accounted for, and I have fulfilled my duty," he declared. With that, Old Bai patted his backside and leaped from the cloud ship, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This scene startled everyone. Has this old man lost his mind? Doesn't he fear the fall? Hold your tongue. Old Bai is a formidable expert of the Xuanwu realm. He can traverse the skies at will. Speak with more respect. Upon hearing these remarks, Song Long reprimanded with a stern countenance. Xuanwu realm. The mere mention of this sent a jolt through the hearts of all the young people aboard the cloud ship. Reflecting on the elder's unassuming appearance, many felt a sense of disbelief. Simultaneously, a wave of regret washed over them. Had they known this elder was a person of great stature, they would have gone to great lengths to cultivate a relationship with him. Alas, it was now too late. Ignoring the emotions of the crowd, Song Long steered the cloud ship directly towards the academy ground. As they approached the Dao Tsang Academy, someone gasped, "Look! What is that?" In the central area of the Dao Tsang Academy, a celestial staircase ascended into the heavens, bathed in radiant light, exuding an aura of mystery. That is the Tianhuan divine realm, a secret domain established by our academy's founder during his lifetime. Anyone who can traverse this domain shall be deemed an unparalleled prodigy and will receive the academy's utmost cultivation support. Song Long casually explained, "The Tianhuan divine realm." In that instant, fervent excitement glimmered in the eyes of all the young disciples aboard. The prospect of receiving the academy's full cultivation support ignited their aspirations. However, just then, a statement from a middle-aged man doused their enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. "Do not hold your breath. No one has ever passed through this secret realm in the past 10,000 years." What? The realization that no one had ever succeeded extinguished the flickering flames of hope within them. Even though they were the top young talents emerging from various cities, they were not so arrogant as to believe they could surpass the illustrious figures of Dao Tsang Academy. In truth, securing first place in the selection battles of their respective cities merely granted them entry to Dao Tsang Academy. This ancient institution was not lacking in talent. Since its inception, not a single individual had successfully navigated the Tianhuan divine realm. Thus, they would not be so presumptuous as to think they had a chance at such a challenge. As the cloud ship distanced itself from the Tianhuan divine realm, it continued onward, soon landing in a vast plaza. The group disembarked and followed Song Long into a building, where they were promptly provided with outer academy attire, identity tokens, and other essentials. At this juncture, Song Long gathered everyone once more and stated, "The residences for new disciples are located in the rear mountains of Dao Tsang Academy. Upon arrival, you will use your identity tokens to receive further arrangements. When will someone instruct us in our cultivation?" Someone inquired. "Never," Song Long replied nonchalantly. "What?" The crowd was taken aback. Wasn't Dao Tsang Academy a place of learning? How could there be no one to guide their training? As outer disciples, they would only have the opportunity to ascend to inner disciples within 3 years, at which point elders would personally mentor their cultivation. Thus, for these new disciples, the time ahead would be one of solitary training. Solitary training. This phrase left the crowd feeling dispirited. Was this not a sentence of self-reliance? They had initially believed that entering Dao Tsang Academy meant becoming official disciples, only to discover that this was merely the beginning. Only by advancing to the inner academy could they truly benefit from the resources of Dao Tsang Academy. Naturally, there were many alliances formed by the outer disciples. For the new disciples, it was advisable to join an alliance, as it could provide assistance in navigating life at the academy and help them avoid unnecessary pitfalls. "Master, how do we join an alliance?" another asked. "Every year, new disciples enter the academy, and alliances come to recruit. You can check the plaza we just passed through," Song Long replied, offering a few more brief reminders before turning to leave. The new disciples exchanged bewildered glances. Was that it? They were dumbfounded. This was nothing like the idyllic academy life they had envisioned. Am I not the top talent from Qianlong City? Why does it feel like I've become worthless here at Dao Tsang Academy? This is such a blow. Stop complaining. It seems Dao Tsang Academy has no shortage of talent. Let's head to the plaza and see if we can join an alliance, someone suggested. With that, despite their disappointment, the group accepted the situation and made their way to the aforementioned plaza, Lin Che among them. Upon arriving at the pristine plaza, they found numerous alliances already present, eagerly waiting to recruit the new disciples. This was also a customary practice for the Outer Academy. These alliances were established by the disciples themselves, and only by continuously bringing in new members could they grow and thrive. For the new disciples, who were relatively weak, joining an alliance was essential for seeking protection. Young master, do you wish to join an alliance? Xiao Yao asked as they reached the plaza. Of course. Lin Che nodded. His experiences in Kanglan City had made him acutely aware of the importance of having backing. Moreover, Dao Tsang Academy felt somewhat unfamiliar to him. Joining an alliance would undoubtedly provide greater convenience. After observing for a moment, Lin Che headed straight for one particular alliance, Qinqiu Alliance. Lin Che noticed that among the various alliances, the individuals representing the Qinqiu Alliance possessed considerable strength. That if it were to choose, it was only prudent to select a more powerful alliance. Are you accepting new members? Lin Che inquired of the bald man at the forefront of the Qinqiu Alliance. The bald man looked up at Lin Che and raised an eyebrow slightly. We accept members, but not you. Why not? Lin Che asked, confused at a mere pinnacle of qi gathering, without even breaking through to the spirit martial realm. Lacks the qualifications to join the Qinqiu Alliance, the bald man replied with a tone of disdain. Hearing this, Lin Che's expression darkened. However, he refrained from further protest, taking Xiao Yao by the hand and turning to leave. Subsequently, Lin Che attempted to join several other alliances, but each time he was met with the same dismissive reactions as he had received from the Qinqiu Alliance, whether subtly or overtly. I appear so weak. Lin Che felt disheartened. Yet upon reflection, he acknowledged that among the individuals aboard the cloud ship, he indeed ranked at the bottom in terms of cultivation level. Their inability to see the young master's potential is their loss. Xiao Yao comforted him. Meanwhile, a peculiar scene unfolded in the plaza. For many new disciples, seeking the protection of an alliance typically required them to take the initiative to approach and register. However, at this moment, two young men, both around 28 or 29 years old, were energetically approaching newcomers while holding a stack of thick flyers, persistently inquiring if they would like to join their alliance. Hey, would you like to join our alliance? It's truly a great opportunity. Just take a look. The two men fervently promoted their alliance. Yet the new disciples who passed by, after a brief inquiry about this alliance, simply shook their heads and walked away. At that moment, a member from a nearby alliance scoffed. Tianlang, Wu Yuren, you two should just give a rest. With the meager strength of your alliance, you rank at the bottom among the outer alliances. Who in their right mind would want to join you? The members of your alliance have all endured a decade of hardship as menial disciples, barely managing to be promoted to outer disciples due to the pity of the academy. Do you truly believe that, upon becoming outer disciples, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us genuine prodigies? Ha! With your meager abilities, attempting to establish an alliance is nothing short of laughable. The man spoke. A wave of laughter erupted from the group behind him. Upon hearing this ridicule, Yi Tianlang and Wu Yuren both felt their faces flush with anger. However, they seemed somewhat apprehensive and chose not to retort. The commotion, however, caught the attention of Lin Che and his companion. Xiao Yao glanced over and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother!" Upon hearing the call, the man named Yi Tianlang momentarily froze, then slowly turned around. It turned out that this individual was Xiao Yao's brother. "Sister, what are you doing here?" As Xiao Yao and her companion approached, Yi Tianlang's expression was one of surprise. In response, Xiao Yao quickly shared the reason for her presence. After listening to her explanation, Yi Tianlang turned to Lin Che and expressed his gratitude. "I have always heard Xiao Yao speak highly of you, Lin Xiaozhu, for your exceptional care toward her. Our reunion is entirely thanks to you. I am profoundly grateful." Lin Che shook his head. "Brother Yi, I am no longer the Lin family's young master. Please refrain from addressing me as such. Besides, We are both disciples of the Tao Song Academy now. Since you entered before me, simply calling me junior brother will suffice. Very well. Lin Che, Yitianlang was not one to be overly modest and nodded in agreement. I could see that moment. Lin Che also noticed the flyers in Yitianlang and Wu Yuren's hands. Yi Alliance, he inquired, has Brother Yi established an alliance in the Outer Academy? Indeed, Yi Tianlang replied without hesitation. Are you still recruiting? This time, Yi Tianlang appeared taken aback. Could it be that Lin Che wishes to join our Yi Alliance? After all, other alliances seem to overlook me. I am merely curious if Brother Yi would be willing to accept me, Lin Che remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlang and Wu Yuren's expressions shifted to one of excitement. Lin Che's desire to join the Yi Alliance is something we could only dream of. This is truly wonderful. The Yi Alliance, such a feeble faction, was on the verge of disbandment, yet someone wished to join? Was this person blind? It is hardly surprising. Have you not noticed the realm of the new disciple? He is yet to break through to the spirit martial realm. With such strength, he naturally lacks the qualifications to join other alliances. Such a person is only suited for the Yi Alliance. Witnessing the Yi Alliance genuinely gaining a member, those who had previously mocked them began to jeer once more. Simultaneously, it seemed that some had also taken note of Xiao Yao. What a pity! Such a beautiful girl must follow this individual into such a weak faction. She will undoubtedly suffer in the future. Little girl, you might as well consider becoming my warm bedmaid. It would be better than following these useless fools. Upon hearing these remarks, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiao Yao's beautiful eyes. Yet she understood that these individuals were disciples of the Tao Song Academy, each regarded as a genius by the outside world. Although their words were exceedingly harsh, not wishing to bring trouble to her brother, she could only lower her head in silence. However, Lin Che's temperament could not tolerate such insults. He pulled Xiao Yao behind him and coldly declared, "Do you use your mouths merely to spew filth? I have just joined the Yi Alliance. If there are any who look down upon it, step forward." Upon hearing this, those who had just mocked were momentarily taken aback. Then a smirk crept onto their faces. This new disciple dared to retort. Oh, this year's newcomers are truly audacious. A member of the Gundao Alliance stepped forward, looking at Lin Che with a disdainful sneer. "And what do you think you are?" Swish! Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly ceased. That moment, a cold sword blade was already pressed against the throat of the Gundao Alliance member. How did he draw his sword? At least half of the onlookers failed to catch the movement. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the shock felt by the crowd in the plaza. Members of various alliances gazed at the sword in Lin Che's hand, sensing a potent aura surrounding it, their expressions shifting to a sword cultivator. This young man has indeed grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Meanwhile, many new disciples who had accompanied Lin Che were left dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, "This guy is indeed a troublemaker. He has just entered the Tao Song Academy and is already clashing with the seniors." Not far away, the individual from Giant Elephant City, Song Ming, looked on in despair. "Did you see that? You all witnessed it, right? With such a temper, he claimed I bullied him on the cloud ship. Can one truly be oppressed like this? I am wronged." Gulp. Feeling the chilling aura from the sword, the Gundao Alliance member gulped, his back drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My previous remarks were inappropriate." This man had completely lost his previous arrogance, his eyes now filled with fear as he hastily apologized. Lin Che had assessed the realms of the surrounding alliance members before acting so dominantly to intimidate them. However, this did not mean he sought further trouble. Upon hearing the apology, Lin Che sheathed his sword. Scanning the area, seeing that no one else spoke, he prepared to leave. Just then, the bald man from the Qianqiu Alliance stepped directly into his path. Upon seeing this man, Yi Tianlang and Wu Yuren instinctively displayed a hint of reverence. "I did not expect you to be a sword cultivator who has comprehended the essence of swordsmanship." The bald man scrutinized Lin Che, a glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes as he said, "Now, you qualify to join the Qianqiu Alliance." His words, everyone around was taken aback. They had not anticipated that after revealing his strength, this young man would attract the attention of the Qianqiu Alliance. Lin Che frowned. "I'm sorry, but I'm not interested." Previously, Lin Che had initially wished to join the Qianqiu alliance, but was met with a harsh rejection. Now, after demonstrating his prowess and having already joined the Yi alliance, the other party came seeking him again. That it felt rather pragmatic. Of course, what Lin Che found most unacceptable was the bald man's demeanor, which carried an air of superiority, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Rejected. Observing this scene, many onlookers were left dumbfounded that a new disciple had declined an invitation to join the Qianqiu alliance. Such a thing had seemingly never happened in previous years. What was even more astonishing was that between the Qianqiu alliance and Yi alliance, two factions that were not on the same level, this youth had chosen the Yi alliance. If you understood the strength of the Qianqiu alliance, you would surely regret your decision today. The bald man's expression darkened. Upon hearing this, Lin Che glanced at him, uninterested, and then turned to lead Xiao Yao and the others away from the plaza. Watching Lin Che's figure gradually recede, the bald man's expression turned exceedingly grim, unable to suppress a curse under his breath. What an idiot! After spending some time in the Outer Academy, you will realize how foolish it was to reject the Qianqiu alliance. Lin Shitty, I never imagined your strength to be so formidable. Once they left the plaza, Yi Tianlang and Wu Yuren remained in shock. They had initially thought that Lin Che's joining the Yi alliance was merely a reluctant choice. However, after witnessing Lin Che's prowess, they understood that this young man was indeed a powerful sword cultivator. It is nothing much. Lin Che merely shook his head. He then inquired, Brother Yi, from what I gather, the Yi alliance's situation in the Outer Academy does not seem favorable? Yi Tianlang sighed. Most of the members in the Yi alliance have risen from the ranks of menial disciples, in terms of strength. We are almost at the bottom among the various alliances in the Outer Academy. To be frank, we haven't recruited a new member in nearly 3 years. If we fail to attract anyone this year, we may soon face disbandment. Upon hearing these words, Wu Yuren, who stood nearby, consoled, Brother Yi, do not speak so dishearteningly. This year we have indeed recruited new members, and not just any, but someone as formidable as Brother Lin. Indeed, with the addition of Junior Brother Lin, our Yi alliance is bound to have hope, Yi Tianlang remarked with a smile. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Lin Che and cautioned, Junior Brother Lin, when you traverse the Outer Academy, you must not provoke the Qianqiu alliance lightly. Why is that? Is the Qianqiu alliance very powerful? Lin Che inquired. The Qianqiu alliance is among the most powerful factions in the Outer Academy, and their leader, Lu Qianqiu, is exceptionally formidable, being a direct disciple of an elder from the Dan Pavilion. The Dan Pavilion? Lin Che echoed, intrigued. Yes, within the Daocang Academy, the two most powerful institutions are the Punishment Hall and the Dan Pavilion. Thus, with an elder from the Dan Pavilion backing Lu Qianqiu, her influence among the disciples is immense. Furthermore, her own strength is not to be underestimated, as she ranks within the heavenly rankings. The heavenly rankings? Lin Che's face exhibited a look of confusion once more. Observing this, Yi Tianlang elucidated, the heavenly rankings represent the power ranking among the disciples of Daocang Academy, comprising 30 slots. Lu Qianqiu holds the 10th position, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Spirit Martial. The 6th layer of Spirit Martial, and she is merely ranked 10th in the heavenly rankings, Lin Che remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. After a brief pause, he asked, what rank does the first position on the heavenly rankings hold? Though he was aware of the considerable gap, Lin Che was still eager to know. The first rank belongs to Bei Lingtian, who has attained the Xuanwu realm, and he is also the chief disciple of the Punishment Hall. To be precise, he is a figure whom all disciples within Daocang Academy must look up to. The Xuanwu realm. There exists a powerful individual among the disciples who has reached the Xuanwu realm. Even Lin Che felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing this. It seemed that his previous experiences in Kanglin City had indeed been somewhat limited. With his current cultivation level at the peak of Qi gathering within Daocang Academy, he truly felt like a small fish in the vast ocean. Naturally, despite understanding the disparities, Lin Che's character would not allow him to be disheartened. Rather, it ignited a greater fighting spirit within him. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. Junior Brother Lin, this is our Yi alliance, Yi Tianlang announced. After saying this, Yi Tianlang and Wu Yuren led Lin Che and Xiao Yao into the courtyard. Zhao Shidi, come out quickly. I have good news to share with you. Yi Tianlang called out to someone inside. Before long, a door opened and a slightly languid young man emerged. Upon seeing Lin Che and Xiao Yao, the young man frowned slightly. Brother Yi, who are these two? Ha! This is my sister, and this is junior brother Lin Che. Our new member who has officially joined the Yi Alliance this year, Yi Tianlang introduced. He then turned to Lin Che and added, junior brother Lin, this is Zhao Yushidi. Before your arrival, the three of us were the entire membership of the Yi Alliance. A peculiar expression crossed Lin Che's face that it was surprising to learn that prior to him, the Yi Alliance had only 3 members. No wonder it was on the brink of dissolution. Such a small number. However, Lin Che said nothing further and clasped his fists toward the young man. Brother Zhao, I have just joined the Yi Alliance, and I hope to count on your guidance in the future. In response, Zhao Yu merely scrutinized Lin Che with a dismissive gaze. Qi gathering realm? He muttered, shaking his head slightly. Alas, it seems the Yi Alliance truly lacks hope. I shall not disturb my sleep any longer. With that, he disregarded their reactions and returned to his room. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tianlang felt somewhat awkward. Junior brother Yi, do not take offense. Zhao Shidi has always been like this. When the 3 of us founded the Yi Alliance, Zhao Shidi contributed significantly. However, given the current plight of the Yi Alliance, his spirits have understandably dampened due to the lack of hope. Yet, I believe that once he realizes your strength, he will certainly regard you with newfound respect. Lin Che simply smiled, indicating that he was not perturbed by the encounter, but a moment later, he inquired, Brother Yi, I would like to know where I can cultivate within the Dao Song Academy. Upon hearing that disciples of the Outer Academy were expected to train independently, Lin Che was eager to learn about the cultivation sites available within Dao Song Academy. There are numerous places for cultivation within the academy, such as the training tower and the fire spirit room. Additionally, every new disciple has the opportunity to enter the scripture repository to select battle techniques. Furthermore, there are many wild mountains surrounding Dao Song Academy where one can venture for experience. Why the way? Our Yi Alliance plans to enter the Yundang mountain range near Dao Song Academy tomorrow for a hunting expedition. Junior brother Lin, if you're interested, you're welcome to join us, Yi Tianlang proposed. The Yundang mountain range. Lin Che mused. His Qi required a substantial amount of resources, and upon hearing this, he promptly replied, Very well, I will accompany you. After discussing their plans to venture into the Yundang mountain range, the group set off the following day. Throughout the journey, Yi Tianlang appeared noticeably more serious than the previous day. As we head to the Yundang mountain range, I will choose a route that has been explored by others, which is relatively safe. However, once we enter, everyone must remain cautious and ensure that we do not get separated. His caution stemmed from the fact that the Yundang mountain range was no longer part of Dao Song Academy. If they were careless here, they could potentially encounter deadly dangers. The members of the Yi Alliance all nodded in understanding that a day later, they finally reached the border of the Yundang mountain range. Renowned for its peril, the Yundang mountain range was said to harbor countless beasts, with rumors of powerful spirit beasts lurking deep within. After passing through a barrier, the group entered the mountains, and the surroundings transformed dramatically. A primal aura enveloped them, with towering shrubs and trees obscuring the sky, vines sprawling, and lush terrain extending endlessly. Everyone be cautious, Yi Tianlang reiterated. In truth, such a reminder was unnecessary. Upon entering this place, the group instinctively became more vigilant. After advancing for several miles, they suddenly sensed an odd fluctuation. It's a spirit viper, Yi Tianlang exclaimed immediately. Before them, coiled upon an ancient vine, was a massive emerald green python, its cold gaze fixed upon the members of the Yi Alliance. Just an 8th-tier beast. I'll handle it, Wu Yuren declared, stepping forward to confront the obstructive creature. Be careful not to let the spirit viper's venom touch you, Yi Tianlang cautioned from the side. Rest assured, Wu Yuren replied, patting his chest before darting forward. Despite the spirit viper's fearsome appearance, in terms of realm, an 8th-tier beast was equivalent to a human at the 8th layer of Qi gathering. Wu Yuren had clearly already entered the spirit martial realm and did not regard it as a threat. With a swift leap, Wu Yuren soared into the air, executing a palm strike in a downward arc. With a resounding crash, the spirit viper had no time to evade and was cleaved in two by the powerful strike. After dispatching the serpent, Wu Yuren triumphantly held up the severed serpent's body. Boasting, "See, I told you, this little snake was no match for me." However, before Wu Yuren could finish his boast, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The severed spirit viper unexpectedly showed signs of life. As Wu Yuren held its body, the massive head suddenly jolted and lunged towards his arm with a menacing bite. "Not good." Yi Tianlang and the others gasped in alarm. Even Wu Yuren was momentarily stunned, failing to react in time. Yet at that instant, a figure shot forth, delivering a fierce punch to the serpent's head just before it could bite Wu Yuren. The massive head of the serpent was obliterated in a single punch, delivered by none other than Lin Che. Wu Yuren, still in a state of shock, recognized that although the spirit viper was not particularly powerful, its venom was exceedingly potent. Should he have been bitten, he would likely have lost his arm. "Thank you, Brother Lin," Wu Yuren said, regaining his composure and looking at Lin Che with gratitude. That moment, Lin Che waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no thanks were necessary. "Brother, look quickly. This great serpent has a beast core," came the voice of Xiao Yao. Everyone turned to see that, indeed, after the spirit viper's head had been shattered, a verdant beast core rolled out onto the grass. Wu Yuren picked up the beast core and approached Lin Che. "Brother Lin, you have saved me once, and you are the one who ultimately killed this great serpent. The beast core rightfully belongs to you." Upon witnessing this, the others nodded in agreement. However, Lin Che smiled and replied, "Since this was a collective hunt, let us consider this beast core as part of our shared spoils." In all honesty, an 8th-tier beast core offered minimal assistance to Lin Che, especially after he had begun cultivating the Qi-Si method, which required an astonishing amount of resources. "Brother, you are quite generous," Yi Tianlang remarked as he patted Lin Che on the shoulder. An 8th-tier beast core was worth at least several thousand gold coins. And hearing Lin Che's words only elevated the group's regard for him further. As the group continued their journey, Lin Che found himself increasingly troubled over the next few days. The reason was simple. The route chosen by Yi Tianlang had evidently been traversed by many, resulting in minimal risk. Yet, this also implied that there would be little in the way of significant rewards. Lin Che had embarked on this journey for the purpose of honing his skills. And at the current pace, acquiring sufficient resources for cultivation seemed utterly unattainable. Thus, he resolved to venture deeper into the heart of the Yundang Mountains each night while the others rested, returning at dawn to the camp where the group was stationed. This decision did not go unnoticed. Yi Tianlang, upon learning of Lin Che's nightly excursions, expressed concern for his safety and urged him repeatedly to reconsider. But Lin Che remained steadfast in his resolve. As the members of the Yi Alliance observed Lin Che returning safely each time, his aura becoming increasingly refined with every return, they could only watch in astonishment, left with no words to express their thoughts. One fateful night, deep within the perilous heart of the Yundang Mountains, in a steep canyon, a silver-blood demon ape, shrouded in a swirling aura of demonic energy, resembled a fearsome Azura rising from the depths of hell, its blood-red eyes radiating a fierce, murderous intent. Before it stood a human youth, bearing a long sword on his back. The silver-blood demon ape, perceiving the unexpected intruder in its territory, charged forward with tremendous force, closing the distance rapidly before launching a powerful kick. In a split second, the youth leaped backward, narrowly evading the attack. The ground trembled as the ape's foot struck the earth nearby, creating a deep trench and sending dust spiraling into the air, illustrating the sheer force it wielded. The youth surveyed the destruction wrought by the demon ape from a distance, a 3rd-tier spirit beast. "Today's target for training is you," he declared confidently, for the youth was none other than Lin Che. A 3rd-tier spirit beast equated to a human martial artist at the 3rd level of spirit martial. Lin Che's audacity in selecting such a formidable opponent stemmed from the confidence he had gained through his recent training. With a resolute focus, Lin Che drew his sword and unleashed a powerful strike. A piercing sound of sword energy erupted as a brilliant sword light surged forth, cleaving toward the massive ape. The impact resonated as the sword light collided with the silver-blood demon ape, forcing its massive body to stagger back several steps. This confrontation only served to enrage the silver-blood demon ape further. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a wave of murderous intent, launching its colossal hand down upon Lin Che once more. Lin Che's gaze turned cold as he leaped to evade the massive hand, his sword slashing out with renewed vigor. As he struck, layers of energy surged like waves around his blade. The silver-blood demon ape was once again forced into retreat under the ferocity of Lin Che's assault. At this moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossed the ape's eyes. It had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant human harbored such formidable power. Indeed, the might of a third-tier spirit beast was astonishing. However, Lin Che also frowned. He recognized that even with the strength of his sword strike, the average third-tier martial artist would not have been able to withstand it, yet this demon ape had done so effortlessly, proving to be a formidable adversary. Recognizing this, the silver-blood demon ape charged at Lin Che with renewed fury. With a colossal leap, it unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Lin Che, a blow that could shatter mountains. Lin Che found himself engulfed in darkness beneath the shadow of the enormous fist, yet his expression remained unchanged, betraying no hint of fear. Although he had underestimated the ape's physical prowess, he knew that it would not be easy for the creature to pose a genuine threat to him. Just as the silver-blood demon ape's attack was about to strike, Lin Che's figure suddenly flickered and vanished from sight. This sudden disappearance startled the silver-blood demon ape, its pupils narrowing in surprise. In the next instant, Lin Che reappeared at the same height as the ape's head. Slash, he shouted, executing a dual-handed sword strike. The sword energy, propelled by the superior-grade spirit weapon, the Lingtian sword, surged forth with dazzling brilliance. The radiant sword light sliced through the air, piercing the silver-blood demon ape's neck. The scene froze momentarily before the ape's colossal head detached from its body, silver blood gushing forth like mercury spilled upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the ape's mountainous body fell heavily to the earth, sending dust flying in all directions. What a remarkable sword! Lin Che exclaimed, stroking the blade of the Lingtian sword. The superior-grade spirit weapon was indeed extraordinary. Under its enhancement, Lin Che's strike had gained at least 30% more power, allowing him to breach the defenses of the ferocious spirit beast and ultimately decapitate it. Moreover, Lin Che's mastery of sword energy, honed through countless battles during his training, played a crucial role in his victory. The realm of swordsmanship comprises various levels, each marked by stages of minor success, major success, and perfection. Previously, while aboard the cloud ship, Lin Che had only achieved a minor success in sword energy. However, since entering the Yundang Mountains, his mastery had reached a stage of major success and was approaching perfection. Such rapid progress in such a short time could only be described as meteoric. Shaking off these thoughts, Lin Che approached the place where the silver-blood demon ape had fallen. With a swift motion, he drove his sword into the heart of the beast, revealing a silver spirit pearl. This third-tier spirit beast core should suffice to help me break through the barriers of the Qi-gathering realm, Lin Che mused, anticipation lighting up his face. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged in that nameless canyon, clasping the silver spirit pearl and beginning the process of refinement. That moment, a powerful, devouring force surged within him, akin to a dragon drinking from the waters, drawing in the frenzied energy from the pearl and fortifying his bones. Meridians and flesh. As the night passed, the first light of dawn broke the horizon. By this time, the silver spirit pearl in Lin Che's grasp had dulled, cracks forming across its surface. With a soft crack, the pearl shattered into powder, and a rumble echoed within Lin Che's body. In an instant, Lin Che's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, exuding a sense of grandeur, as if it were a great force of nature. He had finally broken through to the realm of spirit martial. Lin Che opened his eyes, his gaze suffused with astonishment. Although merely a single realm's difference, the transition from Qi gathering to spirit martial realm felt akin to stepping into an entirely different world. At this moment, Lin Che could distinctly perceive the formidable energy coursing through his body. Now, If I were to encounter that demonic ape again, a single swing of my sword would effortlessly slay it. Having grasped this newfound power, Lin Che brimmed with absolute confidence that his junior brother Lin in any danger. On a clearing at the periphery of the Yundang Mountains, members of the Yi Alliance rested, while Yi Tianlang, glancing into the depths of the mountains, spoke with evident concern. For the past few days, Lin Che had ventured out at night, typically returning to regroup with them by dawn. However, today, with the sun having risen high in the sky, his absence was alarming. Consequently, the members of the Yi Alliance remained vigilantly stationed. "This Lin brother is quite mysterious," Wei Yuan suddenly remarked. "Indeed, he is enigmatic. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to venture alone into the depths of the mountains." Another member added that I can sense that each time he returns, he carries an aura of killing intent, and within this brief period, his presence seems to have become immensely refined. Though, at the peak of Qi gathering, even a spirit martial realm practitioner of the second tier would not exert such overwhelming pressure upon me, Yi Tianlang concurred. The Yi Alliance found themselves on the brink of dissolution, primarily due to the limited talents of their members, who, after years in the outer court, saw little hope of advancing to inner court disciples. Yet now, they felt a profound distinction in the recently joined youth, Lin Che, setting him apart from the rest. "Sister, you should know Lin junior brother the best. What kind of person is he?" The young master is a prodigy, a genius since childhood. By the age of 15, he was already hailed as the foremost youth of Kanglan City. The young girl replied, her admiration for Lin Che evident. A prodigy? Zhao Yu, at that moment, shook his head with a sigh. It's a pity that even with such talent, joining the Yi Alliance casts a shadow over his future. "Zhao junior brother, what do you mean by that?" Yi Tianlang frowned slightly. In these years, several disciples have joined the Yi Alliance, yet those with any semblance of talent, upon understanding the current state of the Alliance, ultimately chose to withdraw. I wonder how long this Lin junior brother can remain with the Yi Alliance. Yi Tianlang was about to retort when, suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Soon, 4 or 5 figures appeared within the line of sight of the Yi Alliance members. Members of the Qinqiu Alliance. They had also come to the mountains for training. Upon seeing the attire of these individuals, the expression of the Yi Alliance members shifted dramatically. That moment, the leading figure from the Qinqiu Alliance, the bald youth responsible for recruiting members in the square, caught sight of Yi Tianlang and his companions. A smirk playing on his lips. Aren't these just a few useless members of the Yi Alliance? We should leave, Yi Tianlang, wishing to avoid conflict, proposed as he turned to lead his group away. However, the members of the Qinqiu Alliance obstructed their path. "Leave? And go where?" Feng Yidao, the bald youth, inquired, a mocking tone lacing his words at why Yi Tianlang's expression darkened as he faced Feng Yidao. "What do you mean?" With a cold smile, Feng Yidao replied, "What do you think?" Realizing the implication behind Feng Yidao's words, Yi Tianlang hesitated before offering, "We will give you all our gains from these few days. Let us go." Feng Yidao shook his head slightly. "You must leave your possessions and remain. The Qinqiu Alliance never leaves potential threats behind." As the meaning of Feng Yidao's words sank in, Yi Tianlang and his companions felt their hearts sink. "We are still comrades. Must it be so ruthless? Comrades?" Feng Yidao sneered. "It is precisely because you are comrades that you must die. Robbing comrades does not sound good if it spreads, but killing you in this desolate wilderness means no one will know it was us." Cruel. Although they were already aware of the Qinqiu Alliance's ruthless reputation within the Dao Tsang Academy, the members of the Yi Alliance were astounded by their sheer brutality. They intended to commit murder and theft in the Yundang Mountains. Yi Tianlang, as the wasteful leader of the Yi Alliance, your cultivation is merely at the second tier of the spirit martial realm, while I stand at the third tier. If you are not foolish, you should realize that resisting is utterly pointless. Feng Yidao regarded the members of the Yi Alliance with disdain, as if they were mere prey awaiting slaughter, while Yi Tianlang clenched his fists tightly. Yet an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. After a moment of silence, he raised his head and spoke, "Let my sister go. Allow her to leave first. She is still young. Brother, I won't leave." At this, Xiao Yao clung tightly to Yi Tianlang's arm. "Ha!" At that moment, Feng Yidao turned his gaze to Xiao Y. Not worry. With your words, we will not only keep her, but also have some fun with her. What did you say? Hearing Feng Yidao's shameless remarks, Yi Tianlang was consumed by rage. In the next instant, he clenched his fists and charged at him. Overestimating your abilities. Feng Yidao scoffed, watching Yi Tianlang approach as if it were merely a hunter witnessing prey rushing into his grasp. His expression replete with mockery. Boom! Just as Yi Tianlang drew near, Feng Yidao suddenly unsheathed a heavy battle blade and struck out with a single slash. At a flash of cold light erupted, and a wave of blade energy surged forth. Bang! The strike not only shattered Yi Tianlang's offensive but also slashed across his chest. Thud, thud, thud! In the next moment, Yi Tianlang staggered backward, a bloody gash now marking his chest. The disparity between them was glaring. As the leader of the Yi Alliance, Yi Tianlang struggled to withstand even a single blow from his opponent. At this juncture, Feng Yidao advanced with his battle blade raised, exuding an overwhelming aura. I warned you, you are not my opponent. Why bring humiliation upon yourself? Now, I shall be the first to send you on your way. As his words fell, a chilling intent emanated from Feng Yidao. He swung his blade once more, a powerful arc of blade energy enveloping Yi Tianlang. Brother, Yi senior brother. Witnessing this, Xiao Yao and the others turned pale, their faces drained of color. However, just as everyone anticipated that Yi Tianlang would soon meet his demise beneath the blade, an unexpected scene unfolded. Just as the blade was about to descend, a massive hand, conjured from true energy, suddenly appeared, exerting a tremendous force that pulled Yi Tianlang away, dragging him a distance of several meters. Bang! The blade struck the ground, creating a deep scar, sending dust flying in all directions. In a critical moment, someone had intervened to save Yi Tianlang's life. Feng Yidao furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting toward the source of the disturbance. Not far off, a young figure emerged into view, steadily approaching them. ITSU. Upon recognizing him, Feng Yidao's eyes flickered with surprise. This was the same youth who had previously declined to join the Qinqiu Alliance in the Outer Court Square. Simultaneously, the members of the Yi Alliance expressed astonishment upon seeing Lin Che. Lin Jr. brother, thank you for coming to our aid. Yi Tianlang, recalling the perilous moment, appeared still shaken. His eyes, filled with gratitude, were fixed on Lin Che. Lin Che approached him, patting his shoulder. Why, Yi senior brother, I returned a tad late. However, do not worry, I shall handle the matters ahead. Fool! Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Feng Yidao's expression shifted from surprise to a mocking grin. I almost forgot. You have also joined the Yi Alliance. This is even better. Finally, all of you useless members of the Yi Alliance are gathered together, perfect for sending you all on your way. Do you think you are invincible, able to kill at will? Lin Che's gaze bore into Feng Yidao, sharp as a drawn sword, radiating an unmistakable edge, sensing the disdain embedded in Lin Che's gaze. Feng Yidao squinted. With my cultivation at the third tier of the spirit martial realm, I am indeed the king here. If I decree your deaths, you shall die. However, merely a trifling figure in the realm of Linwu. You dare to speak so brazenly. Today, let me enlighten you. To eliminate a wretch like you, I need but a single stroke, just one strike. After a brief silence, the members of the Qinqiu Alliance erupted into laughter. This fool has lost his mind. A mere newly joined disciple dares to be so arrogant. No wonder he rejected the Qinqiu Alliance's invitation. It seems this lad is truly a simpleton. Swish! Just as the members of the Qinqiu Alliance mocked him, Lin Che's figure suddenly moved. With a powerful stomp, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the few members of the Qinqiu Alliance. Kid, since you crave death so desperately, I shall oblige. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Yidao's gaze darkened. Raising his bloody blade, he brought it crashing down. Boom! The terrifying blade aura rampaged forth, causing leaves to scatter from the surrounding trees. One must admit, a full-force strike from a practitioner at the third level of Lingwu is indeed formidable. Its might is truly terrifying. Yet, in the face of this dreadful blade's edge, Lin Che's expression remained entirely unperturbed. Suddenly, Lin Che drew his sword, a simple motion. The Linghan sword in his hand pierced straight ahead. With this seemingly unremarkable stroke, an overwhelming and terrifying sword intent surged forth. Simultaneously, the blade aura unleashed by Feng Yidao seemed to encounter some forbidden force, rapidly dissipating, mastering the sword intent to perfection. Upon seeing this, Feng Yidao's countenance drastically changed to comprehend the sword intent is already astonishing enough. But how old could this youth be? He has actually grasped the sword intent to such an advanced level. Even those who have dedicated years to the sword path may not achieve this. Feeling the weight of this realization, Feng Yidao's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks, his face reflecting sheer horror as he sensed the looming threat of death emanating from the youth's sword. Regrettably, it was too late. Swoosh! As the dazzling sword's edge flashed by, Feng Yidao's brow was pierced through to a geyser of blood erupted forth, and he slowly crumpled to the ground. That a powerful practitioner at the third level of Lingwu was actually annihilated by this young man with a single stroke. What? Feng Shixiang is dead. Meanwhile, the members of the Qinxiu alliance who had previously laughed now stood frozen in terror, their faces drenched in cold sweat. During their expedition, Feng Yidao had been the strongest among them. Yet he was slain with ease by this youth. If that is the case, how much simpler would it be for this young man to dispose of them? Realizing this, they looked at Lin Che as if he were the Grim Reaper, a harbinger of their demise. Thud, thud. With this thought, the group instantly lost their will to resist, and all knelt, expressions pleading. Big brother, please do not kill us. We are willing to offer all our gains from this journey into the Yundang mountain range. We implore the brothers of the Yi Alliance to spare our lives, considering we are all disciples of the Dao Tsang Academy. In the face of their supplications, Lin Che's eyes were icy. Just moments ago, these individuals sought to slay the members of the Yi Alliance without a shred of regard for their shared bond as disciples. Yet now, with roles reversed, they thought of their kinship. Swish, swish, swish. With a flick of his sword, Lin Che swiftly eliminated them all, leaving not a single survivor. Lin Che was not a bloodthirsty individual, but he had learned a harsh truth in the martial world. The human heart is treacherous, and at times, mercy towards foes is but cruelty to oneself. Should he spare these men? Once news of today's event spread, the Yi Alliance would face retribution from the Qinxiu Alliance, and the ones who would suffer would be his comrades. After the harrowing incident in the Yundang mountain range, the members of the Yi Alliance chose not to linger, but to return directly to the Dao Tsang Academy. Along the way, they encountered no further obstacles. However, throughout the journey, every gaze directed at Lin Che was filled with awe. Previously, they believed Lin Che, like themselves, had joined the Yi Alliance due to limited talent. Yet, after he revealed his true capabilities, they realized this youth was a genuine prodigy. Leagues apart from them, a swordsman, one who had mastered the sword intent to perfection, and so remarkably young that it was easy to imagine that such a genius would shine with unparalleled brilliance, even amidst the throngs of talent at the Dao Tsang Academy. Of course, besides awe and admiration, the members of the Yi Alliance felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Lin Che. Were it not for him, they might very well have perished in the Yundang mountain range. A day later, they finally beheld the gates of the Dao Tsang Academy, and the members of the Yi Alliance breathed a collective sigh of relief. Wei Yuan laughed. Haha, we have finally returned. This expedition to Yundang Mountain can truly be described as a thrilling yet safe adventure. However, the gains this time are substantial, surpassing any previous endeavors. Yi Tianlang produced a spatial ring and spoke. Originally, with our cultivation levels, the resources we would gather in the Yundang mountain range would not be significant. However, with the martial resources left behind by the Qinxiu Alliance, the outcome is quite impressive. That he estimated the total yield should be around 50,000 gold. That I will divide these resources into 4 portions and distribute them among everyone, Yi Tianlang declared. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan interjected, Yi Shixiang, that is not quite right. There are 5 of us who ventured into the Yundang mountain range, so how can we divide the resources into only 4 portions? In my view, Xiao Yao should also receive a share. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao quickly shook her head. No, I did not contribute at all during this expedition to the Yundang mountain range. How can I accept any of these resources? Xiao Yao, although you did not slay any beasts, you were the one who tended to the fire and prepared our meals throughout the journey. Therefore, I believe these resources rightfully belong to you. Wu Yuren insisted. The others nodded in silent agreement. In truth, none of them knew how to cook. Were it not for Xiao Yao's efforts, they would have been reduced to subsisting on dry rations after entering the Tiandang Mountain. Moreover, during their encounters with the beasts, any injuries sustained were tended to by Xiao Yao. Thus, despite her young age, the group held this remarkably thoughtful girl in high regard. What do you think, Lin Che and Zhao Shidi? Since Xiao Yao was Yi Tianlong's biological sister, he sought the opinions of Lin Che and Zhao Yu. Lin Che naturally had no objections. However, Zhao Yu appeared momentarily dazed, as though just realizing something. I will defer to Yi Shixiang's decision. Noticing Zhao Yu's demeanor, Yi Tianlang found it somewhat curious that it seemed that throughout their journey, Zhao Shidi had been rather distracted, lost in thought. Nevertheless, Yi Tianlang attributed this to the events they had experienced in the Yundang mountain range. Thus he did not dwell on it. Very well, Yi Tianlang turned to Xiao Yao. Sister, since this is everyone's acknowledgement of you, you should accept it. Do not refuse. At this point, Xiao Yao could no longer decline. Yet she promptly added, then my share shall go to the young master. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Xiao Yao beamed. The young master saved us all this time, so he should receive the largest share of resources. Moreover, as a little girl, I cannot cultivate, so please do not refuse. Although Lin Che did not particularly need these resources, he could not bring himself to reject the kind intentions of this young girl. Observing her obedient demeanor, he gently ruffled her hair, saying, all right, I shall accept this truly my biological sister. At this, Yi Tianlang found himself questioning life. This little girl, upon receiving a share of cultivation resources, did not first think to give it to her elder brother. Yi Tianlang felt a pang of disappointment, of course. While Yi Tianlang feigned a heartbroken expression, it was all in jest. In truth, it was only fitting that Lin Che received the most resources in everyone's eyes. After some light-hearted banter, Lin Che turned serious. Yi Shixiang, I heard that each newly joined disciple has an opportunity to enter the select combat techniques that I would like to know where these is located. A martial technique significantly enhances a warrior's prowess. However, thus far, Lin Che has only practiced a single low-grade spiritual technique, which is undoubtedly insufficient. Consequently, Lin Che has kept this matter in mind, and upon returning to Dao Tsang Academy, his first thought was to visit the scripture pavilion in hopes of selecting several formidable martial techniques. Junior brother Lin, you wish to go to the scripture pavilion? Allow me to accompany you. Yi Tianlang said directly at that moment. That would be much appreciated, senior brother Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Che smiled and nodded. Soon after, the group dispersed, and Yi Tianlang led Lin Che towards the scripture pavilion. After walking for a while, Yi Tianlang suddenly appeared to recall something, his expression turning solemn as he said, by the way, junior brother Lin, I must remind you that upon arriving at the scripture pavilion, if you encounter an elderly woman who oversees it, you must ensure your demeanor is respectful. Why is that? Lin Che asked, puzzled. Though she guards the pavilion, her status is exceedingly unique. Even the elders of the inner academy would not dare to provoke her lightly. An elderly guardian of the scripture pavilion, whom even the inner academy's elders fear. This revelation only deepened Lin Che's confusion. At this juncture, Yi Tianlang spoke with utmost seriousness. In truth, that elderly woman was once an elder of the martial hall. Martial hall, at the mention of these two words, Lin Che felt a stir within him, that if he recalled correctly, the mysterious silver-robed figure who had aided him in Kanglan City seemed to be affiliated with the martial hall. Is the martial hall also a force within Dao Tsang Academy? Lin Che inquired. However, Yi Tianlang shook his head and, glancing around cautiously, whispered, the martial hall is a taboo within Dao Tsang Academy, a taboo that even the higher echelons of the academy dare not speak of. Taboo. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. You recall the division of powers within Dao Tsang Academy, junior brother? Yes. It seems you once told me that the two most powerful factions within Dao Tsang Academy are the Punishment Hall and the Pill Pavilion. Lin Che replied thoughtfully, indeed, you are correct in your assertion. However, that is the current situation. 10 years ago, the most powerful institution within Dao Tsang Academy was solely the Martial Hall. During its peak, The martial hall was a veritable sword that could cut through all obstacles faced by Daotsang Academy. Yet regrettably, 10 years ago, this once mighty institution fell into complete decline during a tumultuous upheaval. How could this be? Lin Che exclaimed in disbelief. From Yi Tianlong's words, it was evident how formidable the martial hall had once been. How could it possibly have fallen due to a single upheaval? This brings us to the origins of the martial hall, Yi Tianlang continued. The martial hall was established at the inception of Daotsang Academy. Tasked with overseeing all high-ranking members of the academy in the past, there were only two positions of the highest authority and status within Daotsang Academy: the position of the academy head and the master of the martial hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Che began to grasp the situation. It seemed that the master of the martial hall could indeed contend with the academy head, serving as a counterbalance to one another, ensuring that power within the academy did not become overly concentrated. Having understood this, I suppose the disappearance of the martial hall must be related to the current academy head, correct? Lin Che conjectured. That is not difficult to deduce. Human desires are insatiable, and the struggle for power has never ceased throughout history. When an ambitious individual possesses sufficient power, yet still faces constraints, it is only natural that they would seek to eliminate such limitations. Junior brother Lin, you are quite astute. Yi Tianlang chuckled. 10 years ago, there were numerous ideological disagreements between the academy head and the master of the hall, often leading to overt and covert conflicts. This accumulation of discord eventually erupted one fateful day. The higher-ups of the academy, led by the academy head, engaged in a protracted conflict with the martial hall, a struggle that lasted a full 3 years. During those 3 years, disciples within the academy clashed, blood was spilled, and countless lives were lost, including more than 10 elders of the academy. As Yi Tianlang recounted these events, Lin Che felt a wave of emotion wash over him. The elders were, at the very least, formidable beings who had entered the Xuanwu realm. The fact that so many of such caliber had perished was staggering. Even without first-hand experience, Lin Che could easily imagine how dark and tumultuous Daotsang Academy must have been during those 3 years. Senior brother Yi, are you suggesting that it was from those 3 years that the martial hall gradually succumbed to the academy head's faction, ultimately leading to its complete decline? No, Yi Tianlang shook his head. While the academy head's faction was indeed powerful, the martial hall was no weakling either. Even during that conflict, the academy head's faction never truly subdued the martial hall. At most, it could be considered a stalemate. Actually, the martial hall was disbanded by its own master, Yi Tianlang concluded. What? Lin Che exclaimed in astonishment. If the martial hall was not necessarily losing, then why would its master choose to disband it? However, after a moment's reflection, Lin Che began to comprehend that in the case of Daotsang Academy, once an internal power struggle ensues, especially when both sides are evenly matched, it will inevitably evolve towards fragmentation. One can imagine that had the conflict continued, one side might have achieved final victory, but at great cost to the academy's vitality, leaving it incapacitated. Alternatively, the academy could have split entirely, regardless of the outcome. Both scenarios would inflict a fatal blow to any force. Daotsang Academy had stood for millennia, a testament to the dedication of countless sages. Perhaps the master of the martial hall harbored a deeper affection for this ancient institution and could not bear to witness its former glory descend into the abyss. Thus, he chose to concede. After the dissolution of the martial hall, many elders within it fell into despair, with most choosing to leave. Only a few remained, opting for seclusion and shunning worldly affairs, for instance. The elderly woman who oversees the scripture pavilion was once an elder of the martial hall. Yi Tianlang finished his account. He sighed heavily, reflecting on how this struggle had unknowingly transpired a decade ago. Now, the martial hall seemed to have been obscured by the passage of time, and it was increasingly difficult to find traces of its former existence within Daotsang Academy. It really is a source of deep reflection. He mused at why Yi Tianlang, having entered Daotsang Academy 10 years ago, possessed insight into these hidden truths. However, upon hearing his lament, Lin Che subtly shook his head. He could not agree with this perspective. The martial hall, having existed for an extensive duration in the history of Daotsang Academy, had long since been woven into the very fabric of the institution. It should not be so easily erased. Listening to the historical account of Dao Song Academy, Lin Che found himself in a state of deep contemplation. Yet he also recognized that this was not a realm he could yet access. After all, his current status was merely that of an outer academy disciple. After a further stretch of their journey, Yi Tianlang finally halted before a magnificent white edifice. "We have arrived," he announced. "Junior brother Lin. This is the scripture pavilion." Upon hearing this, Lin Che raised his gaze to behold the imposing structure before him. He expressed his gratitude to Yi Tianlang and then stepped forward into the pavilion. As Lin Che's figure vanished from sight, Yi Tianlang turned to depart. He made his way back to the courtyard of the Yi Alliance, only to find that only Wu Yuren and Xiao Yao were present. "Where is junior brother Zhao?" Yi Tianlang inquired with curiosity. "Oh, junior brother Zhao mentioned he had matters to attend to and stepped out." Wu Yuren replied casually, I see that why Yi Tianlang nodded, not dwelling on it further, and prepared to return to his quarters for some rest. Boom! At that moment, the gates of the courtyard belonging to the Yi Alliance were forcefully smashed open. Immediately, a dozen figures stormed in, each exuding an overwhelming aura. The Qinshou Alliance, upon recognizing the attire of these intruders, Yi Tianlang and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. However, when they laid eyes on the woman leading the Qinshou Alliance members, their shock intensified. This woman was none other than Lu Qinshou, the leader of the Qinshou Alliance. Not only was she ranked 10th on the heavenly rankings, but she was also a direct disciple of an elder from the Pill Pavilion. As such, upon encountering her, Yi Tianlang could not afford to be careless. "Leader Lu, what brings you to our Yi Alliance today?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qinshou let out a cold laugh. "Your Yi Alliance is truly audacious. I have heard that in the Yundang mountain range. For members of my Qinshou Alliance were treacherously slain. Pray tell, what brings this alliance master here today?" Hearing these words, Yi Tianlang's heart jolted sharply, and he was filled with bewilderment. "Master Lu, you jest too much. Our Yi Alliance is but a fragile entity. How could we possibly kill members of your esteemed alliance? Surely, someone is spinning tales. Is that so?" Lu Qinshou sneered once more, casting a glance behind her. "Come forth," as her words fell, a figure emerged from the crowd. None other than Zhao Yu. Zhao Shidi. Yi Tianlang and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically, as if they had come to a dreadful realization. "Traitor, the events that transpired in the Yundang mountain range were known only to a select few within the Yi Alliance. Logically, as long as they remained silent, the information could never leak. Yet, witnessing this scene, Yi Tianlang and his companions could not fathom anything else. Zhao Yu betrayed them. Why? Yi Tianlang fixed his gaze fiercely upon Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu lowered his head slightly, seemingly unable to meet Yi Tianlang's eyes. "Why, Yi Shi Xiang, do not blame me. One must look out for oneself, lest heaven condemn them. After all these years in the Yi Alliance, I have seen no hope and do not wish to continue this descent into despair. Only through this path do I have the chance to join the Qinshou Alliance. Zhao Yu, you wretched beast." Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, Yi Tianlang could not contain his fury. However, at that moment, Lu Qinshou advanced step by step, pressing forward. "I shall ask you one last time. Were Feng Yi Dao and the others slain by members of your Yi Alliance?" Given the circumstances, Yi Tianlang could only explain, "Master Lu, the incident in the Yundang mountain range was not a deliberate provocation by our Yi Alliance. Rather, it was Feng Yi Dao who attempted to ambush us." But before Yi Tianlang could finish his sentence, Lu Qinshou moved like a specter, appearing right before him. In the next instant, her hand grasped his shoulder. Crack! With a powerful grip, Yi Tianlang's shoulder was instantly pierced, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. His arm was rendered useless. The excruciating pain of his severed arm caused Yi Tianlang to cry out in agony, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Brother Yi Shi Xiang, at the same time, witnessing this brutal scene, Xiao Yao and Wu Yuren gasped, their faces paling in horror. Within the scripture pavilion, stopped as Lin Che entered, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Before he could react, an elderly woman with graying hair stood before him. This old woman, her face lined with wrinkles, appeared frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Yet, inexplicably, she stood there, blending into the void, exuding an ethereal presence that a sense of profoundness. Lin Che, having trained in the sword path, was particularly sensitive to such sensations. This elderly woman was evidently a formidable figure who had comprehended the essence of martial arts. Shocked, Lin Che realized she was likely the guardian of the scripture pavilion, a transcendent being who had served as an elder in the martial hall of Ur. Thus, he promptly bowed respectfully. New disciple Lin Che. I pay my respects to you, senior. Pay your respects? Have you ever seen me? Lin Che. This elderly woman appeared to have a rather irascible temperament. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Che lifted his head, only to discover that his disciple token had inexplicably found its way into the old woman's hand. This startled him, for he had not sensed how she had accomplished this. That it implied that if she wished to kill him, he would have had no chance to react. After casually flipping through the token and confirming Lin Che's status as a new disciple, the old woman tossed the token back to him. Outer court disciples may select only one high-grade spiritual combat technique. The entrance is over there. Go on your way. With that, her figure vanished once more. Only after her departure did Lin Che feel the overwhelming pressure around him dissipate. This woman was at least a formidable warrior of the Xuanwu realm, and her comprehension of the essence was indeed fearsome. Lin Che mused inwardly. He then dismissed these thoughts and proceeded in the direction indicated by the old woman. Outer court disciples were limited to selecting combat techniques from the first level of the pavilion. However, upon arriving, Lin Che was astonished. The first level was filled with an array of ancient combat technique tomes and jade slips, categorized into finger techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, and fist techniques, overwhelming in variety. In comparison to the Lin family, the treasure trove of combat techniques here was nothing short of vast. Yet, regrettably, he could only choose one. Lin Che sighed inwardly. As a practitioner of the sword path, I have no need for techniques like fist or palm skills. As for sword techniques, Lin Che hesitated and shook his head. Although he was a sword cultivator, after comprehending the sword intent, he had no desire to practice any specific sword technique. He did not wish to confine his swordplay to any particular moves. That left only movement techniques. Up until now, Lin Che had not practiced any form of movement combat techniques. During his encounter with the spirit warrior in the Yunnan mountain range, he had recognized this shortcoming. Often, he missed opportunities to deliver decisive strikes due to deficiencies in his movement. With this in mind, Lin Che made his way toward the section containing movement technique manuals. Returning wind, caressing willows, stepping through the void, mist and clouds. Lin Che perused each manual, but regrettably, after opening each one, he would shake his head and return it, until finally he paused before one particular combat technique. Compared to the others, this manual was covered in a layer of dust, clearly indicating it had been seldom borrowed. Initially, Lin Che held little hope, but upon glancing inside, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Explosive Step, a high-grade spiritual movement technique. After carefully examining the description of this manual, Lin Che made his decision. This shall be my choice. Having selected this movement technique, Lin Che did not leave the scripture pavilion immediately. Inside the pavilion, there were dedicated training rooms for disciples. Now, he was preparing to begin practicing this movement technique right away. Upon entering the training stone chamber, Lin Che unfurled the scroll of the movement technique he had chosen, revealing intricate diagrams detailing various meridian cultivation and operational patterns. It was evident that this was the method for practicing the technique. Previously, while selecting combat techniques, Lin Che had scrutinized for quite some time before finally being captivated by this explosive step. This was due to the fact that, compared to other movement techniques, this particular manual possessed unique qualities that intrigued Lin Che. Though explosive step was a high-grade spiritual combat technique, generally, martial artists who had entered the spiritual martial realm would not readily attempt to cultivate it. This was due to its stringent requirements for the martial artist's physical strength and the purity of their internal energy. In simple terms, to effectively utilize this technique, one needed to mobilize a considerable amount of internal energy in an instant. If a martial artist possessed shallow internal energy, even shifting a few meters while employing this technique could completely deplete their internal reserves. For this reason, very few chose to adopt this combat technique within the outer court. Even if it were to gather dust, no one would attempt to practice it. However, Lin Che was undoubtedly distinct from those martial artists who cultivated their dantian. He was a practitioner of the sea of qi, with an exceptionally refined and vigorous true qi within him, sufficient to sustain the consumption of this particular footwork. The most crucial aspect was that, while this footwork demanded an immense amount of true qi, the benefits it conferred were unparalleled short-distance speed, far beyond that of ordinary profound tier techniques. Having made this decision, Lin Che commenced his training in this footwork. Naturally, it was a rather tedious process. Initially, it was apparent that Lin Che's speed was exceedingly slow as he employed this technique. His legs felt as though they were laden with lead, becoming exceedingly heavy. Yet as time passed, his mastery over the explosive step grew stronger, and his speed increased remarkably. 3 days later, whoosh, Lin Che activated this technique. His true qi flowing through his meridians and continuously pouring into his legs as he sprinted within the training stone chamber. With each step he took, a golden vortex formed beneath his feet, erupting in an immense counterforce that propelled Lin Che's speed to an astonishing level. From a distance, it appeared as if he were teleporting, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Haha, exhilarating. With this ghostly speed, as long as my opponent reveals a flaw, I am confident I can seize the moment and deliver a fatal blow. Feeling he had thoroughly mastered this footwork technique, a look of satisfaction appeared in Lin Che's eyes. Of course, during this time, aside from his training in the footwork, Lin Che had not neglected his cultivation of sword momentum. After pausing his training in the explosive step, Lin Che focused his thoughts, and the Lingtian sword floated gracefully before him. Controlling the sword with true qi, this was Lin Che's most significant breakthrough since transcending to the spiritual martial realm, enabling him to wield the spirit sword with the true qi within his body. Without any visible movement, at that moment, he could sense waves of sword momentum swirling around him like a true dragon. As this momentum reached its zenith, the Lingtian sword suddenly slashed forward. Boom! The sound reverberated as the sword struck the stone wall before him, leaving a terrifying gash on the wall, which was maintained by special formation. The violent shock waves caused the entire chamber to tremble. The sword momentum was perfected. Witnessing this scene, within the invisible divine jade space, the mysterious woman in a purple dress had a glimmer of light flash in her beautiful eyes. This young man's cultivation in the realm of swordsmanship is truly unexpected. To achieve the perfected state of sword momentum in such a short time, it appears he possesses a talent in swordsmanship that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Of course, Lin Che remained oblivious to the thoughts of the mysterious woman. However, observing the destructive power of his sword strike, Lin Che felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Controlling the sword with true qi, elevating the sword momentum from the great success realm to the perfected realm. Coupled with his complete mastery of the explosive step, surely my progress over these past few days has been substantial. A look of immense satisfaction graced Lin Che's countenance. Retrieving the Lingtian sword, Lin Che decided to conclude his training within the scripture pavilion, thus stepping out of the stone chamber. However, shortly after Lin Che departed, an elderly figure mysteriously appeared within the training stone chamber. This person was the old woman who guarded the scripture pavilion. Upon observing the sword mark left on the wall, the elder's eyes fluctuated intensely. In such a brief period, this young man had mastered a high-grade spirit-level combat technique. Moreover, at such a tender age, he had somehow cultivated the sword momentum to perfection. It seems that the Dao Tsang Academy shall soon witness the emergence of another prodigy. Yet, it is regrettable that the martial hall no longer exists. Otherwise, with this child's talent, he would surely be admitted to the martial hall. With a helpless sigh, the old woman lingered for a moment before, at an unknown time, her figure silently vanished from the area. Stepping out of the scripture pavilion, the bright sunlight caused Lin Che to squint slightly. Once he adjusted to the light, he comfortably stretched. After days of training within the stone chamber, he wondered how Xiao Yao and the others had fared. With this thought in mind, Lin Che made his way toward the Leaf Alliance. Before long, upon arriving at the courtyard of the Leaf Alliance, Lin Che sensed a heavy atmosphere. The courtyard was reduced to ruins, evidently having suffered severe destruction. Witnessing this scene, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Che. He immediately entered the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Che spotted a figure sitting in a corner. The individual had disheveled hair, a pallid complexion devoid of blood, one arm hanging limply, and his eyes were devoid of any spark, merely staring blankly ahead. This person was Yi Tianlang. Only when Lin Che approached did Yi Tianlang's eyes flicker with a hint of awareness. Lin, junior brother. Lin Che glanced at his clearly ruined arm and spoke in a somber tone. Who did this? To this, Yi Tianlang offered no response. Yet, Lin Che seemed to recall something and suddenly asked, could it be the work of the Qianqiu alliance? This time, faced with Lin Che's piercing gaze, Yi Tianlang finally nodded. Junior brother Wu, like me, has had an arm rendered useless. The Qianqiu alliance has already learned of the incident in the Yunnan mountain range. This is an act of vengeance. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank that a martial artist at the spiritual martial realm, whose physical body had not been strengthened to the point of self-healing from severed limb, would find their path of cultivation severely hampered after losing an arm. How did the Qianqiu alliance come to know of this matter? Lin Che's expression was filled with confusion. Zhao Yu. It was Zhao Yu who betrayed us. Yi Tianlang gritted his teeth in fury. Ah, I see. At that moment, Lin Che comprehended the essence of the situation. Wasn't there a punishment hall within the Dao Tsang Academy, with the Qianqiu alliance acting so ruthlessly? Wouldn't anyone intervene? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianlang let out a self-deprecating laugh. Lu Qianqiu is a prodigy on the heavenly rankings and a disciple of the Pill Pavilion. Who would care about us insignificant figures? Observing his expression, Lin Che fell silent. In truth, he need not have asked this question. If the Qianqiu alliance had any reservations, they would not have committed such heinous acts that we are merely the lowly figures of the academy. Inconsequential to anyone. Strangely, upon hearing this statement, Lin Che felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down upon his heart, making his breathing feel heavy. Just then, Lin Che abruptly turned to Yi Tianlang and asked, where is Xiao Yao? Do not ask, junior brother Lin. You must leave. Depart from the Dao Tsang Academy. If the Qianqiu alliance learns of your presence, they will not spare you. Lin Che remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Tianlang. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Tianlang's eyes suddenly turned red, and he finally spoke. Is my inadequacy? Her eyes, that wretched Lu Qianqiu, accompanied by the Qianqiu alliance, not only rendered my and junior brother Wu's arms useless, but also, upon leaving, encountered Xiao Yao. She remarked, your little sister has beautiful eyes, but I detest being stared at like that, and so she ruined her eyes. As he spoke, tears streamed down the face of Yi Tianlang. A grown man overcome with emotion, his voice hoarse as he lamented, it is my failure. I could not protect my own sister. I am nothing more than a complete waste. Boom! Upon hearing Yi Tianlang's account, Lin Che's mind suddenly resonated with a deafening roar. Instantly, an icy and chilling killing intent erupted from him, radiating outward in a frenzied wave. In a dimly lit room, Lin Che's footsteps were heavy as he slowly approached the bed. Upon it lay a young girl, her eyes bound with thick bandages, which were already stained with blood. Her face was ashen, devoid of any color, her brows tightly knitted, and her small hands clenched together, as if she were desperately enduring the pain. Does it hurt? Lin Che inquired gently as he approached. Hearing his voice, the young girl extended her palm in search. Young master, is that you? Lin Che knelt down, allowing his hand to be grasped by Xiao Yao, and, after a moment of silence, he asked again, does your eye hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Xiao Yao hesitated briefly before shaking her head. Does it hurt? How could it not hurt with your eyes ruined? Upon hearing Xiao Yao's response, Lin Che's heart felt as though it had been wrenched by an unseen force. He could certainly surmise that Xiao Yao's words were perhaps meant to spare those who cared for her from sorrow and guilt. Such a kind-hearted and considerate young girl had, due to the careless words of others, lost her precious sight. A teen merely 14 years of age, it was difficult to fathom the darkness and torment that awaited her in a life devoid of light. In this brutal world of martial arts, sometimes kindness and vulnerability are seen as sins. Lin Che had not anticipated that even after entering the Dao Tsang Academy, the situation would remain so grim. Xiao Yao, do you believe in me? After a prolonged silence, Lin Che suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Yao solemnly nodded. Trust me, no matter what it costs, I will heal your eyes and restore your vision as for those who have wronged you. I will ensure they repay their debts tenfold, 100-fold. With that declaration, Lin Che stood up and turned to leave as he exited the Yi alliance. Lin Che remained silent, and before long, his figure appeared in a certain location, Qinqiu Alliance. Upon arriving, he soon spotted a familiar silhouette. Zhao Yu had just joined the Qinqiu Alliance, but due to his status, he held little power and was currently on guard duty. Upon seeing Lin Che, Zhao Yu's expression changed slightly, clearly taken aback that this youth dared to appear here. Lin, brother, you, puffed. Before Zhao Yu could finish a sentence, Lin Che's hand rose, and a long sword pierced through his throat in an instant. The scene unfolded with such swiftness that Zhao Yu had no time to react. Lin Che gazed at him with an icy countenance, declaring, betraying friends for personal gain, you deserve to die. Zhao Yu's face was one of utter astonishment, and the light in his eyes gradually faded. Perhaps until his last breath, he would never have imagined that in his relentless pursuit of advancement, he would meet such a tragic end. After dispatching Zhao Yu, Lin Che slowly withdrew his sword, hot blood splattering upon the ground. Simultaneously, this brutal and bloody spectacle naturally drew the attention of everyone within the Qinqiu Alliance. The onlookers were left speechless, stunned into silence. Murder! This person dares to kill within Dao Song Academy, and the victim is a member of the Qinqiu Alliance, although Zhao Yu had only just joined and was a mere low-ranking figure. This act was enough to leave everyone aghast. You, one member of the Qinqiu Alliance, regaining his composure, furiously pointed at Lin Che, ready to question him. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Che's palm opened, and a sharp, cold light surged forth, utilizing his true energy to control the sword. In the next moment, the gleaming sword sliced horizontally through the air, decapitating the man with a spray of blood. Following this, the headless corpse slowly toppled backward. This time, the members of the Qinqiu Alliance fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Madman, this person is undoubtedly a lunatic, a reckless madman who dares to kill a member of the Qinqiu Alliance in broad daylight. This cannot be tolerated. He dares to act with such audacity on our territory and slay our brother. We must unite and eliminate him. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, and instantly, all members of the Qinqiu Alliance charged forward in a frenzy. A dozen figures, all martial artists who had entered the spirit martial realm, unleashed their lethal techniques. In that moment, Lin Che found himself besieged from all sides, an onslaught of nearly indiscriminate attacks overwhelming him. Yet at that instant, Lin Che's foot stomped down fiercely. Explosive step. Whoosh! His figure vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. This bizarre scene caused all the members of the Qinqiu Alliance to momentarily freeze in shock. In the next moment, a chilling sword light surged from an unpredictable direction. Swoosh! The blade severed the throat of one member, blood gushing forth. With relentless momentum, it cleaved another member in half from head to toe. Crimson blood flowed freely, staining the ground. 2 more had perished in the blink of an eye. In truth, every member capable of joining the Qinqiu Alliance possessed considerable strength. Yet they were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread in the presence of this youth. In a single encounter, for had been slain, and all before their very eyes, they finally recognized the peril. This youth was formidable, strong enough to threaten their lives. Not good. This youth is a sword cultivator. An exceptionally powerful sword cultivator. Fall back. Unfortunately, by the time they realized this, it was too late. Lin Che's figure vanished once more, each step creating a golden vortex beneath his feet, his speed ghostly and erratic. Yet, whenever he appeared before one of them, a life was effortlessly claimed. In merely a few breaths, at least 10 members of the Qinqiu Alliance were annihilated, all in an instant. The air was thick with the stench of blood. You rampage within the academy, bullying the weak. Is this truly the foundation of the Qinqiu Alliance? Pathetic. Observing the remaining members of the Qinqiu Alliance retreating in a state of panic, Lin Che's words were laced with scorn. However, just as his words fell, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. Boom! It was a force akin to a mountain, forcibly halting Lin Che's slaughter. Lin Che's gaze sharpened, and he slashed his sword to counter the incoming onslaught. Rumble! The two forces collided fiercely, and in the next moment, both Lin Che and the assailant retreated. Senior brother Yuan Chong. Upon seeing the figure that had suddenly appeared on the scene, the remaining members of the Qinqiu alliance all wore expressions of certainty. The newcomer was Yuan Chong, at the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. Although the Qinqiu alliance was founded by Lu Qinqiu, he rarely returned after ascending to the inner academy. Thus, the daily affairs of the alliance were mostly handled by Yuan Chong. Did you kill all these? Yuan Chong's eyes shimmered with a formidable killing intent as he surveyed the corpses strewn about. Simultaneously, he was curious about why this youth dared to act so recklessly. Who exactly are you? Upon hearing this, Lin Che responded with an air of indifference. Yi Alliance. Lin Che Alliance. Upon hearing these two words, the faces of all members of the Qinqiu alliance changed drastically. Finally understanding the reason behind this youth's madness, he had come to exact vengeance for the Yi Alliance. Yuan Chong furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated the Yi Alliance, unaware they had such a decisive and formidable expert. Had he known, he might have exercised some caution when dealing with members of the Yi Alliance. Of course, this was merely a possibility. You are foolish. Given the strength you have displayed, seeking revenge should not be your course of action. If you understood senior sister Lu's character, you would choose to endure. Endure? Upon hearing this word, Lin Che smiled but remained silent. In any case, you have offended the Qinqiu alliance. More precisely, you have offended senior sister Lu. This will be the gravest mistake of your life, Yuan Chong said coldly. However, before he could finish, Yuan Chong's expression changed dramatically, for at that moment, the youth before him had seemingly vanished from his sight. Whoosh! Lin Che's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Yuan Chong on his frostblade. Strands of true energy coiled, resembling a dragon emerging from the water, surging violently toward Yuan Chong. Sensing the might of this strike, even Yuan Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. He dared not underestimate the attack. Surging true energy was infused into his fists as he unleashed a violent strike. The ferocious force distorting the space before him. That moment, Lin Che's sword descended. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Yuan Chong was forced to retreat several paces. Retreating nearly 3 meters, Yuan Chong barely managed to stabilize himself. However, his expression was far from calm. Having utilized his 4th level spirit martial prowess to execute a perfected punch technique, he was still repelled by the opponent. Sword intent perfected. After a moment of stunned silence, Yuan Chong's expression morphed into one of profound horror. It is well known that the path of the sword cultivator is exceedingly arduous, requiring greater insight than that of other martial artists. He had already attained a remarkable level of mastery in the realm of fist techniques, establishing himself as a prodigy within the outer academy. Yet this young man had managed to cultivate his sword intent to a state of perfection. What astonished Yuan Chong even more was the fact that, despite being merely at the 1st level of spirit martial arts, the true energy within this youth was so solid and formidable, rivaling even his own mastery at the 4th level. Before Yuan Chong could fully absorb this shock, Lin Che, after forcing him back with a single strike, launched another assailant without granting him a moment's respite. With explosive speed, Lin Che stomped the ground, leaving behind a series of afterimages that he thrust his sword forward, the force of a strike akin to a tempest, roaring with a howling wind that shattered the tiles within a 10-meter radius. The ground trembling under the immense pressure, a flicker of fear crossed Yuan Chong's face as he hastily gathered his strength to intercept the blow. However, when his fist met the radiant sword light, it was as if ice and snow had encountered the sun, melting away effortlessly. How could a perfected fist technique withstand a consummate sword intent? In an instant, the sword light flickered and Yuan Chong's brow was pierced through. In truth, it was not that Yuan Chong lacked strength. Even other formidable opponents who had mastered their own techniques to perfection would find it challenging to defeat him. The reason Yuan Chong fell so swiftly before Lin Che was simply the nature of a sword cultivator's lethal approach, direct and fatal. This is precisely why all martial artists harbor an innate dread when facing a sword cultivator. Senior brother Yuan is dead. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Yuan Chang's body collapsed. Every member of the Qinqiu alliance turned pale with shock. Even a fourth-level spirit martial artist could not withstand this youth's prowess. They gazed at the figure standing with sword in hand, as if beholding Ashura, a deity of death arisen from the depths of hell, sending a chilling wave through their hearts. Run! In the next moment, the remaining members of the Qinqiu alliance abandoned all thoughts of resistance, fleeing in a frenzy. Can you escape? At the same time, Lin Che also moved. Indeed, as Lin Che had asserted, given their speed, how could they possibly evade the spirit sword manipulated by his true energy? With every step he took, it was as if he teleported, the sword light radiating from him crisscrossing in a dazzling display, each beam claiming a life as it descended. Ugh! As the cries of anguish gradually diminished. It was not long before the remaining members all perished in that place, each struck down by a single sword. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and Lin Che stood amidst the corpses, his gaze devoid of any emotion, instead filled with an unsettling chill. After standing for a moment, he turned to leave the Qinqiu alliance. However, just as he was about to exit, several figures suddenly appeared before him. The punishment hall? All were clad in the attire of the punishment hall, evidently disciples of that institution. How ruthless, not leaving a single survivor. They glanced at the scene, resembling a hellish battlefield, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. Among the disciples of the punishment hall, a young man with a hawk-like nose and a cold glint in his eyes stepped forward. Did they all die at your hands? He demanded, his eyes narrowing. Lin Che nodded. The hawk-nosed youth's expression darkened further. Do you know that killing within the academy is punishable by the laws of the punishment hall? Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Lin Che's lips. The swift arrival of the punishment hall indicated that they had numerous informants within the academy. Yet, when Lu Qinqiu brazenly led the Qinqiu alliance to torment the Yi alliance, the punishment hall had remained conspicuously absent. They had certainly heard the news. The only conclusion was that they had chosen not to intervene. Where were you when the Yi alliance was being tormented? Lin Che inquired, his gaze unwavering to his words. The disciples of the punishment hall exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet none dared to respond. Are you afraid of Lu Qinqiu? Lin Che pressed once more to this moment. The hawk-nosed youth replied nonchalantly. Lu Qinqiu ranks among the heavenly list, destined for immeasurable accomplishments. Most crucially, she is a direct disciple of an elder from the Dan Pavilion. The punishment hall would not lightly offend her without necessity. Without necessity, Lin Che echoed, an expression of disdain crossing his face. Certainly, there was no necessity, as in the eyes of these higher-ups, every member of the Yi alliance was but insignificant ants, whose deaths would not stir a ripple within the academy. The existence of the punishment hall, along with its so-called regulations, served merely to bind the weak. This has been the way since time immemorial. Rules are established by the strong, who remain above them, while only the weak are compelled to adhere to these so-called laws. Are you here now to kill me? The hawk-nosed youth let out a cold laugh, gesturing to the lifeless bodies around him. In truth, we need not lift a finger if that woman learns of this. You will likely find yourself unable to live. The person he referred to was, of course, Lu Qinqiu. But before that, the punishment hall would be more than willing to do her this favor. A favor? Lin Che threw his head back in laughter, his tone dripping with sarcasm. If this were merely a matter of the Academy's regulations, perhaps Lin Che could have regarded the punishment hall with some measure of respect. Yet their enforcement of the law seemed solely to benefit a talented disciple, or rather, to settle a debt with the Dan Pavilion. This revealed the utter rot within the so-called law enforcement agency of the Dao Tsang Academy. With a wild laugh, Lin Che declared, "If you wish to kill me, then come at me. Arrogant, seize him." The hawk-nosed youth waved his hand. Instantly, two imposing disciples of the punishment hall charged toward Lin Che. However, before they could close the distance, a beam of sword light erupted from Lin Che's hand. Swish, swish, the sword light, like a soaring rainbow, exuded an astonishing momentum. In an instant, both disciples found their arms severed. Blood gushing forth to my arm. They shrieked in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Perfected sword intent. Witnessing this strike, the hawk-nosed youth's face twitched involuntarily. Though taken aback, he was even more incensed to see Lin Che defy the enforcement of the punishment hall. Your talent is formidable. Had you not offended Lu Chinchio, perhaps you would have carved a place for yourself on the heavenly list in the future. Unfortunately, you are too foolish. You should not have made an enemy of Lu Chinchio before reaching your full potential. With her ruthless nature, you may not have the opportunity to survive until then. Preposterous. Lin Che found the youth's words as tiresome as those of Yuan Chong, filled with meaningless chatter. His dismissive attitude caused the hawk-nosed youth's eyes to narrow dangerously. Without further ado, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, recognizing that only he could confront Lin Che. With a swift motion, the hawk-nosed youth surged towards Lin Che as he closed in. A terrifying power rippled outward, causing the very air to quiver that moment. He pointed a finger into the air. Prison sky finger. Boom! A massive hand, seemingly forged from jade, materialized in the sky, descending towards Lin Che with devastating force. The violent true energy swirling chaotically at a low-grade, Xian-tier combat technique. A flicker of seriousness crossed Lin Che's eyes, and he instantly gathered a torrent of true energy within his body, channeling it into his sword, striking upward to meet the assault. Boom! Despite his efforts, Lin Che was still pushed back several meters after the clash. 5th level of spirit martial arts. As Lin Che felt the extraordinary realm that this person had attained, his gaze momentarily sharpened. Brother Duan Lai, not only has he achieved the 5th level of spirit martial cultivation, but he also ranks 15th on the heavenly ranking. Today, with Brother Duan Lai personally taking action, how can a mere outer courtyard disciple like you not obediently surrender? Observing Lin Che being forced back, the nearby disciples of the punishment hall immediately began to jeer. The 15th on the heavenly ranking. Upon hearing this person's identity, Lin Che's expression darkened slightly. In truth, whether it be through the mastery of true chi to manipulate his sword, achieving the perfect sword momentum, or employing the peculiarities of his movement arts, Lin Che's techniques, capable of slaying a martial artist at the 4th level of spirit martial, had already reached their limit. Against someone at the 5th level of spirit martial, these abilities alone would clearly be insufficient. For once one steps into the realm of spirit martial, the disparities between each level become increasingly pronounced as one ascends. However, even so, it would not be a simple task for this youth named Duan Lai to eliminate Lin Che. Yet, Lin Che had no time to engage in a stalemate, for the longer the entanglement lasted under such circumstances, the more perilous it would become for him. Making this judgment, Lin Che raised his hand, and the Linghan sword once again flew forth to strike. Sensing the momentum contained within this strike, even Duan Lai, being at the 5th level of spirit martial, dared not act recklessly, countering with a robust push of his finger. Boom! The two forces collided once more. Just then, Lin Che executed the burst step, transforming into a fleeting shadow, sidestepping the hawk-nosed youth in midair. When he reappeared, the punishment hall disciple who had just spoken had already been seized in Lin Che's grip like lightning. With one hand gripping the back of the disciple's neck, Lin Che summoned back the Linghan sword, and with a swift motion, the cold blade now hovered at the disciple's throat. What an eerie speed. Witnessing this scene, Duan Lai was once again taken aback. That peculiar movement technique was likely beyond even the lower-grade Xian tier. And how could this youth, clearly clad in the attire of a newly admitted disciple, prove to be so formidable? Don't kill me. The punishment hall disciple, held captive by Lin Che, felt the murderous aura emanating from him and immediately turned pale. Noticing this, Duan Lai coldly threatened, "Previously, you annihilated 1,000 Autumn Alliance in the outer courtyard. Perhaps by the skin of your teeth, but if you kill a disciple of the punishment hall, I assure you that neither heaven nor earth will spare you." Upon hearing this, Lin Che let out a cold laugh. If a disciple of the punishment hall dies at my hands, then the entire punishment hall will undoubtedly lose face within the Dao Song Academy, right? If that is the case, then do not pursue me any further. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. After uttering these words, Lin Che leaped backward while still holding the punishment hall disciple, vanishing in the blink of an eye beyond the gates of the 1,000 Autumn Alliance. Watching Lin Che's figure depart, Duan Lai clenched his fists tightly. "Brother Duan Lai, are we really just going to let him escape like this?" A disciple of the punishment hall inquired. "He won't escape. This is Dao Song Academy. A mere new disciple cannot overturn the heavens," Duan Lai replied. Contemplating, "Go notify Lu Chinchio." Duan Lai knew all too well the ruthless methods of that cold-blooded woman. She was vengeful and would not let this matter rest. Once she learns of this incident, that brat will be doomed, even if he tries to flee Dao Song Academy. Hearing Duan Lai's command, a disciple of the punishment hall swiftly vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, Duan Lai cast a glance in the direction Lin Che had departed. His gaze, besides being icy, bore a hint of excitement. It seemed that Dao Song Academy had not witnessed such recklessness in quite some time, and it certainly stirred some anticipation. "Pursue. I want to see how this ignorant fool meets his demise." After leaving the Thousand Autumn Alliance, Lin Che dashed through the outer courtyard. However, his destination was not the main gate of Dao Song Academy. In truth, with so many Dao Song disciples lost to slaughter, attempting to escape the academy was utterly impossible. Even a casual strike from an inner court elder would leave Lin Che unable to retaliate. Thus, seeking to flee outside the academy would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. The direction Lin Che chose was toward a towering range of mountains within Dao Song Academy. Along this path, his figure undeniably attracted countless gazes. Who is this person? His attire suggests he is a newly admitted disciple, yet the one he has captured appears to be a disciple of the punishment hall. My goodness, he truly has captured a disciple of the punishment hall. Is this person insane? Does he intend to rebel against the academy? To dare offend even the punishment hall? He must be quite the ruthless character. Witnessing Lin Che, covered in blood and resembling Ashura erupting from hell, dashing through the academy while holding a disciple of the punishment hall, all disciples who witnessed this scene stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Duan Lai and the pursuing disciples of the punishment hall burned with rage. Ultimately, Duan Lai's eyes hardened as he pointed at Lin Che's figure, declaring, "No need for any reservations. Go all out to kill him." If Lin Che continued to flaunt himself like this, even if the hostage remained unharmed, the punishment hall would surely lose all face within Dao Song Academy. As Duan Lai's words fell, two disciples from the punishment hall darted forth, each attacking Lin Che's back with a palm strike. Sensing the surge of true chi approaching from behind, Lin Che's eyes turned cold. Swish, true chi wielding the sword. The Linghan sword flew from Lin Che's hand, transforming into a streak of light, slicing horizontally toward the source of the threat. This time, Lin Che did not hold back. Buffed. With a single strike, two heads soared high into the air, landing heavily back on the ground, rolling away for quite a distance amidst the astonished gazes of all. This youth dared to slay disciples of the punishment hall. Duan Lai stood frozen in place. A moment later, a profoundly grim expression appeared on his face as he enunciated each word. "Do you truly wish to die?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che halted, turning around. "I've already stated, if you disciples of the punishment hall continue to pursue, I shall not show mercy. Do you think I am jesting?" After saying this, Lin Che raised his hand, and, as a beam of sword light descended, the hostage in his grip slowly collapsed into a pool of blood. Since the punishment hall had no more reservations, the hostage was naturally useless and would instead become a burden before Duan Lai's eyes. To once again slay a disciple of the punishment hall, it was evident that Lin Che had answered Duan Lai's question with his actions. Witnessing Lin Che's actions, all the disciples of the punishment hall felt an uncontrollable fury. However, despite their anger, an inexplicable sense of fear also arose within them. This youth before them was truly unrestrained, striking with such ruthless ferocity. At this moment, Duan Lai was consumed by rage, his face contorted with a savage expression. Within Dao Song Academy, the punishment hall represented authority. At the mere mention of its name, one instinctively felt a sense of reverence. Yet today, disciples of the punishment hall had been slaughtered like dogs in broad daylight. This was, without a doubt, a blatant trampling of the punishment hall's dignity. "Brat, you are doomed. Do you know that the top of the heavenly ranking, Lingtian, is the chief disciple of the punishment hall? And the one he cannot tolerate most is the violation of the punishment hall's authority within the academy. You have slaughtered 3 disciples of the punishment hall in broad daylight today, which has undoubtedly touched the dragon's reverse scale. Even the king of heaven cannot save you now. Bei Lingtian, upon hearing Duan Lai's threat, Lin Che cast a calm glance at him before turning to leave once more. Ignored, Duan Lai's expression stiffened, yet deep within, he was profoundly shaken. Although he was reluctant to admit it, this youth was indeed powerful. What was more crucial was that he was a sword cultivator, making killing far too effortless and decisive. Among them, unless Duan Lai himself acted, sending any number of others would be tantamount to seeking death. However, this youth's movement techniques were exceedingly peculiar, and even Duan Lai could not guarantee capturing him. Thus, watching the youth depart, Duan Lai refrained from issuing further orders to continue the pursuit. He merely gazed at the figure of the youth, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. A dominant force in Yangzhou. Daotsong Academy possessed an exceptionally profound foundation. Consequently, the academy's grounds were vast and varied in terrain. In the eastern region of Daotsong Academy lay a majestic mountain range. This moment, the figure of a youth dashed forth, emerging within the confines of these mountains. This individual was none other than Lin Che, with the pursuit of the disciples from the punishment hall no longer trailing him. Lin Che found himself in a considerably more relaxed predicament. Upon arriving here, he lifted his gaze, and a mirage unfolded before him. The celestial mirage realm. It is said that this secret domain was devised by the Grandmaster Daotsong. And throughout the eons, not a single disciple has ever managed to traverse this illusion, thus enveloping the place in an aura of mystique. Lin Che was no simple-minded brute. He was acutely aware of the repercussions of his violent actions within the Daotsong Academy. Yet prior to this, he had already contemplated an escape route, one that involved seizing a glimmer of hope within this very mirage. With this thought in mind, Lin Che proceeded forward. However, at that moment, a sudden and intense sense of crisis enveloped him. Boom! A colossal surge of true energy rippled toward Lin Che from an exceedingly acute angle, causing the air along its path to erupt with terrifying explosive sounds. Lin Che furrowed his brow tightly, swiftly dodging to one side, while simultaneously slashing at the incoming assault with his sword. I end this strike. Lin Che exerted the momentum of the sword to its utmost potential. Bang, bang, bang. Nonetheless, even after this counter, Lin Che's form was still flung several meters away. Upon landing, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and a mouthful of fresh blood escaped his lips, clearly indicating he had sustained significant internal injuries. His gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon his assailant. She was a woman clad in red, exuding an air of chilling beauty, her eyes like those of a venomous snake, radiating malice. In her hand, she wielded a long whip, and an aura of extreme coldness and murderous intent surrounded her. Lu Chinxiu. Although Lin Che had never encountered this woman before, it was not difficult to deduce her identity. You thought you could navigate through the trial spoken of in legends after fleeing all the way here. Lu Chinxiu glanced at the mirage behind Lin Che, a mocking smile curling at the corners of her mouth. That I can only say, your notion is rather ludicrous. Gazing at this woman, a profound killing intent welled up within Lin Che. It was she who had destroyed Xiao Yao's pair of eyes. One could say this woman had a heart as venomous as a viper. However, Lin Che was also acutely aware that he could not kill this ruthless woman with his current strength. He truly could not. The 6th level of spirit martial was not something Lin Che could contend with at present. After making this judgment, Lin Che chose not to confront her directly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and making his way toward the celestial mirage realm. Yet, upon witnessing this scene, Lu Chinxiu did not attempt to impede him again, for she derived great pleasure from watching her prey struggle in their dying moments. However, as she gazed at Lin Che's retreating figure, she sneered, I heard you killed many members of my Chinxiu alliance to avenge those useless individuals from the Yi alliance. If that is indeed the case, rest assured, once you perish, none from the Yi alliance shall escape either. Oh, and that little girl. I shall not kill her. Last time, I merely destroyed her eyes. This time, I will sever her tongue and limbs, turning her into a grotesque creature, forever living in agony. All of this is the price you must pay for crossing me. Boom! Upon hearing these words, an icy, piercing, killing intent radiated from Lin Che, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. It was evident that the veins in Lin Che's tightly clenched fists were bulging. Yet he uttered not a single word, his steps resolutely pressing onward toward the celestial mirage realm, ultimately vanishing into the entrance of the illusion. Unbeknownst to anyone, at that moment, a singular thought surged fiercely within his heart. Lucentio, if I do not slay you, I shall be unworthy of being called a man. Upon entering the celestial mirage realm, the surrounding space began to shift. Before Lin Che appeared a celestial staircase. This staircase seemed to be sculpted from white jade, appearing to truly ascend to the heavens, its summit vanishing into the clouds. Simultaneously, he could sense a vast aura descending from the firmament above, causing every step of the staircase to shimmer with brilliance. Could this be the fabled path to the heavens? Standing before such a magnificent sight, Lin Che felt his own insignificance. This was the handiwork left behind by the Grandmaster Dao Tsang. Rivaling the might of the heavens and earth. It was difficult to fathom the heights this remarkable figure, who single-handedly founded the Dao Tsang Academy, must have once attained out of course. While Lin Che was astonished by the spectacle before him, he did not lose sight of his purpose in coming here. Without further hesitation, he took a step toward the white jade staircase. Boom! At that instant, a heavy pressure suddenly bore down upon him, nearly causing Lin Che to falter, as if a colossal hand were pressing down on his shoulders, intent on pinning him to the ground. Gravity! What a terrifying force! Lin Che finally understood why no one had ever reached the summit of the celestial mirage realm in millennia. Even upon ascending the first step, he was met with such overwhelming pressure. It was unfathomable to consider how dreadful the gravity would be at the peak, though he comprehended the terrifying aspects of the celestial mirage realm. Lin Che realized he had no option to retreat. Press on. Gritting his teeth, Lin Che ascended once more. Someone was attempting to breach the celestial mirage realm, as the hallmark of the Dao Tsang Academy. Every attempt to traverse this realm had historically drawn countless gazes. This occasion was no exception to It present. Whether within the outer or inner academy, the appearance of a figure upon the staircase of the celestial mirage realm elicited astonishment from all. This person seemed to be a newly initiated disciple. How could this be possible? Has he lost his mind? The celestial mirage realm has existed within the Dao Tsang Academy for 10,000 years. Yet, throughout this epoch, no illustrious disciple has ever succeeded in passing through. Now, a mere novice dares to ascend the celestial staircase. From every corner of the Dao Tsang Academy, multitudes looked on in disbelief at the figure struggling to advance upon the staircase. It was little wonder they were so astonished, for each disciple of the Dao Tsang Academy harbored dreams of reaching the pinnacle of the celestial mirage realm. Yet dreams remain dreams, in reality. Even the prodigies listed on the heavenly rankings seldom attempted such a foolhardy endeavor. And now a newly initiated disciple had entered the illusion. How could this not shock them? Look, that thousand-tiered staircase. He seems to have ascended halfway. At that moment, someone exclaimed. The crowd turned to gaze, and indeed, they beheld the youth's form already scaling the midsection of the staircase without their notice. All who witnessed the scene were left in awe, recognizing that this new disciple's talent was far from trivial. Meanwhile, upon the staircase, Lin Che's entire body trembled violently. He felt as if his legs were laden with lead, and every inch of his flesh and blood felt petrified, rendering him immensely heavy. His gaze lowered, and even the act of opening his eyes became exceedingly arduous, and one could comprehend this sensation, as if a mountain bore down upon him, nearly crushing his spine. Having barely reached the halfway point, he struggled to lift his head, casting a glance at the staircase that stretched endlessly into the distance. Suffused with despair, that it was all too predictable that if he continued under these circumstances, he would likely be crushed to a pulp before reaching the end of the staircase, succumbing to the relentless accumulation of terrifying weight. Yet, even so, a steadfast determination shone in Lin Che's eyes. For he understood that retreat was not an option. He could only forge ahead, disregarding everything in his path. I am a sword cultivator. Nothing shall bend my spine. A roar of fury erupted from the depths of his heart, as Lin Che's inner energy surged violently. Not only that, a formidable sword intent emanated from him, countering the pressure that radiated in all directions. Thus, Lin Che pressed onward, though his pace was slow, akin to moving an inch at a time. His steps never faltered. Observing this scene, numerous disciples of the Tao Song Academy seemed frozen, their gazes following the distant horizon, entranced by the diminutive figure that evoked a profound sense of awe from within. At that moment, the entire Tao Song Academy fell into an eerie silence. Outside the illusion, as he watched the figure ascend, Lin Che inexplicably felt a surge of agitation, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. Within the inner academy, atop a verdant peak, an elderly man with white hair and a fluctuating aura, distorting the very fabric of space, gazed at the scene in the distance that a flicker of emotion stirred in his murky eyes. He murmured to himself, "Interesting that it has been a long time since such a remarkable young talent has appeared in the Tao Song Academy." Meanwhile, by a crystal-clear spiritual stream, two elderly men of considerable presence were engaged in a game of chess. Yet at that moment, their minds were far from the board. What step did Bei Lingtian reach? 900 steps. Then he faltered under the immense pressure and withdrew to, "It appears this one has surpassed Bei Lingtian and may indeed reach the pinnacle." However, even if he reaches the summit, it does not guarantee success, for no one has ever traversed the final step of the heavenly illusion divine realm. What occurs after reaching the summit remains a mystery. The two elders conversed, their eyes undeniably moved by the figure within the illusion. As time slipped away, the moments ticked by without notice that on the heavenly ladder, at the final step, Lin Che's teeth quivered violently, making it arduous to even open his mouth. Merely uttering a few words caused his teeth to clash painfully, as if they might shatter. Furthermore, at that moment, blood oozed from his skin, and his once handsome visage twisted into a grotesque mask. Yet, amidst such inhuman torment, Lin Che smiled, for only one step remained to ascend the heavenly ladder. Without hesitation, he took that final step, with a resounding crash, as Lin Che laboriously set foot on the last step. The oppressive weight, as heavy as a mountain, seemed to ebb away like a receding tide. What is happening? Lin Che wondered, astonished by the sudden change. He had anticipated that upon reaching the summit, the pressure within the heavenly illusion divine realm would become even more terrifying. However, the reality was starkly contrary to his expectations. Moreover, the inner energy within his dantian had nearly been depleted in his struggle against the overwhelming pressure, leaving him utterly drained. Yet now, with the pressure's abrupt retreat, an immense wave of pure energy surged forth from his once empty dantian, as if he had returned to his peak condition. Could it be that once one ascends to the pinnacle of the heavenly illusion divine realm, all pressure dissipates? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Che's eyes, but he chose not to dwell on it, as the fatigue that had enveloped him vanished. Lin Che felt an unparalleled lightness, as if even his breath had become effortlessly smooth. At that moment, he finally had the leisure to appreciate his surroundings. From the summit of the heavenly ladder, he gazed downward, where layers of mist drifted past him, making him feel as though he stood at the very edge of the sky. His heart expanded with boundless freedom. Through the mist, he could overlook the entirety of the Tao Song Academy's outline, a sight that made the surrounding mountains appear diminutive. Have I now passed the heavenly illusion divine realm? Lin Che mused aloud. Not yet, a voice replied suddenly. Startled, Lin Che turned to look behind him. There, on the opposite side of the heavenly ladder, appeared a figure. Not merely a figure, but rather an ethereal apparition. Resembling a soul in a state of delicate transcendence, It was a youthful boy, with lips as red as cherries and teeth as white as snow. He was not particularly tall, even somewhat diminutive. Yet before him floated a long black sword, sword intent. Upon sensing the profound essence surrounding the black sword, Lin Che's gaze filled with astonishment. This boy, seemingly of a similar age, was indeed a master of sword intent. Who might you be? Lin Che inquired solemnly. The boy smiled. Ling Daotsong. Ling Daotsong, the founder of the Tao Song Academy. At the mention of this name, Lin Che felt a tremor ripple through his entire being. For this name belonged to the extraordinary figure who had established the Tao Song Academy. Lin Che's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Yet soon, a hint of confusion crossed his face. but why do you appear so youthful? Because I reached the summit of the heavenly illusion divine realm at the age of 17. Thus, I present myself in the form of 17. After uttering this, the boy smiled lightly, to truly pass the heavenly illusion divine realm. You at 17 must surpass me at 17. Upon hearing this, Lin Che began to comprehend. He also grasped why, for a millennium, no disciple of the Tao Tsang had ever successfully traversed this illusion. To pass through it, one must conquer the founding master of the Tao Tsang Academy at the same age. The individual who single-handedly established such a transcendent force must have been an unparalleled prodigy in his era. A true titan among peers. How difficult it would be to surpass such an opponent at the same age. As Lin Che pondered these thoughts, Ling Daotsong suddenly turned to him and asked, "Younger generation, how about a duel between us to battle the founding master of the Tao Tsang Academy across the currents of time at the age of 17? Though this sounded somewhat insane, an extraordinary fighting spirit ignited within Lin Che's eyes. That I am willing to give it a try." With those words, the long sword before Ling Daotsong suddenly stirred, as if transcending a span of time. The black sword appeared before Lin Che in the blink of an eye, sword intent. The black radiance surged, creating ripples of pure energy that cascaded outward for miles, infinitely extending through the void. Sensing the terrifying might of this strike, Lin Che dared not hesitate for an instant. He thrust the Linghan sword forward like a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Che was sent flying 10 or more feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene was enough to reveal just how fearsome the power of the founding master's strike was. With a single blow, Lin Che was repelled, and Ling Daotsong rose gracefully. His expression calm as he stated, "Younger generation, I will not hold back." Lin Che's gaze sharpened slightly, yet upon hearing those words, he felt no fear, but rather an increase in his fighting spirit. Explosive step. Lin Che leaped forward, leaving behind an afterimage, choosing to take the initiative against the formidable founding master. Swish, swish, swish. In Lin Che's hands, the Linghan sword burst forth with countless rays of light, instantly forming a storm of sword energy that howled forward, pressing against Ling Daotsong's position. Seeing this, Ling Daotsong shook his head slightly and raised his hand. Boom! The black sword pierced the void with a single strike, effortlessly shattering the storm of sword energy Lin Che had conjured. Simultaneously, the overwhelming force transmitted from the black sword sent Lin Che reeling once more, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. It was evident that even though Lin Che's sword intent was complete, the disparity in their levels of swordsmanship was insurmountable, no matter how many strikes he unleashed. After all, this gap lay in their realms of sword mastery. Yet even so, after being repelled time and again, Lin Che showed no signs of pausing. With each setback, he pressed forward like a raging tempest, attacking Ling Daotsong anew. Unyielding in the face of adversity, this almost self-destructive scene continued for an indeterminate duration. At that moment, a peculiar essence began to emerge from Lin Che's sword. This young man seems to be attempting to forge his own sword intent amidst the battle. Sensing the shift in Lin Che's sword intent, a flicker of astonishment suddenly appeared in Ling Daotsong's eyes. Within the illusory realm, a series of profoundly dull sounds resonated, accompanied by a figure being flung outward time and again. The terrifying sword power of Daotsong Master made Lin Che feel as if he were being struck by a colossal peak each time, causing his blood to surge and his internal organs to feel as though they were shifting positions. Were it not for the uniquely special energy sea within him and the exceptionally solid, true qi coursing through his body, he might have been crushed to death. Yet, despite the relentless onslaught, Lin Che chose not to retreat. It was amidst this nearly self-destructive pursuit that a glimmer of enlightenment seemed to dawn upon him. The sword intent, born from the brink of death, surged forward unyieldingly, akin to a force that oppresses others. Ultimately, however, it was merely harnessing the momentum of the sword, not truly merging with it. In contrast, the sword's essence lay in piercing the sword's origin, achieving a unity of man and sword. Every sword possesses its own characteristics: noble, aloof, sharp, and murderous. For a sword practitioner to genuinely merge with their sword and comprehend its true nature is to breathe life into the blade. Buzz! In an instant of clarity, without any outward movement, the Ling Han sword before Lin Che began to tremble of its own accord. Accompanying this tremor, an inexplicable intent enveloped the entire sword body, rendering the surrounding space almost ethereal. A prodigy of the sword path, indeed. Witnessing Lin Che's current state, the ripples in Ling Song's gaze were hard to quell. Sword intent. This young lad before him had genuinely grasped the essence of the sword amidst battle. Even after a lifetime immersed in swordsmanship, Ling Song found himself profoundly astonished by this scene. Aware of this revelation, Ling Song pointed to the black longsword before him and once again asked Lin Che, "Young one, how about we engage in another clash? I am willing to give it a try." Lin Che replied, his words this time brimming with unassailable confidence. "Excellent." With that single word, the sword intent surrounding Song Master erupted into a frenzy. As he thrust his sword forward, streams of sword energy surged forth like dragons, howling as if to rend the very heavens apart. It was evident that Ling Song held nothing back with this strike. Having pushed the sword's fundamental essence to its utmost limit, this moment, Lin Che calmly gripped the Ling Han sword. In that fleeting instant, he seemed to merge with the sword in his hand, transforming into a drawn blade, radiating brilliance. The unity of man and sword was the true essence of sword intent. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Che also swept forth with his sword. The two vast sword intents clashed in midair. And for an instant, the scene appeared frozen in time. A moment of silence followed, and the terrifying spectacle one might envision from their collision did not materialize. When the sword tips made contact, Song Master's ethereal form began to fragment, dissipating like sand in the wind. Whoosh, whoosh! The Ling Han sword gradually pierced through Song Master's illusory body, and the two figures seemed to intertwine. Their gazes locked, and Lin Che beheld the look in Song Master's eyes. There was no hint of disappointment, but rather a glimmer of admiration and contentment. It was clear that Lin Che's innate talent in swordsmanship had garnered the recognition of this remarkable figure. Moments later, the last remnant of the soul of the one who had founded Song Academy vanished into the ether, returning to the cosmos. Lin Che watched the fragments of light gradually dim and ultimately disappear. He stood holding his sword, lingering in place for an extended period. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and as Lin Che gazed at the heavens, he bowed deeply. "I shall never forget the grace of your guidance." Esteemed predecessor, boom! Just then, a vast surge of spiritual energy swept through the heavens and earth, rushing into Lin Che's body. The battle with Song Master came to a conclusion. The spiritual energy within this realm surged toward Lin Che like a tidal wave. Sensing this, Lin Che's expression shifted to one of astonishment. However, he soon comprehended that this might be Song Master's gift to him for passing through the Tianhuan divine realm. With this realization, Lin Che sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of his energy sea, voraciously absorbing the incoming spiritual energy from the cosmos. Time passed, and in this mysterious state, a resounding roar reverberated within Lin Che's body. Boom! The shackles of martial arts were shattered one after another, propelling his realm to a brand new height. Spirit Martial 3rd level. After refining the immense amounts of spiritual energy, Lin Che directly broke through 2 levels, achieving the Spirit Martial 3rd level, feeling the influx of newfound power within him. A spark of excitement flickered in Lin Che's eyes. Boom! Simultaneously, within the Tianhuan divine realm, a colossal beam of light shot into the sky. This radiant pillar soared into the clouds, visible from every corner of Song Academy, creating a scene of grandeur and awe. Heavens! Am I not mistaken? This phenomenon signifies that someone has passed the test of the Tianhuan divine realm. How is this possible? For millennia, no prodigy of Song Academy has succeeded in this challenge. I must be dreaming. As the celestial phenomenon unfolded above Song Academy, every disciple within the academy bore expressions of shock and disbelief. Not only the disciples, but the numerous powerful elders also gazed toward the heavens, waves of astonishment rippling in their eyes. this moment. It could be said that everyone within Dao Song Academy appeared as if on a pilgrimage, their gazes collectively fixated on the sight of the illusion. Over countless ages, many prodigies had been born within Dao Song Academy's history, and countless individuals had attempted to conquer the illusion left behind by the Grandmaster. Yet none had succeeded. However, today, someone had created such a miracle. How could it not astound all? No one organized it, yet disciples from both the outer and inner academies unconsciously surged toward the location of the illusion, eager to discover the identity of the individual who had forged a new chapter in Dao Song Academy's history. Meanwhile, Lin Che had already emerged from the illusion. Upon seeing Lin Che's figure outside the illusion, Lu Qinxiu's face turned an ashen shade, devoid of any color. No, impossible. You actually passed the Tianhuan divine realm. What a ridiculous joke. Lu Qinxiu, in a daze, instinctively took several steps back, his entire being engulfed in disbelief. Whoosh! Just then, a sound of breaking air suddenly resonated from the sky, descending like a long rainbow. Following this, an elderly man clad in a purple robe, looking exceedingly ancient, appeared in midair, standing aloft. The aura emanating from this individual was immensely formidable. Grand Elder! Upon seeing this elder's figure, the disciples of Dao Song Academy were all taken aback, respectfully bowing toward the heavens. I could see that moment. The elder's gaze rested upon Lin Che, his eyes filled with intense fluctuations. You are a newly initiated disciple? The elder inquired, astonished upon observing Lin Che's attire. Hearing the reverent titles the surrounding crowd used for this elder, Lin Che hastily returned a respectful bow and replied, Disciple has only recently joined Dao Song Academy. Good. Such youth, yet able to pass the Grandmaster's Tianhuan divine realm. Truly, the youth are formidable. It seems that Dao Song Academy shall soon welcome another remarkable prodigy. The Grand Elder's aged face brimmed with approval and excitement, repeating the word good thrice. Child, what is your name? Disciple's name is Lin Che. Lin Che responded. Lin Che, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as a true disciple. All resources within Dao Song Academy shall be made available to you. True disciple. Upon hearing these two words, all the disciples of the Dao Song Academy present were taken aback, for they were acutely aware of the significance behind them. Within the Dao Song Academy, apart from the outer and inner disciples, there existed a coveted identity that everyone yearned for, the true inheritor. The so-called true inheritor is the individual whom the entire Dao Song Academy dedicates its utmost resources and efforts to cultivate. This status is rare, with no more than a handful at any given time, and each one is ranked among the elite of the heavenly list, truly deserving of the title pride of the heavens. With the promise made by the Grand Elder, it is easy to envision that this young man will undoubtedly ascend to great heights within the Dao Song Academy, achieving boundless accomplishments. Thus, at this moment, every gaze directed towards Lin Che was filled with envy. Thank you for the Grand Elder's favor, but the disciple has one request. Lin Che expressed gratefully before suddenly speaking up. What is it? The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback. I could see that moment. Lin Che turned around and pointed at Lu Qinxiu, his eyes cold and resolute as he declared, I want her dead. The moment those words escaped Lin Che's lips, a fierce killing intent surged from him, that eye in the distance. Lu Qinxiu was no longer her previous calm self. Her expression was dark and gloomy, and a hint of fear flickered across her face. It was indeed fear. When Lin Che traversed the heavenly illusion divine realm, her heart had already been thrown into turmoil. The Grand Elder cast a glance at Lu Qinxiu, sensing the profound enmity that seemed to exist between the two. Subsequently, Lin Che recounted the events that had transpired in their entirety. Upon finishing his account, he looked at the Grand Elder and stated, The enmity between her and me has reached the point of life and death. Had I not passed through the illusion, I would have undoubtedly perished at her hands, in the most brutal manner. Such hatred cannot simply be resolved, so I implore the Grand Elder to take action on my behalf. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, Is this true? Lu Qinxiu felt the Grand Elder's wrath and her expression changed, however, before she could respond. A sudden voice resonated through the air. "What an arrogant young pup, daring to bully my disciple." This furious exclamation echoed like thunder, and with the sound, an elderly man clad in a blue robe suddenly appeared in the arena. "Master!" Upon seeing this elder, Lingtian's expression shifted immediately. This man was Elder Dantian, a figure of great authority within the Pill Pavilion, and Lingtian's master. "Master, this brat is relying on having passed the heavenly illusion divine realm in the Grand Elder's favor, attempting to oppress my disciple and even seeking her death. While her demise may not matter, the loss of face for you in the Dao Song Academy would be severe, and the Pill Pavilion's prestige would suffer greatly. I beseech you to uphold my honor." At this moment, Lingtian was a stark contrast to her usual domineering and ruthless demeanor. Upon seeing Elder Dantian, she adopted an expression of extreme grievance, even shedding tears as she accused Lin Che. Elder Dantian raised his hand, signaling Lingtian to refrain from further elaboration. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Che, snorting coldly, "Brat, what does it matter that you passed the heavenly illusion divine realm? You are but a newly admitted disciple. Do you really think you can eliminate a genius from the heavenly list? You are so young, yet your thoughts are so malicious. Why disciple merely injured a few outer disciples and destroyed a wretched girl's eyesight? You dare to provoke the Grand Elder to harm her. Do you think the Dao Song Academy is your family estate?" Upon hearing Elder Dantian's words, Lin Che's hand clenched tightly. The sight of Lingtian, who was feigning weakness, further stoked the flames of anger within him. How could a person be so depraved as to invert right and wrong to such an extent? Elder Dantian continued, "Grand Elder, this little beast has wantonly slaughtered several inconsequential characters in the Outer Academy, even defying the punishments of the punishment hall, that I deem him inherently rebellious, if not strictly dealt with." "Enough!" The Grand Elder's cold voice interrupted Elder Dantian mid-sentence. Seeing this, Elder Dantian's expression shifted slightly, yet with his status and cultivation, he evidently could not act recklessly before the Grand Elder, so he snorted and fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder turned to Lin Che and said, "Lingtian is, after all, ranked on the heavenly list and has the backing of the Pill Pavilion. Even if she has erred, her punishment should not be death. Lin Che, I assure you that within the Dao Song Academy, she will no longer dare to act against you. Furthermore, she will be sentenced to 3 years of solitary confinement, unable to leave her cell in addition. The Dao Song Academy will properly accommodate the victims from the Yi Alliance that you mentioned. As for you, you shall still ascend to the ranks of the true inheritors. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che let out a cold laugh, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Although Xiao Yao was merely a maidservant during the most destitute year of Lin Che's life, this young girl had never abandoned him and had long since been regarded as his sister. The ruthless woman before him had blinded her, condemning her to a life of darkness. A mere 3 years of punishment was far from sufficient. What threats, what future? None of it mattered. The moment this vicious woman harmed his kin, Lin Che had vowed his heart to ensure she paid a harrowing price tenfold. With this thought in mind, Lin Che enunciated each word with conviction. "I want no conditions. I only want her dead. In the Dao Song Academy, there is me without her." Boom! Witnessing Lin Che's defiance, Elder Dantian suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, pointing a finger at Lin Che as he coldly admonished, "Little beast, do not be ungrateful." Elder Dantian was about to strike at Lin Che when, at that moment, the Grand Elder extended a hand, directly suppressing Elder Dantian's imposing presence. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder appeared to be contemplating something. And then, with a firm expression, he stated, "I accept your terms." "What? Grand Elder, this is absolutely unacceptable." Elder Dantian's face was filled with astonishment. Upon hearing this, Lingtian's expression was one of shock, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. In truth, for the Grand Elder, this decision was not difficult. From Lin Che's attitude, it was evident that if the Dao Song Academy did not take action against Lingtian, he would not relent and might even choose to sever ties with the Academy. Although Lingtian held a place on the heavenly list, compared to Lin Che, who had passed the heavenly illusion divine realm, the choice was not one that required much deliberation. After all, no one had ever passed the heavenly illusion divine realm in the millennia-long history of the Dao Song Academy. It was easy to imagine that Lin Che's future achievements would be boundless, perhaps even elevating the Dao Song Academy to an entirely new height. Wait, just as everyone thought the matter would come to a close, a cold voice reverberated from the sky above. Suddenly, a vibrant phoenix soared through the azure skies, its tail shimmering with a spectrum of colors, cascading layers of iridescent ripples. Standing atop this colorful phoenix was a young man, dressed in white, with a strikingly handsome visage and an ethereal demeanor. The most critical aspect was the overwhelming aura emanating from him, as if it could collapse the very void, the Xuanwu realm. This realm may not be extraordinary among the elders of the Dao Song Academy, yet this individual appeared to be barely in his 20s. Such a fact was truly astonishing. Bei Lingtian, it was none other than senior brother Bei. At this moment, upon witnessing this formidable youth, countless disciples of the Dao Song Academy erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Bei Lingtian. This name shone brightly within the Dao Song Academy. Not only within the academy, but across the entire Tsangfeng nation. Bei Lingtian could be deemed a paragon among the younger generation. At the age of 20, he had entered the Xuanwu realm, standing as the first on the heavenly list and the chief disciple of the punishment hall. When so many accolades converge upon one individual, it evoked not jealousy, but rather a profound admiration. Upon encountering the Grand Elder, Bei Lingtian first offered a slight bow. Then, with a cold smirk playing on his lips, he directly addressed Lin Che. I do not concern myself with the enmity between you and Lu Qianxiu, but you have slain 3 disciples of my punishment hall. This matter must be addressed. What do you want as recompense? Lin Che felt the imposing demeanor of the other and frowned slightly. Quite simply, kneel and apologize. As soon as the words left Bei Lingtian's lips, an overwhelming force erupted from him, akin to the resounding thunder of the heavens, pressing down upon Lin Che's position. This prodigious talent of the Dao Song Academy had actually made a move against Lin Che. Kneel. Bei Lingtian stood tall, like a deity in the celestial realm. And as his command echoed, an immense and boundless pressure instantly bore down upon Lin Che, who was still on the ground. Boom! In an instant, Lin Che felt as though an enormous mountain had descended upon him, nearly forcing him to prostrate himself. The sensation of such immense oppression made Lin Che's gaze grow gravely serious. In the next moment, a surge of sword intent erupted from within him, fiercely resisting the heavy weight of the pressure. Fortunately, within the Tianhuan divine realm, Lin Che had developed an instinctual response to such abrupt force. Thus, although his body bent slightly, he soon straightened again. Crack! Crack! Yet even so, the sound of bone creaking echoed from his knees, and his legs trembled violently. It was evident that the pressure from the Xuanwu realm was not easily withstood at this moment. Lin Che remained standing solely due to his extraordinary willpower. Seeing Lin Che's spine remain unyieldingly straight, Bei Lingtian's gaze sharpened. He pressed down again, unleashing an even more formidable pressure. Stop. Just then, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve, completely dissipating the weight that Lin Che bore. This young man has traversed the Tianhuan divine realm. He is a rare talent the Dao Song Academy has not seen in a millennium and must not be killed, the Grand Elder declared. Upon hearing this, Bei Lingtian's eyes grew colder. This individual has harmed my punishment hall disciple. Asking him to kneel and apologize is hardly excessive, is it? Kneel and apologize. Lin Che wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Bei Lingtian, and suddenly let out a sinister laugh. You are well aware that I am a sword cultivator, and sword cultivators also cultivate the mind, and if I kneel before you, my sword heart will become tarnished, and I will live a life of mediocrity. You know I will not kneel. You merely seek an excuse to kill me. Bei Lingtian, your appearance at this moment is due to my success in the Tianhuan divine realm. Fearing that my future potential may threaten your status as the Academy's foremost talent. Is that so? Fear. Do you truly believe a mere novice disciple like you could instill fear in me? Bei Lingtian's expression stiffened slightly, and his eyes suddenly became as cold as a blade. However, since you have said so, I shall openly kill you today. Let us see who can protect you. The Grand Elder's brow furrowed tightly. displeasure evident on his face. Bei Lingtian, I have previously stated that this young man must not be killed. Even if you stand at the top of the celestial rankings, you truly disregard my authority? Of course, the disciple would not dare to defy the Grand Elder, but Bei Lingtian sneered, if the Grand Elder insists on protecting this individual, then I, Bei Lingtian, shall withdraw from the Dao Tsang Academy from this day forth. What? The Grand Elder was taken aback. I am the chief disciple of the Punishment Hall and must uphold its authority. If he does not die, how will the sect view me? What choice will the Dao Tsang Academy make between him and me? The Grand Elder's brow furrowed deeper, a look of immense difficulty crossing his face. If it were a choice between Lin Che and Lu Chinchio, the decision would be simple. Yet Lin Che and Bei Lingtian present a dilemma. One has passed through the Tianhuan divine realm, while the other is the current top disciple of the Dao Tsang Academy. Choosing between the two is extraordinarily challenging. Enough, this farce must come to an end. Just as the Grand Elder found himself in a most difficult predicament, a grand voice reverberated through the heavens. Shaking the hearts of all present, the massive bronze mirror appeared in the sky, measuring 10 zhang in diameter, radiating a brilliance comparable to the sun, its aura exuding an overwhelming authority. Under the reflection of this mirror, the imposing figure of a middle-aged man emerged before everyone's eyes. This is the Academy head's life treasure, the Haotian mirror. Upon witnessing the bronze mirror in the sky, countless individuals gasped in astonishment, their hearts trembling. They never expected that today's event would even draw the Academy head's attention. However, the majestic figure projected within the mirror was not the true form of the Dao Tsang Academy head, but merely a projection that moment. The imposing gaze of the Academy head's projection fixed upon Lin Che, and he spoke. You two must take a step back. Although merely 4 words, they undeniably conveyed the Academy head's stance. Ultimately, he chose to side with Bei Lingtian in the dispute between Lin Che and him. The Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he quickly sent a mental message. Academy head, this young man has passed through the Tianhuan divine realm. Before the Grand Elder could finish, the Academy head interrupted him, saying, a genius who has not yet matured, versus one who has already reached the pinnacle. If I must choose, I will naturally favor the latter. After all, even if this young man possesses great talent, he remains an unknown quantity. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril, and it is uncertain whether he can successfully reach the Xuanwu realm. With this thought, the Academy head unambiguously addressed Lin Che. Your ability to pass through the Tianhuan divine realm is sufficient proof of your talent, but it does not grant you leverage to threaten the Academy. The Grand Elder's previous promises still stand. However, if you kill a disciple of the Punishment Hall, as Bei Lingtian has stated, kneel and apologize, and this matter will be settled. After delivering this ultimatum, the Academy head added, of course, you have a second option, to rebel against the Academy. Rebelling against the Academy means I must die. Upon hearing this, Lin Che's eyes turned icy as he asked, indeed, with your talent, if you develop ulterior motives against the Dao Tsang Academy, we will not allow you to remain as a potential threat, the Academy head stated without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Che suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He merely sought to right a wrong for the insignificant figures of the Yi Alliance. Yet encountered so many obstacles. His power was simply too weak. Even having proven his talent through the Tianhuan divine realm, talent does not equate to strength at the higher-ups of the Dao Tsang Academy. He still appeared as a trivial character, easily extinguished with a mere flick of their fingers. Lin Che's unrestrained laughter resonated. All present felt a stirring within them. Yet after his fit of laughter, Lin Che's expression suddenly turned calm. That he spoke. I choose to rebel against the Academy. With this declaration, a wave of shock rippled through all those from the Dao Tsang Academy. They had initially believed Lin Che's laughter was merely an expression of frustration, and that he would ultimately submit to reality. But who could have anticipated that Lin Che would make such a choice? What did you say? The Academy head's tone darkened. My life is indeed precious, but my dignity is even more so that I cannot afford to provoke Bei Lingtian. Death would be a better fate than losing my dignity. To live without respect is akin to being a walking corpse. What meaning is there in such an existence? In Lin Che's heart, A martial artist cultivates martial arts to avoid oppression. This pursuit is not only one of power, but also of the spirit and the backbone. If he were to bow before a stronger opponent, what significance would there be in his martial journey? You possess remarkable fortitude. I shall respect your choice. The academy head narrowed his eyes, choosing not to say anything more. Boom! At that moment, the Haotian mirror suspended in the heavens suddenly emitted waves of murderous intent, forming an overwhelmingly terrifying force that descended upon Lin Che's location from a distance as the academy head made his move. Lu Qianqiu's face revealed a sinister smile. Previously, she had indeed felt unprecedented pressure, but once Lin Che was dead, all her burdens would vanish like smoke. Above in the heavens, Bei Lingtian maintained his calm demeanor, though a hint of mockery and derision flickered in his gaze as he watched Lin Che. Meanwhile, Lin Che found himself engulfed in a terrifying aura of impending doom. In that moment, Lin Che did not experience any sense of dread towards death. Only a feeling of unwillingness lingered within him that he was still young, and if only he had the time to grow stronger. If he were a formidable warrior at the Dao Wu realm at this very moment, then the oppressive forces before him could be dispelled with a single stroke of his sword. Alas, time was not on his side. Such was the cruel reality of the martial world. Above, terrifying patterns of lethal energy interwove ominously, as if they would crush Lin Che into dust at any moment. Yet just then, a sudden transformation occurred. Boom! A radiant hand of true energy, glowing brilliantly, seemed to pierce through the heavens, hurtling towards this location with great speed. Ultimately, as the vast sky mirror descended, it clashed against the approaching force. The moment these two immense powers met, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, akin to a tsunami raging through the area. The terrifying shockwave forced all disciples of Dao Song Academy below to retreat in panic. Even many elders, who had been lurking in the shadows, were compelled to reveal themselves, their figures trembling slightly. What is happening? This shocking scene sent a tremor through the hearts of everyone present, accompanied by gasps of astonishment. Within Dao Song Academy, there was someone capable of countering the terrifying strike of the Academy's headmaster's life-bound treasure. Concurrently, on a distant peak, the headmaster of Dao Song Academy sensed the disturbance, his form trembling as he instantly descended to this place. He then fixed his gaze in a particular direction, asking, "Since you've made your move, why not reveal yourself?" Whoosh! As his words fell, the void trembled. Soon after, a graceful figure materialized in the heavens above. It was a woman clad in a flowing black gown. Her silken hair, cascading like a waterfall, and her exquisite visage caused those who beheld her to momentarily lose their breath. Yet at this moment, the elders of Dao Song Academy, upon seeing her, displayed intense fluctuations in their eyes. The master of the martial hall. The martial hall, a name that had become almost taboo within Dao Song Academy, had not been uttered in nearly a decade, yet this did not imply that the taboo had vanished. In truth, none of the older generation of Dao Song Academy elders could forget the upheaval that transpired 10 years prior, an upheaval that nearly altered the fate of the academy, under the reverent gazes of countless onlookers. The woman in the black gown pointed toward Lin Che. "This person, I shall protect." This succinct declaration caused all present to shift their gazes in surprise. At that moment, Lin Che found himself in a daze, for he recognized this woman as the black-clad beauty he had encountered in the Shunfeng mountain range. Yet, she was the master of the martial hall. Lin Che unconsciously swallowed hard, feeling as though he were in a dream. Of course, at this juncture, no one paid heed to Lin Che. The attention of everyone present was solely fixated on the two transcendent figures in the sky. The expression of the headmaster of Dao Song Academy was exceedingly grim. 10 years ago, you declared that you would no longer concern yourself with the affairs of Dao Song Academy. The woman in the black gown replied, "He once saved me. Now, I am saving his life. I ask that too much to ask." The notion that Lin Che had saved the master of the martial hall held little credibility, yet none dared to voice their skepticism, even if it were merely a pretext fabricated by the woman in black. The elders wisely chose silence. However, the headmaster of Dao Song Academy's gaze remained dark, seemingly unwilling to yield. Sensing the headmaster's stance, the woman in black frowned, choosing not to elaborate further and simply inquired, "Feng Feiyong, if you and I were to clash, what would the outcome be?" This time, the headmaster's gaze softened somewhat. It was not that he feared the master of the martial hall's strength. In fact, the two had clashed 10 years prior without any resolution that if she truly wished to protect this young man, he would not be able to kill him. Not only would he be unable to do so, but the entire Dao Tsang Academy would be affected by the battle between the two Dao Wu realm powerhouses. She only needed to safeguard one person, while he had to protect the entirety of Dao Tsang Academy. Noticing the headmaster's silence, the woman in black turned her attention to Lin Che and calmly stated, "Let us depart." Upon hearing this, Lin Che remained still. Not only did he not move, but he instead stepped forward. Witnessing this, the woman in black furrowed her brow at that moment. Lin Che halted before the high-ranking members of Dao Tsang Academy and spoke. "I was in the wrong." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of realization crossed the faces of all present. It seemed that this young man was indeed frightened. Even with the master of the martial hall stepping forth to protect him, he still felt the oppressive weight of the situation. Was he attempting to provide the high-ranking members of Dao Tsang Academy with a way out, or seeking to alleviate the hostile tension? However, Lin Che's next words caused their expressions to shift dramatically. That I was wrong to overestimate myself, that I believed that passing through the Tianhuan divine realm would suffice to prove my talent and worth. Yet now I realize that only strength, only the power I truly possess, can validate me that I was wrong to underestimate the vastness of the heavens and the earth, thinking I could contend against the reality of the Dao Tsang Academy's esteemed powerhouses with my current abilities. But since I have erred, I shall persist in my error. The enmity of today, the grievances of today, I will remember, and I implore you all not to forget. Lin Che gritted his teeth, his clenched fists brimming with veins. He suddenly raised his head to gaze at Bei Lingtian, declaring, "1 year from now, I shall fight you. I will personally cleanse this humiliation that if I lose, I, Lin Che, shall willingly accept death." A newly initiated Outer Academy disciple dared to challenge Bei Lingtian, the number one on the heavenly rankings. Madness that, at that moment, all present were left speechless, thinking that this young man must be insane. Yet for Lin Che, everything he had experienced today left his heart in turmoil. Were it not for the appearance of the woman in black, he would have met a tragic end without leaving a ripple behind, dying an exceedingly suffocating death. But the martial world was inherently like this. Lin Che did not lament his fate nor blame the heavens. After being saved by the woman in black, he could have chosen to survive in obscurity, avoiding such extreme actions. Yet Lin Che refused to do so. "You wish for me to die? Then let me rise from the ashes." Lin Che sought to transform this pressure into a surging motivation, driving him onward. "Remember today's humiliation. 1 year from now, I shall rise amidst oppression, repaying injury with injury, blood with blood." Silenced at this moment, the entirety of Dao Tsang Academy seemed to have fallen into a profound stillness. Only the resolute vow of that young man resonated in the air. The woman in black gazed at Lin Che's figure, momentarily lost in thought. Before Lin Che stood towering figures of Dao Tsang Academy, each of significant stature, rendering his identity and strength seem trivial in comparison. Yet, even in the face of such formidable peaks, the young man's figure remained steadfast. What if I had been as resolute as he back then? What might have become of Dao Tsang Academy? As she contemplated the young man's silhouette, the woman in black found herself stirred, her gaze flickering. Just then, Bei Lingtian suddenly let out a derisive laugh. "1 year from now, you wish to duel with me? Are you afraid to accept?" Lin Che looked at him. It was not that he was afraid to accept, but rather that Lin Che was unworthy. Did he think that by provoking him, he could extend his life by a year? Although a year from now he would still not be worthy of his attention, he did not wish to squander time waiting for him. Bei Lingtian's words dripped with disdain. This moment, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the eyes of the headmaster of Dao Tsang Academy. A person capable of traversing the Tianhuan divine realm, yet choosing to oppose Dao Tsang Academy, should be swiftly eradicated. Although Bei Lingtian's words were filled with derision for Lin Che, they were not merely dismissive. Instead, they conveyed a determination to leave no potential threat unaddressed. Such ruthlessness was a quality that every high-ranking individual should possess. If I wished, I could kill you at any moment, Lingtian stated. Pointing at Lin Che, each word deliberate and domineering. Smack. However, just as his words fell, a resounding slap reverberated throughout the venue. Then, everyone witnessed Lingtian's figure being propelled backward, soaring several dozen feet away. The number one prodigy of the heavenly rankings had been struck down by a single slap. The assailant was, without question, the woman in black. She dusted off her hands with an expression of disdain, declaring, "You are far too arrogant. Even I cannot overlook in that instant. The entire assembly was left dumbfounded. The esteemed number one prodigy of the heavenly rankings had been publicly humiliated. Lingtian's figure flew backward and only came to a halt after a considerable distance, half of his face already swollen. Yet he promptly raised his head, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Upon meeting that gaze, the woman in the black dress stepped forward with an imposing presence, asking, "Do you dare to defy?" Faced with this inquiry, Lingtian fell silent, hesitant to utter a word. Indeed, he was the foremost on the heavenly rankings, a superlative genius who had entered the Xuanwu realm at the tender age of 20. However, when confronted with Luo Ro, he possessed no means of resistance. After all, this woman in black was an undeniable figure of the Daowu realm. Luo Ro, if this continues, it will become quite troublesome for everyone, and the situation will spiral out of control. Just then, the Dao Tsang Academy's headmaster stepped forward, directly countering the terrifying pressure emanating from the woman in black, though his eyes were clouded with a troubled expression. Difficulties arise, so let us not pursue them. Suddenly, Luo Ro let out a cold laugh. 10 years ago, during that conflict, I wished not to see Dao Tsang Academy descend into the abyss. Hence, I took a step back. I had originally believed that my concession would restore tranquility to Dao Tsang Academy. Yet this was not the case. Over the past decade, Dao Tsang Academy has devolved into a realm ruled by your whims. Feng Fiang, you have expelled dissenters, favored your kin, and promoted your own factions. Meanwhile, your trusted subordinates abuse their power, relying on connections and authority to act with impunity. Talented individuals within the academy, like Lin Che, bully lower-tier disciples without restraint as their mentor. Elder Dantian not only fails to discipline them, but even protects them, using personal biases to dictate the fates of the academy's gifted disciples. Furthermore, the punishment hall, despite being an enforcement body, misuses its authority. These are but a glimpse of the larger picture, yet they reveal the extent of Dao Tsang Academy's decay. It is evident that, without intervention, Dao Tsang Academy will inevitably plunge deeper into ruin due to this corruption. If the martial hall were still under scrutiny, such a situation would not have arisen. The words of the woman in black resonated deeply with everyone present, especially the lower-tier disciples, whose gazes shimmered with intense emotion. They had entered Dao Tsang Academy expecting a sense of belonging, only to discover that it was a place where the strong preyed upon the weak, even more so than the outside world. Luo Ro fixed her gaze upon the high-ranking members of Dao Tsang Academy and declared, "From this day forth, I will reinstate the martial hall." The 4 words "reinstate the martial hall" slipped from the lips of the woman in black with an air of calm. Yet they stirred waves of astonishment among the audience that were unfathomable. Many high-ranking members of Dao Tsang Academy trembled, their expressions shifting dramatically. From this moment on, Lin Che is my disciple of the martial hall within Dao Tsang Academy. Whether it be the pill hall or the punishment hall, should the elders attempt to quell him, I shall not let it rest. As she spoke, Luo Ro pointed at Lingtian, adding, "Including you, he is off limits for 1 year. After a year, I will personally bring him to you to settle this enmity." Lingtian felt the formidable presence of the woman in black, his gaze trembling slightly, yet he dared not speak. "Luo Ro, do you understand what reinstating the martial hall implies? It could plunge Dao Tsang Academy into irreversible chaos," the headmaster of Dao Tsang Academy said, his expression dark as Thunder Point 10 years ago. "I believe so, but now if I retreat again, it is I who would lead Dao Tsang Academy into that abyss, that I will not yield any longer. Feng Fiang, if you wish to fight, the martial hall stands ready." After declaring this, Luo Ro turned her gaze back to Lin Che, asking, Shall we leave now? Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded and followed the woman as they departed together, their figures vanishing from sight. Boom! The headmaster of Dao Song Academy clenched his fists, an icy aura erupting from him, shattering the space within 10 feet. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. Suddenly, the headmaster's gaze landed on Elder Dantian. You have taught such a good disciple. This statement carried a hint of murderous intent. In truth, had it not been for Lu Qianqiu's incident, such a prodigy who had traversed the Tianhuan divine realm might not have severed ties with Dao Song Academy. Now, not only had Dao Song Academy lost a super talent, but it had also led Luo Ro to reinstate the martial hall. How could the headmaster not be furious? Sensing the headmaster's anger, Elder Danqing's face turned ashen, and he quickly replied, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. It is my failure to teach. Upon returning, I will impose strict punishment. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqiu knelt on the ground, trembling in fear, utterly speechless. The headmaster's gaze lingered on the two for a moment before he coldly snorted and vanished from the scene. After the headmaster's departure, the crowd exchanged glances, each reflecting shock that it appeared that a storm was brewing within Dao Song Academy, all ignited by a mere boy who had just joined. Lin Che quietly followed the woman in black. Observing her graceful strides and delicate silhouette, his heart a tumult of emotions. The black-clad beauty he had encountered in the Shunfeng Mountains turned out to be the head of the martial hall. Even now, Lin Che found it hard to fathom. Throughout their journey, Luo Ro remained silent, and Lin Che maintained a silence as well. After an indeterminate period, Lin Che felt compelled to break the quiet, hesitantly saying, Thank you for saving me today, Senior. You are now a disciple of the martial hall. You should address me as Hall Master. Thank you, Hall Master, for saving me today. Lin Che reiterated that you're welcome. Luo Ro responded casually. Hall Master, where are we headed? Lin Che inquired after a moment. To the remnants of the original martial hall, Luo Ro replied. The martial hall? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been said that the martial hall had already vanished from Dao Song Academy 10 years ago. The two continued their journey out of Dao Song Academy until they halted amidst a cluster of peaks. That moment, a grand palace-like structure came into view, expansive yet evidently long abandoned, bearing an air of desolation. While the ruins were not extensive, they were overrun with wild grass. Lin Che curiously asked, Is the martial hall not located within Dao Song Academy? The martial hall exists to oversee Dao Song Academy. Naturally, it cannot reside within, Luo Ro answered nonchalantly. After saying this, her gaze turned distant, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. Lin Che could sense the weight of nostalgia. The martial hall had once been a place of grandeur, now reduced to this state of decay, and it was she, the hall master, who had instigated its dissolution. Thus, witnessing the scene before him, Lin Che speculated that she might be feeling a pang of sentiment. I'm hungry. Luo Ro suddenly turned to Lin Che, asking, Can you cook? Lin Che was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. Then from today on, you will learn, Luo Ro declared. Lin Che, Luo Ro's beautiful eyes bore into him, revealing an undeniable resolve. If we are to reinstate the martial hall, we must have a fresh start. From now on, we will reside here. If you cannot cook, do you expect the hall master to deign to do it herself? Lin Che. Moments later, a campfire was lit. Lin Che squatted beside it, awkwardly attempting to roast a wild rabbit, sourced from their surroundings. After a while, he proudly presented the glistening roasted rabbit to Luo Ro. Hall Master, it's my first attempt at roasting. Please give it a try. Luo Ro accepted it, tearing off a piece of rabbit meat and placing it in her mouth. Is it tasty? Lin Che asked curiously from aside. Luo Ro remained silent, merely furrowing her brow. Is it not tasty? Lin Che asked, somewhat anxious. Luo Ro handed the roasted rabbit back to him, saying, You should try it yourself. After tasting it, Lin Che awkwardly smiled. It's a bit burnt, but considering it's my first attempt, it's understandable. Having said this, Lin Che plopped down beside Luo Ro. They sat close enough that he could catch the faint fragrance emanating from her. This proximity caused Luo Ro to instinctively furrow her brows, her autumn-like eyes locking onto Lin Che. Feeling her gaze, Lin Che's heart raced, prompting him to shift slightly further away. Hall Master, will it truly just be the two of us in the martial hall from now on? Upon uttering these words, Lin Che felt a tinge of melancholy within. After all, he was now a disciple of the martial hall, yet apart from himself, there remained only the Hall Master. If this continued, would it not mean that all arduous tasks would inevitably fall upon his shoulders? Surely, there ought to be others who would come. Hearing this, Lin Che felt a slight sense of relief. You know why the martial hall vanished in the first place. Suddenly, Luo Ro inquired. Lin Che nodded, aware of some details concerning the turmoil from years past, having heard whispers of it during his time at the Dao Tsang Academy. If that is the case, then you should comprehend what it means to resurrect the martial hall. Luo Ro gazed at Lin Che, her expression grave compared to the chaos of a decade ago. The current situation of the martial hall is destined to be even more precarious. Those individuals do not wish to see the martial hall reemerge. Upon hearing this, Lin Che naturally understood whom Luo Ro referred to. In the span of 10 years, the head of Dao Tsang Academy had eliminated dissenters. And it could be said that the current high-ranking officials of the academy were all aligned with the head. They would undoubtedly prefer not to witness the resurgence of the martial hall. The revival of the martial hall would signify an open conflict with the entire Dao Tsang Academy. The old geezers within the academy could be countered by me. However, apart from that, disciples from the entire academy would rise against you, including the prodigies from the first hall and the first pavilion. You can imagine the pressure that would entail, can't you? Of course, if you wish to withdraw from the martial hall now, it is not too late. I will ensure your safe departure from Yangzhou. As Luo Ro spoke these words, her gaze flickered slightly as she regarded Lin Che. She was well aware that for anyone, the formidable presence of Dao Tsang Academy was enough to inspire awe, even trepidation. How much more so for a youth? It was entirely understandable for him to feel overwhelmed by such immense pressure. If the boy did not wish to be embroiled in this turmoil, she would not force him. Yet, despite this line of thought, a glimmer of hope lingered deep within Luo Ro's heart. Was not the path of martial cultivation akin to sifting through the sands of time, emerging from one dire situation after another, with only the survivors deemed true warriors? From the very first day I stepped into the realm of martial arts, I comprehended this truth, that I fear not standing against the entirety of Dao Tsang Academy. Since they wish to oppress me, I shall confront them to the bitter end. Lin Che clenched his fists, recalling the humiliation he had endured within Dao Tsang Academy, and declared vehemently, seeing the fervor ignite in the youth's eyes. Luo Ro could not help but smile. Initially, her decision to save Lin Che stemmed from a sense of cherishing talent. Yet, witnessing Lin Che's audacity in confronting the senior officials of Dao Tsang Academy evoked memories of her own past retreats, stirring her heart profoundly, thus prompting her to revive the martial hall. Fortunately, she had not misjudged him. Lin Che possessed not only the fearlessness of youth, but, more importantly, an unwavering heart for martial arts. In a world where the strong dominated and the weak often cringed in servitude, such a heart was truly rare. After a brief moment, Lin Che suddenly recalled something and spoke up. Hall Master, I have some friends within the academy. May they reside here? Lin Che thought of Yimeng and others. Having thoroughly offended Dao Tsang Academy, his friends might face repercussions if they remained within its confines. Living in the martial hall, under the protection of a powerful figure like her, would surely provide much greater safety. Upon hearing this, Luo Ro nodded. As she consented, Lin Che felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Luo Ro stood up, brushed off the dust from her skirt, and glanced around, stating, I will give you 2 days to tidy this place up. Lin Che was taken aback, staring at the overgrown weeds surrounding him. Utterly bewildered, observing his expression, Luo Ro remarked, It is just the two of us here. If you do not clean, should I, the Hall Master, do it myself? Lin Che. After issuing her command, Luo Ro departed, leaving Lin Che to confront the desolate scene before him, standing there in a daze. What a misfortune! Within Dao Tsang Academy, disciples of the first hall and first pavilion merely needed to focus on their cultivation, while others managed the rest, the martial hall. Once the foremost power in Dao Tsang Academy, now found him as a disciple, relegated to menial labor. It was a stark reminder of the inequities among individuals. However, despite his frustration, Lin Che recognized he had no other options. Without the protective shield of the martial hall, he would likely be in grave danger the moment he stepped outside, so he had no choice but to comply. Over the next 2 days, Lin Che's figure became increasingly busy. Fortunately, although the place had lain in neglect for a decade, the structural integrity of the buildings remained largely intact. Suffering little damage, he cleared the overgrown grass and tidied up the main hall and some side chambers. During this time, he even ventured down the mountain to purchase various daily necessities from the market. After much effort, the martial hall appeared revitalized compared to its former state. At the very least, it was now suitable for habitation. During this period, Lin Che also brought Xiao Yao and the others over. In these few days, Yi Tianlang and the others had naturally heard of the events transpiring within Dao Song Academy. Upon learning that Lin Che had single-handedly stormed the Qinqiu alliance, wreaking havoc and even severing ties with the entire Dao Song Academy for their sake, their gratitude was beyond expression. Xiao Yao, however, wore a worried and fearful expression. Yet Lin Che reassured her, saying there was no need to fret. They should simply enjoy their time here. Thus, 3 days passed until Luo Ro's figure reappeared. "You've done a commendable job tidying up," she remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the sight before her. "Considering your hard work over these past 2 days, I, the Hall Master, have decided to promote you. From now on, you will be elevated from an ordinary disciple of the martial hall to an elite disciple." Luo Ro patted Lin Che on the shoulder, wearing an expression of encouragement. "Just for cleaning?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a surge of joy, eager to express his gratitude, yet he suddenly sensed something amiss. An elite disciple was still merely a disciple, was it not? Now, apart from the Hall Master, he was the only disciple in the martial hall. Thus, even with this promotion, his status within the martial hall had not undergone any substantial change. All the arduous tasks would still fall upon him. "If only I could be promoted to the Supreme Hall Master." He shook his head and muttered softly. Boom! No sooner had Lin Che spoken than his entire body was sent flying, landing in a rather unfortunate manner. Luo Ro looked at him and said, "You wish to be the Supreme Hall Master and ride atop me. That is possible, but only if you can defeat me. This woman has supremely acute hearing." Lin Che clumsily picked himself up from the ground, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Hall Master, I was just joking that in truth, being an elite disciple is quite satisfactory. Haha." Engaging in combat with a figure of the Dao martial realm was tantamount to courting death for Lin Che at his current level of cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh, just as Lin Che finished speaking, a sudden sound of air being sliced through rang out from the distance. Moments later, 3 figures descended upon this area in an instant. Observing the sudden appearance of these 3 figures, Lin Che's heart stirred, for he recognized all of them. Among them was a man clad in silver robes, his face concealed behind a silver mask, the very same enigmatic figure who had aided Lin Che in Kanglan City. The second individual bore an unremarkable appearance, yet an inexplicable, formidable aura of martial intent emanated from her. Unmistakably the elderly woman responsible for guarding the scripture pavilion. As for the last figure, an elderly man with a haggard appearance. His balding head and tremulous gait made him look frail. He was none other than the old man on the Yunchuan who had been hard of hearing, nearsighted, and barely literate. Later, Lin Che learned their names: Feng Wuying, Dao Qiangwei, and Bai Qiuli. All 3 possessed considerable strength, yet they held positions of leisure within Dao Song Academy. It turned out they had once been elders of the martial hall. Upon their arrival, upon seeing Luo Ro, they were visibly excited, kneeling on the ground, particularly the elderly man named Bai Qiuli, who wept profusely, exclaiming, "Hall Master, you have finally resurrected the martial hall, to witness the day of its reconstruction in this lifetime. I could die contentedly now. Oh, Hall Master, we have long awaited this day, and it has been a bitter wait." The elderly woman Dao Qiangwei and the silver-robed figure Feng Wuying also displayed expressions of deep emotion. It was evident that these 3 harbored profound sentiments for the martial hall. "Rise." Luo Ro gazed at the 3 individuals and spoke calmly. Upon witnessing this, Lin Che hurriedly assisted the trio to their feet. Master, when the martial hall disbanded years ago, many powerful figures dispersed elsewhere. Now that the martial hall has been reinstated, should we summon them all back? After calming his emotions, Feng Wuing inquired. There is no need. Luo Ro replied. Shaking her head, I have summoned the three of you for a specific task. Upon hearing this, the three instantly adopted a solemn expression and declared, if the master has any commands, we shall not hesitate to lay down our lives. It isn't that serious. Luo Ro chuckled, gesturing towards Lin Che. Your task is simply to instruct him in his cultivation. Yes, soon as Luo Ro finished her sentence, Lin Che felt the penetrating gaze of the three powerful individuals fixated upon him. This lad is the one who has agreed to a life-and-death duel with Bei Lingtian in a year's time. Indeed, a young bull is not afraid of tigers. However, his character is quite to my liking, one of them mused. The trio scrutinized Lin Che, and within Dao Qianwei's eyes, there flickered a hint of appreciation. Clearly, they were already aware of the recent turmoil that transpired in the Dao Tsang Academy. Yet, unlike the majority who deemed this young man reckless, they felt a twinge of gratitude in their hearts. Had it not been for his disturbance, perhaps the master would not have been compelled to revive the martial hall. Disciple Lin Che pays respects to the three esteemed seniors. Although the trio appeared unremarkable in appearance, it was evident that they were concealed masters. Thus, Lin Che dared not show the slightest disrespect and bowed respectfully. The balding elder glanced at Lin Che and shook his head slightly, noting his politeness, but also observing that the youth looked rather frail and ill-equipped to withstand hardship. Beside him, the elderly matron remarked, his realm is somewhat lacking, yet his foundation is solid. If he can undergo rigorous training, he may indeed become a pillar of talent. The question remains whether he can endure it. Upon hearing their conversation, Lin Che inexplicably felt a surge of foreboding that moment. Luo Ro furrowed her brows. Currently, there remains but this lone seedling among the disciples of the martial hall. You all. Upon hearing this, the three elders hastily replied, Rest assured, Master, we are fully aware and will not go overboard. Do not misunderstand. I mean to say that we cannot overly indulge him simply because he is the only one left. We must also ensure he is properly taken care of. Let us not forget that in a year, he will face Bei Lingtian in a life-and-death battle. And should he falter, it will be the martial hall's reputation at stake. Therefore, I believe it is best that this lad's training under you three is doubled this moment. Luo Ro's expression bore an air of utmost seriousness. Doubled. Upon hearing Luo Ro's words, Lin Che felt as though the world had crumbled around him. Half a day later, in an unnamed mountain range, boom, 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 a 1,000-meter-high waterfall cascaded from the heavens, the surging waves crashing into the cold pool below, echoing with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains. At this moment, an old matron and a young boy appeared at this location. You're the first to cultivate with me. What are your thoughts? Dao Qianwei asked Lin Che upon their arrival. Lin Che replied, To cultivate alongside an esteemed elder is a great fortune for me. You know how to flatter, she chuckled. But rest assured, among the three of us, I'm the most lenient towards my disciples. Unlike those two who are as unyielding as iron and excessively harsh, so, while you train with me, do not be overly tense. Feel free to relax a bit. Upon hearing the old matron's words, Lin Che indeed felt a measure of relaxation. Just then, the matron added, I've heard you are a swordsman. Now show me a sword strike. Very well. Lin Che nodded, subsequently drawing his sword and executing a swift slash. Boom! The stone, standing half a person high before him, was instantly shattered into dust by the sword's aura, sending fragments flying. Intent of the sword. Witnessing this scene, the matron's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. The sword mark left by Lin Che in the scripture pavilion had clearly demonstrated the completeness of his sword momentum. However, just a few days had passed, and he had already stepped into the realm of sword intent. Though it was merely a minor accomplishment in sword intent, considering Lin Che's age, it was indeed a remarkable feat, worthy of being called a prodigy in the sword path. Of course, despite her astonishment, the matron did not allow it to show. This sword strike has sufficient power. However, It is evident that while you have grasped the sword intent, your control over the realm is still quite inexperienced. Henceforth, I shall specifically teach you to master intent. Watch closely, Dao Xiangwei commanded, then produced an iron knife from seemingly nowhere. The knife was riddled with rust and bore many chips. If it were not for its shape, one might mistake it for just a piece of corroded metal. However, once the old matron gripped the iron knife, her entire aura underwent a transformative shift. Lin Che's eyes widened briefly. It turned out the matron was a practitioner of the knife path. Suddenly, Dao Qiangwei swung the knife. With that strike, the 1,000-meter waterfall before them was cleaved in two, and the torrents of water began to flow upward against the current that it was not until a long while later that the waterfall resumed its thunderous descent, creating a mist that enveloped the surroundings. Cutting water with a knife, Lin Che's mouth fell agape at this spectacle, finding it utterly surreal. You just shattered a stone with a sword, relying on sheer explosive force. Yet to reverse the flow of water, it is clear that mere explosive force is insufficient. But I was able to achieve this because that strike contained a hint of the essence of water. Essence. Upon hearing this term, Lin Che felt even more perplexed, as it was the first time he had encountered such a concept. Dao Xiangwei explained, in this world, there are various realms of intent, such as sword intent, knife intent, and spear intent. As you are a swordsman, sword intent is naturally the primary focus. The so-called essence is essentially the attributes you attach to your sword path. There are many essences in this world, such as the essence of water, fire, wind, and earth. The more essences you incorporate into your sword, the stronger your sword intent will become. To be precise, the essence represents a practitioner's understanding of the world. The more insights one has, the greater the harmony with the powers of heaven and earth, leading to enhanced strength. You understand what I mean? Lin Che nodded. In simpler terms, it meant integrating the essence into sword intent. The more essences fused, the stronger the sword intent would be. Then, esteemed elder, how may I comprehend the essence? After grasping the profound nature of the essence, Lin Che eagerly inquired. Generally, there are two methods. The first is to seek rare natural treasures for refinement. For instance, the fire spirit mysterious fruit that grows in the immortal fire domain contains an extraordinarily rich essence of fire. The ice soul lotus that blooms in the 10,000-year cold pond holds a powerful essence of ice. Such extraordinary treasures, while they may not guarantee mastery over a particular essence, can significantly enhance a practitioner's comprehension, yielding a much higher success rate. Refining natural treasures. Lin Che's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that this was his forte. However, upon noticing his expression, Dao Qiangwei immediately interjected, "You need not consider this method. Whenever a treasure containing essence emerges, even those who have reached the Xuanwu realm will fight to claim it. It is simply beyond your current reach. Even Xuanwu realm practitioners contend for an essence treasure." Upon hearing this, Lin Che's expression stiffened, and he decisively abandoned that line of thought. "Then may I ask, esteemed elder, what is the second method?" "Enlightenment." The old matron looked at Lin Che and said, "Essence also relies on enlightenment, and certain special locations can enable you to grasp some characteristics of the essence. From today onwards, you shall practice your sword amidst this cold pool waterfall. When your sword can embody even a hint of the water's essence, you will have the potential to master the essence of water." Upon hearing this, Lin Che understood. Subsequently, he leaped directly into the cold pool. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a torrent of cascading water plummeted from above, striking him with tremendous force. The sheer power of this celestial deluge was quite terrifying, yet Lin Che slowly steadied himself. Without hesitation, he swung his sword against the waterfall. One could sense the immense resistance this strike encountered, rendering Lin Che's movements painfully slowed. It felt as though an immense boulder had fallen upon his arm. After merely a few sword strikes, a profound ache coursed through his entire arm, leaving it trembling as if it had lost all strength. Nevertheless, Lin Che gritted his teeth and continued to wield his sword. Despite possessing the unique cultivation method of Qi Si, Lin Che understood that in the realm of martial arts, mere ascension in rank was far from sufficient. To genuinely become a formidable warrior, one must endure hardships and exertions beyond ordinary imagination. The pressure exerted by Bei Lingtian left no room for complacency. Throughout, Lin Che practiced but a single movement, the swing of his sword. As time passed, it became evident that both of his arms quivered violently, his face contorted in a grimace. Witnessing this scene, the old woman nearby displayed a look of satisfaction. This youth possessed extraordinary talent. Yet what was even rarer was his indomitable tenacity. In a world teeming with prodigies, the most despairing were undoubtedly those who not only had innate gifts but also exhibited relentless diligence. After observing for a while, the old woman realized there was no need for her supervision, and thus she quietly departed. Time flowed on. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate period had elapsed, Lin Che finally felt he had surpassed the limits of his body's endurance and crawled out from the icy plunge of the waterfall. At that moment, both of his arms had swollen considerably, trembling violently as if they had lost all sensation. Even so, after half a day's swordplay, he felt no semblance of enlightenment regarding the profundities of water. Fortunately, Lin Che was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning, and thus he did not feel disheartened. Upon reaching the shore, he sought the figure of the old woman, but she had vanished without a trace. Instead, not far off, the balding elder lounged leisurely in a wicker chair, basking in the sun. Upon seeing Lin Che emerge, the elder gestured toward an adjacent chair. Lin Che understood, and the fatigue that enveloped him compelled him to plop down. The elder, by Chioli, glanced at Lin Che's swollen arms and inquired, "How does it feel?" Not much feeling," Lin Che replied honestly that of course. There was little sensation, for both his arms had succumbed to numbness. By Chioli chuckled softly. "I knew that old woman was ruthless. At this rate, your arms will surely be rendered useless." Startled by the remark, Lin Che paused. Just then, the elder produced a large porcelain bowl filled to the brim with an unidentifiable liquid. "Drink this." Lin Che gazed at the greenish concoction, instinctively wrinkling his brow. "Senior, what is this?" "This is the essence I have refined from 108 precious herbs that will unlock your latent potential," Bai Chioli declared proudly. Yet, Lin Che could not shake the feeling that the elder resembled a charlatan peddling fake medicines. "Senior, are you a pharmacist?" Lin Che asked cautiously. It was well known that in this world, the status of a pharmacist was exceedingly esteemed, rivaling that of a grandmaster of alchemy. Could this elder, as an elder of the martial hall, possess remarkable expertise in pharmacology? "More or less," Bai Chioli replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Che dispelled his doubts and downed the concoction in one gulp. "It's quite sweet," he remarked, only to notice the elder watching him with eager anticipation. "Well, what do you feel?" "Nothing much, just a bit dizzy and a sensation of heat," Lin Che stated. Suddenly, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Moreover, blood began to seep from his eyes, nose, and ears. Blood from all 7 orifices. Blood from 7 orifices? That shouldn't be, the elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in bewilderment. This. Lin Che's mind exploded with realization. "Senior, you didn't say this medicine. This is a new concoction I've just brewed. Still in the experimental phase, but fret not. The Poison King, can bring you back even if you approach the gates of death." Poison King. "Senior, weren't you a pharmacist?" Lin Che felt a wave of despair. Bai Chioli waved his hand dismissively. "Using poison to achieve enlightenment, enduring poison to become a healer. Pharmacists and poison masters are not so different. The 108 precious herbs you mentioned, they all poisonous, aren't they? They are indeed poisonous, yet they can also unleash your potential," he affirmed. The Poison King. "I have devoted my life to the study of toxins, and have finally devised an unprecedented method to forge the body through myriad poisons, ultimately creating an impervious physique. Moreover, by harnessing the potency of these toxins, I can fully awaken the latent potential buried deep within you. Enough of this. You wouldn't understand. Just heed my words and take your medicine regularly." The more Lin Che listened, the more unsettling it became. "Then, senior, what is this impervious physique? Has it been applied to anyone else?" "You are the first, hence the term unprecedented," the elder replied, growing increasingly impatient. Lin Che. "Enough. For today you shall digest the toxins within. Tomorrow, I will prepare a new medicine for you, Bai Qiuli declared, rising and departing without a second glance. Left alone in a state of bewilderment, Lin Che hurriedly assessed his condition. The elder appeared somewhat dubious, leaving him feeling uneasy. However, after a thorough examination, he found no apparent anomalies. He merely felt a pervasive heat and itchiness, as if ants were crawling all over him. Could it be that the toxins had already seeped to the surface? Though there were no overt symptoms, anyone who ingested a bowl of poison would undoubtedly feel unsettled. Lin Che was experiencing just that, an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Junior, you've caught the eye of that toxic elder. You're in for quite a ride. A voice suddenly emerged from the void, gravely addressing Lin Che as he watched the elder's retreating figure. The speaker was none other than the silver-robed man. Feng Wuing, startled by the sudden appearance. Lin Che felt a jolt of surprise. He had not sensed the presence of this silver-robed man until he materialized out of thin air. However, Lin Che was now more concerned with the meaning behind his words. Senior, why do you say that? Lin Che inquired. You know how old that toxic elder is this year? Lin Che shook his head, indicating he did not know. Allow me to enlighten you. That old poisoner is merely 50 years old. 50 years old! Lin Che exclaimed in disbelief. The balding elder appeared utterly lifeless, his face riddled with wrinkles, as if he were already teetering on the edge of the grave. One could easily mistake him for 200 years old. Yet he was only 50. How could that be? Do you know why he has become this way? Feng Wuing asked, his expression unflinching. Before Lin Che could respond, he continued, this old poisoner is exceedingly harsh on himself. Testing the poisons on his own body, he has experienced every toxin under heaven, and some have such severe side effects that he cannot even cure himself, ultimately leaving him in this state. Lin Che. Suddenly, Lin Che recalled the first time he had encountered the balding elder aboard the cloud ship. He had been deaf and blind, unable to comprehend what others were saying. Yet now, conversing with him was remarkably smooth. Could it be that he too had been poisoned, rendering him deaf until now, when the symptoms had finally begun to subside? If this were true, then that elder was indeed a formidable character. As these thoughts surged within him, Lin Che felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. It was evident that the elderly man regarded him as a new test subject, and the mere thought of his own premature decline left Lin Che feeling utterly despondent. However, rest assured, although this old man may be malicious, you are currently the only hope of the Marshal Hall's disciples. He would not genuinely harm you. Observing Lin Che's demeanor, Feng Wuing offered a few comforting words, saying, now, you shall train with me, and I assure you, I am far gentler than those two. With that, Feng Wuing turned and began walking in a certain direction, prompting Lin Che to follow suit. Before long, the two arrived at the base of a desolate mountain. For martial artists, the cultivation of internal energy is crucial, yet the physical strength of the body holds equal importance. From this day forth, you shall train your physical prowess under my guidance. You see that mountain? Without the use of your internal energy, your task is to break through it. Only then will your physical strength be deemed adequate. The notion of shattering a mountain with mere flesh and blood left Lin Che in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at the silver-robed figure before him. Was this truly the so-called gentle method of training? Lin Che realized that within the martial hall, from the hall master to the three elders, none could be considered normal, each more ruthless than the last. Go ahead, Feng Wuing stated bluntly, disregarding Lin Che's emotional turmoil. With a grimace, Lin Che understood that as a disciple under these three elders, he had no right to question their methods. He stepped forward and approached the desolate mountain. With a twist of his body, he unleashed a powerful punch. The impact echoed, and without the protection of internal energy, Lin Che's fist was soon drenched in blood. The pain was excruciating. Continue, came the stern voice of the silver-robed man. At those words, Lin Che steeled himself and began to assault the mountain, or rather, to inflict torment upon his own body. Each strike, be it a punch, kick, knee, shoulder, or elbow, brought forth waves of agonizing pain, causing his flesh to tear. The muffled sounds of his relentless assault reverberated throughout the mountains. The desolate mountain was littered with jagged stones, sharp as blades. By the time dusk fell, Lin Che was covered in wounds, some so deep they exposed bone. Yet, despite this, the mountain had only yielded a pit roughly a yard deep. This approach was unsustainable. Lin Che shook his head in despair as he surveyed the scene before him. For martial artists, there exists a limit to their training. Greater intensity does not always equate to superior results. Exceeding one's limits could not only be counterproductive, but might render one crippled. The training regimen imposed by these elders had clearly surpassed what he could endure. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. However, just as this thought crossed Lin Che's mind, an inexplicable change surged within him. A warm current flowed through his body, and, as it passed over his wounds, they healed at an astonishing rate, while the fatigue he had felt vanished without a trace. It was akin to being immersed in a hot spring, leaving him utterly revitalized. Realizing this, Lin Che's expression shifted. This energy seemed to be the result of the poison the old man had administered. When Bai Chili had forced him to drink a bowl of poison, he had felt its potency lying dormant within him, nearly impossible to refine. Yet now, with his body pushed to its limits, the essence of that poison was fully awakened. The old man's concoction truly had the power to unleash latent potential and heal injuries. With this delightful revelation, Lin Che's previous concerns dissipated entirely. He plunged headlong into his training. Over the next few days, Lin Che engaged in nearly frenzied practice, swinging his sword beneath the cold waterfall in the morning and refining his physique against the desolate mountain in the afternoon. Of course, he was not spared from the daily torment inflicted by the bald elder, who insisted he consume various bizarre concoctions. Each day, Lin Che distinctly felt his strength surging as he trained with near-manic intensity. 3 months later, a thunderous roar erupted from the desolate mountain within the martial hall. As the massive bulk of rock trembled violently, a figure burst forth from within it. In an instant, debris flew, and dust swirled chaotically. With a resounding crash, the figure landed, causing the ground beneath to fracture under the tremendous force. Lin Che turned to look back, only to see a gaping hole of 10 yards in diameter left in the mountain. Completely hollowed out, in the span of 3 months, he had truly pierced through an entire mountain. One could only imagine the extent of Lin Che's physical prowess at that moment. I actually did it, Lin Che exclaimed, clenching his fist and feeling the wellspring of power within him, his expression brimming with exhilaration. The past 3 months had nearly driven him to madness, as his body was pushed to the brink of its limits through relentless training. Yet under this immense pressure, his progress had been nothing short of astonishing. Present, Lin Che concluded that even without utilizing his internal energy, he could likely defeat a martial artist at the 3rd level of spirit martial realm with a single blow. Moreover, these 3 months had been but a fraction of his training focused on physical strength. Thus, his physical fortitude was merely one aspect of his overall advancement. After shattering the mountain, Lin Che soon found himself back at the cold waterfall. He leaped into the icy waters, and with a flash, his storage ring revealed the Linghan sword, floating before him. Channeling his internal energy, Lin Che swung the sword against the cascading waterfall, with no resistance. The sword seemed to merge with the water, propelled forward by the torrents, that a series of explosive sounds echoed as the waterfall, plummeting from a height of 1,000 meters, defied gravity, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After several breaths, the reversed waterfall fell once more, sending up a mist that enveloped the area. Sword wave. The sword intent manifested as a wave, demonstrating that Lin Che had incorporated an element of water into his swordsmanship. Grasping the essence of the water's profound mysteries, T.O. mastered the essence of water within a mere 3 months. Even at a rudimentary level, attests to the extraordinary nature of Lin Che's comprehension and talent. With his physical strength soaring and the essence of water grasped, it was evident that Lin Che had undergone a qualitative leap in his abilities within this short span of time. Yet, this was not the entirety of his transformation. Let's not forget that the bald elder had been dosing Lin Che with potions for 3 months. Although many of these concoctions were highly toxic and came with severe side effects, such as bleeding from the orifices, foaming at the mouth, dizziness, and swelling, Lin Che had endured it all. During one particularly harrowing period, every inch of his skin had turned a deep, purplish black, resembling a grotesque transformation. Yet, amidst this inhumane torment, Lin Che not only survived but thrived. The potions crafted by the bald elder were imbued with overwhelming medicinal potency. Even though he trained vigorously, he had not fully unleashed all their potential. Thus, the energy remained dormant within Lin Che's meridians, bones and flesh, forming an immense reservoir of power, leaving him with the sensation that he could break through to a new realm at any moment. Throughout these 3 months, Lin Che had been suppressing this desire for a breakthrough, opting to build a solid foundation. Now he felt the time had come. Without delay, Lin Che positioned himself by the bank of the cold pond, sitting cross-legged to guide the dormant energy within him, launching an assault against the barriers of his martial path. With a sweep of his senses, Lin Che entered a state of profound stillness. After an indeterminate amount of time, his aura began to swell, the internal energy radiating from him swirling like a tempest, causing the nearby cold pond to boil over in an instant. Finally, after maintaining this enigmatic state for a while, a resounding roar erupted from within Lin Che's body. Spirit Martial 4th level. Lin Che opened his eyes, joy illuminating his face as he registered his newfound realm. That moment, the capacity of his internal energy had doubled, harboring a terrifying reservoir of power. Compared to before, it is indeed a stark contrast. Remarkably, in just 3 short months, considerable progress has been made in strength. While Lin Che immersed himself in the delightful sensation of his growth, suddenly, a voice broke through his reverie. He turned his head to find a graceful figure had appeared by his side, none other than Luo Rou. That moment, Luo Rou gazed at Lin Che, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. In merely 3 months, achieving such growth even astonished a formidable being like Luo Rou. This young man truly deserved his reputation as one who has passed through the Tianhuan divine realm, showcasing unparalleled talent. However, at the 4th level of Spirit Martial, he still fell far short of being a threat to Bei Lingtian. Lin Che's mind stirred, and he spoke, "Master, I wish to know the specific strength of Bei Lingtian. Have you heard of the 2 great prodigies in the Songfeng kingdom?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che shook his head. The 2 prodigies referred to the most extraordinary individuals among the younger generation of the Songfeng kingdom, one being the 3rd princess of the Songfeng royal family, and the other, Bei Lingtian of the Daocang Academy. I trust you understand the circumstances when you stood against Bei Lingtian. Even after your success in the Tianhuan divine realm, why did the head of Daocang Academy still choose Bei Lingtian? Lin Che nodded gravely. Although Luo Rou did not specify Bei Lingtian's precise strength, Lin Che could discern that this individual was exceptionally powerful. With his talents, he was destined to become a prominent figure in the Songfeng kingdom. Thus, even though Lin Che had passed through the Tianhuan divine realm, the head of Daocang Academy opted for Bei Lingtian. This was partly due to Lin Che's current strength being vastly inferior to Bei Lingtian's, and partly for the sake of caution. It is not merely talent that determines a powerful warrior's rise. Fortune plays an equally crucial role. The weaker one is the greater the chance of downfall despite extraordinary talent. The resources poured into cultivating Bei Lingtian by the Daocang Academy were surely immense. Abandoning Bei Lingtian to start anew with Lin Che would be a gamble too great. As long as Bei Lingtian continued to flourish, the future of Daocang Academy would be assured with a superlative powerhouse. Why take such risks? Now, do you not feel that your decision made in haste a year ago was rather impulsive? Luo Rou looked at Lin Che with pointed words. The pressure was indeed considerable. Yet impulsiveness? Lin Che shook his head, his face filled with indignation. I had no prior acquaintance with this Bei Lingtian, yet he sought to trample me upon our first meeting, intending to extinguish my life. If that is the case, I must eliminate him. These so-called prodigies of the Songfeng kingdom are merely individuals who have trained for 2 or 3 years longer than I have. I find a year as time excessive. If I could defeat him, I would wish to do so immediately. That a grudge must be avenged. Hearing Lin Che's declaration, Luo Rou fell silent, contemplating the intensity of his emotions. Yet, she could not deny that such a mindset would indeed fuel his drive on the path of cultivation. Luo Rou had come to provide Lin Che with a dose of motivation, but it seemed unnecessary now. After a pause, Luo Rou said, "You should descend the mountain." "Descend the mountain?" Lin Che asked, puzzled. Luo Rou continued, Although you have made rapid progress in these 3 months, you must understand that no one in this world can become a strong warrior solely through seclusion and rigorous practice. To become someone extraordinary, one must navigate the thin line between life and death, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood to ultimately reach the pinnacle. You comprehend this principle? Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded. Without experiencing life and death, one remains a flower in a greenhouse. Even if it blooms splendidly, once deprived of protection, it will wither swiftly beneath the ravages of wind and rain. Lin Che understood this principle well. I have received news that a tomb of a Xuanwu realm expert is about to emerge along the southern border of the Songfeng dynasty. That I believe you should go to a tomb belonging to a Xuanwu realm expert must harbor astonishing treasures. Hearing this, Lin Che's heart stirred. Yet he cautiously inquired, but wouldn't a Xuanwu expert treasure attract some ancient monsters? Luo Ro shook her head. A mere Xuanwu tomb is unlikely to entice ancient monsters, but it will surely become the prime destination for various forces within the Songfeng kingdom to train their prodigies. Many talented individuals from powerful families will likely flock there to compete for opportunities. Therefore, once you enter, the risk of death looms large. The gravity of her tone deepened as she spoke those last 4 words. After all, Lin Che was only 17 years old. Typically, individuals of his age had just begun their journey in the outer academy. Competing against the well-established prodigies of the Songfeng kingdom would put him at a distinct disadvantage. However, upon hearing her words, Lin Che showed no hesitation, his gaze resolute. I am willing to go. Seeing the determination in Lin Che's expression, Luo Ro nodded. Very well. I will have Elder by accompany you to prevent any of those old-timers from resorting to underhanded tactics along the way. After saying this, Luo Ro added earnestly, for this expedition to the Xuanwu tomb, my only requirement is for you to return alive. Upon your return, I will promote you from an elite disciple to a core disciple of the martial hall. Lin Che, in the inner courtyard of Daotsong Academy. Within a lavish alchemy room, sat an elderly man dressed in resplendent attire, his white hair cascading down as he lowered his gaze. This elder radiated an imposing aura. He was one of the core elders of the inner academy. Elder Dantian. In the center of the alchemy room stood 2 remarkable young men and women. The man was named Ding Lai, and the woman was none other than Lu Qinxiu. Before them were their respective alchemy cauldrons. At this moment, Lu Qinxiu and Ding Lai were channeling the flames emanating from beneath the alchemy room, continuously enveloping their cauldrons in a fiery embrace. Fragrant aromas of elixirs wafted from within the cauldrons. Clearly, Lu Qinxiu and Ding Lai were engaged in a contest of alchemical skills. Their expressions were intensely focused, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Eventually, after an indeterminate amount of time, Ding Lai was the first to complete his elixir. Exclaiming with joy, Master, I have succeeded. Very well, let us see, Elder Danqing said, waving his sleeve. Yes. Ding Lai extinguished the ground fire in the alchemy room and lifted the lid of the cauldron, unleashing a wave of rich medicinal fragrance. Inside the cauldron lay a perfectly formed elixir, adorned with 5 exquisite patterns. Excellent. This Yuheng Yuanyang pill is classified as a 7th-tier spiritual pill and is among the more challenging to refine. Your achievement of 5 patterns indicates that you have made some progress in the art of alchemy. Elder Danqing nodded, his words laced with approval. Hearing Elder Danqing's praise, Ding Lai's face brightened with joy. Thank you, Master, that my modest accomplishments in alchemy are entirely due to your diligent guidance. However, I must ask, as I refine this Yuheng Yuanyang pill alongside junior sister Lu, why has her elixir yet to emerge? Ding Lai's gaze abruptly shifted to Lu Qinxiu, a trace of barely concealed pride flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinxiu's expression darkened slightly. The 2 had been competing in front of their master, and being delayed in producing her elixir meant she had already lost a round. The subtle mockery in Ding Lai's words only heightened her anxiety. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the elixir she was refining also reached completion, allowing Lu Qinxiu to exhale in relief. Master, I have also succeeded, Lu Qinxiu respectfully announced. Open the cauldron, Elder Danqing instructed. Yes, Lu Qinxiu responded promptly, then lifted the alchemy furnace, Before her lay a singular Yu Hung Yuan Yang Dan, exposed to the air, yet unlike the pill crafted by Ding Lai moments prior. This particular Yu Hung Yuan Yang Dan bore only 2 Dan patterns, and its shape was not perfectly round. Appearing somewhat irregular, that a wave of alarm surged through Lin Che. She understood that with her capabilities, she could have forged a pill with 5 Dan patterns, yet now it was merely a second-rate product. It dawned upon her that it must have been Ding Lai's provocative words that stirred her emotions at the crucial moment of pill formation, leading to this unsatisfactory outcome. Humph. The elder dantian let out a disdainful snort upon witnessing Lin Che's concoction, his face clearly etched with disappointment. Master, it was he, Ding Lai, who influenced me at the last moment. Lin Che attempted to explain. However, the elder dantian shot her a cold glance, silencing her, though not offer me a plethora of excuses. As an alchemist, the most vital quality is a calm mind and steady hands. If you allow mere words to disturb your composure, that is solely your own failing. Moreover, Ding Lai has succeeded in pill creation faster than you. You have already lost. Are you not going to reflect on this? You speak the truth, master, Lin Che replied hastily, bowing her head. Lin Che, you have been my disciple for a year now. Initially, I took you under my wing because I saw your potential and spiritual prowess. But heed my words. If you continue to disappoint me, I can expel you from the pill pavilion at any moment. Do you understand me clearly? Absolutely. Master, I will remember your words and ensure you are never disappointed again. The elder dantian's harsh words soaked Lin Che in cold sweat, and she replied, trembling with trepidation. Useless, the elder dantian remarked indifferently upon observing her expression. Having said this, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Che and vanished in a flash of light from the alchemy chamber. TSK, Lu Shimi, weren't you once the most favored by the master, looking down on everyone? How is it that now, after merely failing to concoct a single pill, you are subjected to such reprimands? This is quite unexpected. Once the elder dantian departed, Ding Lai remarked with a mocking smirk. Since both Lin Che and Ding Lai entered the pill pavilion and became disciples of the elder dantian, they had remained in a state of rivalry, their animosity palpable beneath the surface. Thus, Ding Lai's sarcasm was unmasked. Ding Lai. Lin Che grit her teeth, her face contorted in rage as she spat the name through clenched jaws. Ding Lai, perceiving her fury, chuckled with delight. Oh, are you upset? Huh. You once relied on the master as protection, acting so arrogantly, always one step ahead of me. But from now on, that will no longer be the case. Your error lies in your ruthless approach, and you have finally encountered your match. The dean has placed the blame for your failure upon the master, tarnishing his standing. If I were the master, I would not only distance myself from you, but would also strike you down without a second thought. Lin Che, did you ever foresee such an outcome? I am curious. Having provoked that fellow named Lin Che, do you now regret it? Ding Lai shook his head, relishing the satisfaction of finally being able to speak his mind after being overshadowed by Lin Che for so long. Meanwhile, Lin Che's expression darkened to an extreme. Lin Che, at the mere mention of the name, her fists clenched tightly, a chilling, killing intent flashing in her eyes. She was in dire need of cultivation resources at this moment. Yet being loathed by the master meant that not only would she be deprived of cultivation resources, but the elder dantian would also undoubtedly withhold alchemical knowledge from her. This would spell disaster for her future, and all of this was because of Lin Che. Had it not been for him, she would never have found herself in such a predicament. As Lin Che seethed with impotent fury, Ding Lai's eyes glimmered with a hint of triumph. He refrained from further taunting her and simply turned to exit the alchemy chamber. However, at that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance, causing him to halt abruptly. Lin Che sensed the shift as well and looked up. Lin Che. Upon seeing the figure, Ding Lai's expression shifted slightly, while Lin Che's eyes blazed with fury, as though she had encountered a sworn enemy. For this figure was indeed Lin Che. Lin Che, how dare you appear here? Lin Che exclaimed in disbelief. I've come to kill you, Lin Che stated succinctly. Kill me. Lin Che did not lose her composure to anger. Rather, she extended her senses to probe the situation, her expression quickly shifting to one of ferocity. Is it truly just you alone? Lin Che, do you know that during this time, I have wished for nothing more than to grind you to dust? Had you remained cooped up in the martial hall, I would have had no means to reach you. Yet here you are, voluntarily seeking death. Lu Qinxiu was puzzled about Lin Che's audacity in coming to her territory alone, but that was no longer of consequence. She now saw an opportunity. If she could eliminate Lin Che, she would undoubtedly regain her standing in front of the master. Observing Lu Qinxiu's ferocious countenance, Lin Che let out a cold laugh and turned his gaze to Ding Lai. Are you going to intervene? Ding Lai promptly shook his head, raising his hands in surrender as he stepped aside. He and Lu Qinxiu were rivals, and he had no intention of aiding her. Yet he was profoundly curious about the boy's confidence in confronting Lu Qinxiu at this moment. Swish! Just as Ding Lai pondered this, Lin Che launched himself into action. With a swift step, he surged toward Lu Qinxiu. His speed akin to that of an arrow released from ABOW.I in midair. Lin Che delivered a powerful punch. Lu Qinxiu's eyes narrowed, her face flashing with a vicious glint as she struck out with her palm. She invoked a combat technique, a low-grade, profound-level skilled. In the next instant, their fists collided. A resounding explosion echoed as the two clashed, the terrifying aura of true energy rippling violently to Ding Lai's astonishment. He witnessed Lu Qinxiu being propelled backward, crashing heavily against the stone wall, which cracked like a spider's web under the impact. Purely physical strength. How is this possible? Ding Lai was momentarily stunned, for with his keen perception, he could tell that Lin Che's recent punch bore no augmentation from any combat technique, yet had been powerful enough to repel Lu Qinxiu, 4th rank of spirit martial. Lu Qinxiu's eyes trembled violently, her face awash with disbelief. Lin Che shot her a cold glance, the 10th on the heavenly ranking, and you're merely this competent. With that, Lin Che vanished once more, only to reappear unexpectedly before Lu Qinxiu. Drawing his sword and swinging it down, a tremendous sword light surged forth, sword intent. Lu Qinxiu's expression shifted dramatically as she unleashed a long whip, channeling all her true energy into the strike, causing the air to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. However, as the whip made contact with the sword light, Lu Qinxiu's face turned pale instantly. It felt as though she were facing not just a sword light, but a colossal wave crashing down, unleashing an overwhelming force. Sword wave. The sword intent intertwined with the essence of water, manifesting in layers of sword waves that possessed the might of a tsunami, utterly obliterating Lu Qinxiu's offensive in an instant. The sword shattered Lu Qinxiu's defenses, leaving a deep wound on her chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Poof! Lu Qinxiu spat out blood, and as she looked up at the youth before her, her eyes brimmed with horror. No, it's impossible. Lu Qinxiu recalled her last encounter with Lin Che. He had been no match for her then. Yet now, the tables had turned completely. In merely 3 months. This youth had not only broken through to the 4th rank of spirit martial, but had also mastered a profound essence. How could this be? However, as this thought crossed Lu Qinxiu's mind, the subsequent scene left her even more astounded. No, this youth has comprehended more than just one essence. It became evident that the sword suspended before Lin Che was not alone, in addition to being shrouded in a blue mist. The sword's blade was also enveloped by a layer of black fog. It was evident that both the azure and ebony hues were manifestations of profound mysteries. This indicated that Lin Che's sword intent had, astonishingly, fused 2 distinct elemental principles. Aside from the principle of water, what could the other principle be? At that moment, Lu Qinxiu, her face ashen, inquired anxiously. Lin Che let out a cold chuckle. Feel it for yourself. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinxiu glanced at the wound on her chest, only to find it already covered by a layer of black mist. Not only that, but the black fog was swiftly spreading through her bloodstream, infiltrating her entire body. Poison. At this juncture, Lu Qinxiu could no longer deny that the second principle Lin Che had grasped was, in fact, the principle of poison. Terror. Realizing that even her cultivation at the 6th level of spirit martial arts could not suppress the encroaching toxins within her, Lu Qinxiu's heart was overwhelmed with a profound fear of death. She looked up at Ding Lai beside her, screaming, "Hurry! Go summon Master to save me." However, Ding Lai remained rooted to the spot, utterly unresponsive. Motionless. What a jest! After witnessing Lin Che's formidable prowess, Ding Lai understood all too well that the moment he dared to budge, the spirit sword would undoubtedly lunge directly at him. Thus, amidst an endless despair, Lingtian was completely consumed by the toxins. Mere moments later, her vitality was entirely extinguished, and her demise was tragically gruesome. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Che simply observed in silence that it was only after Lingtian's demise that he turned to Ding Lai and remarked, "Now you may go inform dantian. Let him retrieve the corpse of his beloved disciple." Yet at this moment, Ding Lai still stood there, resembling a statue. "Brother, understand the rules. The instant I turn my back, you will undoubtedly slay me with a single stroke, that I shall remain still." Lin Che shot him a peculiar glance, too weary to engage further in conversation, before turning on his heel and departing. It was not until Lin Che had walked a considerable distance that Ding Lai's taut nerves finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. The scene he had just witnessed was utterly horrifying. After leaving the alchemy chamber, Lin Che felt significantly lighter in spirit. Over the past 3 months, the thought of eliminating Lingtian had been one of his driving motivations in his relentless training. And now, he had finally accomplished it by his own strength. He had vanquished that malevolent woman. No, to be precise, he had poisoned her to death with the principle of poison that Lin Che had mastered. It had been instilled in him through the various toxins administered by that bald old man. 1 cup at a time, in the span of 3 months, subjected daily to a plethora of poisons. Lin Che was uncertain whether he had truly cultivated the promised 10,000 curses poison body. However, he had undeniably grasped the principle of poison, even before fully mastering the principle of water. In simple terms, Lin Che was now toxic. Indeed, he was truly toxic. That, of course, the notion that virtuous gentlemen disdain the use of poison struck Lin Che as utterly foolish, if one were to make a move. It was only natural to seek to kill, which had always been Lin Che's original intent in pursuing the sword path. The principle of poison, capable of swiftly incapacitating his opponents, would undoubtedly augment his sword intent exponentially. Not long after Lin Che departed, a call of a crane echoed through the air. A magnificent spirit crane came into view, and as it swooped down, Lin Che leapt onto its back. "Is it done?" Bai Qiuli inquired from atop the spirit crane. Lin Che nodded in response that he had not entered the inner courtyard to confront Lingtian without preparation. Initially, under Luo Ro's intimidation, some of the senior figures within the inner courtyard might have hesitated to act against him. Even if Elder Danqing had been reckless enough to attack him, with Old Bai accompanying him, it was unlikely they could pose any real threat. Fortunately, the assassination of Lingtian had proceeded seamlessly, without any complications, far more smoothly than he had anticipated. He had truly killed her. Bai Qiuli's gaze flickered slightly. They had originally intended to head directly to the Xuanwu tomb, but shortly after departing from the martial hall, Lin Che insisted on visiting the inner courtyard. Initially, Bai Qiuli had been reluctant, deeming it too perilous, suggesting that seeking vengeance would be better after returning from the Xuanwu tomb, allowing for further cultivation. Yet he could not dissuade Lin Che's determination. To his surprise, Lin Che had indeed slain Lingtian. This revelation astonished Bai Qiuli. It seemed that even after observing Lin Che's training over the past 3 months, the boy's growth had exceeded expectations. However, Bai Qiuli concealed his astonishment deep within. Moments later, Bai Qiuli transmitted a thought, and the spirit crane soared into the sky, heading southward. Half an hour later, within the discussion hall of the Dao Song Academy, a gathering of elderly men with white hair sat in solemnity, all powerful figures among the elders of the academy, that moment, as they gazed upon the lifeless body on the ground. Their expressions shifted dramatically. A mere outer courtyard disciple, having entered the Dao Song Academy for just 3 months, had slain a genius ranked 10th on the heavenly list. The rate of his growth was truly terrifying. Each member of the heavenly list had undergone years of cultivation within the academy, having been afforded vast resources. Even in the Songfeng kingdom, they were considered geniuses. Yet now, Lin Che had been killed by a 17-year-old boy who had only entered the Dao Tsang Academy 3 months prior. How could one not be astonished? Truly, he was the only prodigy in millennia to have traversed the Tianhuan divine realm, his momentum surpassing that of Bei Lingtian in his time. Within the hall, many elders expressed their shock. In contrast, the Grand Elder appeared somewhat pained, stating, "Director, we were all mistaken. Lin Che's potential is undoubtedly on par with Bei Lingtian. We should never have favored one over the other. Discarding such a talent for the sake of Bei Lingtian, if we act now, it may not be too late. After all, Lin Che merely sought to kill Lin Che, and now that she is dead, the Academy need not pursue the matter. Furthermore, the promise made to him of becoming a true disciple and enjoying the Academy's top-tier resources should still hold. I believe that if the Dao Tsang Academy lowers its stance and reconciles with this lad, there is no significant enmity between them, and he would likely not wish to engage in a protracted conflict with the Academy." Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, many elders in the hall furrowed their brows. "Lower our heads? Our esteemed Dao Tsang Academy, standing for millennia, is the undisputed hegemonic force in Yangzhou. How could we bow to a mere boy who has yet to shed his baby fat? If word of this gets out, how will we face the world?" In response, the Grand Elder's expression darkened with a flash of anger. "Perhaps you are not truly concerned about being ridiculed. What you genuinely fear is the re-establishment of the martial hall, which will once again scrutinize the position of the elders. I would ask you, during the 10 years of the martial hall's absence, which of you has not abused your power for personal gain? I can finally see it clearly. What Master Luo said is indeed correct. There are far too many parasites within the Dao Tsang Academy. If we do not cleanse ourselves soon, it will not be long before we collapse under external pressures without needing any outside forces to intervene." What does the Grand Elder mean? Are you implying that we are all parasites? Such words are excessively alarmist, are they not? Each of us has diligently fulfilled our duties within the Dao Tsang Academy. And to be so publicly slandered, the director must take a stand for us old fools. Many elders rose to refute him, their faces filled with righteousness. Enough. At that moment, the director of the Dao Tsang Academy, seated at the head of the table, forcefully slammed his hand on the table, silencing the entire room. With a grim expression, he declared, "The martial hall became history a decade ago and shall never again appear within the Dao Tsang Academy. With the current martial hall, to think they could match the Dao Tsang Academy in strength is sheer folly. Relay my orders. All disciples within the academy are to treat Lin Che as a target for their training. Those who succeed in killing Lin Che will be directly promoted to true disciples, in addition to receiving a high-grade martial technique scroll, a high-grade mystical weapon, 10 high-grade medicinal pills, and 10 million gold coins." What? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face registered shock. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the director interjected, "This matter requires no further discussion. You may all disperse. Understood?" As the esteemed director, Dao Tsang, made his decision, a palpable sense of relief washed over everyone except the Grand Elder. Before long, all the elders withdrew. Observing this, the Grand Elder shook his head in resignation, ultimately left with no choice but to depart as well. At that moment, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Dao Tsang's eyes. "Since you have placed the hopes of the martial hall upon a mere fledgling, I wonder what leverage you will have to contend with me once I shatter that hope. Luo Ro, if you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the very end." After Bai Lao and Lin Che left Dao Tsang Academy, the spirit crane soared through the skies for several days before gradually approaching the southern border of Songfeng country. On this day, they descended near a vast city, one that encompassed majestic landscapes of mountains, rivers, and forests. Upon entering the city, Bai Chioli remarked, "This city is called Tianlong City, situated on the southern frontier of Songfeng country. Serving as a formidable bastion of defense, it is said that the tomb of a Xuanwu realm expert was discovered in the vicinity of Tianlong City. Let us linger here for a few days and gather some intelligence." The city was teeming with martial artists. As Lin Che walked through the streets, he observed numerous formidable warriors, most of whom, like him, were accompanied by an elder. These individuals were part of the familial powers within Songfeng country. The youths were often prodigies from their respective factions, while the elders served as their protectors. "Protectors?" Lin Che inquired, a hint of confusion evident on his face. prodigies carry the risk of falling before they fully mature. Thus, major factions naturally dispatch strong guardians to accompany them during their travels. The more extraordinary the talent, the stronger the protector assigned to them. You see the insignias on their garments? By Chioli continued. They bear star rankings. Songfeng country classifies its family powers from 1 to 9 stars, with higher rankings indicating stronger familial influence. Families with 7 stars or more are generally left unprovoked. Bai Chioli provided a brief explanation. Curious, Lin Che asked, what status does Dao Tsang Academy hold within Songfeng country? Dao Tsang Academy suffered significant setbacks due to the turmoil a decade ago, resulting in considerable depletion of its strength. Nevertheless, it remains the foremost sect in Songfeng country. Bai Chioli responded, of course, whether families or sects, they all operate under a certain degree of governmental oversight. After all, no matter how powerful these factions may be, their foundation pales in comparison to that of the state apparatus. After hearing Bai Lao's account, Lin Che gained a rudimentary understanding of the power dynamics within Songfeng country. It appeared that the most formidable force was indeed the official authority, namely, the Songfeng royal family. Well, if it isn't the old poison. Just as Lin Che and Bai Chioli were conversing, a hoarse and abrasive voice suddenly pierced the air behind them. Upon hearing this, both Lin Che and Bai Chioli turned to see a disheveled old man with graying hair, accompanied by a young man who walked with an air of arrogance, his nose held high. Both figures bore a 9-star insignia on their chests, marking them as members of a 9-star family faction. To encounter individuals from a 9-star family faction upon entering Tianlong City was indeed surprising to Lin Che. It seemed the allure of the Xuanwu tomb was exceptionally significant at Si Kong. Bai Lao's brow furrowed slightly upon recognizing the disheveled elder. Ha ha ha, old poison, it's truly you. Who would have thought I would run into you here? What an ill omen. Si Kong grinned, his expression exuding a sense of arrogance. Seeing this, Lin Che curiously asked, Bai Lao, is this your adversary? This man is an elder of the C2 family, with whom I have had some grievances in the past. However, since we have just arrived, it would be wise to avoid making enemies. Bai Lao communicated telepathically to Lin Che, preparing to lead him away. It was not that Bai Lao feared this man. Rather, he was aware of the numerous talented juniors from the C2 family present in Tianlong City. Bai Lao did not wish to create enmity for Lin Che, who was about to enter the Xuanwu tomb due to his own past conflicts. However, Si Kong, noticing Bai Lao's attempt to leave, pressed on, old poison, you were once a formidable figure, yet now you seem so cowardly. I almost forgot, back then you were still an elder of the Martial Hall, but after the dissolution of the Martial Hall these past years, you have lost your backing. That why you now resemble a mouse when faced with me. Hearing these cutting remarks, Bai Chioli clenched his fists in silent rage, but ultimately suppressed his anger. Glancing at Lin Che and saying, do not pay him any mind. Let us depart. Nevertheless, the young man beside Si Kong interjected, pointing at Bai Lao, old dog, are you deaf? My master is addressing you. At this, Lin Che abruptly halted his steps. While he could overlook the grievances of the older generation, it was intolerable for a junior to be disrespectful to Bai Lao. He turned to the young man and warned, if you dare utter another word, believe me, I will incapacitate you. The young man was momentarily taken aback, as Si Kong's brow furrowed as he regarded Lin Che, his expression darkening. Old poison, is this your disciple? He is utterly uncouth. In response, Bai Chioli scoffed, the one lacking upbringing is clearly your disciple. A mere junior dares to speak so disrespectfully to me. If he were not in your presence, with just that remark, he would have already met his end. Such a presumptuous wretch. Upon hearing this, Si Kong was about to explode with anger, but suddenly seemed to recall something that a grin crept across his face as he said, He, old poison, since this lad is your disciple, let us set aside our old grievances for the moment. How about we allow our disciples to spar with each other? Liang, go and seek some guidance from this young brother. As Si Kong uttered these words, a glint of scheming flashed in his eyes. He was well aware of the prowess of his own disciple, who ranked among the best in the C2 family, and found it implausible that this youthful contender could match up to him. Yes, master. The young man named Si Liang smirked wickedly at the command. He stepped forward, provocatively beckoning to Lin Che. Hey, Aren't you quite arrogant? Come on. Seeing this, Lin Che's expression darkened as he advanced to that moment. Bai Lao opened his mouth, intending to advise caution. However, before he could speak, Lin Che assured him, "Rest easy, Bai Lao. I promise not to kill him." Bai Lao could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. This lad truly has inherited the Marshal Hall's character. Ruthless yet few of words, as Lin Che approached the young man, before either could make a move. Situ Kong waved his sleeve, erecting a barrier around them. If we are to fight, let it be a fair confrontation. There is no thrill in watching someone flee in defeat, he declared, revealing his malicious intent. Bai Lao secretly shook his head at Situ Kong's vindictive scheme. Why go to such lengths? Earlier, he had wished to take Lin Che away, not because he doubted Lin Che's capabilities against the young man, but rather to avoid accumulating too many enemies before entering the Xuanwu tomb. Bai Lao still held great confidence in Lin Che's abilities. Within the barrier, Situ Liang cast a cold smile at Lin Che, saying nothing further before launching himself forward with a powerful kick. Rising Dragon Fist, with a whoosh, he unleashed an attack without mercy, employing a low-grade Xian tier combat technique, his fist striking out with a force that rippled through the air. Fourth realm of Spirit Martial. Lin Che sensed Situ Liang's cultivation level, half drawing his Linghan sword before sheathing it once more. This opponent was unworthy of his blade. In the next moment, Lin Che also swung his fist. Boom! The two fists collided, releasing a shockwave of true energy that rippled outward. Crack! With a resounding sound of bone fracturing, a pained howl escaped Situ Liang's lips as his body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently against the barrier behind him. Despite Situ Liang not underestimating his opponent and using a combat technique of considerable caliber, it was of no avail. However, the terrifying strength of Lin Che's physical form was still underestimated. After stabilizing his stance, Situ Liang felt a sharp pain in his arm, immediately sensing that something was amiss. Just a moment. Yet before he could finish his thought, Lin Che's figure had already vanished from view. In a burst of speed, Situ Liang had yet to react when Lin Che's fist came crashing down upon him once more. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Situ Liang's face, instantly fracturing his nose and sending blood splattering. Bewildered by the force of these two solid blows, Situ Liang became acutely aware of the disparity between them, rapidly losing the will to continue the fight. His body swiftly retreated, yearning to escape the battlefield. Unfortunately, after only a few steps back, he collided with an invisible barrier, the barrier. Moreover, one that had been set by his master himself. In that moment, Situ Liang fully grasped the meaning of despair. Please stop, as he watched Lin Che approach step by step. His body trembled in fear. Bang! Without uttering a word, Lin Che closed the distance and delivered another punch. This time, Situ Liang's teeth shattered, and his entire face contorted grotesquely. Bang, bang, under the relentless assault of Lin Che's fists. The terrified Situ Liang began to scurry within the barrier, a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. This was not a sparring session. It was a one-sided obliteration. Master, save me. Within the barrier, Situ Liang's voice was close to tears, disregarding his dignity as he cried out to the outside world. Outside the barrier, witnessing the scene akin to a father beating his son, Situ Kong's face alternated between shades of green and white, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in. How utterly embarrassing. Truly a waste. You've brought shame upon me. Yet despite his frustration, as Situ Kong's prized disciple, he could not simply abandon him. You little beast. Do not go too far, Situ Kong bellowed, sweeping his sleeve to dissolve the invisible barrier. Not only that, but he also unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Lin Che's figure. This strike was imbued with tremendous force, clearly intent on inflicting serious harm. In his fury and humiliation, Situ Kong sought not only to rescue his disciple, but also to severely injure Lin Che in the process. Despicable and shameless. Upon witnessing this scene, Elder Bai would not stand idly by. As soon as he saw Situ Kong make his move, he too unleashed a palm strike. Rumble. The fierce collision between the two formidable warriors of the Xuanwu realm caused the ground to crack open, fissures extending far and wide. Following this, both combatants were forced to retreat simultaneously. A grave expression flickered in Situ Kong's eyes as he exclaimed, Elder Poisonous, I never expected that after several years, you would have broken through to the third level of the Xuanwu realm. Ah, you are not lacking either, Bai Chili replied, a hint of mockery gracing his features. It's just that your disciple is a bit too incompetent. You. Sidu Kong's face darkened at Bai Chili's merciless taunt. Yet before he could respond, Bai Chili continued, I had intended to leave, but that does not mean I fear you. Since your disciple's sparring has concluded, should you wish to continue fighting, I shall oblige. Hearing this, Situ Kong fell silent. After the recent exchange, he had already discerned the strength of his opponent. Even if a true battle ensued, he might not emerge victorious. Furthermore, he harbored some trepidation regarding the other's poisonous methods. Not going to fight? Observing Situ Kong's silence, Bai Chili wore a mocking expression. Chair, let us depart. Lin Che responded affirmatively, and the two of them strode away with confidence. Situ Kong gazed at their retreating figures. Then at the pitifully crumpled Situ Liang, he felt as if his lungs were about to explode with rage. Master, we cannot let them go like this. Situ Liang spat blood, his voice muffled as he pleaded. Silence! Are you not embarrassed enough? Situ Kong cast a fierce glare at his disappointing disciple. Nevertheless, with the appearance of those two, it was clear they intended to enter the Xuanwu tomb, and this matter would not simply be brushed aside. With this thought, a glint of malice flashed in Situ Kong's eyes. Meanwhile, not far from that street, in a tea house, a nondescript, hunchbacked old man clad in dark garments observed the scene unfold. As he watched Lin Che depart. Admiration glimmered in his eyes. At such a young age, he has already comprehended the essence of sword intent. His talent is truly remarkable. Hearing the old man's praise, a richly dressed youth seated nearby looked puzzled. But how does Master know he is a sword cultivator who has grasped sword intent if he has not drawn his sword? This youth appeared to be around 15 years of age, noticeably younger than Lin Che. Although he was dressed as a young noble, it was clear to any observer that he was, in fact, a young girl. Her features were exquisitely delicate, resembling a porcelain doll, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, her gaze sparkling like a galaxy. The hunchbacked old man chuckled softly. My dear lady, one need not see a swordsman draw their sword to ascertain their identity. Just now, the boy's movements and attacks were infused with insights of the sword path, a clear indication of his mastery. Sword intent. Upon hearing this, the exquisite girl fell silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, hefting an impressively heavy battle blade onto her petite shoulder, intent on leaving. The hunchbacked old man was taken aback. My lady, what are you doing? I wish to challenge him. Receiving Master's praise signifies he belongs to the elite of the younger generation. I must meet him. The hunchbacked old man hastily attempted to dissuade her. That young man has appeared here surely with the intention of entering the Xuanwu tomb. There is no need to rush into a confrontation. The girl pondered for a moment, conceding that indeed, there was no need to hurry. After voicing her thoughts, she removed the battle blade from her shoulder and returned to her seat. Then let us enjoy some tea. The hunchbacked old man was left speechless. This girl, experiencing her first venture into the world, was quite exceptional in many ways, yet her impulsive nature did not resemble that of a young girl at all. With a sigh, he shook his head in resignation. After leaving the street, Elder Bai spoke with a serious tone. Sidu Kong holds a considerable position within his family, having suffered a loss this time. He is unlikely to let it go easily. That it is probable that many prodigies from the Sidu clan have come. Once you enter the Xuanwu tomb, exercise utmost caution. Will the older generation intervene? Lin Che inquired. No. Since this is a trial for the disciples, the elders cannot interfere without breaking the rules. That is a relief, Lin Che replied, feeling somewhat reassured. He then continued, I will try my best not to provoke them. But should they come seeking me, I will not hold back. Following this, the two found an inn to stay in. During their stay, they also gathered news regarding the Xuanwu tomb. This tomb lay 100 miles outside Tianlong City. Yet as of now, no one knew which powerful figure it belonged to. However, it was certain that the barriers surrounding the tomb were weakening, and entry should be possible within the next couple of days. It was palpable that numerous factions coveted this treasure, as every day, powerful figures from various clans arrived on spirit beasts, creating an atmosphere of surging undercurrents in Tianlong City. Finally, 2 days later, news spread that the Xuanwu tomb had officially opened. Countless warriors began to stir, emerging from Tianlong City, in a wild mountain range 100 miles from the city. Elderby led Lin Che to this place and remarked, "The barrier has completely vanished. Deep within these mountains lies the tomb of that Xuanwu realm powerhouse that I can only accompany you this far. From here on, you must rely on yourself. Remember the words of the temple master. You are the sole disciple of the martial temple. Whether or not you attain fortune is of little consequence. The most crucial thing is to emerge alive." Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded solemnly. At that moment, Elderby pulled several porcelain vials from his robe, saying, "Although I call myself the Poison King, years of exposure have also made me adept in medicine. These are precious healing elixirs I have accumulated over the years. Their effects are remarkable, and you may find them useful within." Lin Che felt a stir of emotion as he gathered the various jars and bottles. However, his expression soon darkened when he extracted a green porcelain vial. Furrowing his brow as he remarked, "The name corrupted bone-devouring pill hardly suggests it is a healing remedy, does it?" Oldby took the vial, glanced at it, and then wore an awkward smile, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha. Indeed, I've taken the wrong one. This vial contains a deadly poison." Deadly poison. Lin Che was taken aback. Was this old man trying to ensure his suffering would be painless after he was injured? It seemed there was indeed a reason he had poisoned himself to such an extent. Simultaneously, Lin Che felt a tinge of relief. Having consumed medicine under this old man's guidance for 3 months without succumbing to poison was nothing short of a miracle. "Let's go," Lin Che stated after a brief pause, and he proceeded deeper into the mountain. As he ventured further, he could distinctly sense numerous different auras around him, some near, some distant, all converging towards the mountains like him. Undoubtedly, these auras belonged to talented disciples from various powerful factions. While these presences remained wary of one another, none dared to make a move to test the waters. Having arrived at the Xuanwu tomb, they were all in search of fortune. Before this moment, no one would be foolish enough to expose their strength and create unnecessary enemies. However, after Lin Che had traversed the distance, a fierce fluctuation suddenly surged towards him. It was a blade's radiance, slicing through the air from an odd angle like a streak of lightning. Lin Che's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly evaded to the side. With a resounding boom, the strike missed its mark, leaving a deep gash in the ground as dust billowed into the air. Lin Che halted and glanced sideways, where a figure cloaked in black robes emerged into view. In his hand, he wielded a 9-ring broadsword, exuding a menacing aura. "What do you mean?" Lin Che inquired coldly. This man was a stranger to him, thus no enmity could exist between them. That moment, the black-robed man licked his lips and spoke with a sharp tone. "Kid, hand over all your possessions." Upon hearing this, Lin Che understood that a robbery. This fellow intended to rob him here. Lin Che's expression darkened slightly as he pointed towards a few figures that were nearly disappearing from sight and asked, "Others have passed this way. Why didn't you intercept them?" The black-robed man shot Lin Che a glance. "What do you think?" Seeing the mocking expression on his face, Lin Che furrowed his brow, beginning to grasp the man's intentions. Although the black-robed man possessed considerable strength, he was self-aware enough to understand that the Xuanwu tomb was rife with powerful individuals, and the treasures within might be beyond his reach. Rather than compete for the treasures within the tomb, he preferred to lie in wait here to rob and kill. After all, those who ventured here were all talented disciples from major factions, each brimming with wealth. Naturally, to engage in such dangerous endeavors, one must possess a keen eye. Provoking a formidable character would lead to dire consequences. Hence, he had refrained from attempting to intercept the powerful auras that had passed earlier, until Lin Che arrived. Realizing the man's thoughts, Lin Che felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He pointed at himself. "Do I look weak to you? You not only seem weak, but also lack self-awareness to this." The black-robed man regarded Lin Che as if he were an imbecile. Lin Che, in response, was no longer calm. No, he was furious, extremely furious. In the next moment, a piercing sound of a sword echoed through the forest. Lin Che ceased his words. With a flick of his fingers, the Ling Han sword surged forth like a tempest, darting straight towards the black-robed man. With the manipulation of his vital energy, the sword shot forth with terrifying speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. A sword cultivator. The moment the sword was unleashed, tumultuous waves surged in the black-robed man's eyes. His instincts kicked in, and he attempted to draw his blade to intercept. However, just as his hand lifted, the Linghan sword had already pierced through his throat, crimson blood spraying forth. Thud! The next moment, the black-robed man's corpse fell heavily to the ground, his eyes still filled with disbelief and resentment even in death. Unwilling to close his eyes, perhaps he never anticipated that the prey he had meticulously targeted would turn out to be an utterly unapproachable sword cultivator. After dispatching the man, Lin Che retrieved the Linghan sword. Of course, not overlooking the man's spatial ring, that a quick mental probe revealed a surprising haul. A high-grade spiritual cultivation manual, 3 mid-grade spiritual artifacts, and 500,000 gold coins that a high-grade spiritual cultivation manual could fetch around 400,000 if auctioned, while each mid-grade spiritual artifact was valued at 200,000 gold coins. Thus, the total worth of these items was approximately 1,500,000 gold coins, 1,500,000 gold coins. In Lin Che's former clan, this amount would take 4 to 5 years to accumulate. One could not deny that the talents entering the Xuanwu tomb were exceedingly affluent, igniting a desire within Lin Che to engage in further robbery. But given Lin Che's current circumstances, he was genuinely impoverished. Though the cultivation method for the Qi Si was extraordinary, it required more resources than that of ordinary martial artists of the same rank. Based on his current situation, Lin Che estimated that a breakthrough to the 5th stage of spiritual martial arts, he would need resources worth at least 10 million gold coins, was an astronomical figure for Lin Che at this moment. He earnestly hoped for more opportunities to encounter individuals like this for robbery. With the spoils in hand, Lin Che turned to leave. That it was a pity for the black-robed man. If he were to hear Lin Che's words from beyond the grave, he might very well be driven to rise again in anger. The mountain range was vast. Although it served as the burial site for Xuanwu realm powerhouse, the true treasure trove was not scattered throughout. It could be surmised that the treasures left behind by that formidable figure were likely concentrated within the main tomb. Thus, the various talented individuals entering the mountains were all converging towards the heart of the mountain range. Lin Che was no exception, wasting no time in searching the periphery. After traversing several dozen miles deeper into the mountains, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Buzz. The moment Lin Che stepped into this area, the Linghan sword trembled involuntarily. Essence. Lin Che, sensing the sword's anomaly, felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that it was not the Linghan sword responding. Rather, it was the dual essence of poison and water that was stirring. The only force capable of provoking such a reaction would be another essence. This indicated that this region might harbor essence-infused medicinal herbs. With this thought in mind, Lin Che decisively halted his advance towards the main tomb. The elderly woman from the martial hall had once mentioned that a single essence-infused herb could be worth at least 10 million gold coins and was priceless, since he had sensed it. Lin Che was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Of course, among the many talents entering the Xuanwu tomb, Lin Che was not the only one fortunate enough to sense the essence. In a valley within the mountains, a fierce wind perpetually surged, far from ordinary mountain breezes. This was a gale of formidable power that could tear apart martial artists below the spiritual realm upon their arrival. At this moment, over 20 young martial artists stood at the entrance of the valley. Within the valley, a remarkable herb grew on the rocky cliff, a wind essence grass. This treasure, containing the essence of wind, was an extraordinary find. Upon witnessing this scene, the eyes of the surrounding young elites gleamed with insatiable greed. They all understood the value of an essence-infused herb. Acquiring it would instantly make one wealthy. Thus, in that moment, a current of tension surged as they prepared to battle for the wind essence grass. However, before any conflict could ensue, a somewhat derisive voice suddenly rang out. With the worth of a single wind essence grass so precious, do you truly think your strength is sufficient to contend for it? As the words fell, a figure approached from the distance. Upon seeing him, a gasp escaped from the crowd. This individual was Gulang, a prodigy of the ancient Gu family, a member of the 9-star clan. The Gu family, a powerful force in the Tsongfeng kingdom, ranks its members by star levels, with higher ranks corresponding to greater strength. Yet there are no more than 10 nine-star families within the entire nation. Thus, upon catching sight of the star insignia adorning his attire, the onlookers became exceedingly cautious. Simultaneously, Gulang's gaze swept across everyone in the valley. And with undeniable authority, he declared, "The Fengxian grass is beyond your reach. Be wise and leave at once. Depart." The crowd was evidently taken aback by Gulang's domineering demeanor. Having just arrived, he sought to expel them all. However, this was hardly surprising. Those affiliated with the nine-star clan possessed backgrounds that no one present could rival. Nevertheless, those who entered the Xuanwu tomb were not mere pushovers. Upon hearing Gulang's threat, some of the weaker individuals discreetly retreated, yet the majority remained defiant, unwilling to withdraw. One reason was the staggering value of the Fengxian grass. Another reason was clearly that Gulang's intimidation was insufficient. Gulang, your family is indeed formidable. But regrettably, you are merely an average genius within the Gu clan. Moreover, with the elder generation unable to intervene in the Xuanwu tomb, do you truly believe you can command us to retreat with a mere word? You overestimate your own strength. Noticing that the surrounding individuals were not swayed by the Gu family's intimidation, Gulang's expression darkened, and he was about to speak again. However, before he could utter another word, a bizarre scene unfolded, and an unexpected turn of events transpired. In a flash, as Gulang and the numerous talented youths in the valley found themselves at an impasse, a figure clad in a black robe appeared. Racing towards them with astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye, he navigated through the crowd and arrived beneath the stone wall where the Fengxian grass thrived. Then, with a swift motion, he grasped the grass by its roots, not sparing it a glance, and directly stored it in his spatial ring. This spectacle unfolded like lightning, leaving everyone in the valley momentarily stunned. It took several breaths for them to regain their composure. The Fengxian grass had been snatched away. When the crowd finally discerned that the young figure was a boy scarcely 20 years of age, their astonishment and fury intensified for the sake of the Fengxian grass. They had disregarded the Gu family's intimidation, yet this boy dared to seize it. In the next instant, the crowd erupted in outrage. "Impudence! Which force do you belong to? You seek death. Brat, relinquish that Fengxian grass." Amidst the frenzy of curses, three martial artists could no longer contain their anger and charged directly at the black-robed youth. Swish, swish, swish. The three assailants were all above the 4th level of spirit martial. Undoubtedly strong within this valley, as their combined assaults surged forth, the explosive force sent ripples through the air, resonating ominously. However, the black-robed youth did not choose to retreat. Instead, he drew a long sword with a sudden flourish. In an instant, a terrifying aura of sword intent enveloped the area. The boy was none other than Lin Che. Thud! 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 Waves of sword light flickered through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the three figures charging at Lin Che plummeted to the ground. Each of their throats bore a gruesome, gaping wound, pierced by the ethereal sword. They were instantly obliterated. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. However, as their gazes fell upon the lifeless bodies, a wave of shock washed over them. From the wounds of the three corpses, a sinister black mist began to spread. This boy's sword is poisoned. No, it's not merely the sword that is poisoned. He has grasped the essence of poison. Coating the sword with poison would hardly threaten those at the spirit martial level. Clearly, this youth's sword concealed the profound essence of poison. At that moment, every martial artist who witnessed this was left astounded. Even Gulang, from the Gu family, wore an expression of grave concern. To annihilate three martial artists above the 4th level of spirit martial in an instant was no small feat, even for him. Thus, it became evident that this youth's strength was truly formidable. Lin Che stood calmly, a long sword suspended before him, its blade shimmering with black and blue hues. He surveyed the crowd and proclaimed, "The Fengxian grass is now in my possession. Anyone who wishes to seize it may come forth." To his words, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. That a swordsman who had comprehended sword intent. Most notably, it appeared that the sword intent was infused with two profound essences. Even though Lin Che's aura only reflected the 4th level of spirit martial, None dared underestimate this youth's prowess. Recalling that terrifying sword strike, not a single individual dared to step forward to contest him. "I appreciate your reluctance to engage," Lin Che remarked as he prepared to exit the valley. However, at that moment, the crowd did not part, clearly unwilling to allow him to leave so easily. "Do you seek a confrontation?" Lin Che inquired once more. Yet again, no one responded. It was evident that the allure of the Fengxian grass was too great for anyone to relinquish. However, under Lin Che's imposing presence, none dared to make the first move. The situation had reached a stalemate. Lin Che furrowed his brow and firmly grasped the Linghan's sword. This precious herb would likely attract more powerful individuals, and lingering here would only worsen his position. He resolved to break through. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Che prepared to act. Yet, just as he took a step forward, an overwhelming sense of danger surged towards him from the side. Whoosh! A blood-red battle knife suddenly appeared before Lin Che, striking down like a bolt of crimson lightning. The most astonishing aspect was that this blade contained a remarkably potent essence of knife intent. Without a moment's hesitation, upon sensing the incoming strike, Lin Che swung his sword to meet it. Clang! The piercing sound of clashing blades forced everyone to instinctively cover their ears, contorting their faces in pain. Boom! As the sword intent collided with the knife intent, a torrent of true energy surged outward, enveloping the area in a haze of dust. After a single strike, both Lin Che and the assailant stumbled back. As the dust settled, Lin Che finally caught sight of his opponent, his eyes flashing with surprise. The assailant was a young girl. Clad in a golden-threaded snow-white robe, she bore the appearance of a delicate noblewoman. Yet her physique was agile, with bright, crystalline eyes that shimmered with clarity. Her lips were crimson and her teeth white, exuding a captivating beauty. What left everyone astounded was that this young girl bore a heavy blood-red knife that seemed ill-fitting for her slender frame. Lin Che's gaze narrowed slightly. She appeared even younger than him, seemingly around 15 years of age, yet she was a knife practitioner who had comprehended knife intent. Lin Che's expression deepened as he asked, "Have you come to seize the herb as well?" Shaking her head, the girl responded, "I am here to spar with you and learn about your sword intent." "Spar?" Lin Che frowned. "Do I know you?" "I do not, but I have seen you in action. That my master says you are quite strong, that I embarked on this journey for experience, and naturally, I wish to battle a formidable opponent. Hence, I have chosen you as my first target to defeat." The girl's demeanor was exceedingly earnest. "Lin Che, whose child is this? Where did she come from?" Lin Che mused in frustration. After their brief clash, he realized that despite her young age, her strength was not to be underestimated. If they were to engage in a full battle, he was not afraid. However, should they become entangled and other powerful individuals arrive, the situation could become dire. With this in mind, Lin Che shook his head slightly at the girl. "Did your master not warn you against taking advantage of others in peril? Look at my current situation. These people wish to kill me. If I were to spar with you, I would need to be wary of others launching a surprise attack. In our duel, do you truly believe fairness exists? That is a valid point." The young girl nodded, finding the reasoning quite sound. In the next moment, however, she suddenly fell silent and turned, striking with her blade towards the crowd behind her. Boom! A blade of light, spanning several dozen feet, sliced through the air, unleashing a tempestuous whirlwind. The target was none other than the onlookers present. "Not good. Retreat quickly," sensing the ferocity of the blade's intent. The spectators hastily stepped back. Yet, some of the less capable individuals were caught off guard, their bodies grazed by the blade's intent, feeling as if a colossal mountain had crashed upon them, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Fortunately, it seemed the girl had no intention of taking lives. Nonetheless, as the profound blade intent dissipated, the ground where the crowd had once stood cracked and fissured, stretching out like a spider's web. This was the essence of the mountain's principle. Witnessing this scene, all present were struck with astonishment, for within this girl's blade intent lay the manifestation of a profound concept, the mountain's principle. A single stroke, heavy as a mountain, capable of shattering myriad laws. As the power of that strike resonated, the gazes of all turned towards the girl in awe, to awaken such blade intent at her age, and to fuse it with a profound principle, was nothing short of monstrous talent. Yet, they could not fathom why this girl had suddenly turned on them at that moment. The girl in the ornate robe looked at Lin Che and said, "Let us join forces to deal with these individuals first, and then we shall have our duel. That would be fair, wouldn't it?" The crowd, a swordsman and a blade practitioner, these two were actually proposing an alliance. Upon hearing her words and witnessing the girl truly standing alongside Lin Che, the onlookers began to entertain thoughts of retreat. There was little choice, although the precious medicinal herbs infused with the essence of wind were enticing. They were not worth risking their lives over. Just moments ago, Lin Che alone had instilled immense dread in everyone. Yet, if all present were to unite, they might still dare to vie for the treasures. But now, with the emergence of this fierce girl, facing the combined strength of these two prodigies was no longer a matter of risking life. It was tantamount to courting death, an utterly senseless demise. "Let us go." After a brief moment of silence, everyone in the valley decisively began to withdraw. Even Gu Lang, the genius from the ancient clan, cast a wary glance at Lin Che and the girl, an unmistakable trepidation flickering in his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he too chose to depart. In the span of mere moments, only Lin Che and the girl remained in the valley. "My name is Li Xing. What is yours?" After the crowd had retreated, the girl turned to Lin Che. "Lin Che," he replied casually. "Lin Che, can we fight now?" The girl named Li Zue stepped closer to Lin Che, inquiring earnestly. Yet before Lin Che could respond, she had already brandished her blade, adopting a combative stance. Lin Che regarded this fierce girl with a sense of helplessness, utterly bewildered as to why he had caught her attention. However, given the circumstances, he certainly would not shy away from a challenge posed by a mere girl. Thus, taking a step back to create distance, Lin Che gripped his frostblade, and suddenly, a sharp sword intent radiated from him. The clash between the two was about to erupt. Rumble! Just then, before their confrontation could truly commence, a violent fluctuation surged forth unexpectedly. In the heart of the mountains, a brilliant beam of light shot skyward, and the overwhelming ripples it emanated caused all birds and beasts in the forest to flee in terror. The very ground trembled, as if something immense was about to burst forth from beneath. This bizarre spectacle caused Lin Che's expression to shift. The main tomb. This phenomenon was likely a sign that the main tomb of the profound martial expert was about to open at the same time. All martial artists who had entered the mountains were stirred with excitement, racing towards the heart of the mountains. Why had they entered this secret realm? Undoubtedly, it was to seek the legacy left behind by this profound martial expert. And the opening of the main tomb signified that true treasures were about to emerge, a temptation beyond imagination for all who ventured into the mountains. This moment, Lin Che felt a surge of determination and began to stride towards the valley's exit. However, just as he took a step, Li Zue intercepted him. "What are you doing? Little girl, didn't you see the main tomb is opening?" Lin Che retorted. "And so what? I'm not interested in what lies within the main tomb. You promised a duel with me, so let us finish that first," Li Zue replied earnestly. Lin Che felt utterly defeated. What was this girl even doing here? Had she entered the Xuanwu tomb solely to find someone to fight? Yet her disinterest in the main tomb's opening did not equate to Lin Che's lack of interest. If they truly engaged in battle, the treasures within the main tomb would likely be snatched away by others. After some thought, Lin Che said, "Little girl, why are you fixated on me? There are numerous talented individuals in these mountains. My strength is merely average. Now that the main tomb is opening, powerful figures will undoubtedly flock there. If you genuinely seek a worthy opponent, that is the place to be." Upon hearing this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Li Zue's eyes. "Really?" Seeing her reaction, Lin Che nodded eagerly. "Really? Are there many strong fighters?" "Many." "Then let us go." This time, Liza did not hesitate, shouldering her battle blade as she headed outward. Was she so easily swayed? Lin Che was somewhat taken aback. It seemed this girl, despite her fierceness, was clearly inexperienced in the world, having likely just stepped out of her family's confines. In the heart of the mountains stood a towering peak, resembling a grand hall more than a mountain, entirely hollowed out to form an immensely majestic structure. this moment. The oppressive aura enveloping the entire mountain range emanated from this very mountain. Surrounding it were countless factions, all comprised of youthful talents not exceeding the age of 25. Numbering in the thousands, these individuals gazed at the grand hall ahead, their eyes ablaze with fervor. They all awaited the moment when the terrifying pressure within the hall would diminish, signaling the onset of a true battle for spoils. The air was thick with a palpable tension. Amidst the multitude of factions, two in particular were evidently regarded with the utmost caution by all. These two forces were the ancient clan and the Sidhu house, both 9-star family powers. In the Tsongfing nation, there were no more than a handful of 9-star families. Yet now, this Xuanwu tomb had attracted two of them. This underscored the fierce competition that was about to unfold. At this moment, in the vicinity of the Sidhu house, 6 or 7 young strongmen sat cross-legged, while other factions kept their distance. For the prestige of the 9-star families in Tsongfeng was undeniably formidable. The leader of the Sidhu house was a young man in his 20s, unremarkable in appearance, yet exuding an extraordinary aura. His name was Situ Mingwei, a genius among the younger generation whose strength ranked within the top 5. At this moment, Situ Mingwei turned to a disciple of the Situ house, standing behind him. To one's astonishment, this disciple bore a rather disheveled appearance, bruised and battered, with dark circles under his eyes, a lopsided mouth, and several broken teeth. Anyone who beheld him would involuntarily think, what a tragic sight. Undoubtedly, this individual was Situ Liang, the one who had been thoroughly trounced by Lin Che in Tianlong City. Situ Mingwei observed his sorry state, and though he had grown accustomed to it over the past few days, he couldn't help but frown each time he saw him. That kid who beat you in Tianlong City here?" he inquired solemnly. Hearing this, Situ Liang quickly rose to scan his surroundings, shaking his head. "No, he is not here, but he must have entered this mountain range. Brother, you must avenge me." Situ Liang's face was filled with anguish as he mentioned Lin Che, a fierce hatred causing his entire being to tremble. "Rest assured, you are a member of the Sidhu house. If he dares to do this to you, he is slapping the Sidhu family in the face. Furthermore, before we entered, your master specifically instructed me to help you take revenge if I encountered that kid," Situ Mingwei casually remarked. "Thank you, brother." Upon hearing these words, Situ Liang's face instantly lit up with excitement, as if he were on the verge of avenging a great grievance. Meanwhile, in another location where the ancient clan resided, a young man named Gu Li, the leading figure of the younger generation entering the Xuanwu tomb, stood at the forefront. Although Gu Li's stature appeared somewhat diminutive, the disciples of the ancient clan surrounding him bore expressions of profound reverence. This was not merely due to his formidable strength, but also because of his ruthless and cunning character. This moment, Gu Li turned to a companion beside him and suddenly inquired, "Did you previously mention discovering a mysterious medicinal herb in a certain valley?" Upon hearing the question, Gu Lang hastily replied with respect. "In response to senior brother Li, I indeed found a herb imbued with profound mysteries, the Feng Xian Chao, just before arriving here." Feng Xian Chao. Upon uttering these 4 syllables, not only did Li Jiu's expression shift, but the disciples of the ancient clan around them were equally taken aback. A herb containing such profound mysteries was of immeasurable value. They were astonished by Gu Lang's extraordinary fortune in encountering such an opportunity. Ji Li immediately pressed on. Was it successfully obtained? However, Gu Lang shook his head dejectedly. Observing this, Li Jiu furrowed his brow, pondering whether it had fallen into the hands of the Situ clan. In his view, aside from the Situ clan, which belonged to the 9-star families, there were few forces capable of seizing treasures from the ancient clan. "Not quite," Gu Lang clarified. "The Feng Xian Chao has ended up in the possession of a young boy who appears to be unaffiliated with any faction, seemingly a rogue cultivator." "What?" Li Jiu's brows knitted even tighter. Such a treasure had unexpectedly fallen into the hands of a rogue. A look of shame washed over Gu Lang's face as he reflected on his initial determination to acquire the Feng Xian Chao, only to be thwarted by the sudden appearance of this peculiar youth. Although he was merely at the 4th level of spirit martial, the boy was an adept swordsman with considerable prowess. Li Jiu waved his hand, interrupting Gu Lang's recounting, and coldly asserted, "The main tomb is about to open. Once we obtain the treasures within, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find that boy in the Feng Xian Chao. There can be no room for error. Understood, Gulang nodded, a glimmer of scheming intent flashing in his eyes. Should he indeed acquire the Feng Xian Chao, he would undoubtedly keep it to himself. However, since it had been snatched away by the boy, he could not simply swallow this grievance. He spoke out now, fully aware of Gu Li's ruthless nature, knowing that revealing the whereabouts of the Feng Xian Chao would ensure that the boy would not escape unscathed. "Look!" someone shouted. The barrier seems to be dissipating. At that moment, all present, filled with anticipation for the true opening of the main tomb, turned their gazes forward. Indeed, the barrier surrounding the great mountain was rapidly vanishing, revealing a stone door at the foot of the mountain. The entrance of the grand hall ITS opened. It has truly opened. Witnessing this scene, all factions present became restless, their eyes alight with exhilaration. Charge! With a rush, the first individual surged forward, triggering a cascade of movement akin to a tsunami, as all rushed toward the grand hall, eager not to lag behind. As the initial wave of people streamed into the grand hall, they beheld its structure. The hall was divided into several stone chambers, each radiating with glimmers of light and emanating powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy. A few individuals dashed into one of the stone chambers, and soon a chorus of astonished cries erupted from within. Spirit weapon, a top-tier spirit weapon. This is a profound-level technique. 9th grade spirit pill. Haha, I have actually found a 9th grade spirit pill. Who dares to rob me of my treasure? Put down that spirit pill, or I shall make you regret ever setting foot in this world. As treasures were discovered, countless eyes turned greedily toward them, leading to disputes. Before long, the sounds of clashing blades and fists echoed through the chamber, as fierce battles erupted. Boom! 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 As the stone chamber was engulfed in a bloody conflict, waves of true energy rippled outward, mingled with roars and cries of agony. Even without witnessing it firsthand, one could imagine the brutal intensity of the struggle. However, at this moment, some factions seemed uninterested in the treasures within these stone chambers. They believed that while these chambers contained ordinary treasures, the true fortune must lie deeper within the grand hall. Indeed, let us push forward. Although the allure of top-tier spirit weapons and profound-level techniques attracted some martial artists, for those of greater strength, the temptation was evidently insufficient. These individuals gazed toward the depths of the grand hall, speculating that the genuine treasures of the Xuanwu tomb must lie therein. Thus, they pressed on without hesitation, continuing their charge into the depths of the grand hall. Simultaneously, after some time had passed since the grand hall's opening, the figures of a young man and woman finally appeared. These two were Lin Che and Li Ziyue. Lin Che cast a glance at the entrance of the grand hall, a flicker of regret crossing his features. The main tomb had opened, and they had arrived too late. Having uttered this, he dashed into the grand hall. Upon entering, he was met with a scene of blood and corpses strewn across the ground. These individuals had clearly perished in their scramble for treasures. Lin Che crouched down, sifting through several bodies as if searching for something. Li Ziyue frowned. "What are you doing?" "Just checking for any lost spatial rings or the like." "You actually wish to profit from the dead. Aren't you afraid of bad luck?" Li Ziyue remarked with a hint of disdain. Lin Che shot her a glare. "Miss, do you think everyone is like you, born with a silver spoon in their mouth? Your family paved the way for you since birth, making resources readily available. I am a rogue cultivator. I must fight for every resource with my life. You may not care, but kindly refrain from viewing things solely from your perspective. Otherwise, what you display is not superiority, but ignorance and naivety." Though unaware of the girl's true identity, Lin Che could tell that her remarkable strength at such a young age indicated a powerful backing. However, had it not been for her interference, he would not have missed the main tomb's opening. Thus, as he spoke with a hint of anger, his tone became notably stern. Isaiah stood there, momentarily taken aback, seemingly at a loss for words. Yet when she did react, it was not with anger, but rather a sense of grievance. In truth, she was not one to look down upon others due to her advantageous circumstances. Her earlier comments stemmed from genuine ignorance and was an unintentional slip. As Lin Che had pointed out, she had never lacked resources since birth. and this was her first time venturing out for training, so she was naturally oblivious to how other martial artists acquire their resources. However, from Lin Che's words, she recognized that her previous condescending attitude had indeed been hurtful. Lowering her head, she blinked, wanting to apologize but finding the words difficult to utter. Meanwhile, Lin Che paid no mind to her current demeanor and, after rummaging through a few corpses, concluded that the spatial rings of these deceased had likely been taken by others. Thus, he did not hesitate and made his way deeper into the grand hall. "Hey!" Seeing Lin Che leave, Lisa stamped her foot in frustration, standing alone amidst the corpses. Contrary to her earlier fierce demeanor, a hint of fear flickered across her face. "Wait for me." She quickly moved her feet. Hastening to catch up with Lin Che, deep within the main hall of the tomb, a series of spatial fluctuations heralded the arrival of numerous powerful individuals. Undoubtedly, those who managed to reach this location first were predominantly the prodigies of great factions, each one far from ordinary. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were left in stunned silence. What is that? At the center of the grand hall, there stood a lotus platform radiating brilliance. Upon this platform rested a pearl the size of an infant's fist, its light intermingling with darkness, the black and white hues swirling gently, exuding an inexplicable aura that seemed to ensnare the very essence of one's spirit with a mere glance. Could it be the Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill? The Transformation Dragon Pill. It is said that a treasured item, known as the Transformation Dragon Pill, can only be formed after the death of certain exceptionally skilled martial artists, steeped in the essence of the world for countless years. One might assert that a single Transformation Dragon Pill not only encapsulates the martial insights of the formidable individual during their lifetime, but also seals a portion of their cultivation. If one were to employ a Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill to activate an array, it would be sufficient to unleash the might of a Dao Tier formation from Xian Tier 1 in the realm of artifact crafting. It can forge superior Xian artifacts, and when used in alchemy, it can produce 9th grade Xian pills. Even if one were to do nothing but cultivate while holding this Transformation Dragon Pill, it would undoubtedly clarify their understanding of the world, allowing their progress to soar to unprecedented heights. In essence, regardless of its application, a Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill is worth its weight in gold. On the market, the value of a single Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill is no less than 100 million gold coins. And even then, it is often more valuable than available 100 million gold coins. The mere thought of this number sent the hearts of all present racing, their eyes wide with disbelief. Among the members of the ancient clan, Guli, upon arriving at this location, immediately recognized the significance of the item and promptly retrieved a communication stone, conveying, "Master, it is the Transformation Dragon Pill. In the main tomb lies a Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill." "What? A Transformation Dragon Pill?" Moments later, an elderly voice echoed back through the stone, tinged with excitement. "Disciple, no matter the cost, we must acquire that pill." "Yes, master." Not only Guli, but at that moment, the various prodigies from the prominent factions within the Grand Hall were also utilizing communication stones to relay their thoughts to their elders outside. The responses they received were uniformly urging them to spare no effort in seizing the Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill. "Seize it!" Boom. The hall fell silent for a brief moment, only to erupt into chaos as the prodigies from the various factions surged forth like a boiling tide, racing towards the Dao platform. "This item must belong to our ancient clan. Anyone who dares to contest it seeks to become our enemy." Guli, akin to a fierce gale, charged towards the platform while invoking the ancient clan as formidable reputation to intimidate others. Swish! Yet before he could approach, a figure intercepted him directly. This individual was none other than Situ Mingyue from the Situ Manor. Situ, Mingyue sneered. "What worth does the face of your ancient clan hold? The Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill shall be claimed by the Situ Manor today. Situ Mingyue, dare to obstruct my path. You seek death. Ha! Guli, while others may fear your ancient clan, the Situ Manor does not. Today, we shall see who meets their end." As their words reached this point, the two engaged in a fierce battle. Bang, bang, bang. It was evident that both were unrelenting in their strikes, and with their formidable strengths. Each collision sent terrifying ripples of true energy through the air, forcing weaker martial artists nearby to stagger back. Moreover, several family factions engaged in brutal skirmishes, each participant blinded by rage in the air. Blades gleamed, fists blurred, and a myriad of attacks intertwined chaotically, with some resorting to extraordinarily valuable offensive talismans, causing widespread devastation. In summary, it was a scene where all hidden cards were laid bare. The sounds of agony echoed continuously, and in mere moments, the grand hall resembled a battlefield of Azuras, with casualties mounting alarmingly. However, this turmoil did not last long. Just as the fierce combat reached a boiling point, the arrival of a figure swiftly altered the situation. Whoosh! A youth clad in a black robe darted in like a swift wind. He effortlessly navigated through the crowd and, in the blink of an eye, ascended the Tao platform with ease. Witnessing this scene, everyone stood in stunned silence. Silence! The entire hall became eerily quiet until the youth calmly stored the coveted Xuanwu transformation dragon pill in a spiritual ring, prompting all to snap back to reality. In an instant, countless pairs of eyes blazed with a ravenous hunger, all fixated on the black-robed youth. Without a doubt, this black-robed youth was Lin Che that moment. Lizua also approached Lin Che's side. Her gaze fixed on him with a peculiar expression. Are you a professional at picking up scraps? Recalling how Lin Che had acquired the Wen Xian grass earlier and now the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, she found the similarities uncanny. Picking up scraps. Indeed, this was precisely what had transpired. The reasons for this were threefold. First, the powerful figures among the various factions, including Gu Li and Situ Mingwei, were occupied with mutual restraint, unable to divert their attention to intercept Lin Che. Second, Lin Che's speed was astonishing. In the chaotic hall, few could react swiftly enough to hinder him. Third, the various factions engaged in their initial skirmishes, fully aware that without a decisive victor, the first to seize the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill would be courting death, inevitably becoming a target for all. As Lin Che grasped the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, all combatants ceased their fighting, their gazes now locked onto him. Beyond anger, their expressions were cold, as though they regarded him as a dead man. Clearly, in that instant, Lin Che's actions had drawn the ire of all factions. Brother Mingwei, it's him. He is the little wretch who left me in this state back in Tianlong City. Upon spotting Lin Che, Sita Liang's teeth gnashed, his voice trembling with excitement. Hearing this, Sita Mingyue's eyes narrowed slightly. On the other side, within the ancient clan's ranks, Gu Lang was even more agitated, whispering, brotherly, that Wen Xian grass was seized by this person. What? It's this little brat. The value of a single Wen Xian grass was already considerable. And now that the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill had also fallen into his hands, he could not be allowed to escape. With this thought, Gu Li's expression darkened ominously, sensing the predatory gazes of those around him. Lin Che turned to Lizua. Weren't you looking for a fight? The masters are all here. How many can you contend with? How about we each take on half? Lizua paused for a moment, assessing the situation, and sheepishly replied, I assent that a bit too many. I fear I might not be able to handle it. Can't handle it. Then let us run. Run? Before Lizua could comprehend, Lin Che had already grasped her arm and shot towards the hall's exit like an arrow released from a bow. Bursting steps. Lin Che utilized this technique to its fullest, his speed astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, he had traversed a significant portion of the crowd. Not good. He intends to escape. At that moment, everyone finally reacted, roaring in anger. Escape? Not so easily. Gu Li, now fully aware that Lin Che had not only acquired the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, but also the Wen Xian grass. Focused intently, he was the first to react, charging towards Lin Che's fleeing figure. Seeing Gu Li's move, Gu Lang cautioned, brotherly, be careful. This brat is dangerous. Dangerous? My methods are far more lethal. Gu Li scoffed dismissively. With renewed speed, he hurled a powerful punch towards Lin Che's back. Boom! The terrifying force surged forth. Sensing the impending strike, Lin Che's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the Linghan sword was unsheathed, piercing backward with a swift thrust guided by his finger. Sword intent. Lin Che was acutely aware of the current situation and held nothing back. Under the encompassing essence of water, Though it was a single strike, it seemed to contain the might of a colossal wave. Unstoppable, with a thunderous roar akin to crashing waves, the sword tip effortlessly pierced through Gu Li's punch, without a hint of hesitation. Puffed! Gu Li's entire fist was impaled by the blade, blood gushing forth. Not good. Gu Li's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the boy's terrifying mastery of the sword, and he hastily retreated. Swish! After successfully landing a blow, Lin Che did not linger, swiftly disappearing from the Grand Hall, with Li Ziyue in tow. Impressive. This individual is indeed a sword cultivator, possessing a terrifying comprehension of swordsmanship. Witnessing this scene, a momentary silence enveloped the hall, followed by eruptions of astonished gasps. Gu Li, a leading talent among the younger generation of the ancient clan, was just repelled by a youth of such tender years. Unless witnessed with one's own eyes, who could possibly believe it? At this moment, Gu Li's gaze flickered with intensity. After suffering this setback, a more sinister expression emerged on his face. Little brat, I truly underestimated you. But do you think you can escape? After uttering this ominous remark, Gu Li suddenly sensed something amiss that he glanced at his fist, only to behold a dense black mist swirling around the wound. Without hesitation, Gu Li tore his sleeve apart, and the sight that met his eyes caused his expression to shift dramatically, nearly leading him to faint. The black poisonous mist had already seeped into his bloodstream, spreading up to his upper arm, rendering his entire arm a shade of pitch black. Gu Li fixed a cold, piercing stare at Gu Lang, akin to a ferocious beast poised to strike. What is happening? Senior brother Li, I have already warned you. This boy is toxic, genuinely toxic, Gu Lang explained cautiously. At this moment, Gu Li could not be oblivious to the truth. The essence of poison. The sword in 10 of that boy just now harbored the essence of poison. Damn it. Why didn't you clarify this? Gu Li seethed, slapping Gu Lang away with a forceful blow. He then grasped his own arm. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Li steeled his resolve, and with a sharp rip, he tore his entire arm away. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. Of course, Gu Li had no choice but to take such drastic measures. If the essence of poison continued to spread, he would lose not just an arm, but potentially his very life. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all present raced wildly. Their understanding of Lin Che's threat deepened significantly. The swordsman was already a figure of concern, but one who had comprehended the essence of poison could truly be regarded as a killing machine. However, to simply abandon the pursuit would not sit well with them. A Xuanwu transformation dragon pill was worth a staggering sum of over 100 million gold coins. Such a figure was enough to drive one to risk their life. Chase, they could not allow him to escape this mountain range. Instantly, all factions surged out of the Grand Hall, pursuing the direction in which Lin Che had fled. After departing the Grand Hall with Li Ziyue, Lin Che sped away. It was only after several dozen miles that he finally halted, casting a peculiar glance at Li Ziyue. Throughout this journey, Lin Che had employed the explosive footwork technique, yet the young girl had managed to keep up with his pace the entire time. This was ample proof of the high caliber of her movement technique, undoubtedly at least of the Xian level. What force stands behind you? Lin Che inquired with curiosity. My sister once told me. When out in the world, one must be wary of others and should not casually divulge one's family background. Li Ziyue replied earnestly upon hearing Lin Che's question. Your sister? Lin Che queried, slightly puzzled, but he refrained from pressing further, instead reiterating, You should go. Why? Li Ziyue was taken aback. Lin Che shook his head. You don't intend to follow me indefinitely, do you? You've seen it. I'm the target of all. And every faction in the mountains is hunting me. Staying close will only bring you trouble. I'm not afraid, Li Ziyue declared, excitement gleaming in her beautiful eyes. I've never experienced anything as thrilling as today. To be at odds with all factions is exhilarating just to think about. Lin Che, this girl's line of thought was indeed unconventional. Being pursued by so many factions, she could still feel exhilaration. Gazing at her innocent expression, Lin Che found himself at a loss for words. Well, if you wish to accompany me, then accompany me you shall. Lin Che found himself unable to rid himself of this girl. Since he couldn't shake her off, he would have to allow this little tale to follow him for the time being. Perhaps she would realize the peril later and choose to leave. Not lingering in that spot any longer, the two continued on their path. The route Lin Che chose was not one that led out of the mountain range. Instead, he took a wide detour, returning once more to the vicinity of the Grand Hall. The most perilous places are often the safest, of course. Lin Che did not enter the Grand Hall. He merely found a concealed valley nearby as a temporary refuge. After meticulously inspecting the surroundings and ensuring it was safe for the moment, Lin Che sat upon a piece of blue stone and retrieved a spatial ring. With a thought, the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill and Wen Xian grass appeared in his palm. The bounty from this venture into the mountains was indeed bountiful. Reflecting on the value of these two items sent a surge of excitement through Lin Che. However, he was equally aware that possessing these two items at this moment would bring him considerable danger. Devour, the thought crossed Lin Che's mind. Possessing a Qi Si, he knew he had the ability to refine these two treasures. Moreover, only by refining them could he ensure their safety. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately rejected this notion. The reason was simple. The violent energy harbored within a Xuanwu transformation dragon pill would require him to expend at least several days to refine it, given his current level. During that time, should any other factions discover his whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, this mountain range was not truly safe. In addition to the young disciples of various factions, it was likely that many elder powerhouses lurked outside, merely restrained by the rules from entering, that if these old monsters were to uncover his secret of being able to devour spiritual treasures, the repercussions would be unfathomable. With that thought in mind, Lin Che once again stored the two treasures within his spatial ring. Just then, a disturbance rippled through the air as three figures suddenly appeared in the valley. This brat is indeed here. Once we kill him, the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill will belong to our Duanhuan sect. The three individuals were clad in black cloaks, their faces obscured by shadows. Upon their chests was a 7-star emblem, signifying their affiliation with the Imperial 7 Stars faction. Here so quickly, upon seeing the three, Lin Che furrowed his brow and glanced at Li Ziyue beside him. I'll handle two. You take care of the last one. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Li Ziyue nodded. Meanwhile, the three individuals gazed at Lin Che with greed glimmering in their eyes. One of them spoke. Brat, as long as you hand over Swish before he could finish. The sound of a sword's whistle suddenly pierced the air. The Linghan's sword gleamed with a cold light, instantly tearing through the space. And before the man could react, a thud echoed as it pierced his brow. Blood splattered. The other Duanhuan sect disciple beside him was taken aback by this scene, his expression shifting drastically. However, no sooner had he uttered a word than Lin Che waved his hand, and under the manipulation of his true energy, the sword shot forth at a tricky angle towards the man. Swish! The Linghan sword executed a horizontal slash, sending forth a streak of blood, and soon, the man's head was severed from his body. Another swift kill, without a hint of hesitation. Seeing Lin Che eliminate two foes in an instant, Li Ziyue was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she finally sprang into action against the last remaining opponent. Boom! With a flick of her slender wrist, a blood-red battle knife descended with ferocity. A heavy aura, akin to a mountain, emanated from the blade. Not good. Witnessing this, the last remaining Duanhuan sect disciple's face paled dramatically as he crushed a defensive talisman, manifesting a shield-like barrier before him. However, even so, it could not withstand the weight of this strike imbued with the mountain's essence. Boom! The shield shattered instantly, and the man's hands were shattered by the force of the blade, sending him hurtling backward. As he struggled to rise, he found Li Ziyue's battle knife poised above him. With terror etched upon his face, the man pleaded, "Please, spare me." The desperation in his eyes elicited a flicker of hesitation from Li Ziyue. Yet just as Li Ziyue hesitated, a powerful hand grasped her wrist, forcefully pressing downwards. Crack! The last disciple of the Duanhuan sect was instantly slain by that strike. Scalding blood splattered onto Li Ziyue's fair cheek, causing her to shudder slightly. That moment, Lin Che finally released her hand. Is this your first time killing? Li Ziyue involuntarily nodded, her expression somewhat dazed. Lin Che observed her and remarked, to show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Since this is your first venture into the world, consider today a lesson. Li Ziyue remained frozen in place. Yet Lin Che could empathize with her feelings. After all, taking a life is no trivial matter. He recalled how he had secluded himself for several days after his first kill. By this measure, the girl's reaction was far more commendable than his own. However, such matters must ultimately be processed by her alone. Lin Che did not linger on her, swiftly tidying up the battlefield. Before long, 3 spirit rings materialized in his palm, which he examined briefly. The contents were worth no less than 2 million gold coins, prompting Lin Che to marvel once more at the swift accumulation of wealth in this manner. After stowing the rings away, Lin Che cast a glance at the 3 corpses on the ground. A glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, he surmised that this location would inevitably be discovered, though certainly not so soon. The 3 members of the soul-severing sect had managed to locate him in such a short span, indicating that someone must have guided them. Undoubtedly, that guidance came from the elders of the sect. Someone was undermining the rules. A Xuanwu transformation dragon pill is worth at least 100 million gold coins, a sum that would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. Thus, Lin Che speculated that the value of this pill was enough to prompt those old-timers outside to become restless, even leading them to cheat for their disciples, revealing his whereabouts, undermining the rules. Indeed, with this thought, Lin Che lifted his gaze to the void, his eyes narrowing slightly. As long as the older generation did not shamelessly enter the fray themselves, he was not afraid of their disciples. A genius nurtured by faction represents considerable investment. Losing even one is a significant blow. If that is the case, then let them come. Each one I shall slay until it pains you to your very core. After collecting the spoils, Lin Che did not immediately lead Li Ziyue away from the location, instead opting to wait. Finally, after an unknown passage of time, Li Ziyue's complexion regained some color as she approached him. "Have you come to terms with it?" Lin Che asked with a warm smile. Li Ziyue nodded, stating, "If I do not kill them, they will kill me. Death is inconsequential, but my loved ones would grieve. So it is better for them to perish." This reasoning was indeed shrewd, and Lin Che gave her a thumbs up, patting her shoulder. "Then let us proceed." "Where to?" she inquired. Lin Che replied, "To kill. Waiting for others to hunt me down is not my style." Li Ziyue was taken aback, realizing that while she merely had a slight inclination towards violence, this young man, only a little older than herself, possessed a heart as dark as night. At this moment, he was contemplating counterattacking those who sought to kill him. Ignoring Li Ziyue's astonishment, Lin Che firmly grasped her hand and led her away from the valley. If someone was indeed undermining the rules, then no matter how concealed they would inevitably be revealed. There is no truly safe haven. Remaining in one place for too long would only heighten the risk. Lin Che's aim was to keep moving through the mountains, denying the enemy any time to react. The various factions that entered the mountains numbered at least 1,000. Should he find himself surrounded, he would be utterly powerless. However, if he could take them down one by one, the situation would be entirely different. A counter-assault. In the days that followed, Lin Che guided Li Ziyue in the relentless pursuit of those factions that sought to hunt him, with swift and decisive action. They eliminated their targets before vanishing into the ether. The two moved like shadows in the night, leaving no trace behind, yet with each appearance, they claimed lives. After several days, the factions venturing into the mountains finally sensed something amiss. The death toll continued to rise. Often, 2 factions would cross paths one day, only to discover the corpses of one of their number the next. Found in an unnamed location, a pervasive sense of dread began to take root in the hearts of all. It was akin to a hunter who, while pursuing prey, suddenly realizes that they have become the hunted. The loss of control naturally breeds agitation, fear, chaos, and anxiety. "I give up. I'm only 20. I refuse to perish in this desolate wilderness." This was not a pursuit of others, but a desperate flight from those who sought to end his life. "I haven't slept in 3 days, fearing that if I do, I may never awaken again. I want to withdraw. I'm done with this. I want to go home. That I now realize that the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill is beyond my reach. I might very well die here before that boy does." Under the shadow of death, more and more individuals neared the brink of psychological collapse. Some of the less powerful factions even began to choose withdrawal. Days later, atop a green peak, Lin Che sat cross-legged. His attire was stained with blood, and the Linghan sword beside him bore its share of crimson marks as well. Izue was similarly adorned. In these few days, they had claimed the lives of dozens of talented individuals from various factions. They could clearly sense that some factions were retreating in secret. This was sufficient proof that their counteroffensive had indeed been effective. Nonetheless, the pressure they faced remained formidable. Actually, you need not confront these dangers. It is not too late to leave now, Lin Che advised, glancing at Li Ziyue, who appeared somewhat fatigued. However, she resolutely shook her head. Wise sister once told me that in this world, one must value loyalty. If one makes friends, only by treating them sincerely will they reciprocate. If I abandon you now, it would be a betrayal of that principle. Upon hearing this, Lin Che felt a flicker of confusion. Throughout their time together, she had consistently mentioned her sister, leading Lin Che to believe that Li Ziyue harbored a blind admiration for her. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What kind of person is your sister?" "My sister," Li Ziyue began, but then seemed to realize something, adding, "I cannot tell you. However, I can share that she is one of the most formidable geniuses in the Songfeng kingdom. Had she been here today, these predicaments would be but trifles for her to resolve effortlessly." Upon hearing her words, Lin Che refrained from pressing further. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Did you just say we are friends?" "Of course. Besides my sister, I have never admired anyone else, but now, I genuinely respect you. Growing up, my relatives always called me a little calamity. However, since meeting you, I have come to understand what true calamity means. So I have decided to be your friend." "Calamity?" Lin Che echoed, perplexed. Li Ziyue nodded earnestly. "Wherever you go, you attract a multitude of factions who relentlessly pursue you. Is that not calamity?" Lin Che. Just then, as the two conversed, a disturbance suddenly rippled through the air not far from them. Almost immediately, an elderly man clad in white appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing him, Lin Che's expression shifted. This man was Bai Chili. However, at this moment, Bai Lao's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and he exuded an air of fatigue. Lin Che's heart sank as he asked Bai Lao, "Are you injured?" He could sense that Bai Lao's aura seemed somewhat unstable, clearly indicating an internal injury, a mere scratch. Nothing of consequence. Bai Lao waved his hand dismissively. The value of a Xuanwu transformation dragon pill is indeed astonishing, but I did not expect it to provoke such covetousness from those old families. It is truly despicable. Upon hearing this, Lin Che finally understood. It seemed that those hidden old-timers could no longer contain themselves, having even clashed with Bai Lao, who was meant to protect him. With this realization, Lin Che clenched his fist tightly. That moment, Bai Lao looked at him earnestly and said, "I will do my utmost to shield you from the pressure coming from the older generation. However, amidst these mountainous terrains, one must exercise utmost caution. That I am aware of this." Yet the gaze of Lin Che towards old Bai bore a hint of solemnity. Although Lin Che found himself ensnared in the vortex, the pressure that old Bai faced in the shadows was undoubtedly no less burdensome, which caused Lin Che to feel a twinge of concern. Before Lin Che could finish speaking, old Bai interrupted him, stating that such trivial pressure was inconsequential. However, the malice of these old geezers is indeed despicable. I have already sent a message to Master Luo using the communication talisman, and she is on her way. Once she arrives, we shall settle accounts with these factions one by one. During this period, you must not venture outside this mountain range. Instead, try to maneuver as best as you can. Once Master Luo arrives, everything will naturally be resolved. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded. Within these mountains, the elders of the martial sects are barred from intervening, a rule established by the various factions before the commencement of events. Although this rule has become but a mere formality, it still holds some degree of restraining power. However, if one were to leave the mountains, the elder figures from various factions could act openly to seize opportunities. Without any reservations, be careful. With those parting words, old Bai prepared to depart. Yet just as he turned, Lin Che's voice rang out suddenly. "Old Bai, if you truly cannot endure any longer, then let it go." Though the value of a Xuanwu transformation dragon pill is astonishing, it pales in comparison to your safety in the eyes of your disciple. Upon hearing Lin Che's words, Old Bai hesitated momentarily. Although he did not turn back, his tightly clenched fist trembled slightly. "This boy, what is it that stirs such emotions within me?" A hint of softness and gratitude appeared on Bai Chiuli's aged visage. Yet he chose not to speak further, and with a flash of his figure, he vanished from sight. Pressure. After Old Bai's departure, Lin Che remained standing in place, feeling an unprecedented weight upon him. In the ensuing days, Lin Che, accompanied by Li Ziyue, continued to navigate the treacherous mountain range while contending with various factions that, as Old Bai had mentioned, compared to the outside world, this mountain range was still relatively safe. After all, it was a rule set by the major factions prior to the commencement of events. If the elders were to intervene, it would at least bring them some embarrassment. However, Lin Che could sense that these old geezers were growing increasingly restless. In the past few days, wherever Lin Che appeared, surrounding boulders would suddenly shatter, and debris would scatter through the air. The towering mountains concealed within had been marked with an enormous handprint spanning several dozen feet. On one occasion, as Lin Che traversed, the ground before him, measuring hundreds of meters, abruptly collapsed beneath him. Perilous omens. These were mere tests, which could also be perceived as threats. One must admit, the looming danger of being obliterated at any moment indeed instilled a sense of trepidation. Nonetheless, Lin Che remained resolute and had no intention of surrendering. Wait. Old Bai had mentioned that Master Luo was already en route, and for now, he could only bide his time, praying that those old geezers would refrain from any outrageous actions before her arrival. 3 days later, Lin Che encountered a group of formidable forces, the strongest he had faced thus far in the mountains. Before him stood a dozen figures, among whom were the familiar faces of Gu Li and Situ Mingwei. Alliance. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Che's gaze sharpened. These two prodigies from the 9-star families had chosen to join forces against him. "You clever little brat, no matter how cunning you are, do not think you can escape our grasp," Situ Mingwei declared coldly. Lin Che surveyed the group before him, chuckling lightly. "So you have finally chosen to work together. This only serves to confirm that you fear me." Fear. At Lin Che's words, the faces of the dozen individuals twitched. Although they were loath to admit it, deep down, they harbored a profound apprehension towards Lin Che. In recent days, the factions pursuing Lin Che had met with untimely ends, each paying a dire price, compelling everyone to reassess Lin Che's strength. "You are all geniuses in your respective factions. Are you not afraid of nurturing inner demons by compromising your principles just to kill me?" Lin Che inquired with a smile. "Inner demons? If I cannot kill you, that is when I will truly have inner demons." The speaker was Gu Li, who, after having lost an arm to Lin Che, glared at him with venomous hatred. "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us eliminate this brat first. As for the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, we can negotiate its ownership later," Situ Mingwei interjected. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. In an instant, they surrounded Lin Che and Li Ziyue. Lin Che glanced at Li Ziyue, silently asking, "What shall we do now?" Li Ziyue pointed at Gu Li and Situ Mingwei, saying, "Leave these two to you. I will handle the rest." Agreed. With that, Lin Che surged forward, charging directly at Situ Mingwei and Gu Li. "You little fool. In the face of such dire circumstances, you dare to strike first." Situ Mingwei sneered as she unleashed a powerful palm strike towards him. The force of her palm was formidable, sending ripples through the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Che drew his sword and slashed. In an instant, the surrounding space was enveloped by an overwhelming sword intent. Sword wave. This strike, infused with the essence of water, surged forth like a raging tide, pressing forward with tremendous force. But the moment their attacks collided, Situ Mingwei's expression shifted dramatically. Almost immediately, his figure seemed to be struck by an immense force, causing him to stagger backward. However, Lin Che, though he had forced the opponent back with a single sword strike, did not allow himself to ease his guard. That moment, he sensed a sudden threat approaching from his other side. The assailant, without a doubt, was Gu Li. Gu Li closed in on Lin Che and unleashed a devastating punch. Gu Li had refrained from striking until now, waiting for the perfect opportunity. It was only at the instant Lin Che clashed with Situ Mingwei that he chose to launch a surprise attack. His timing was impeccable. Lin Che, having just delivered that sword strike, was indeed unable to gather a second sword intent in such a short span of time. Yet, Lin Che's expression remained unfazed, in the next moment. He twisted his body and countered Gu Li's attack with a punch of his own. I've trained my fists for a decade. You, a sword cultivator, think you can compete with me in physical strength. You are simply courting death. Gu Li's face contorted into a sinister grin upon witnessing Lin Che's actions. However, just as his words fell, his expression morphed in an instant. The two fists met with a thunderous boom. A sound akin to a thunderclap erupted, followed by a cacophony of cracking bones. In an instant, Gu Li was sent sprawling backward over 10 paces. Struggling to regain his balance, he looked at his hand. Horrified to see his fingers broken and his entire hand twisted out of shape. This is impossible. The pain radiating from his fingers sent waves of agony coursing through him, twisting his face in anguish, while his heart filled with dread. Lin Che withdrew his fist, a smirk playing on his lips. I could shatter a mountain. To challenge me in physical strength is nothing short of suicidal. Lin Che's words were far from exaggeration. After 3 months of rigorous training with the silver-robed expert, coupled with the refinement of his body through myriad toxins, Lin Che's physical prowess had reached a terrifying level that a mere sword cultivator. With physical strength not even inferior to that of a body cultivator. At that moment, Gu Li gazed at Lin Che, feeling a chill run down his spine. What manner of being is this boy? To employ such underhanded tactics in a 2-on-1 confrontation, are all the talents emerging from the Gu clan so shameless? Lin Che mocked derisively. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Che's spirit sword surged forth, aimed directly at Gu Li. The sword energy tore through the air, as if it were rending the very fabric of space. Gu Li's countenance paled as he attempted to defend himself, but then, a sudden realization struck him. Previously, within the main tomb, he had lost an arm to Lin Che. Now, as he faced Lin Che in a contest of physical strength, he had lost his other arm. How could he possibly defend himself? Despair. As a look of hopelessness crossed Gu Li's face, the spirit sword had already hurtled towards him. Puffed. In the next instant, his brow was pierced, and his body fell straight back. His life extinguished entirely. Among the ancient clan, a young genius with strength sufficient to rank among the top 5 was unexpectedly slain in such a manner. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt their hearts tremble violently. When they cast their gazes upon the figure of the young man once more, it was now veiled in profound trepidation. At this moment, Situ Mingyue's expression was exceedingly grave, with strength comparable to his own. The fact that the other party could slay Gu Li implied that he too could be killed. Thus, following Gu Li's demise, a sliver of fear took root in Situ Mingyue's heart towards the youth before him. However, he had no option of retreat. As a martial artist, once fear of a peer takes hold, it would breed inner demons on the path of cultivation. But if he could not eliminate Lin Che today, the figure of this young man would forever remain a colossal stone pressing upon his heart, potentially becoming a haunting specter within his soul. Kill. At all costs, he must slay this individual today. With this thought, a fierce expression marred Situ Mingyue's face as he prepared for a desperate battle. Yet, just as his words fell, a sudden sound of breaking air resonated from the heavens above. Whoosh, whoosh, a violent fluctuation rippled through the void, and 2 figures abruptly appeared in the sky above. They were 2 elders, both having reached the profound martial realm of flight. Elders, upon seeing these 2 elders, the disciples of the ancient clan and the Situ residents promptly bowed in respect. It turned out that these 2 individuals were indeed the elders of these 2 great families. You all retreat. Upon their arrival, the 2 elders directly addressed the crowd below. Hearing this, Situ Mingyue's expression changed drastically. What? Elders, if we retreat now. Retreat. Get out of here. Before Situ Mingyue could finish, one of the elders from the Situ residence barked sharply. The 2 elders had seen clearly that Situ Mingyue and the others were no match for the young man before them. Retreating would only give rise to inner demons. But if they did not retreat, all these young talents, cultivated with immense resources, would undoubtedly perish here. Understood. Feeling the undeniable authority in the elder's eyes, Situ Mingyue gritted his teeth fiercely, but despite his unwillingness, he had no choice but to concede. Moments later, all the young disciples departed from the scene. Only Lin Che, Lizue, and the two elders remained empty this time. The elder of the ancient clan glanced at Gu Li's corpse on the ground, and with a wave of his sleeve, he summoned it. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Lin Che, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Our ancient clan has expended countless resources and efforts to nurture such a young talent. Have you ever considered the consequences of killing him today? Lin Che furrowed his brow. I am unaware of the consequences. I only know that he came here to kill me, and thus, to slay him in return is entirely justified. The elder's expression darkened further upon hearing Lin Che's sharp retort. Meanwhile, the Situ elder interjected, "This lad is protected by someone from the martial hall." Martial hall? The elder of the ancient clan fell into a momentary silence before responding. What the martial hall? 10 years ago, during the turmoil at Daotsang Academy, the martial hall was thoroughly disbanded. What power could they possibly wield now? The two elders exchanged words, while Lin Che's eyes were filled with gravity. It was evident that their emergence indicated they were prepared to take action personally. Indeed, moments later, the elder of the ancient clan addressed Lin Che. "Boy, hand over the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, and I may consider leaving you with a whole corpse." Lin Che hesitated for a moment, carefully contemplating the situation before him. What if I hand over the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill in exchange for our safe passage? You have killed a genius of our ancient clan. You must die, with no room for negotiation. The elder of the ancient clan's eyes glinted with malevolence. Lin Che's expression darkened. It seemed this elder was determined to kill him. With this in mind, Lin Che retrieved the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill from his spatial ring, holding it tightly in his palm. "How about we both take a step back? I killed your clan's genius, which has nothing to do with this young girl beside me. Let her go. I have said it. There is no room for negotiation." Crack. Just as the elder of the ancient clan finished speaking, the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill in Lin Che's hand was pinched, revealing fine cracks, as if it would shatter into powder with one more forceful squeeze. "Wait, boy, stop." Upon witnessing this scene, how could the two elders fail to comprehend that Lin Che was threatening them with the pill? Compared to their desire to kill Lin Che, which stemmed from his exceptionally abnormal talent and a wish to eliminate future threats, their primary interest lay in acquiring the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. Its value was astonishing. Otherwise, they would not have disregarded their status and broken the rules. "We will agree to your request. This time, we will let the girl go." The Situ elder's tone softened. Hearing this, Lin Che relaxed his expression and turned to Lizue, saying, "You should leave it. No, I won't go. That I consider you a friend. Friends should share both blessings and difficulties. Now that you are in danger, how can I leave you behind?" Lizue insisted stubbornly. "Friend, I never regarded you as one you have helped me kill, yet have I ever shared any spoils with you?" Lizue was taken aback. Indeed, she had not. Each time they killed, this fellow swiftly swept away all the spoils, acting like a bandit and a miser, leaving her no chance to even take a glance. "From the beginning, I was merely utilizing you. You need not speak of loyalty. Hurry and leave." Lin Che waved his hand impatiently, but, upon seeing her still wish to argue, Lin Che shouted, "Get lost! Lin Che, you bastard!" Lizue had never been shouted at like this her entire life. After a brief moment of shock, her face flushed with anger, and she ground her pearly teeth. "Go to hell." She stomped her foot and mumbled a retort before shouldering her blade and turning to leave. As Lizue departed, the Situ elder cast a sinister glance at Lin Che. "Boy, we have agreed to your request. Now you may hand over the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. Of course, do not think to delay. Your backer should be too preoccupied to assist you now." Meanwhile, the elder of the ancient clan added, "Indeed, if you hand over the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill, I will keep my word and ensure your death is painless. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to torment you until you wish you had never been born. If you doubt it, feel free to try." Upon hearing these threats, Lin Che's heart sank. A dead end. From any perspective, the situation before Lin Che was indeed dire. "Senior Tianin, are you not going to intervene as these two old fools bully the young?" Lin Che thought desperately that if you do not come out, I might truly perish here today. In his moment of despair, he reached out to communicate with the divine jade space. I cannot exit, the celestial maiden replied succinctly. However, at that moment, the mysterious woman suddenly added, although I cannot leave, I can lend you some power, but you must pay a price. Lin Che hurriedly inquired, what price? At your current level, even 1/10,000th of my power is beyond your capacity to bear. If I forcibly lend you this power, you will still die afterward. Even if you survive, given your current physical strength, your meridians will likely rupture, leaving you a cripple. Hearing this, Lin Che's heart sank, yet after a moment of hesitation, a frenzied light ignited in his eyes that I'll go for broke. After all, death is inevitable, so I might as well take down these two old fools first. If I could drag down two masters of the Xuanwu realm with me, it's worth it. Just as Lin Che made his decision, before he could act, a scene unfolded before him that left him stunned. In the distance, Li Ziyue's petite figure had surprisingly returned. I thought about it, and realized you are not that kind of person. You were just pretending to send me away, weren't you? Li Ziyue's lively eyes fixed on Lin Che as she earnestly questioned. Lin Che, you troublesome girl, you refuse to walk the path to heaven and instead come crashing through the gates of hell. Meanwhile, the elder of the ancient clan, upon witnessing Li Ziyue's return, experienced a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He had initially believed that Lin Che would soon make a decisive choice, but now, interrupted by Li Ziyue, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him. Since you refuse to leave despite being given the opportunity, then may you remain here forever, the elder of the ancient clan scoffed coldly. And at that moment, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. A thunderous force surged towards Li Ziyue, emanating the might of the Xuanwu realm. Even a casual strike from him could upheave the ground within a radius of dozens of feet, rendering it utterly terrifying. Be careful. Lin Che reacted instantly. Leaping to Li Ziyue's side, he swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, propelling himself backward with a sudden force. Yet despite his efforts, the speed of that palm strike caught up with him. With no other choice, Lin Che turned, positioning his own body in front of Li Ziyue to shield her. A resounding explosion echoed as the overwhelming palm force struck behind him, causing his back to tear and bleed. Had it not been for Lin Che's physique, comparable to that of a body cultivator, that blow would have shattered his spine into fragments. Poof! Lin Che spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed directly onto Li Ziyue's delicate neck due to their proximity. Their bodies crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several meters before finally dissipating the impact. Isaac, pinned beneath Lin Che, felt the warmth of his blood seeping into her chest and the hot breath escaping his mouth and nose. She froze, waves of emotion stirring in her eyes at that moment. Lin Che gazed at her exquisitely delicate face, feeling a strange sensation as well. It had to be said that despite her youth, Li Ziyue was undoubtedly a striking beauty. Her oval face, eyes sparkling like stars, and features were flawless in every regard. The closeness allowed him to catch a whiff of her faint body fragrance. However, this enchanting scene offered Lin Che no sense of enjoyment, as the intense pain radiating from his back nearly rendered him unconscious. Are you all right? Li Ziyue asked cautiously. Lin Che remained silent, lacking the strength to respond. Observing this, Li Ziyue gently pushed him aside. Rising from the ground, she turned her gaze toward the three elders, her eyes ablaze with a deep resentment. In the next moment, she produced a communication stone and roared into it. Old man, if you do not show yourself now, you might as well prepare to collect your disciple's corpse. Upon witnessing Li Ziyue's actions, the two elders exchanged mocking glances, calling for help in front of them. How naive! Elder Sita grinned. You silly girl. Do you really think your master hasn't shown up because he is afraid of us? He likely abandoned you the moment he learned you had offended our two great factions. Why would he dare to come to your rescue? Before Elder Situ could finish his sentence, his tone faltered, for at that moment, a figure appeared within the sight of the crowd. From afar, a limping old man clad in a Taoist robe, with white hair yet youthful features, was making his way toward them, taking labored steps. When he finally halted in front of the two elders, the limping old man squinted and asked, You say this old man does not dare to show himself because he fears the two of you? At that moment, both the ancient clan elder and Elder Situ's expressions subtly shifted upon seeing the suddenly appeared limping old man. They could not see through him. The two elders realized that they could not gauge the strength of this limping old man. A hint of caution appeared on Elder Situ's face as he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The limping old man smiled faintly. "I am the master of this young girl. Were you not looking for me?" Seeing this, Elder Situ exchanged glances with his companion before responding with feigned laughter. You jest, sir. Our intention is to deal solely with this young man. We do not wish to trouble your esteemed disciple. If we have offended you in any way, we hope for your forgiveness." The abrupt shift in the two elders' demeanor stemmed from one reason alone. They feared the strength of the limping old man. As Xuanwu realm experts, the only reason they could not perceive his cultivation was that he was above them in rank. "Master, do not listen to these two old foxes. Quickly kill them all." At this moment, Liza, filled with rage, spoke up. However, the limping old man shook his head. "Miss, while killing the two of them is not difficult, their backing is formidable. When you ventured out today, the old master personally instructed me not to provoke trouble. My sole duty is to protect your safety. Killing is not within my responsibilities. You say you are here to protect my safety, yet did you not see that if it were not for Lin Che risking his life to save me, I would have been struck down by that old fiend's palm?" The limping old man chuckled again. "Miss, you possess a protective talisman. Even without this young man blocking that strike, a mere Xuanwu realm attack would not harm you in the slightest. Thus, this young man's rescue was but an unnecessary act." You, faced with the limping old man's nonchalant attitude, Lizue gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet, she understood that the old man's orders were to ensure her safety. Unless her life was genuinely threatened, he would not take action to tea this moment. The elders from the two great families seemed to grasp this as well. Testing the waters. "Esteemed elder, we assure you that we will no longer make any moves against your disciple and will only deal with this young man. We wonder if you will still intervene in this matter." Upon hearing this, the limping old man remained silent, seemingly disinterested. Observing this exchange, the two elders finally comprehended the elder's stance, allowing them to relax. Subsequently, the elder of the ancient clan turned his gaze toward Lin Che, sneering, Boy, did you see? Today your fate is sealed. You can only blame yourself for lacking a formidable backing, unlike this young girl. Is that so?" Just as the ancient clan elder's words fell, a crisp, cold voice suddenly rang out from not far away. With that proclamation, a shadow swiftly descended, piercing through the clouds and arriving above this region. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman clad in a flowing black gown. "You are the master of the martial hall." At that moment, the two elders recognized the woman's identity, their expressions shifting dramatically. "To think that after 10 years of seclusion, someone still remembers me." Luo Ro smirked, pointing at Lin Che. "I am the support behind this young man. Are you truly intending to kill him?" What? Although they had long suspected Lin Che's background might be related to the martial hall. The hall had disbanded for years, and some elders had left to become wandering cultivators. They had merely assumed the young man was a disciple of a former martial hall elder. However, they never anticipated that his backing was the very master of the martial hall. Realizing this, the expressions of the two elders from the great families turned grim. This was truly unfortunate. They had initially thought the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill would be easily within their grasp today, but they had underestimated the profound backgrounds of this young duo. Although Luo Ro appeared considerably younger than them, in terms of strength, the opposite was true. She was a formidable expert of the Daowu realm. The Daowu realm was enough to traverse this dynasty with ease and far surpass them by a significant margin. Thus, upon Luo Ro's arrival, they had already abandoned any thoughts of confrontation. Leave. Understanding the current situation, the two prepared to turn and depart. "Stop." Just then, Luo Ro's voice rang out coldly. "What is it?" The two elders halted, turning to face her this moment. Luo Ro fixed her gaze upon them and inquired. "The ancient tomb of Xuanwu, who established the rule that the elder generation cannot intervene." Seemingly catching the implication in Luo Ro's words, the ancient clan elder chuckled. "Indeed, this rule was initiated by our two families, and all major factions abide by it. However, Lady Luo, I believe today's events are a misunderstanding. We shall withdraw now and pretend this incident never occurred. How does that sound? Pretend this incident never occurred. Upon hearing this, Luo Ro suddenly smiled, remarking that the rules were set by them, and it was they who had breached those rules. With a light and airy dismissal of a misunderstanding, did they think they could depart so easily? Lin Che, a disciple of the martial hall, was indeed its sole disciple. Should he fall amidst the younger generation's rivalry, the martial hall would have no recourse. Yet now, Lin Che had nearly been extinguished by the hands of elder martial artists. Did they truly believe the martial hall was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Consequently, Luo Ro was filled with fury and unparalleled wrath. Sensing her emotions, the two elders furrowed their brows slightly. Luo Hall Master, you must understand that the power backing us is formidable. Should we encounter any misfortune here, our respective powers would not let the matter rest lightly. After all, the young man had not perished. It would be wiser to transform hostility into peace, allowing each party an avenue of retreat. Before the two elders could finish their words, a cold smile unexpectedly appeared on Luo Ro's face. Boom! At that moment, an overwhelming pressure erupted from her poised figure, surging forth like an unstoppable tide, enveloping the two elders of the great families in an instant. What are you doing? Under that immense force, the two elders felt as insignificant as mere grains of sand, their entire essence locked down, rendering them utterly immobile, their faces betraying palpable terror. However, Luo Ro offered no reply. The pressure surged, with a thunderous roar. Akin to a colossal clap of thunder, the two elders were crushed as if under an immense weight, their bodies exploding in a catastrophic display. Limbs and remains rained down from the heavens, blood cascading like a torrential downpour, resembling a blood rain. The two formidable beings who had stepped into the Xuanwu realm had perished. It could be said that they had offered no resistance whatsoever. Witnessing this scene, the weakened Lin Che felt an overwhelming shock within his heart. In the Xuanwu burial grounds, these two old fellows had left him with no means of escape. Yet now, they had been easily crushed by Luo Ro, their lives extinguished so effortlessly. This was the chasm of power. After dispatching the two, Luo Ro trembled slightly and approached Lin Che. With a swift motion, she examined his condition, then raised her delicate hand, placing a snow-white pill into his mouth. Subsequently, she pressed her palm against Lin Che's chest. A gentle yet immense flow of true energy gradually entered his body. Moments later, a hint of color returned to Lin Che's face. "Hall Master," he began, but she interjected, "Do not speak. Rest well." Luo Ro glanced at him, then seemed to recall something, her brows knitting slightly as she admonished, "Do not engage in such reckless acts again. The lives of others may not be less valuable than your own." As she uttered these words, her gaze inadvertently flitted to the limping elder. Perceiving this, the elder hastily explained it was not that this old man was unwilling to assist, but, before he could finish, Luo Ro interrupted with a disdainful huff. "Am I speaking to you? What need is there for your explanation?" Awkwardness engulfed the elder, his face turning a shade crimson. Yet he did not harbor anger, having just witnessed the woman's prowess. He understood she was not to be trifled with, and thus could only offer a self-deprecating smile. The pill that Luo Ro had administered to Lin Che was of exceptional quality, and with her pure true energy aiding in his recovery. Lin Che's wounds healed remarkably fast. Moments later, although pain still radiated from his back, he was able to rise to his feet. "Hall Master, let us depart," Lin Che stated. Luo Ro cast a worried glance at him, questioning, "Can you walk?" "Indeed," Lin Che replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Luo Ro nodded and prepared to leave with him. Wait a moment. At that instant, the young girl named Li Zua rushed before Lin Che. "Thank you for saving me earlier." Observing her earnest expression, Lin Che smiled casually. "The elder previously mentioned that you possessed a protective talisman. I believe that even without my intervention, you would remain unharmed. No." Li Zua quickly shook her head. "You were unaware of my protective item, yet knowing that a blow from the Xuanwu realm could threaten your life, you still unhesitatingly stood in front of me. In my heart, you saved my life." That was indeed a strike from a Xuanwu realm expert. Lin Che's actions had been impulsive and without deliberation. Thus, upon witnessing him shield her, Li Ziwe's emotions had surged to an extraordinary degree. For her, aside from her father and sister, no one else would go to such lengths for her. After a moment of silence, Li Ziwe produced a token from her bosom. The token, shimmering in a purple-gold hue, appeared exceptionally exquisite, radiating a robust energy. This token has been with me since childhood. I wish to give it to you now. Upon seeing the purple-gold token, the limping elder's expression shifted dramatically. However, at that moment, Li Ziwe shot him a glare. Though nominally her master, it was evident that their relationship transcended the traditional master-disciple dynamic. From certain nuances, it was apparent the elder held a demeanor of subservience toward the young girl. Thus, sensing her displeasure, the limping elder could only shake his head in resignation, opting not to speak further. Li Ziwe continued, I genuinely consider you a friend, and since you saved me again, you must accept this. Do not refuse me. Very well, I shall accept it. Lin Che agreed with a nod. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Li Ziwe's face as she remarked, During our time together, you have taught me much. I heard you were a disciple of the martial hall. May I visit you at the Dao Tsang Academy in the future? Of course, but my reputation at the Dao Tsang Academy may not be favorable. When you visit, it would be best not to mention my name to avoid unnecessary trouble. Li Ziwe's small face bore a look of confusion. Why? Lin Che shook his head, clearly unwilling to elaborate further. Understanding, Li Ziwe refrained from pressing, instead playfully suggesting, Then you must come to find me when you have the chance. I reside in the Imperial City, and if you come, I shall protect you. Lin Che was momentarily taken aback, finding her confidence amusing, but he simply replied, All right, let us depart. Moments later, Lin Che bid farewell to the young girl and left with Luo Ro. Upon exiting that region, Luo Ro glanced at Lin Che, casually stating, That young girl's background is quite remarkable. Why do you say that, home master? Lin Che inquired. Luo Ro responded, The token she gave you, if I'm not mistaken, is forged from divine radiance purple gold, an exceedingly rare material. More importantly, the token seems to harbor a formidable defensive formation capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Xuanwu realm expert. Could it be that this token was the protective item she bore? Upon hearing these words, Lin Che's expression shifted that a token of such size was indeed so precious. Just then, Luo Ro continued, The true value of divine radiance purple gold lies not merely in its worth, but in its symbolic significance. Moreover, this token with the dragon motif can only be worn by one entity within the Tsangfeng kingdom, and that is the Tsangfeng royal family. The Tsangfeng royal family. Lin Che had heard of them. Although numerous families and sects existed within the Tsangfeng kingdom, only one could genuinely be deemed a dominant force throughout the entire dynasty, the Tsangfeng royal family. Thus, upon realizing that the young girl who had been shadowing him in the mountains likely hailed from the royal lineage, Lin Che was profoundly astonished. Yet, while he was taken aback by her impressive background, he quickly reconciled with the fact, not allowing it to elevate her beyond reach. Weighing the purple gold token in his hand, Lin Che suddenly asked, Hall Master, how much do you think this would fetch at an auction house? Difficult to say, but based on the divine radiance purple gold material and the formation within, it could be valued at over 100 million gold coins. Of course, with the added prestige of being a royal artifact, the price would likely be even higher, Luo Ro replied. Over 100 million? Lin Che's gaze flickered, clearly startled by the figure before him. The worth of this token was astonishingly equivalent to that of a Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. Luo Ro cast him a glance, inquiring, What do you mean by that question? The master of the hall felt compelled to remind him that the significance of this object was markedly different from the treasures commonly found in the market. Understanding that it was a royal artifact, no one would dare to take it on. I understand. I was merely asking. Lin Che replied with an awkward smile. The reason the two were traversing the mountains was to seek the whereabouts of Old Bai. Fortunately, under Luo Ro's formidable divine sense, they soon detected Old Bai's location. However, upon their next encounter with Old Bai, Lin Che was taken aback by his condition. At that moment, Old Bai was in tattered clothing, his body marred with grotesque wounds, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly having just endured a fierce battle with significant injuries. Fortunately, these wounds were not life-threatening. Master, you have finally arrived. What a relief, White Shioli exclaimed, feeling utterly relaxed upon seeing Luo Ro. Old Bai, are you all right? Lin Che asked with evident concern. Although his own situation was dire, Lin Che understood that Old Bai had endured far more peril in order to shield him from the hidden threats. Rest assured, though I am an old man, it is not so simple for those old fellows to take my life. These minor injuries are of no consequence, Old Bai reassured him, which eased Lin Che's worries somewhat. Meanwhile, Luo Ro, observing the injuries on both men, coldly remarked, "These major families are despicably shameless. We shall settle this score with them sooner or later. For now, let us depart from this place." Agreed, both Lin Che and Old Bai nodded in unison. Subsequently, the trio made their way out of the mountain range. After leaving the mountains, they headed directly to a nearby city. Each city in Yangzhou was home to some financially robust merchant associations. Given that both Lin Che and White Shioli were injured, long-distance travel was impractical, so they rented a cloud ship from a merchant association to return to the location of the martial hall. Once aboard the cloud ship, Lin Che and White Shioli recounted their experiences to Luo Ro in detail. Upon hearing their tale, Luo Ro was not only filled with indignation at the shamelessness of those family forces, but also looked at Lin Che with a peculiar expression. To think that during your descent from the mountain, you would attract the ire of so many factions. This is truly unexpected for me. The ancient clan and the Situ house, as two major powers among the 9-star families, hold significant influence within the Zhongfeng nation. Besides these two families, numerous young prodigies from various factions perished at your hands during the exploration of the Xuanwu tomb. It seems you truly are a troublemaker. Noticing Luo Ro's expression, Lin Che chuckled awkwardly. Master, having provoked so many factions, I suppose this will bring considerable trouble to the martial hall. You 1T kick me out in a fit of rage. Will you? In response, Luo Ro smiled and shook her head. It is the mediocre who do not incite jealousy. Those who stir trouble are generally the talented. Moreover, your propensity for causing trouble marks you as an extraordinary genius. This only serves to validate my keen insight, so I am not only unperturbed but rather pleased. Pleased? Lin Che's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. He clearly hadn't anticipated Luo Ro's reaction. He had offended some of the most prominent powers within the Zhongfeng nation. If it were any other sect's disciples, inciting such significant trouble for their sect would likely result in expulsion or severe punishment. That be why contrast, within the martial hall, aside from engaging in menial labor. He felt a profound sense of belonging. After a moment, Lin Che retrieved the spoils from his spatial ring. Upon seeing Lin Che's gains, even Luo Ro's face displayed a trace of shock. Feng Xiangrass. Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill. To think that a grave of Xuanwu realm warriors would yield these two treasures, and no wonder the old fellows from the various factions disregarded their status and broke the rules to pursue you relentlessly. Master, I am willing to surrender all of these items to the martial hall as resources, Lin Che suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, both Luo Ro and White Shioli were momentarily taken aback. Luo Ro frowned. These resources were obtained through your arduous efforts. Why would you want to hand them over to the martial hall? Lin Che replied earnestly, though I seized these two treasures, without Old Bai's secret protection in the mountains, I might not have survived. Furthermore, it was your timely arrival, Master, that spared me from a violent death in the wilderness. Thus, this is not merely a contest between juniors, but a conflict among the elder warriors. Although these treasures were in my possession throughout, I cannot claim all the credit for them. Lin Che's words were heartfelt. The trials within the Xuanwu tomb had evolved beyond mere skirmishes among the younger generation, transforming into a contest of the forces backing the various talents. Had it not been for the martial hall support, Lin Che would never have emerged from that mountain range. Understanding Lin Che's perspective, Luo Ro smiled. There is no need for all these resources to belong solely to you. Since this journey was intended for your training, all gains rightfully belong to you. Do not feel any guilt. Although the martial hall has fallen on hard times, we are not so desperate as to covet the resources that rightfully belong to our disciples. Very well. Observing Luo Ro's demeanor, Lin Che could only shake his head and put away the resources. The cloud ship set sail from the borders of the empire, and it would take at least 6 or 7 days to reach the Marshall Hall's location. During this time, aside from eating and sleeping, Lin Che spent most of his hours in his room cultivating. The rewards from his venture into the Xuanwu tomb were nothing short of astounding. Let us not forget, within the span of a month, Lin Che had eliminated numerous talented disciples from various factions. The wealth he had plundered from these prodigies alone was estimated to be around 7 million gold coins, 0.7 million gold coins. This represented the largest fortune Lin Che had ever possessed in his life. Unfortunately, even with a value of 7 million gold coins, it seemed unlikely to sustain his breakthrough needs. Lin Che's cultivation method within his Qi was exceedingly domineering, with a corresponding immense consumption of resources that he had previously judged that, at his current cultivation level of the 4th layer of spiritual martial arts, even a mere breakthrough to the next realm would require at least 10 million gold coins. As his cultivation level continued to ascend, this figure would only become more staggering. Should he ever reach the Xuanwu realm, or even the Dao martial realm, Lin Che dared not imagine the implications. It was akin to a bottomless pit. Realizing that the 7 million gold coins would not suffice for his current expenditures, Lin Che chose not to refine them further, instead storing them for future use. Then, he retrieved another item from his spatial ring. It was a palm-sized spirit orb, swirling with black and white energies. The Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill. It was for this orb that Lin Che had nearly lost his life within the mountains. Yet now that it was within his grasp, all of it was worth it. What heights will this Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill allow me to reach? A profound anticipation flickered in Lin Che's eyes as he hesitated no longer and began to refine the spirit orb. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Che held the Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill, entering a state of profound emptiness as the Qi within him surged. A powerful devouring force erupted forth, drawing the energy from the Xuanwu Transformation Dragon Pill into his body like a tidal wave. Boom! 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 Within Lin Che's body, a series of thunderous sounds reverberated, clearly indicating that his meridians and bones were undergoing an intense forging. As time passed, the aura emanating from him ascended at a visibly rapid pace, growing increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, during Lin Che's period of immersion in cultivation, the young lady Li Ziyue, who had previously crossed paths with him, along with the limping elder, was also making her way in another direction. Their destination was the imperial capital of Tsangfeng. Days later, gazing upon the majestic silhouette of the capital, the limping elder let out a slight sigh of relief. "Your Highness, the 7th princess, we have finally arrived home." Upon reaching the capital, the elder no longer exercised excessive caution, respectfully addressing Li Ziyue. From his words, it became evident that this young lady, known as Li Ziyue, was indeed the 7th princess of the Tsangfeng kingdom. This journey had been personally ordered by the emperor to ensure the safety of the 7th princess. Now that they had arrived safely, the elder felt that his task was satisfactorily completed. In response to the elder's words, Li Ziyue let out a soft huff and turned her head away, seemingly disinclined to engage with him. Observing this scene, the elder could only shake his head in resignation. Ever since he had refrained from rescuing that young man in the mountains, the 7th princess had been cold towards him throughout their journey, and it appeared she was still harboring some anger. Upon entering the royal palace, the two first paid their respects to the emperor of Tsangfeng, reporting their safe arrival. After leaving the emperor's quarters, Li Ziyue glanced at the limping elder and stated, "You have completed the task assigned by father. You need not follow me any longer. I am going to see my sister." "Understood," the elder replied with a respectful bow. Li Ziyue then proceeded in a specific direction. The imperial garden. Upon arriving at this location, Li Ziyue encountered a young woman within a pavilion. This woman, likely around 20 years of age, was clad in regal attire, possessing an ethereal beauty with a graceful demeanor. She held a book in her hands, engrossed in reading, exuding an aura of tranquility. Were it not for the occasional turning of pages and the flutter of her long eyelashes, one might easily mistake her for a flawless statue of white jade. This young woman was none other than the 3rd princess of Tsangfeng, Li Qingwan. "Sister," upon seeing her, Li Ziyue joyfully rushed over and sweetly called out, "Wearer has returned." Hearing this call, Li Qingwan set down her book and looked at the little girl with an expression full of affection. Approaching her sister, Li Ziyue immediately wrapped her arms around one of Li Qingwan's, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Sister, did you miss me during my absence from the capital? Of course I missed you. Without you to pester me in the palace these days, I've been so distressed that I've even gained weight, Li Qingwan replied with a hint of teasing. Humph, sister, your words lack sincerity. I don't believe you. Li Ziyue retorted, and without hesitation, her hands reached out towards Li Qingwan's curves. You rascally child. If you continue to be so annoying, I'll have to spank you. This scene, if witnessed by outsiders, would certainly evoke astonishment. To the public, it was unimaginable that the third princess, one of the most talented and revered figures of the younger generation in the Songfeng kingdom, who typically exuded an air of inviolable dignity, could exhibit such a tender side when interacting with her sister. The two sisters engaged in playful banter for a while. After a moment, Li Qingwan inquired, during your time away from the capital, did you encounter any interesting experiences? Do share with me. Li Ziyue nodded, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, I encountered many fascinating events and even made a very interesting friend that I was just about to tell you all about it. Subsequently, Li Ziyue recounted her experiences during her time away from the capital in detail. Upon hearing that this little girl had been pursued by various powerful factions within the Xuanwu tomb, Li Qingwan involuntarily furrowed her brow. Yet, she soon noticed that as Li Ziyue spoke of this experience, her words consistently revolved around one name. Lin Che. As Li Ziyue concluded her tale, Li Qingwan silently repeated the name. At just 17 years of age, he has comprehended the concept of sword intent and fused two profound principles. Are you saying he is a disciple of the Daocang Academy? Li Qingwan was well aware of the prodigies among the top forces in the kingdom. When had Daocang Academy produced such a genius? Indeed, he is a disciple of the Daocang Academy. Yet it seems he harbors deep discontent, perhaps even hatred towards it that I am not entirely clear on the specifics. But in any case, he has been very kind to me, teaching me many valuable lessons within the Xuanwu tomb, Li Ziyue said with a radiant smile, subtly revealing her admiration. His willingness to risk his life to save you speaks volumes about his sincerity. You ought to express your gratitude to him, Li Qingwan remarked casually. However, as she spoke these words, her expression grew contemplative, as if lost in thought. After exchanging pleasantries once more, Li Ziyue took her leave. Not long after, the figure of the third princess, Li Qingwan, appeared within a grand hall, the hall of nurturing the heart. Inside the hall, an elderly man, nearing the end of his days, lay on a bed. The man bore a pallid complexion, seemingly having 1 foot in the grave, appearing exceedingly frail. Father, Li Qingwan approached the bed and respectfully bowed. Good child, you have arrived. The elder's eyes shone with kindness upon seeing Li Qingwan. Gesturing for her to rise at this moment, Li Qingwan inquired with concern, I haven't come to visit father these past few days. I wonder if your health has improved? Will this ailment of mine ever see improvement? The emperor chuckled bitterly. Father, please do not say such things. Your Majesty possesses great fortune. This is merely a minor ailment, and I believe you will recover in no time. You must keep your spirits up and not dwell too much on worries. Upon hearing this, the emperor of Songfeng chuckled ruefully. I am well aware of my own condition. This is no mere illness. It is the approach of my last days. You need not comfort me, my dear. But enough of such talk, the emperor interrupted, shaking his head. Hearing this, Li Qingwan fell silent for a moment before continuing. Father, where has returned? It seems she has grown quite a bit during her time away. Yes, she has already come to see me. Li Qingwan smiled upon hearing this. I almost forgot. That little girl is always dutiful. Upon her return, she would undoubtedly prioritize visiting father, the emperor of Songfeng remarked. In the past, I was preoccupied with state affairs, my mind solely focused on the realm. Now, as I feel my body deteriorating day by day, I find myself yearning for familial affection. Alas, aside from you and Yuer, who frequently come to visit me, the rest of my sons and daughters barely come to see me even once a month. Especially the eldest and second sons, their neglect truly disheartens me. At this rate, it seems I have truly grown old and become useless. I do not deserve their filial piety, the emperor lamented. Li Qingwan quickly interjected. Among the royal offspring, the eldest and second brothers are the busiest. I believe that since father has fallen ill, they have simply been too occupied, which has led to their oversight. Busy? The emperor scoffed. I see them busy trying to curry favor with the officials in court, vying for power and profit. Humph. I'm not dead yet. They think they can engage in such petty schemes behind my back, truly underestimating my awareness, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the emperor. Li Qingwan felt a tremor of unease. However, she refrained from voicing her opinions on the matter, opting wisely for silence. After a brief pause, Emperor Songfeng let out a sigh, his expression softening slightly as he waved his hand. And at that moment, an elderly eunuch approached Li Qingwan, presenting a tray that held a secret scroll. Father, here it is. Li Qingwan nodded, then proceeded to unfurl the scroll. Upon seeing its contents, Li Qingwan was taken aback. For the Songfeng royal family, maintaining control over a dynasty necessitated a profound understanding of the various factions within it. This secret scroll originated from the Qinji department, an institution dedicated to clandestinely gathering intelligence on the major powers within the dynasty. The scroll contained detailed information about the Dao Tsang Academy, along with a dossier on an individual, Lin Che. The information within the scroll was remarkably comprehensive, documenting Lin Che's origins in Kanglan City, his experiences within the Lin family, and everything following his entry into the Dao Tsang Academy. After thoroughly reviewing the material, Li Qingwan set the scroll down to a T that moment. Emperor Songfeng turned to her and inquired, Wan'er, what are your thoughts on this individual? Is he a talent worth molding? One could say he's exceptionally gifted, she replied, recalling that, to her knowledge, the Tianhuan divine realm of the Dao Tsang Academy had been meticulously arranged by its founding ancestor, Ling Daotsong, and that no one had ever passed the test in the millennia since. The fact that this young man, Lin Che, had succeeded in doing so attested to his extraordinary talent and potential, marking him as a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. After absorbing the information, a look of astonishment graced Li Qingwan's delicate features. The Songfeng nation had only been established for a millennium, yet the history of the Dao Tsang Academy stretched far beyond the dynasty itself. It was said that when the academy was initially founded, its foundation was terrifyingly robust, far beyond what the current Songfeng nation could compare to. However, as time passed, it gradually declined into a mere shadow of its former self, relegated beneath the dynasty. Nevertheless, the lineage of a power that could trace its roots back over 10,000 years and still endure today spoke volumes about the grandeur that the Dao Tsang Academy once possessed. Regrettably, such a prodigious talent, having passed the trials set by the Dao Tsang ancestor, could have led the academy back to its former glory, yet found himself ostracized and at odds with the institution. One could not help but criticize the foolish maneuvers of the academy's higher-ups. Upon reflecting on this, Li Qingwan shook her head and remarked. Hearing her words, Emperor Songfeng chuckled softly. Foolish, perhaps, but the actions of the higher-ups at the Dao Tsang Academy are not entirely unexpected. Let us not forget that the current head of the academy is Feng Feiyang. A decade prior, the Dao Tsang Academy held a position of absolute dominance among the major factions of the Songfeng nation. However, it was precisely due to a civil strife instigated by Feng Feiyang that the academy endured its darkest and most tumultuous 3 years. During this period, numerous elders perished, and countless disciples suffered casualties. Ultimately, while Feng Feiyang seized power, the academy was left severely weakened and has yet to recover. At that time, I discerned that although Feng Feiyang harbored an insatiable thirst for power, he was in truth a short-sighted individual. With Lin Che's talent, if he were to develop smoothly, he could surely lead the Dao Tsang Academy to resurgence. However, that would also mean the head of the academy would lose control over it. What's more, this young man is connected to the Martial Hall. The Martial Hall, Emperor Songfeng continued, is something Feng Feiyang surely wishes to see remain obscured from view. Thus, it is only natural that he would suppress this young man. At this juncture, Emperor Songfeng posed another question. Wan'er, what do you believe Lin Che's current predicament is? His situation is quite dire. Li Qingwan pondered earnestly. Given Lin Che's astounding talent, if the head of the Dao Tsang Academy has decided to suppress him, he will undoubtedly go to great lengths to eradicate any potential threats. Compared to the entire Dao Tsang Academy, the Martial Hall is unlikely to provide him with any protection. Yet I wonder what Father intends by sharing this with me. Li Qingwan mused, bemused. The young man named Lin Che indeed dazzled. But considering the dire circumstances he faced, it appeared almost impossible for him to find any room for growth. A genius destined to fall should not warrant such attention from an emperor of a dynasty. However, at that moment, Emperor Songfeng declared, "This individual is worth cultivating. Cultivate." Li Qingwan's expression shifted. "Father, do you intend to protect him?" Yet, such an action would surely incite the displeasure of the Dao Tsang Academy. "And I fear," Emperor Songfeng interrupted, "if he is indeed a prodigious talent, then he is worthy of our efforts. Moreover, given the predicament he currently faces, this is the perfect moment for assistance, should he truly flourish in the future. The aid provided by the dynasty will yield countless returns. This is a lucrative investment for the Dao Tsang Academy." Emperor Songfeng's expression darkened slightly. In recent years, as the foremost sect within the nation, the Dao Tsang Academy had grown excessively arrogant. It was high time to impose some restraint upon them, Bawaner. I entrust this matter to you. Emperor Songfeng concluded. Li Qingwan's countenance reflected her astonishment. No buts, I have made my decision. You may leave. Emperor Songfeng waved dismissively. Upon hearing his words, though she had more to say, Li Qingwan could only acquiesce, offering a respectful bow. "Father, take care, I take my leave." With that, she turned and departed. After Li Qingwan's exit, a chief eunuch standing by the emperor's bedside remarked, "Your Majesty, pardon my impertinence. If this matter is entrusted to the third princess, I fear the first and second princes may harbor suspicions." Suspicions? Emperor Songfeng scoffed. "I would welcome their speculations, but do they possess the intellect for it? If they were to think critically, they would realize that the struggle for succession has always been an internal conflict within the royal family. If they merely contend amongst themselves, given my current state of health, I would only turn a blind eye and refrain from intervening too much. But are they merely fighting amongst themselves? No, they are courting ministers and causing turmoil throughout the court, even colluding with the domestic family and sect powers. Is this their strategy for claiming the throne? This is akin to seeking the hide of a tiger. If I remain indifferent, they may very well fracture the nation. I am exceedingly disappointed in the both of them." The gravity of the emperor's words and the palpable anger in his demeanor rendered the chief eunuch utterly silent. Within the Songfeng royal family, Li Qingwan stood out among her peers in both talent and prestige. However, as she was a woman, many believed the future heir would inevitably emerge from the first or second princes. Yet, considering Emperor Songfeng's remarks today, it was clear he harbored disappointment toward his two sons, leading one to wonder if he intended for the third princess to cultivate her own influence. History had indeed seen a female emperor govern the Songfeng dynasty. A female emperor. The mere thought sent a shiver through the chief eunuch's soul, causing him to halt any further speculation, afraid to delve deeper. The Dao Tsang Academy, a recent bounty task within the Inner Academy's task hall, had sparked considerable excitement. This task had been personally issued by the head of the academy, which alone signified its extraordinary nature. The reason for the fervor stemmed primarily from the rewards promised upon completion of the task. The reward section of the task clearly stated, all disciples who complete this task will receive 1 scroll of high-grade Xian-level combat techniques, 1 medium-grade Xian artifact, 10 Xian-grade elixirs, and 10 million gold coins. A scroll of high-grade Xian-level combat techniques was valued at approximately 20 million gold coins, while a medium-grade Xian artifact commanded at least 30 million gold coins for the Xian-grade elixirs. Each could fetch around 5 million gold coins at an auction house, amounting to 50 million for 10, totaling over 100 million. Just the rewards alone exceeded 100 million, even among the disciples who have ascended to the inner court of the Dao Tsang Academy. There are very few who possess savings exceeding 1 million. 100 million gold coins is an astronomical figure beyond their wildest imagination. Moreover, this is not the entirety of the allure. The most tempting aspect lies in the final condition. Anyone who accomplishes the task will be directly promoted to the esteemed rank of true disciple. True disciples. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in the Dao Tsang Academy, only 3 hold this prestigious title. Yet, every year, these 3 individuals consume nearly 80% of the resources allocated to all disciples. The significance of being a true disciple implies that the entire Tao Song Academy will spare no effort in nurturing such a successor. In future lineages, positions of paramount importance, such as the master of the punishment hall, the head of the pill pavilion, and even the president of the Tao Song Academy, will exclusively emerge from the ranks of true disciples. To complete this task is to ascend to the status of a true disciple, becoming the fourth true disciple of the Tao Song Academy. Is this a reward? It is nothing short of a blatant temptation, a lure potent enough to drive anyone to madness. Consequently, the task hall within the inner court has become overcrowded, with every disciple who lays eyes upon this mission filled with fervor. When they see the target of the task, they are met with astonishment. The objective is simple: to kill a man. That man is Lin Che. Lin Che, the very same newly promoted disciple who traversed the heavenly illusion divine realm mere months ago. Upon encountering this name, an image involuntarily surfaces in everyone's mind. Indeed, it is he. However, I have heard whispers that his strength is quite formidable. That a month prior, he even slain Lin Che, who ranked 10th on the heavenly list. To kill him would likely pose a considerable challenge. What? Lin Che was actually slain by Lin Che. How could that be? A month ago, news of Lin Che's death sent ripples throughout the Tao Song Academy. Yet few were aware that her demise was at the hands of Lin Che. Now, upon hearing this truth, the crowd is profoundly shaken. If memory serves, Lin Che has only been in the Tao Song Academy for 4 months. Yet he has managed to kill the 10th on the heavenly list. Such astonishing growth surely indicates that he is a prodigy. It is no wonder that for millennia, no one has managed to pass through the heavenly illusion divine realm. His success serves as a testament to his extraordinary talent, capable of taking down Lin Che. Although it is surprising, it is also within reason. Furthermore, if he were not a formidable adversary, why would the esteemed president take such a keen interest and personally issue this bounty task? Many in the crowd nod in agreement. Yet, simultaneously, the seeds of retreat begin to sprout within their hearts. Greed is a fundamental flaw of human nature. Previously, upon seeing the rewards of the task, not a single disciple of the Tao Song Academy remained unmoved. However, now that they have learned of Lin Che's prowess, they must reconsider whether they possess the capability to secure such rewards. Lin Che was merely ranked 10th on the heavenly list. What merit is there in killing her? Just as the crowd hesitates, a young man strides into view. Approaching confidently, he walks directly to the task board and tears down the bounty notice, declaring, "This task is mine, Hua Qingyang." Hua Qingyang. Upon seeing this young man, a sense of awe envelopes the gathered disciples of the Tao Song Academy. For this individual ranks 5th on the heavenly list. Even a single rank difference on the list signifies a vast disparity in power. Hua Qingyang's strength is undoubtedly beyond that of Lin Che. Although Lin Che possesses the ability to slay Lin Che, he would surely stand no chance against the 5th-ranked Hua. Witnessing Hua Qingyang take on the task, the onlookers begin to shower him with compliments in response, Hua Qingyang merely displays a hint of disdain, declaring, "I will surely kill Lin Che." With that, he strides out of the hall. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away aboard a cloud ship, Lin Che has been in seclusion for 5 days. During this time, he has fully absorbed the terrifying energy contained within the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. Lin Che feels as though he is ensconced in a whirlpool of spiritual energy. Every pore and acupoint in his body wide open. Each meridian and bone within him vibrates violently, producing a thunderous resonance. This state persists for an unknown duration until Lin Che emits a low, ferocious growl through clenched teeth. "Break from me." With a resounding boom, a terrifying aura erupts within the confines of the room. Simultaneously, a colossal noise resonates from within Lin Che, akin to the shattering of unseen shackles. Dramatically altering his momentum, in an instant, Lin Che's eyes snap open, emitting beams of light that pierce the void, akin to 2 swords of brilliance. Half an hour later, the tumultuous energy finally settles. With his aura now restrained, Lin Che senses his own realm and is enveloped in overwhelming ecstasy. Spirit Martial 7th Stage. One Xuanwu transformation dragon pill has propelled him 3 realms forward, firmly establishing him in the spirit martial 7th stage. At this moment, Lin Che can distinctly perceive his enhanced vision, hearing, speed, strength, and perception, all of which have reached astonishing new heights. This elevation can only be described as frenetic. Furthermore, the most joyous realization for Lin Che is that his Qi has expanded several-fold, with true energy flowing through him like a spiritual stream. Moreover, Lin Che's physique, already formidable, has undergone a qualitative leap in resilience following the refinement of the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. In summary, Lin Che's progress at this moment is nothing short of terrifying. However, he believes that this session of cultivation is far from over. After a moment, Lin Che gradually acclimates to the new power coursing through him, pushes open the door, and steps outside. The cloud ship glides through the heavens, traversing layers of cloud seas beneath the blazing sun. Yet, there is no sense of heat, for the wind is strong. Standing on the deck of the cloud ship, the fierce wind sweeps over him, causing his dark hair to billow and his robes to flutter dramatically. The wind. At this moment, Lin Che retrieves the second treasure acquired from the Xuanwu tomb, the wind mystic grass, prior to consuming the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. He had contemplated refining this wind mystic grass concurrently, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The reasoning was simple. Having suffered a blow from a powerful Xuanwu realm expert, he was not in optimal condition, whether physically or mentally. Moreover, comprehending a profound principle requires not only sufficient aptitude, but also undivided concentration. A single wind mystic grass holds a minimum market value of over 10 million gold coins. And it is exceedingly rare. 10 million gold coins is beyond Lin Che's current means to squander. Fortunately, after refining the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill and breaking through 3 realms, his injuries are completely healed, leaving him in an exceptionally invigorated state. Now is the perfect time to grasp the essence of wind, that I hope my luck is sufficient to comprehend the principle of wind through this single wind mystic grass. After a short while, Lin Che swallows the wind mystic grass, and as a strange energy spreads within him, he suddenly experiences a remarkable sensation. He feels an extraordinary affinity towards the wind surrounding him. Every pore in his body opens wide, allowing him to relish the gentle caress of the airflow, a perception of the wind that has never been so vivid before. This what wind truly is. Why have I never noticed it before? It feels as though a new hue has suddenly emerged in my world. What a wondrous sensation. Lin Che quietly closes his eyes, an involuntary smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, he enters a transcendent state on the cloud ship. Lin Che stands serenely on the deck, surrounded by the violent winds swirling around him. However, within a 10-meter radius, he remained motionless, ultimately forming a series of swirling vortices. The wind was formless, yet, if one were to observe with the naked eye, it would become evident that the rotation speeds and directions of these vortices varied, as though an invisible intent were manipulating them. In the distance, Luo Ro and Bai Chuli watched Lin Che. After an indeterminate amount of time, Bai Lao murmured, "Has this lad stood on the deck for an entire day and night? Truly remarkable perseverance." Beside him, Luo Ro smiled and replied, "His ability to remain in the state of enlightenment for such an extended period is indeed a positive sign, indicating that his comprehension is extraordinary. If his understanding were insufficient, he would have likely emerged from this enlightened state the moment he attempted to refine the wind profound herb, thereby wasting this precious arcane medicinal herb." The words of the pavilion master ring true. In terms of talent, this boy is indeed a prodigy, the strongest junior I've encountered in my lifetime, even surpassing Bei Lingtian. Moreover, his progress is astonishingly rapid. In such a short span, he has leapt from the 4th level of spirit martial to the 7th level. The transformation in Lin Che's aura from the 4th to the 7th level of spirit martial was not lost on Luo Ro and Bai Lao. Their astonishment at Lin Che's advancement was genuine and profound. They speculated that this lad must have refined the Xuanwu transformation dragon pill. However, the terrifying energy contained within a single Xuanwu transformation dragon pill would be impossible for someone at the spirit martial realm to endure, leaving Luo Ro and Bai Lao utterly perplexed. Of course, every martial artist generally harbors their own secrets. Furthermore, Lin Che's breakthrough offered no concealment from Luo Ro and Bai Lao, which further demonstrated his absolute trust in them. Since Lin Che chose not to disclose the reasons behind his advancement, they would never pry into the matter. Just then, Lin Che suddenly awakened from that profound state. As he opened his eyes, a look of enlightenment illuminated his face. With a single thought, the Linghan sword instantly unsheathed, slicing through the void ahead. Boom! A powerful tremor radiated outward from the sword's trajectory, and the fierce and violent sword intent seemed poised to tear apart the space ahead. The essence of wind. It was evident that Lin Che's strike had already encompassed the essence of wind. As the sword fell, the clouds and mist before the cloud ship were swept away as if caught in a tempest. Completely dispersed. That moment, the blade of the Linghan sword, suspended before Lin Che, bore a third layer of essence in addition to the water and poison attributes. The colors of green, blue, and black swirled around the blade like a luminous mist. Splendid! Lin Che's face beamed with ecstasy as he sensed his mastery over the essence of wind. He could distinctly feel the progress he had made. The fusion of the three essences not only transformed his sword intent, but also brought about a most significant enhancement: speed. Among the various arcane medicinal herbs, those containing wind attributes were the rarest. The greatest enhancement granted by the wind attribute was indeed speed, which was of utmost importance to all martial artists. Lin Che, as a swordsman, already possessed astonishing speed in his strikes. Even the slightest further enhancement would be exceedingly difficult. Yet now, having comprehended the essence of wind, he could perceive that his striking speed had increased at least several-fold compared to before. The magnitude of this improvement was nothing short of astonishing. He had truly grasped the essence of wind. In the distance, Luo, Ro, and Baiqiuli, witnessing this scene, momentarily fell into a state of daze before an overwhelming shock surged within them. Although many geniuses had comprehended essences in this world, most had relied on their family's resources to achieve such feats. To master the essence of wind solely, through a single wind profound herb, was an achievement so rare that it could be counted on one's fingers. One could not help but admire Lin Che's exceptional comprehension and fortuitous circumstances. With your remarkable pace of advancement, if the higher-ups of the Dao Tsang Academy were to learn of this, they would surely be filled with regret. Bai Lao declared, approaching Lin Che and giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Initially, when Lin Che had set a deadly wager against Bai Lingtian, the higher-ups of the Dao Tsang Academy likely regarded it as a mere jest. Even though Lin Che had passed through the heavenly illusion divine realm, they would never have believed that in just a year's time, Lin Che could reach the same level as Bai Lingtian. Yet now, it seemed that in less than 4 months, Lin Che had achieved such progress. After a year, catching up to Bai Lingtian's pace no longer appeared impossible. The thought that such an unparalleled genius had been driven out of the Dao Tsang Academy by its higher-ups, personally dispatched to the embrace of the martial hall, brought Bai Lao immense satisfaction. He truly wished to witness the expressions of those higher-ups upon seeing Lin Che's rate of growth. However, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. At that moment, Luo Ro cautioned Lin Che. I understand Feng Feiyang's character. If he were to discover that your talent exceeds expectations, he would not seek to ease relations. Instead, he would become even more reckless, stopping at nothing to eliminate you as a potential threat. Therefore, until you have genuinely grown stronger, it would be wise to avoid exposing your advancements excessively. Upon hearing this, Lin Che nodded in understanding. I will endeavor to remain low-key. After another half-day of travel, the cloud ship finally reached its destination, hovering above the martial hall. The three descended from the cloud ship and proceeded into the hall. That moment, they sensed something amiss. There was something wrong. They beheld the mountain range housing the martial hall, which had suffered extensive devastation, appearing ravaged and desolate, with trees toppled in droves and the ground within a radius of several dozen miles riddled with massive pits several meters in diameter. This scene could only have resulted from a fierce battle between formidable adversaries at the Xuanwu realm. Could it be that something had happened to the martial hall? Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Lin Che and the others grew grave as they quickened their pace towards the hall. Before long, they arrived in the conference hall of the martial hall. Pavilion Master, you've finally returned. Upon entering the hall, the elders Feng Wuing and Dao Qiangwei rushed forward, their expressions grave. Simultaneously, Lin Che noticed a scene within the hall that sent shockwaves through his heart. There, on a mat, lay two cold corpses. They were Yi Tianlang and Wu Yuan of the Yi Alliance. Upon witnessing this scene, even Luo Ro's composure wavered. "Elders, what on earth has transpired?" In response, Feng Wuing replied, "It was the Dao Tsang Academy. A few days prior, the Dao Tsang Academy had issued a task with a substantial reward, targeting none other than Lin Che. The one who accepted the task was the fifth-ranked genius disciple, Hua Qingyang. After taking the task, Hua Qingyang arrived at our martial hall, boasting of a life-and-death duel with Lin Che. Accompanying him were 3 elders and numerous disciples from the Dao Tsang Academy. At that time, Dao Xiangwei and I went to negotiate, clarifying that Lin Che was not present in the martial hall and urging them to depart promptly. Yet, they refused to believe us, claiming that our martial hall feared battle and sought to force Lin Che out. During this time, Hua Qingyang seized the opportunity to strike, killing these two. I attempted to intervene, but alas, I was held back by the 3 elders from the Dao Tsang Academy and could do nothing. As he spoke, the expressions of the 2 elders revealed deep helplessness and guilt. That Hua character, how could he possess such a vicious heart? Upon hearing the account, Bai Lao clenched his fists in anger. Meanwhile, Luo Ro frowned deeply, glancing at Lin Che. "I have underestimated the ruthlessness of Feng Feiyang. I never expected."